In the realm of Douluo, Yili aspired to conduct experiments and engage in research with peace of mind. It would be even more delightful if he could exchange ideas and progress with a few like-minded companions. Unfortunately, after surveying the entirety of Douluo continent, he was disheartened to discover that no one could keep pace with him, not even a soul who could comprehend his words. Thus, driven by his personal ambitions, Yili resolved to traverse this world alone and reconstruct a new civilization capable of keeping up with his quest for truth. Chapter 1. A Cataclysmic Beginning. In the Heaven Do Empire, on the outskirts of a remote town in the Barak Kingdom, the area was largely deserted due to the scarcity of resources and its distance from Seoul Beast Forest. However, a month prior, this tranquility was shattered by a group of uninvited guests. Cough, cough. A lean, gray-haired, middle-aged man pushed open the wooden door of a cabin, stretching languidly as he sought to express his reflections on life to the setting sun. Yet, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his chest, forcing him to clutch it as he coughed painfully. Seated nearby, Yili, who was preparing medicine, recognized the familiar sound of coughing and sighed. "Teacher, if you're feeling unwell, you should rest inside." "Bah, bah."
"Who said I'm unwell?"
"I'm in perfect health." The middle-aged man, known as the Demon Wolf with a fearsome reputation, immediately stiffened his face, vehemently denying his condition. As a level 48 agility-type soul master, his mere presence could silence even the most boisterous of children. How could he possibly admit to his disciple that he was unwell? "Indeed, you're in good health. However, my medicine is nearly ready. Please remember to take it before your meal," Yili replied knowingly. Over the course of 8 years, he had come to understand his teacher's stubborn nature, one that was fiercely proud and unwilling to concede. Despite facing threats to his life, he had never once backed down. The Demon Wolf's pallid complexion, already exacerbated by his injuries, turned even more as he recalled the dreadful taste of the medicine he had once endured. He grumbled under his breath, "Curse that Ansar family, they should all perish." He then turned towards the kitchen, preoccupied with preparing a meal. Only delectable food could help him conquer the vile concoction he was to consume. Yili watched his teacher's childlike retreat with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Throughout these 8 years, he often felt as if he were the adult, while his teacher embodied the spirit of a child. At just 14, he was in truth merely a carefree child, sheltered within the ivory tower of academia in his past life. Sighing, he reflected on the passage of time. 8 years had slipped by in this Douluo continent, so much so that he had nearly forgotten he was a transmigrator. In comparison to the protagonists of Douluo fan fiction from his previous life, his own arrival could only be described as cataclysmic. He had not transmigrated as an infant, rather, he had awakened the memories of his past life at the age of 6, following the awakening of his martial soul. His martial soul was nothing exceptional, merely an ordinary flame, which he had named the Leaf Fire, and his innate soul power was a mere level 5, hardly suggesting he was a prodigy. The hierarchy of soul masters spanned from soul master to title Douluo, and with his innate soul power, he would likely reach the rank of soul sage at best, far from the inevitable title Douluo status of other transmigrators. Moreover, he was merely the son of an ordinary villager in a commonplace village, devoid of any prestigious lineage or the advantages of a hidden sect. Compounding his misfortune, shortly after awakening his martial soul, a soul emperor had decimated his village, leaving him as the sole survivor, hidden in a cellar due to the unique properties of his martial soul. Thus, he had instantaneously reverted to the status of an orphan. The teacher he had managed to find was also pursued by multiple families seeking revenge. Despite being a soul master with a higher rank than many, Yili could not help but sigh at the memories of the 8 years spent evading death. Every day, upon awakening, he was either fleeing or on the path of escape. It was only recently, with his burgeoning medical skills, that he had managed to eliminate a group of adversaries, securing a month of peace to treat his teacher's poisoning. As he continued to regulate the output of his soul power to control the flames for brewing the medicine, he found that, despite his awakened martial soul being merely an ordinary flame, it granted him a degree of control over fire. However, it demanded considerable energy, leaving him little strength for significant movement during combat. In practical terms, this ability was rather lackluster, serving only a purpose in his medicinal preparations. The concoction brewing in the pot was specifically tailored to counteract the blue poison from the poison toad that afflicted his teacher. With 3 cycles of treatment, he was confident that his teacher would be restored to health, free from toxicity, albeit the medicine would be quite bitter. Recalling the expression on his teacher's face while drinking the medicine, a smile crept onto Yi Li's face. 10 minutes later, he extinguished the flames and retrieved the bowl for his teacher's medicine from his soul guide ring. He poured the grotesquely bubbling, grayish-yellow liquid into the bowl. The striking blue bubbles erupted within the potion, releasing tendrils of black mist that curled into the air above the bowl, resembling mischievous, otherworldly creatures, frolicking within. Yet, Yi Li had long grown accustomed to this sight, devoid of any whimsical expression. Counting the seconds in his mind, he awaited the most opportune moment for the medicinal properties to transform, at which point he sprinkled the final dose of prepared powder atop the brew, completing the final stage of the concoction. As the white powder settled upon the liquid, it reacted violently, causing an explosion of blue bubbles that released waves of black mist, creating a scene both eerie and captivating. The color of the liquid began to shift dramatically, blending hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, transforming the once unremarkable potion into a spectacle of brilliance. The vibrant display continued for a full minute, with the black mist thickening above the potion, obscuring its contents. Indeed, the medicinal herbs of Douluo continent possess unfathomable wonders. Even a blend of ingredients that scarcely qualifies as rare can yield such magnificent transformations, Yi Li mused, observing the stunning evolution of the liquid from a distance. Chapter 2. Reminiscences. The beauty of transformation is often fleeting. Once the medicinal properties stabilized, Yi Li retrieved a towering fan and vigorously wielded it against the dense, inky mist hovering above the medicine bowl. 8 years of a harrowing escape had honed Yi Li's physical strength to rival that of an ordinary power-type soul master. Thus, even from a distance of 5 meters, he managed to disperse the dark fog, which gradually dissipated into the air, sizzling. Although most of the black mist gradually vanished with Yi Li's powerful swipes, some remnants splattered onto the adjacent grass, causing the originally vibrant blue-silver grass to wither and decay upon contact. The potency of the poison compelled Yi Li to exert even greater force with the fan. After a full minute of vigorous fanning, the ominous mist was entirely dispelled. However, the surrounding grass inevitably succumbed to a withered fate. Yi Li had grown accustomed to such outcomes and felt a tinge of regret. Had he possessed the proper instruments to collect the black mist, his arsenal against foes would have expanded. At the very least, it could incapacitate a soul master of the soul sect. With the fan stowed away, Yi Li tread lightly across the desolate grass, approaching the medicine bowl. Peering inside, he noted that the concoction had returned to a normal hue, colorless and clear. If presented to an unsuspecting passerby, one would surely mistake it for a simple bowl of boiled water, oblivious to its association with the surrounding dying grass. Regrettably, it was only when the potion bore color that its medicinal properties peaked. Had his mentor been willing to consume the freshly brewed elixir, the poison would have been neutralized long ago. Gazing at the bowl of crystal-clear liquid in his hands, Yi Li couldn't help but lament. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as his mentor drank the potion, the poison would still be alleviated. "Teacher, it's time for your medicine," he called cheerfully as he opened the wooden door to the kitchen, balancing the bowl steadily in one hand. Suddenly, the magical wolf, gripping a spatula in one hand and a plate of vegetables in the other, trembled slightly at the sound of Yi Li's voice. A piercing chill coursed through its spine, reaching deep into its marrow. It was a coldness that made facing the terrifying potion seem utterly undesirable. Why was it that when others concocted medicines, they turned out normal? Yet when it came to his disciple, there was always a mishap. The wolf regretted ever allowing Yi Li to pursue the art of medicine. Yet when it finally spoke, the words came out as, "I understand. Just place the medicine on the table. I will drink it after finishing this last dish." "Very well, teacher." Yi Li was well acquainted with his mentor's temperament. Though he often feigned stubbornness, he would ultimately consume the medicine when the time came. However, it was prudent to grant his mentor a moment of privacy. Remembering the painful scene from the first time his teacher had ingested the potion, Yi Li's smile radiated with brightness. After placing the bowl on a nearby table, he bid farewell and exited the kitchen. Creak. Once Yi Li had departed, the wolf's chilling body began to warm slightly. Yet upon seeing the potion left on the table, a deeper bitterness settled on its face. "I wish I had a disciple who could concoct normal medicines." Outside, Yi Li, the magical wolf's cherished disciple, busied himself with the aftermath of brewing the potion, seeking a place to bury the sandpot. Since the concoction for his teacher included numerous toxic bodily materials, such as the nodules from the field poison frog, venom from the serpent's venom sac, and the scorpion's tail from the rock frog, these ingredients could create a potent antidote in the right proportions. However, any miscalculation would turn the remedy into a poison. Thus, each time he brewed the medicine, he had to replace the sandpot. The burial site was not far from where he stood, and having performed this task numerous times, he had become quite adept at it. With a simple pit dug, the pot buried, and the earth compacted, he completed the task in just 3 minutes. Afterward, Yili made his way to a large tree not far from the kitchen. With a slight bend in his legs, he leapt effortlessly onto the trunk, reclining against its sturdy branch. The tree, lush and verdant, provided a tranquil refuge. As he lay there, enjoying the gentle breeze and the warm glow of the setting sun, the rustling leaves serenaded him, and he felt life's beauty envelop him. It was as if the 8 years of flight had never occurred. If only he had a book to read, preferably one he had not yet encountered. Since deciding to study medicine, Yili had gathered every medical text within his reach. Whether on the run or recuperating, he had exchanged the wealth acquired from defeating enemies for various medical tomes, after retaining only the essentials for cultivation and survival. Regrettably, this world, owing to the existence of martial souls, especially the healing martial souls among support-type soul masters, had seen a sluggish development in medical practices. Compared to his previous life, it lagged behind by an immeasurable distance. Yet, contemplating the myriad of extraordinary martial souls in this realm, Yili perceived that the upper echelons had no pressing need to advance medical knowledge, not to mention the resurrection technique exhibited by Ning Rongrong and Oscar, nor the healing staff wielded by Jiang Zhu, renowned for its unparalleled healing capabilities. Moreover, among the clans that pursued him and his mentor, there undoubtedly existed healing soul masters. Otherwise, the number of those he had poisoned would not be so minimal. At the very least, the younger generation on their side would have been completely eradicated by his toxins. However, once his mentor's injuries healed, Yili intended to shift his focus away from medicine and devote the majority of his energy to cultivation. After all, arriving in this fantastical Douluo continent, it was only natural to strive relentlessly forward. Anything less would be unsatisfactory. Yili relaxed as he gazed at the sun, now half set, and silently mused. Indeed, facing the sunset, one could not harbor even the slightest hint of melancholy or grand ambition. Shaking his head to dispel the peculiar thoughts, he turned his gaze toward the kitchen. The sky was darkening. Why had his mentor not yet emerged? Was the last potion he brewed truly so unpalatable? That could not be. His teacher should be unaware of the additional ingredients he had added. With his mentor's limited medical knowledge, he was certain they would go undetected. Yet, according to previous patterns, his teacher should have already finished and come out by now. Was something amiss inside? Crack. Oh no, something has gone wrong. Chapter 3. Recovery in an instant. Yili unleashed his martial soul, a brilliant yellow flame manifesting from his right hand. A circle of yellow 100-year soul rings unfurled around him, casting a shimmering light that illuminated the dim, secluded outskirts as he stood. Strikingly handsome with his dark hair and gem-like blue eyes. If this attire were to be placed in a previous life, it would undoubtedly attract envious gazes. However, at this moment, Yili had no inclination to pay attention to his appearance. Instead, he was consumed by worry, channeling his soul power as he dashed towards the kitchen. Damn it, all I added was the blue poison flower that coexists with the blue poison clam, known for its ability to harmonize toxins and enhance soul power. Considered a semi-precious treasure. Coupled with the auxiliary herbs I meticulously prepared, it would unleash the full potency of the blue poison flower, providing a significant boost even to a soul king. But why did something happen to the teacher? Could it be that I miscalculated the dosage of the herbs? Or did I err in one of the steps while brewing the medicine? Damn it, this had been tested and deemed safe. Teacher, please don't come to harm. In a frenzy, Yili summoned his soul power, and with a flash of his soul rings, a small flame erupted beneath his feet, propelling him forward with explosive force. In mere seconds, he traversed the considerable distance between the towering trees and the kitchen door, slamming his shoulder against the wooden entrance with a loud crash. Teacher, are you all right? Inside, the demon wolf was clutching his throat, his face contorted in agony as he retched onto the floor. expelling dark blue poisonous liquid that relieved the toxins accumulating in his chest. A fleeting sense of relief washed over him, but it was swiftly followed by an overwhelming bitterness. Even having endured the torturous concoctions from Yili before, he could hardly withstand this agony. It was beyond human endurance. Ugh, the pain was unbearable. The demon wolf collapsed on the ground, knocking the meticulously prepared dishes off the table, shattering them into fragments. Under normal circumstances, he would have been furious to see his carefully crafted meals strewn across the floor, as gourmet cooking was one of his few pleasures. Yet now, he lacked the strength to concern himself with such trivialities, utterly exhausted from the bitter medicine. The bitterness, far surpassing that of Huanglian, ravaged his mouth and tongue, leading him to fantasize that death would be preferable. Fortunately, this overwhelming bitterness was fleeting. As Yili burst through the door, anxiously calling for his teacher, the demon wolf felt a gentle soul power spreading from the site of the poison in his chest. It felt cool and soothing, akin to a refreshing spring breeze on a summer day, radiating outward. The once tormented demon wolf could not help but let out a contented sigh. His martial spirit, the fiery demon wolf, instinctively responded to this gentle soul power, manifesting its spirit form. A faint red light emanated from the center of his forehead, coursing upward through his hair. His once gray hair transformed into a vibrant crimson, rapidly lengthening. The fiery red fur also appeared on his exposed hands and feet, and his physique swelled, appearing more muscular than before. His hands and feet underwent a transformation, developing sharp wolf-like claws that glimmered with a lethal shine. Additionally, 4 rings of light rose from beneath him, circling around his body. Though not an optimal soul ring configuration, the combination of 1 white, 1 yellow, and 2 purple rings was still commendable among the strong of the soul sect. This had always been a source of pride for the demon wolf. Yet at this moment, he had no mind for pride in his soul ring configuration. He could feel his soul power gradually yet resolutely ascending due to the influence of that gentle coolness. Level 48, level 49, level 50. This surge of power sent the demon wolf, who had not seen progress in quite some time, into ecstatic rapture. 8 years of a life on the run had left his body riddled with scars and injuries, both large and small. Although he appeared strong on the outside, he knew his body could no longer withstand further torment. Even during meditation and soul power circulation, he felt faint pangs of pain within. But now, the demon wolf felt invigorated, brimming with unquenchable energy. The numerous internal injuries were healing significantly under the influence of the soothing soul power. The remnants would require only some rest and recuperation, and he believed his body would soon regain its health, true health. Not to mention, his soul power level had not changed in ages, yet now it surged from 48 to 50 in one breath. With the successful hunt of a suitable soul beast for a soul ring, he would become a formidable soul king on the Douluo continent. Such joyous news was enough to fill him with exuberance and clarity. Indeed, taking Yi Li as his disciple was the wisest decision of his life. Wait, where did Yi Li go? The demon wolf, preoccupied with thoughts of Yi Li, was unaware that Yi Li was outside preparing dinner. The original meal had been ruined when the demon wolf knocked it to the ground. So after confirming his teacher was all right and that the fluctuations in soul power were stabilizing as he hoped, Yi Li cautiously closed the wooden door and stood guard outside. Meanwhile, he roasted some clumsy rabbits he had caught nearby for dinner. Dinner was still necessary. Otherwise, he would be left starving at night. However, while roasting the stored soul beast meat, Yi Li couldn't help but recall the agonized expression on his teacher's face as he retched on the floor. That look of suffering was something he had never witnessed before, as even during previous instances when he brewed medicine for the teacher, the most he had seen was a pale complexion and a furrowed brow. Yet today, the agony etched on his teacher's face was magnified tenfold. Could it be that the medicine he painstakingly prepared was truly too bitter? As Yi Li pondered how to improve his brewing technique, he deftly retrieved a bottle of homemade barbecue powder from his storage soul tool. The purple powder, when applied to the soul beast meat, emanated a dreamy violet glow, making Yi Li appear as if he were casting a spell rather than simply grilling. Chapter 4. Journey to the Stardow Forest. The barbecue powder was merely a byproduct from an accidental experiment Yi Li had conducted. Its ingredients were not particularly precious. However, when applied to soul beast meat, It enhanced the flavor of the barbecue. Now, Yili contemplated how to refine his medicinal brewing skills. While it is said that good medicine tastes bitter, no one enjoys consuming particularly bitter concoctions. Yili certainly did not relish the idea, nor did he believe he would be immune to injuries, illnesses, or poisons in the future. To ensure he wouldn't have to endure such torturous bitter medicine like his teacher, Yili felt it essential to improve his brewing skills. At the very least, he should enhance the flavor to make it more palatable. Huh? Did the teacher succeed? As Yili pondered deeply, he suddenly noticed that the teacher, who had been radiating a wave of soul energy in his perception, had mysteriously vanished. This could not possibly mean the teacher had gone missing. Rather, it signified that the teacher had succeeded. A joyful smile spread across Yili's face as he stood up, ready to congratulate his mentor. However, just as he straightened, an intense chill enveloped him, akin to wandering alone on a desolate path, suddenly feeling the piercing gaze of a solitary wolf. Yet, there were no signs of life nearby, nor any soul beasts. Why was he experiencing such a sensation? Could it be? With his mind racing, Yili swiftly deduced who stood behind him and what intentions his teacher harbored. It was a person who had endured a torment more dreadful than death, and now sought to confront the instigator. Not to mention, the teacher was known for a temper that was not easily quelled. But I did not intend to provoke him. Yili anxiously opened his mouth. Teacher, please listen to my explanation. Bang, bang, ah. Following a rather intimate exchange between Yili and his teacher, he sat dejectedly beside the fire, picking at the roasted meat prepared by his mentor, transforming his sorrow into appetite as he devoured the meat vigorously, as if it were a formidable adversary. Only the prominent dark circles under his eyes marred the atmosphere. Teacher, what level of soul energy have you attained now? Yili inquired curiously while chewing on the roasted meat. Although he suspected his teacher's soul energy had indeed increased, and quite significantly, he was unsure by how many levels, as he had not personally experienced the effects of the blue poison flower. Thus, he was eager to learn the extent of his teacher's progress. The magic wolf, busy roasting the meat, remained silent upon hearing his disciple's curiosity, merely flashing a smug hand gesture. Level 50. Congratulations, teacher. While Yili had anticipated the enhancement from the blue poison flower, he had not expected an increase of 2 levels. The blue poison flower was not a rare treasure. It was merely a companion flower of an ordinary Millennium Soul beast. The blue poison toad, despite its potent toxin, was otherwise quite average. Moreover, the teacher, the magic wolf, was already at the Soul Master level. Yili had thought that a 1-level increase would be the maximum, yet it turned out to be 2 levels, filling him with delight over his teacher's newfound strength. The magic wolf, observing his disciple's elation, felt a wave of emotion swell within him. Over the past 8 years, had it not been for Yili's relentless pursuit of medical knowledge, he might have long since been forgotten, buried in some obscure corner. If his son had not perished, he would have been of similar age to Yili now. However, being inherently reticent, he found it challenging to articulate his feelings. After a few stammered attempts, he finally managed to say, Ali, you've broken through to level 20 for over a month now. Have you considered what kind of soul ring you desire? Due to Yili's passion for reading, his understanding of soul beasts and martial souls had surpassed that of his teacher. Currently, the magic wolf could only leverage his soul master strength to assist his disciple in acquiring a fitting soul ring. In terms of soul ring selection, he was not as knowledgeable as Yili. Nevertheless, he aimed to ensure that his disciple's soul ring would surpass his own in quality. Hearing his teacher's words, Yili posit, in the realm of Douluo continent, the acquisition of soul rings was paramount for every soul master. Soul masters could hunt for a soul ring every 10 levels. Both the transition from soul master to great soul master allowed for the absorption of a 100-year yellow soul ring. According to the novel's descriptions, the first soul ring was 423 years old, while the second was 764. The first soul ring had been procured at Yili's insistence, leading to the discovery of a nearly 400-year-old flame wolf. Although it did not approach the maximum age, Yili was thoroughly satisfied. The protagonist Tang San from the original story had also acquired a first soul ring of a similar age. As for the second soul ring, while he was unaware of the exact age of the one absorbed by the original protagonist, it likely did not differ much from 764 years. Therefore, Yili sought a soul ring with an age of around 700 years. Although he wished to push the limits closer to the maximum age, Neither he nor his teacher possessed the extensive theoretical knowledge of a master to accurately assess the ages of most soul beasts. Yili certainly did not want to inadvertently absorb a soul ring beyond its age limit and suffer dire consequences. As for the types of soul beasts, any possessing fire elemental abilities would suffice. After all, his martial soul was aflame. He would harbor no aversion to any fire-type soul beasts. Upon conveying his requirements for the soul ring to his teacher, the magic wolf merely nodded and resumed roasting the soul beast meat. Though he was uncertain why his disciple insisted on a soul beast of around 700 years, after 8 years of companionship, the magic wolf was confident that Yili would not embark on a venture without proper assurance. Thus, as a teacher, all he needed to do was assist his disciple in hunting soul beasts to ensure successful absorption of the soul ring. As long as it was not a dark golden fearsome bear, a top-tier soul beast capable of contending with a millennium soul beast at just 100 years, he could procure one for his disciple. However, after some contemplation, he turned to Yili and stated, "In that case, let us venture to the Douluo forest, where a myriad of soul beasts reside, allowing you ample opportunity to select your desired soul beasts. Moreover, the Ansha family happens to be en route to the Douluo forest." Hee. At this point, the magic wolf smirked. Yili recalled the painful expression on his teacher's face when they had been poisoned by the Ansha family, as well as the events that unfolded during their pursuit, and his demeanor turned cold. Yili nodded in agreement with his teacher's decision. The Ansha family had pursued them for so long. It was high time they paid the price. Chapter 5. The Ansha family the following day, after completing their routine meditation and training. Yili and the magic wolf packed all usable items into their storage soul guide. Due to the necessity of frequent retreats, many items had already been pre-packed for easy transport. Consequently, in just over half an hour, apart from the immovable wooden cabin and medicinal garden, everything had been stored away. Standing at the crossroads leading away from their temporary abode, Yili gazed nostalgically at the wooden house, where he had resided for a month, illuminated by the morning sun. Although the conditions were rudimentary, devoid of human presence, and he had to hunt for food and gather fruits, he had grown fond of this way of life. Here, he was free from the dread of enemies suddenly appearing, unleashing their martial souls, and engaging in a deadly confrontation. There were no lurking foes ready to poison or assassinate them. In this serene setting, he merely needed to rise each day without concern, tending to the medicinal herbs, reclining beneath the shade of trees while indulging in literature. He would then savor the exquisite meals meticulously prepared by his mentor. Occasionally, he might even stumble upon herbs not chronicled in any texts. This way of life, Yili found, was immensely fulfilling and blissful. Yet, he was acutely aware that this month of tranquility and contentment was secured by his poison, which kept adversaries at bay. Once they discovered a means to counteract the toxins he had unleashed, his peaceful existence could be upended at any moment. Only by mastering formidable strength could he live the life he desired in the Douluo continent. Therefore, despite the nostalgia, Yili merely cast a lingering glance back before departing with his mentor. The formidable M.O. Wolf, leading the way, observed the fondness in his disciple's gaze towards the wooden cabin, as well as the carefree smile that had often graced Yili's face over the past month. It was a demeanor he seldom witnessed in Yili. With a sigh, he lamented that if only his own power were greater, he would not have had to lead his disciple in a life of evasion for 8 long years. Now, at the age of 48, he had managed to ascend to the Soul King level thanks to his disciple's assistance, yet he recognized the limitations of his own potential. The ramifications of 8 years spent fleeing could not simply be remedied by a single blue poison flower. However, Yili was different. He had a bright future ahead of him. He was still young, and if that individual had spoken truthfully, perhaps this journey to the Ansha family would provide his disciple with the opportunity to rival the prodigies of the Soul Master Academies. In the quaint town of Carter, specifically at the Crimson Leaf Tavern, after departing from the place where they had resided for a month, Yili and his companion journeyed tirelessly, arriving at the stronghold of the Ansha family after a week. Carter was a small town with a modest population of merely several tens of thousands, and its surrounding resources were scarce, resulting in a lack of commercial development. Typically, it was rare for unfamiliar faces to appear in Carter, which made Yili acutely aware of the curious gazes that often scrutinized him during his stay. However, he sensed only curiosity emanating from those watching, devoid of any malice, and thus chose to ignore them. This was also due to the fact that he had disguised himself prior to entering the town, ensuring he did not reveal his original appearance. Otherwise, he was certain that it would not be long before a soul master from the Ansa family would come seeking his life. Carter was firmly under the control of the Ansa family, with their eyes and ears present throughout. Yili wondered how his mentor's reconnaissance was proceeding. Before entering Carter, his mentor had mentioned the need to gather intelligence on the Ansa family situation and instructed Yili to wait for him at the Crimson Leaf Tavern. Though Yili was curious about his mentor's intentions, he sensed a deeper motive behind his expression and refrained from pressing for details, opting instead to wait at the tavern. Seated there, he was not idle, as with the moon having only recently risen, the tavern was lively with patrons unwinding after a long day. Suddenly, a group entered, distinguishing themselves from the average clientele by their opulent attire, revealing them to be individuals of considerable standing. The group consisted of 5, 2 young men, a young woman, and 2 burly adults. The youths appeared to be in their 20s, their appearances quite agreeable. However, the leading youth clad in blue exuded a somber aura, reminiscent of a venomous serpent, lacking the vivacity of the other 2. The adults, standing as silent sentinels behind them, exuded an air of protection. Upon noticing their arrival, the tavern owner hurried forth, bowing and greeting them with exaggerated courtesy. The atmosphere shifted palpably, with the once boisterous patrons now hushed, their expressions shifting upon seeing the blue-robed youth. Even those who were inebriated and oblivious to the unfolding situation were forcibly silenced by their sober companions. It was clear that the tavern owner's deference stemmed from fear of the Ansa family, whose spirit beast was the blue poison frog. The blue-robed youth's attire, adorned with a golden-threaded emblem of the blue poison frog, signified his status as a direct descendant of the family. The blue-clad youth and his entourage were soon escorted upstairs by the tavern owner, who remained obsequiously bent over in his demeanor. Yili pondered the purpose of their visit. Was it merely accommodation? The conditions here could not possibly compare to those of the Ansa family estate. Were they seeking entertainment? The tavern did not offer such services. Watching the group ascend, Yili felt a mix of curiosity and intrigue. However, recognizing the youth's age and the insignia of a direct descendant, he understood that their status within the Ansa family was significant. As they passed by his table, Yili discreetly placed a small amount of harmless powder on them. This powder, innocuous on its own, could transform into a potent anesthetic when combined with certain ingredients. Even soul masters would find themselves incapacitated upon contact, rendered vulnerable for a time. Yet, as long as Yili refrained from adding the critical component, it would remain merely a common scent. He was confident that the Ansa family, despite their extensive knowledge of poisons, would not detect his subtle handiwork. This confidence stemmed from his 8 years of study in medicine. Chapter 6. The Withering of the Ansa Family. Initially, Yili's intent in the tavern was simply to await the arrival of collateral relatives of the Ansa family, discreetly applying the powder to them, allowing it to spread throughout the family upon their return. This would facilitate his plans when his mentor was ready to act. However, unexpectedly, it was a member of the direct line who caught his attention. Thus, Yili unceremoniously sprinkled the powder on this blue-clad youth, now awaiting his return to the Ansa family to disseminate the powder throughout. He was not concerned about the powder being washed away, as he had meticulously crafted this special anesthetic to ensure its effectiveness. Yili had invested a month into grinding a rare blue and white flower into powder and extracting 2 substances. Its paralyzing capability was formidable, even affecting soul masters, making it the most potent plant he had encountered since arriving in this world. Yet, he understood that employing it in a straightforward manner could inflict harm upon himself as well. As of now, Yili has yet to discover a method to nullify its paralyzing abilities. Thus, he dedicated a month to pulverizing the parts that possessed this paralyzing function, extracting 2 distinct substances. Fortunately for Yili, the paralysis effect of this blue and white flower is derived from the amalgamation of these 2 substances, which grants it the capacity to incapacitate even a soul sect for a brief period. Of course, identifying these 2 substances with precision consumed a considerable amount of Yili's energy. After successfully isolating the desired components, the next challenge was to enhance its practical application. For instance, he needed to ensure it could accurately reach the intended recipients, eliminate its vulnerability to water, and compress its fragrance to the point of being odorless. This was evidently a more formidable task, requiring nearly a year of Yi Li's time to transform it into the desired functionality. This achievement was the foundation of confidence for both Yi Li and his mentor in their plan to annihilate a Soul Master family that boasted a Soul Emperor. Despite Yi Li himself not being a Soul Master or a Great Soul Master, regrettably, this blue and white flower appears to be a rare mutation from nature. Yi Li and his mentor, the demon wolf, scoured the vicinity for quite some time, only managing to find 8 of these flowers, with no more in sight. To maximize the chances of eradicating the Ansa family, Yi Li laid out all the specially formulated anesthetics he had. The majority were entrusted to his mentor, the demon wolf, who specialized in agility and was far more adept at stealthily administering the drugs. A small vial remained in Yi Li's possession, allowing him to ponder its potential applications. As he observed the blue-clad youth vanish up the staircase, Yi Li took a sip of tea. Although he was unaware of why the direct descendants of the Ansa family would venture here at such a late hour, he lost interest after successfully dispersing the fragrant powder. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for his mentor to execute the plan, and then they could commence their operation against the Ansa family. However, it seemed he had yet to name this special anesthetic. During his experiments, he had merely referred to them as Special Anesthetic Number 1 and Special Anesthetic Number 2, without bestowing a unique name upon this particular concoction. Yet, following its pivotal role in this endeavor, it would be a shame to let it vanish without a proper designation to commemorate it, especially considering the year he had invested in its creation. Gazing towards the direction the blue-clad youth ascended, he decided to name it the Withering of Ansa, a choice that resonated positively within him. The more he repeated this name in his mind, the more he found it fitting. Once his mentor returned, he would share this name, confident that it would be well received. After the blue-clad youth and his companions ascended, the oppressive atmosphere within the Red Leaf Tavern dissipated. Others exhaled in relief, daring to converse once more, albeit in hushed tones, cautious not to recreate the earlier uproar. Observing all of this, Yi Li's gaze remained indifferent. He had grown accustomed to the common people's fear of Soul Masters. In the Douluo continent, Soul Masters reigned supreme, wielding powers that ordinary individuals could not hope to withstand. Before Soul Masters, commoners could do naught but bow in humility, daring not to entertain any thoughts of offense. For if a commoner were to provoke a Soul Master or inadvertently cross paths with one in a foul mood, being beaten would be considered fortunate. The unfortunate ones would simply perish. This encapsulates the plight of ordinary people in the Douluo continent. Yi Li's original village was annihilated solely because the meals served failed to satisfy a Soul Emperor's palate. Yet, Yi Li felt a twinge of discomfort within. His worldview, sense of self, and values had already been shaped in his previous life. Now, in this rigidly stratified world where ordinary individuals could never rise, he felt profoundly out of place, unable to integrate into this society. However, possessing insufficient strength to alter the world, he could only endure, feigning adaptability. Over the past 8 years, he had learned to tolerate this discomfort. Beyond the lingering unease, he had grown accustomed to it. After the members of the Ansa family had departed upstairs for a while, the atmosphere on the tavern's first floor gradually returned to its usual vibrancy. Those who boasted resumed their bravado, while the inebriated continued their revelry, restoring the lively ambience. Yi Li paid little attention to this, his focus solely on the safety of his mentor and the pursuit of knowledge. Recognizing his own limitations, he resolved to alter his fate through learning. The conviction that knowledge could reshape destiny and that knowledge's power was deeply ingrained in him, leading him to naturally choose this path. Indeed, knowledge proved to be a formidable force, were it not for his grasp of knowledge. He and his mentor would have long since fallen to the pursuit of those family Soul Masters, left to rot in the wilderness. How else could they have reached a point where they could engage in counterattacks, even formulating plans to eliminate the Ansa family? Thus, knowledge is power. By finding the right avenues, knowledge can transform into strength. However, he wondered how extensive the Ansa family's library was, particularly regarding soul beasts, as his current understanding of soul beasts was swiftly becoming inadequate in light of his growing abilities. His mentor's knowledge on soul beasts was alarmingly scarce. A mere squeeze yielded no further insight. Consequently, while Yi Li possessed profound knowledge in medicine, his understanding of soul beasts and soul masters remained woefully limited. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to provide a precise answer when his mentor inquired about his second soul ring selection, necessitating their search through the Douluo forest. One by one. Sometimes, he wished he could abduct the master for a comprehensive lesson on soul beasts. Unfortunately, the soul masters surrounding the master were either protagonists like Tang San or formidable soul saints and soul Douluos, leaving him with no opportunity to intervene. Alas, just as Yili lamented his inability to invite the master for a lesson, a group of 5 entered the Red Leaf Tavern. Leading the way was a young girl. Her oval face, cherry lips, and alluringly long legs encapsulating beauty. Each of these attributes, if possessed by an ordinary woman, would draw the attention of many males. Thus, when this group entered, an air of silence fell over the tavern, captivated by her beauty. In the small town of Carter, where the common folk had seldom encountered true beauty, their most discerning experiences were limited to glimpses of slightly attractive courtesans. Therefore, the appearance of this girl and her entourage elicited such astonished reactions. As a male, Yili was naturally not immune to her allure. However, upon discerning the girl's face and the emblem embroidered on her silver-white dress, he frowned inwardly. It was Luan Linger from the Luan family. What business could she possibly have in Carter? The Luan family is a prominent clan in the city of Windbell, led by a soul Douluo possessing the Windbell martial soul, renowned across the Douluo continent. They are also the most formidable among the families pursuing Yi Li and his companions, having forced them into a life of evasion over the past 8 years. They can be considered Yi Li's most formidable adversary. However, with the elite competition of Advanced Soul Masters Academy set to commence in just 3 months, one must ponder why they would choose to come to Carter City instead of preparing in Balak City. The elite competition is a grand event on the Douluo continent, attracting throngs of spectators who travel great distances to witness it. Participants are typically the CRME de la CRME of various Advanced Soul Master Academies, showcasing the talents of young prodigies. Many Soul Master families, sects, and noble houses attend in hopes of recruiting exceptional talents. While the top-tier geniuses are largely sought after by the Star Luo Empire, the Heaven Do Empire, and the Spirit Hall, there remains a chance to recruit those of slightly lesser caliber. The Luan family, to which Luan Linger belongs, qualifies to scout for talents at this prestigious event. Moreover, Luan Linger serves as the vice-captain of her academy's competition team, boasting a level 35 control system battle soul. Shouldn't she be honing her skills with her team in preparation for the competition? With a heart full of questions, Yili continued to observe Luan Linger and her entourage. Beside her walked a tall young woman clad in a blue dress adorned with the emblem of the blue poison frog, signifying her identity as a direct descendant of the Ansa family. Ansa Rohua, the leader of the younger generation of the Ansa family, possesses a rare variant martial soul, the Healing Toad, and is a level 32 soul master. Although she is already 25 years old and ineligible to participate in the competition, her status as a young leader in the small Ansa family is unquestionable, even surpassing that of the deceased 36th level battle soul master who once posed a threat to her position. In the realm of soul masters, healers are accorded greater respect due to the unpredictable nature of life, where anyone might find themselves in need of their aid. Thus, when Ansarawa made her entrance into the Red Leaf Tavern, the previously bustling atmosphere fell into a hush, silence enveloping the establishment. Volking Bezida Luan Lingia. Ansarawa slightly furrowed her brow, discontent with the attention, yet feeling powerless to change the situation. In Carter City, the Ansa family is akin to royalty, and ordinary folks nearby dare not breathe too loudly, fearful of inciting the wrath of the Ansa family soul masters. With a quiet sigh, she began to contemplate how best to fulfill her promise to her brother, to create an opportunity for Luan Linger to develop an affinity for him. The remaining 3 individuals were older soul masters, and Yili recognized them as familiar faces from past encounters when they had pursued him. 2 were soul sect members, and 1 was a soul king. This presented a troublesome predicament. The soul king, a fast attack type, wielded the shadow, dagger, martial soul, allowing him to conceal his movements within shadows. If not dispatched swiftly, he would retreat into the darkness to strike with lethal precision, making him a particularly odious type of soul master. His presence implied that Yi Li and his companions now faced not only an Ansa family soul emperor and 3 soul kings, but also had to guard against the covert assassinations of the agile soul king. This added numerous uncertainties to Yi Li's plans to eliminate the Ansa family. Moreover, Linger's windbell martial soul effectively counters his poisons, as a gust of wind could easily disperse the toxic powder he employed. He had yet to acquire knowledge regarding hidden weapons. Nevertheless, this clarified Yi Li's earlier curiosity about the presence of Ansa family members at the Red Leaf Tavern. Due to the nature of their blue poison, frog, martial soul, their prolonged stay in any establishment inevitably leaves behind an unpleasant odor. Thus, anyone not belonging to the Ansa family would prefer alternative accommodations. After the tavern owner once again humbly escorted Linger and her party to the second floor, the patrons on the first floor exchanged hesitant glances. If it were merely one Ansa family member residing at the Red Leaf Tavern, they could continue their meals with some peace of mind, as the soundproofing between the two levels was effective enough not to disturb the esteemed Soul Master. Although Ansa family members are known for their volatile tempers, often resorting to poisoning ordinary folk, those who patronize the Red Leaf Tavern generally possess some level of status, thus unlikely to be indiscriminately harmed. However, within just 10 minutes, another Ansa family member appeared at the tavern. Although this particular individual was a renowned healing soul master, known for her reputation among the Ansa family. She too belonged to a family regarded as bullies by the common folk of Carter City, leading to an instinctive aversion to their presence. Consequently, when two esteemed soul masters from the Ansa family made appearances in quick succession, the remaining patrons felt compelled to vacate the premises. Not long after, guests began to discreetly settle their bills and leave. The tavern owner, descending from the second floor, observed the dwindling crowd with a face reflecting his despair. Yet he dared not express dissatisfaction towards the soul masters responsible for this situation. Instead, he sighed in resignation and returned to the counter to continue his accounting. Chapter 8. The presence of both Linger and Ansa Rohua at the Red Leaf Tavern suggested an occurrence unbeknownst to Yi Li. Although curiosity stirred within him, his primary focus lay on opportunity. With the creation of the Ansa's decay, Yi Li possessed not only the means to administer the poison directly, but also the ability to spread it over time through prolonged contact with specific targets. If two individuals lingered in close proximity for over 3 minutes, the decay could transfer from one to the other. Thus, identifying the right target would enable Yi Li to ensnare the entire Ansa family. Given Ansa Rohua's status as the most powerful healing soul master within her family, she frequently interacted with the upper echelons of the Ansa clan, making her an ideal candidate for his plans. Yet, the presence of Linger and the Soul King with the Shadow Dagger posed complications. Linger's windbell martial soul, with its attributes of wind and sound, would easily detect the presence of airborne powder. Furthermore, the heightened physical acuity of the Soul King would allow him to sense even the slightest disturbance in the air. Yi Li, merely a soul master, could not approach without alerting the Soul King to his intentions of administering the Ansa's decay. Unless one has previously placed the withering of Ansha on others, utilizing its infectious mechanism to spread it to them, administering the drug proves to be rather challenging. It seems the only option is to wait for her to emerge or for the teacher's return. However, preparations can still be made in the meantime. Yi Li, with an expression of peculiar intrigue, retrieved an item from his storage soul guide and placed the withering of Ansha inside. He whispered, somewhat astonished, that he had never anticipated a day when he would find such a thing useful, which felt rather odd. As he touched the item concealed within his clothing, a shiver ran through him, for its curse was indeed unsettling. Yet this was the only method he could conceive of to administer the drug to Ansa Rohua without arousing suspicion. After muttering a few promises to himself about never using it again, he continued to summon the waiter for drinks. Moments later, as he sipped his beverage, he felt a sudden stir within, hearing the distinct sound of high heels echoing from the second floor. Since Ansa Rohua had ascended, no one else had ventured upstairs. Apart from her, he had not witnessed any other woman wearing such shoes. Thus, Yi Li's gaze flickered as he produced the powder box hidden in his garments. Mimicking a man fond of cosmetics, he began to apply powder to his face. Although men who enjoyed makeup were relatively few, some did exist. Consequently, the remaining patrons of the Red Leaf Tavern, though perplexed by the sight of an ordinary-looking young man adorning himself as a woman might, merely regarded him with curious eyes and said nothing. With the loudmouths having departed and those reluctant to leave being dragged away by friends, Yi Li, who had been attentively observing his surroundings, sighed in relief upon noticing the absence of any prying eyes. However, Their expressions of curiosity still caused a slight flush to rise on his cheeks. Each passing second felt like an agonizing trial. Fortunately, the silhouette of Anshirohwa soon appeared at the top of the staircase. Positioned perfectly at the exit for those descending, she instantly spotted Yi Li applying powder. Despite the fact that men in her family often indulged in makeup due to their martial spirit, it was her first encounter with an outsider engaging in such practices. As she passed by, her curiosity compelled her to glance at Yi Li's appearance. Unremarkable, even somewhat unattractive, no wonder he sought to enhance his looks. Only I, the young lady, am naturally beautiful, with smooth skin that requires no embellishment, she mused playfully, though a twinge of guilt followed as she recognized the potential offense to his dignity. Silently, she stuck out her tongue in apology, yet her exterior remained haughty as she strode past him, concealing the playful heart beneath her aloof facade. Once Anshirohwa had departed, Yi Li finally allowed his expression of fear to dissipate, leaving only traces of panic on his face, a vivid portrayal of an ordinary individual startled by the presence of someone from the Ansha family while engaged in makeup. 8 years of evading danger had honed his acting skills to perfection, allowing him to deceive the members of the Ansha family effortlessly. After stowing the powder box away, he called for the waiter to settle the bill. Though he had successfully administered the withering of Ansha to Anshirohwa, a sense of elation eluded him. Observing the waiter approach with a nearly suppressed expression of curiosity, Yi Li felt a pang of concern for his reputation. Thankfully, he had altered his appearance. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to clear his name. As he felt the powder box hidden beneath his clothing, he resolved to discard it at the earliest opportunity. Furthermore, this matter must remain undisclosed to the teacher. If she were to discover it, not only would she stubbornly refuse to admit wrongdoing, but she was also known for her tendency to gossip. The mere thought of the peculiar looks he might face if the teacher learned of this incident caused him to shudder. No, it must be disposed of tonight. No, it must be destroyed. Upon returning to the Ansha family estate, Anshirohwa was summoned to the conference hall, where she was instructed to recount every detail of her conversation with Luan Linger at the Red Leaf Tavern, as well as Luan Linger's responses. Luan Linger's sudden arrival in Carter City was as perplexing to the Ansha family as it was to Yi Li. With the elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies approaching, she should have been preparing at the academy. Thus, upon learning of Anshirohwa's return, the family head promptly called her to the conference hall to ascertain the purpose behind the Luan family's unexpected visit. Although Anshirohwa found the situation somewhat strange, she obediently recounted her entire conversation with Luan Linger, including her attempt to assist her brother in getting closer to Luan Linger. Her narration lasted 10 minutes before the family head allowed her to leave. Brother, do you think the Luan family sent Luan Linger here for that item? In the conference hall, aside from the family head, sat the second elder of the Ansha family, Ansha Shushan, a formidable rank 52 assault system Soul King. Although his physique resembled that of a toad, short and rotund, his prowess ranked among the top 3 in the Ansha family, making him a core figure in their hierarchy. The reasoning you present has merit. The family head sighed from his seat. While our Ansha family holds some renown in the Bala Kingdom, we are but insignificant in comparison to the Luan family, which has a sole Douluo in residence. The only thing capable of attracting their talented young woman to us at this juncture is likely that treasure. Brother, what should we do? That item is vital for the continuity of our family. The second elder patted his round belly, worry etched across his face. After all the effort we expended to establish a connection with the Luan family, if we were to refuse now, all our hard work could go to waste. Luan Linger is the granddaughter of that Soul Douluo. Yet, the continuation of the family must not be sacrificed. The second elder's concerns were not lost on the family head. But did the Ansha family really possess the strength to refuse? Alas, as night deepened, the following afternoon, Yi Li and his teacher, who had returned late the previous night, found themselves at a tea house near the Ansha family estate, quietly sipping tea and awaiting the moment when the withering of Ansha would spread throughout the Ansha family. Teacher, what were you doing last night? You returned in the early hours, around 3 or 4. Given that the teacher had set out early to scout locations, he should have returned well before this time. After all, he was a sensitive assault system Soul Master, on the verge of breaking through to the rank of Soul King. At the pace of a teacher, half a day suffices to traverse the entirety of Carter City, rendering it unnecessary to wait until the early hours of 3 or 4 in the morning to return. Thus, Yili found himself curious about his mentor's activities the previous night. What could it be? Such matters are hardly appropriate for a child to inquire about. The demon wolf cast a sidelong glance at Yili, contemplating whether to divulge to his disciple that he had felt an unexpected pang of loneliness, and, after taking some medicine, sought solace in conversation with a young lady. Furthermore, due to her exceptional skills, he had inadvertently lingered for several additional hours. As a teacher, it was imperative to shield his young disciple from the moral decay of adults and uphold his own dignity. Noticing his mentor's reluctance to share, Yili refrained from pressing further. Moreover, he had been somewhat distracted by the incident involving the fragrant powder box the night before, failing to notice the strong scent that clung to his teacher upon his late return. He mistakenly assumed it was a result of the frequent interactions with the Ansa family, leading to such a potent aroma. In truth, he had never ventured into establishments of frivolity in either his past or present life, having only heard of them by name without ever encountering them. Seeing that his disciple was no longer fixated on the previous night's events, the demon wolf felt a sense of relief. His authority as a teacher appeared to be intact. However, in order to divert his astute yet somewhat overzealous disciple's attention from the prior happenings, the demon wolf cleverly initiated a new topic. "Ali, you're now 14 years old. At your age, ordinary people are already marrying and starting families. How about it? Once we complete this task, shall we find you a wife?" Upon saying this, he mischievously gestured towards Luan Linger, who had just emerged from the Ansa family estate. "Yili, failing somehat ekasperatet, repliet." "Teacher, your words ring quite like a joke. I still wish to continue living." Furthermore, as he observed Luan Linger's exquisite features, her fair skin, beauty, and long legs, coupled with her status as a prized soul master, he mused that marrying her could potentially save him several lifetimes of toil. Yet, beauty alone held little value. Could it satiate hunger or enhance his strength? If not, what purpose did it serve? Thus, Yili chose to disregard his mentor's jest, stating, "Teacher, the blue bamboo bird is becoming increasingly agitated. We should prepare to act." Before entering Carter City, Yili had captured a blue bamboo bird from outside the city and enhanced its sense of smell for the yilan flower with a special powder. In the Douluo continent, the blue bamboo bird was merely an ordinary creature, not a soul beast. Yili captured it because of its affinity for the yilan flower, having evolved a keen sense of smell for it. Even from hundreds of meters above, it could accurately detect the fragrance of the yilan flower. The blue and white flowers that constituted the Ansa's decay were derived from mutated yilan flowers. Thus, the blue bamboo bird served as a tool to assess the spread of the Ansa's decay. The more frantic the bird became, the greater the number of individuals infected within the Ansa family. Currently, the blue bamboo bird was in a frenzy, its eyes turning red as it frantically pecked at its cage. "Once the Lawn family's little brat takes her soul king a distance away, we shall commence our actions." As the conversation shifted to serious matters, the demon wolf adopted a more solemn demeanor. After the soul king of the Lawn family departed, only a soul emperor and a soul king remained within the Ansa family estate. The family's grand elder and third elder had either ventured to the soul-hunting forest in pursuit of soul rings or had been absent from Carter City for several days due to grain trade in Soto City. Even though the Ansa family was not at its peak, the notion that a soul master and a soul scholar could annihilate it would be dismissed by outsiders as a preposterous jest. However, with Yili's Ansa's decay in play, the soul emperor and soul king of the Ansa family merely appeared as impotent elders in the demon wolf's eyes. Yili nodded, confident in his Ansa's decay. Yet he was not one to act hastily. An increase in assurance was always welcome. Time passed slowly. The sun hanging in the sky gradually shifted westward, intensifying the heat. Yili glanced up at the sun. They had initially been shielded by a canopy, but as the sun moved, the light became unrelenting. Yet, he noticed that Luan Linger had been absent for some time. "Heh, dear disciple, it's time to act." The demon wolf's face was alight with anticipation, excitement bubbling within him at the thought of extinguishing the Ansa family, his pursuers for so long. The previous wait had merely stemmed from a cautiousness cultivated over years of evasion. Now it was time to collect debts. The two stood, retrieving several copper soul coins to settle their bill. With smiles upon their faces, they approached the grand entrance of the Ansa family estate. "Halt! This is the Ansa family estate. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to approach." What is your purpose here? The guards at the entrance of the Ansa family, taken aback by the inexplicable smiles on Yi Li and his companions' faces, shouted with indignation. Yi Li disregarded the guards' attempts to deter them, responding with a calm smile. We have come to eradicate your clan. Chapter 10. The assault begins before Yi Li's words could fully resonate. His mentor, the demon wolf, had already impatiently activated his martial spirit and lunged at the two guards. Without employing any soul skills, his wolf claws tore through them, inflicting grievous injuries. Yi Li shook his head in resignation. His teacher was perhaps a bit too eager, having acted before he could make his grand entrance. However, he understood his mentor's urgency for vengeance. Throughout 8 years of evasion, most attacks and assassinations had been directed at the teacher. Even the few aimed at Yi Li had been vigorously thwarted by his mentor, resulting in Yi Li sustaining minimal injuries over the years. The same could not be said for his teacher, who had often endured poisoning and fractures as commonplace occurrences, suffering grievously every few months. Particularly, since the Ansa family had joined the pursuit 3 years prior, his mentor had been in near constant agony. Poison did more than merely inflict pain. Yi Li stood aside, drawing his bow to guard against any ambushes aimed at his teacher. Ah, vengeance trudie fil exhilarating. Ali, let's charge in. The demon wolf cackled with a sinister glee, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of battle. Indeed, but do keep an eye on your soul power consumption, teacher. Fear not. I am well aware, the demon wolf reassured, thumping his chest to signify his readiness. For this day, he had long since donned leather armor beneath his clothing, prepared for the onslaught. Yet, after patting his head, he roared with laughter, retrieving a wolf-headed helmet from his soul guide and placing it atop his head. He donned specially crafted wolf claws over his own hands, the metallic clash of the claws ringing out, echoing his fervent desire for retribution. Once the teacher was fully equipped, Yi Li nodded and followed closely behind him as they surged toward the Ansa family estate's entrance. As a mere soul master, no amount of armor could aid him against a soul king or soul emperor. It would be more prudent to forego it, lightening his load for easier evasion. Boom! The grand entrance of the Ansar family, crafted from fine mahogany, was suddenly seized by the teacher's claws, splintering into 4 pieces that crashed to the ground. Ha! Old Toad, your grandfather, the demon wolf, has arrived. Come forth and meet your demise. Due to the association with the blue-venomed toad martial spirit, the patriarch of the Ansar family was derogatorily nicknamed Old Toad, coupled with the audacity of the figure in the wolf helmet, who brazenly shouted this insulting moniker upon bursting through the family gates. It was not long before the Ansar family's guards swarmed from all directions, encircling Yi Li and his companions. Yi Li and the demon wolf paid little heed to these commoners, who were not even soul masters. Lacking any hidden weapons capable of threatening a soul master and numbering fewer than 1,000, they posed no real danger, especially to a speed-oriented soul sect. Just moments after being surrounded, the guards suddenly felt an inexplicable itch, as though something were seeping from their noses. The captain of the guards, adorned in ornate armor, wiped his nose only to discover his hand stained with red. Poisoned? The first thought that crossed the captain's mind was this. As a guard of a family renowned for his mastery of toxins, he possessed some understanding of poisons. However, he was utterly clueless about when he had been poisoned. Thus, his second thought emerged. When did I get poisoned? Before the captain could ponder further, the guards surrounding Yi Li collapsed one after another, unconscious and unresponsive. Given Yi Li's ability to concoct the withering agent effective against even soul kings and soul emperors, it was only natural that he could create a tincture potent enough to incapacitate ordinary individuals. Yet, as Yi Li observed the fallen guards, he realized he had perhaps administered too strong a dosage. Otherwise, they would merely have fainted without the nosebleeds. From the depths of the courtyard, a middle-aged man with a pallid complexion emerged from the shadows, clapping his hands. Indeed, little poison master, your reputation is well-deserved. Our Ansar guards have undergone rigorous training in toxin resistance from a young age. Common poisons are ineffective against them. Yet, under your hand, they fell without even a single round. His tone dripped with disdain as he concluded, truly useless. The patriarch's eyes reflected his contempt. They had invested heavily in training their guards to serve a purpose during enemy incursions, but now they had been incapacitated in the very first encounter, rendering them utterly worthless. Yi Li paid no mind to the patriarch's praise, instead remaining concealed behind his teacher. The Ansar family boasted dozens of soul masters, yet only the patriarch had emerged, suggesting an ambush. The demon wolf, too, sensed this and tensed its claws, its soul rings shimmering with light. Should anything amiss occur, it would unleash its soul skills to protect Yi Li, still a soul master. Noticing the tension, the Ansar patriarch smiled reassuringly. Fear not, we have no ambush set. You and your master burst in unexpectedly and killed our guards. We had no time to prepare any traps. Yi Li remained unresponsive, tightening the bowstring, poised to release an arrow at any moment. The arrowhead glimmered ominously in the sunlight, clearly laced with potent venom. The patriarch eyed Yi Li's bow with trepidation, recalling a previous encounter with a Soul King who had been overly confident in their martial spirit and had disregarded an arrow aimed at them. Now their grave was overgrown with 3 meters of grass. Thus, the moniker Little Poison Master had been bestowed upon Yi Li. Among the duo of Yi Li and the demon wolf, it was Yi Li who caused the most concern for the patriarch. No one could predict what lethal toxin this individual, endowed with extraordinary talent for poisons, might wield. The patriarch believed that their sudden assault on the Ansar family must stem from Yi Li's advancements in toxic arts, having developed a new and formidable poison capable of incapacitating even a soul emperor. Consequently, he was reluctant to summon the lower-ranked soul masters of his family, fearing they might fall victim to the enemy's attacks. This was something he could not tolerate. Moreover, the Soul King from the Luan family was in Carter City. He had already dispatched his family's soul masters to summon them back. Soon, they would have a soul emperor and 2 soul kings present, one of whom was a speed-oriented soul king, capable of eliminating Yi Li and his companion with ease. All he needed to do now was buy time. After a prolonged wait, Yi Li, still taut with anticipation, noticed that no ambush had materialized. Instead, the Ansar patriarch continued to prattle incessantly, showing no sign of advancing. Are you merely stalling for time? As the patriarch continued his monologue, attempting to provoke Yi Li into revealing something, he paused at Yi Li's query. After pondering for a moment, realizing the Soul King from the Luan family was nearly there, he smiled and said, Yes, I am indeed stalling for time. But what can you do about it? We have a Soul Emperor, a Soul King, and 7 Soul Sect members, with the addition of the Luan family's Soul King. That makes 2 Soul Kings. And what do you have? Just 1 Soul Sect member and a master who isn't even a great Soul Master. I'm stalling for time. What can you possibly do to me? As the patriarch laughed heartily, the second elder and the 7 Soul Sect members emerged from the distance, blocking any possible escape routes for Yi Li and his companions. Now they found themselves trapped, with a Soul Emperor in front and a Soul King and Soul Sect members behind them. Any reasonable person, upon learning of Yi Li's soul power level, would not believe they had any chance of escape. Yet, Yi Li merely smiled at their hesitant stance. Oh, have you not considered that while you're stalling for time, I am also stalling for time? After all, my forte lies in toxins. Upon uttering these words, the Ansar patriarch and the second elder remained motionless, clearly disbelieving Yi Li's assertion. However, the 7 Soul Sect members exhibited signs of uncertainty. They were aware of the reputation of Little Poison Master, who had once killed a Soul King. But seeing their family patriarch and second elder remain unmoved, they chose to trust their leader and stayed put. This left Yi Li somewhat disappointed. He had anticipated that his mere words would send them into a panic, prompting them to lunge forward. At that moment, he would accelerate his soul power, allowing the withering agent to take effect within them before they could even reach him. However, even if they did not act as he had envisioned, it was futile. Another crucial component of the withering agent had already permeated the entire Ansar estate. Teacher, we can make our move now. Haha, good. I have grown weary of the incessant chatter of this old toad before me. Come forth and meet your end. The yellow soul rings glowed upon the demon wolf. Second soul skill, Shadow Hunter Claw. Transforming into wolf-like claws, the demon wolf unleashed its second soul skill, enveloped in swirling dark energy. As the menacing magic wolf lunged towards him, Chief Ansa could not help but smirk disdainfully. How dare a mere spirit master challenge him? If it weren't for your disciple, would you still be standing here? Yet, despite his contempt, Chief Ansa did not underestimate the creature's assault. Spirit possession, 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, hovered around him, exuding the formidable aura of a Soul Emperor at level 64. 5th soul skill, Toxic Swamp. Chief Ansa's fifth soul skill transformed the surrounding 30 meters into a treacherous, poisonous marsh, effectively countering the close combat prowess of the agile magic wolf. While he feigned indifference, he approached the conflict with utmost caution. However, upon witnessing Chief Ansa activate his fifth soul ring, Yi Li's smile widened with delight. Bang! Suddenly, Ansa's elongated body crumpled to the ground. What is happening? Why can't I control my body? Am I poisoned? When did this happen? Why is my martial spirit ineffective? Lying on the ground, Chief Ansa was engulfed by panic, having believed he had been vigilant enough. Even as a soul emperor facing a mere spirit master, he had maintained his distance, biding time for his allies. Moreover, his martial spirit, the blue poison frog, was supposed to offer a degree of resistance to toxins. Yet, to his horror, it proved utterly ineffective against Yi Li's poison. This horrifying reality filled Chief Ansa with despair and rage. If he had fallen victim, how could the other soul masters of the Ansa family possibly escape unscathed? Was the Ansa family about to perish at his hands? With little time to dwell on his anguish, the magic wolf's shadowy claws swiftly severed his throat, silencing his remaining thoughts as darkness enveloped him. Elder brother, Chief. The second elder's eyes blazed with fury upon witnessing his brother's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, growing up under their father's neglect. It was his elder brother who had raised him. After their father's passing, his brother had become a father figure to him. Now, the most respected figure in his life lay dead before him, overwhelming his mind with grief and rage. He glared at the magic wolf, thirsting for vengeance. Fifth soul skill, violent heavy pressure. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Li spared a glance at the 8 soul masters immobilized by the Ansa's withering technique, then disregarded them entirely. As the effects of Ansa's withering filled the estate, their fates were sealed. Sheathing his bow, Yi Li approached the lifeless body of Chief Ansa. The soul masters ensnared by the withering technique no longer possessed any capacity for resistance. There was no need for him to linger and continue the assault. Moreover, having been relentlessly hunted by the Ansa family, he was seething with pent-up rage, eager to exact his revenge. Thus, he relinquished the heads of the Ansa clan to his teacher and pursued his own desires. Kneeling beside Chief Ansa's corpse, Yi Li's expression turned excited as he began to search through the body. As a soul emperor and the patriarch of a martial spirit family, he surely possessed valuable items within his storage soul tool. After rummaging through the corpse, Yi Li extracted a jade green hairpin. His demeanor faltered as he beheld this distinctly feminine accessory. Why would a grown man like Chief Ansa possess such a storage soul tool? He had no desire to venture into the realm of cross-dressing. However, his subsequent discoveries within the hairpin soothed his expression slightly. The storage space was an impressive 20 cubic meters, and the first item to catch his eye was a black card. This card functioned similarly to a bank card from his previous life, usable only by its owner. Yi Li shook his head, quickly dismissing it. It seemed his investment in the Ansa family would be difficult to recoup. He estimated the worth of the withering technique at around 300,000 gold soul coins, enough to procure a moderately good soul bone. Soul bones were coveted treasures among soul masters in Douluo continent. Chapter 12. Corpse Examination. Yi Li continued to explore the space within the jade green hairpin. Aside from a black card, he found a modest quantity of gold soul coins, only a few hundred, likely kept by Chief Ansa for everyday transactions. The remainder consisted of auxiliary soul tools, wholly ineffective for combat. No wonder Chief Ansa had never deployed them. In the world of Douluo, soul tools were relegated to supportive roles and seldom took center stage in battles. They would only shine when the Sun-Moon continent collided with Douluo. Casting the soul tools aside, Yi Li pressed on and finally discovered what he sought. Books, numerous books. He eagerly extracted one, titled Encyclopedia of Soul Beasts of the Ansa family. The text described a soul beast known as the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, a serpentine creature, non-venomous, adorned with a blood-red comb and wings resembling a chicken's, renowned for its swift speed. The method for determining its age was outlined. For every meter it grew, it aged approximately 200 years, with its wings turning a pale red upon reaching a millennium. The suggested hunting strategy advised enlisting avian martial spirit soul masters for the endeavor. Yi Li's excitement swelled as he absorbed the details about the soul beasts. The book not only provided descriptions, but also included corresponding illustrations, allowing for immediate recognition of the creatures. Furthermore, he discovered sections detailing the various parts of soul beasts and their uses. For instance, the coxcomb on the phoenix-tailed snake was rich in nutrients, serving both as a delectable dish and as a vital ingredient for medicinal baths to heal injuries. With this knowledge, Yili could streamline his analysis of the medicinal properties of soul beast parts, redirecting his focus toward other, more pressing matters. However, it was somewhat disappointing that, due to the Ansa family's martial spirit resembling a frog, the encyclopedia primarily documented soul beasts such as snakes, frogs, and spiders, creatures characterized by their toxicity. Yili lamented this, as his own martial spirit was a fire type, ideally suited for absorbing fire attribute soul rings, while his teacher's martial spirit, the swift fire magic wolf, was more compatible with fire or wolf-type soul rings. Unfortunately, the encyclopedia lacked references to such attributes. Nonetheless, the mere presence of new reading material filled Yi Li with satisfaction. Only by traversing into the world of Douluo could one truly grasp the extent of the aristocracy's monopoly on knowledge regarding soul beasts and soul masters. Even his teacher, a spirit master of the agile type, possessed a woefully inadequate understanding of soul beasts beyond the most common knowledge. Lacking confidence in selecting an appropriate soul ring for Yi Li left him feeling somewhat lost, despite his earlier belief that becoming an apprentice would ensure his safety. Carefully stowing the book back into his storage soul guide, Yi Li turned and approached the corpse of the second elder. The remains of the Ansa clan leader had already brought him unexpected surprises, such as the encyclopedia of soul beasts of the Ansa family. Surely, the second elder, not lacking in strength within the Ansa clan, would also provide him with some surprises. Excited, he crouched beside the second elder's body, took a deep breath, and began to search the corpse. Suddenly, from the shadows 50 meters away, a figure fell to the ground. With a dagger entwined in shadows and 5 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, 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 fading from his form, it was clear that he was a soul king. His direction indicated an intention to conceal himself in the shadows, waiting to ambush Yi Li. However, the scent of decay from the Ansa clan permeated the entire estate. Anyone who had previously encountered the powder Yi Li had sprinkled, or who had been in proximity to those affected for over 3 minutes, was doomed. The closer they were to Yi Li, the swifter their demise. The dense aroma of decay surrounding Yi Li was sufficient to paralyze anyone who had inhaled it. Thus, even if the Ansa clan leader had not delayed, he would still have perished. Glancing at the fallen shadow dagger soul king, Yi Li raised his hand to summon his martial soul and unleashed a fireball into the sky before returning to his examination of the second elder's corpse. Although the shadow dagger soul king was rendered immobile by the decay, he was still a soul king, while Yi Li was merely a soul master. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, it would be best for his teacher to collect the bounty. At that moment, the demon wolf, who was deep within the Ansa estate wreaking havoc, noticed the signal sent by his apprentice. A grin spread across his face, indicating yet another prey had fallen into his trap. After swiftly dispatching an Ansa clan soul master, he tossed the body aside and strode towards Yi Li. Having finished searching the second elder's body, Yi Li stood up with a hint of disappointment. Although the second elder possessed numerous golden soul coins and some precious herbs, their total value paled in comparison to the green hairpin of the Ansa clan leader. Yet, it was the books Yi Li desperately sought that remained absent, leaving him somewhat disheartened. "How'd it go, Ali? Any treasures?" The demon wolf exclaimed, emerging from the depths of the courtyard, his clothes stained crimson. "Quite well. I acquired a few books. Teacher, did you handle the soul masters inside?" Yi Li responded, noticing the joy radiating from his teacher's face, suggesting that the frustrations of being hunted by the Ansa clan had been alleviated. "Yes, I've mostly eliminated them. There might still be a few stragglers. But our primary goal in infiltrating the Ansa clan was not merely to kill, but to obtain that prized possession. Since I had nearly finished the slaughter, I did not pursue further. Besides, there is still a substantial catch awaiting me here. Ali, I extracted the location of their family's study from one of the Ansa clan's youngsters. Just head left and keep walking, and you'll find it. Leave the rest to me." The demon wolf's claws clashed together with a metallic sound as he smirked at the fallen shadow dagger soul king. "All right, teacher, take care. I will head over first." Yi Li's eyes sparkled upon hearing his teacher's words. A soul master's study would undoubtedly contain numerous books he had yet to read. After thanking his teacher, he eagerly made his way to the Ansa clan's study. The demon wolf, observing the excitement on his apprentice's face, chuckled softly. He was well aware of his disciple's interests. After all, he had specifically extracted the location from a surviving soul master before dealing with him. Once Yili departed, the demon wolf gazed at the fallen shadow dagger, Soul King, with a sinister smile. You once pursued me relentlessly, leaving me with countless broken bones. Yet now, how is it that you lie there, no longer in pursuit? Ha ha ha. Chapter 13. The green study. Following the directions provided by his teacher, Yili entered and turned left. Apart from a few corpses that bore the mark of his teacher's handiwork, the area was eerily quiet. It seemed the remaining individuals had already hidden away. Initially, the scent of decay had not yet enveloped the entirety of the Ansa estate, allowing ordinary people to find refuge. However, Yili held no desire to slaughter innocents. Those qualified to participate in the hunt for him were at least soul masters. After walking for several hundred meters, Yili finally arrived at his destination, the Ansa clan's study. The door, which should have been guarded, stood unprotected, indicating that the guards had fled. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, he pushed open the door. Creaking open, the sight before him was a row of bookshelves filled with volumes. A mere glance revealed an abundance of literature. Yili inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of the books. It was a truly delightful experience. Titles such as Illustrated Guide to Top-Tier Soul Beasts, Hunting Soul Beasts in the Star-Do Forest Diary, Rare Treasures of Douluo Continent, Comprehensive Guide to Common Medicinal Baths, and Optimal Soul Ring Combinations for the Blue Poison Frog Martial Soul filled his view. Overwhelmed with joy, Yili felt as though he had struck gold. With these tomes, he would no longer need to painstakingly test the properties of herbs or risk poisoning himself. He would no longer fear mistakenly absorbing a soul ring beyond his capacity. He would not have to gaze longingly at rare treasures, only to leave empty-handed. Thus, he resolved to collect every single book. Looking at the shelves brimming with literature, he clenched his fist in determination. If he did not take these books, he would not sleep soundly at night. With a wave of his hand, he began to transfer the beautifully adorned volumes into his storage soul guide. As the once empty space of his storage soul guide gradually filled with books, the smile on Yili's face widened, and he even began to hum a cheerful tune. Finally, after the last book was stored away, he licked his lips, savoring the thrill of his bounty. Gently caressing the green hairpin, which now served as his mobile library due to its ample storage capacity, he decided to name it the Green Study. After carefully securing the Green Study, Yili surveyed the now barren study, and upon confirming that no books were left behind, he departed with a mix of regret and excitement to seek out other valuable items. The Ansa family possesses treasures beyond merely a study filled with books, a storeroom for medicinal herbs, and a secret chamber housing rare artifacts. There's also a treasury specifically designated for the storage of gold soul coins. As a lineage of soul masters with a legacy spanning generations, their accumulated wealth is undoubtedly substantial. After a thorough search, Yili and his companion found their storage soul tools insufficient to hold all they had gathered. Reluctantly, they were compelled to abandon some items of lesser value, barely managing to carry away the treasures they had discovered. Nonetheless, both Yili and his mentor, the magic wolf, radiated joy at that moment. With this newfound wealth, Yili felt reassured that he would not have to worry about funds for his cultivation until he reached the rank of Soul King. This realization led him to reflect on the age-old adage that wealth often comes through nefarious means. Indeed, the ancients had not misled him. Ali, while you were rummaging through the old toad's remains, did you happen to find a cerulean orb? The magic wolf suddenly inquired, breaking Yili's reverie as he mused about the nature of fortune. A cerulean orb? Yes, there was one, Yili replied, recalling the orb he had seen in the verdant study belonging to the Ansa patriarch. It seemed to emit warmth when he had touched it with his mental energy, clearly indicating its precious nature. However, at that moment, the allure of books had captivated him far more, leading him to cast it aside for future examination. He retrieved the cerulean orb and presented it to his mentor. The magic wolf accepted it with a deep breath, his demeanor shifting to one of tension. The future of his beloved disciple's journey as a soul master hinged upon whether this orb was indeed the treasure spoken of by the mysterious figure. Observing the confusion on his pupil's face, the magic wolf could not suppress a chuckle. Once you comprehend the significance of this orb, you shall be moved to your core. Channeling a modicum of soul power, the magic wolf began to explore the orb, adhering to the instructions provided by the enigmatic figure. He sensed warmth, vitality, and the essence of the ocean within. Upon infusing a thread of soul power into the orb, as directed, he felt enveloped in a soothing warmth akin to basking in a hot spring. His very soul felt as if it could soar. After a considerable time, he emerged from this comforting state, a lingering blush of relaxation gracing his features, which elicited both concern and amusement from Yi Li, who stood nearby. Unaware of the odd expression on Yi Li's face, the magic wolf, post-experimentation, confirmed that the cerulean orb was indeed the coveted treasure. He solemnly entrusted it back to Yi Li. Ali, safeguard this orb. Remember, you must never let anyone else know you possess it. Understood? Yes, master. Yi Li, rarely privy to such gravity on his mentor's countenance, understood the orb's significance and nodded firmly. Yet, he found himself pondering the true nature and utility of this cerulean orb. Upon receiving Yi Li's affirmation, the magic wolf exhaled in relief. Should others learn of their possession of this orb, the threats against them would undoubtedly multiply. This orb was known as the Blue-Toed King's Pearl, formed within the body of the Millennium Soul Beast, the Blue Toad, during its evolution into the 10,000-year-old Blue-Toed King. It contained a vast reservoir of life energy. A typical soul master wielding this pearl could not only harness its life energy for healing injuries, but also accelerate their meditation during cultivation. However, its most vital function was its ability to enhance a soul master's innate cultivation talent. Enhance cultivation talent? Yi Li mused. The cultivation talent of a soul master is generally established at the moment of their martial soul awakening, unless one acquires a celestial-grade treasure. The amount of innate soul power determines the extent of their martial soul's cultivation talent. Yet, while the Blue-Toed King's Pearl appeared extraordinary, it hardly seemed to qualify as a celestial-grade treasure. Otherwise, how could the Ansha family be so feeble, devoid of even a single young soul master of the 14th rank? Chapter 14. Rising Fame. The Magic Wolf, observing the confusion on his disciple's face, chuckled softly. Were it not for the trust he placed in the mysterious figure, he too would find it hard to believe that this orb could indeed elevate a soul master's cultivation talent. However, it is only effective for soul masters with innate soul power below level 7. Those above level 7 will not benefit from it. Additionally, for those below level 7, it can only enhance their innate cultivation talent by 1 level. Given that you possess innate soul power at level 5, upon absorption, your future cultivation talent will be equivalent to that of a soul master at level 6. Yi Li gazed silently at the orb in his hand. Master, if I recall correctly, you also possess innate soul power at level 5, so this Blue-Toed King's Pearl, before he could finish. The magic wolf delivered a swift smack to the back of Yi Li's head. Enough chatter. What I give you is yours to keep, so stop your incessant prattling. Yi Li clutched his head, wincing. Master, your strikes are rather severe. Oomph. The magic wolf, casting a glance at Yi Li's unblemished head, snorted and turned away, though he couldn't help but relish the satisfying feel of his earlier action. As Yi Li observed his mentor's not-so-broad back, a wave of warmth washed over him, filling him with comfort. He carefully stowed away the Blue-Toed King's Pearl and hurried to keep pace with the magic wolf. Thank you, master. The following morning, the Grand Elder, hurriedly returning from the Rift Soul Forest, was taken aback upon seeing the spirit tablets of the Ansha Patriarch and the Second Elder in the family courtyard. Known for his iron-fisted demeanor, the 56th-level Battle Soul King struggled to maintain his composure. Throughout their lives, the 4 brothers had shared a close bond. Even after ascending to the family's upper echelons, their relationship remained untainted by the corruptions of ambition, growing richer with the passage of time, akin to a sealed fine wine. He had believed they would remain together indefinitely, yet now they were separated by the veil of death. Trembling, the Grand Elder caressed the coffins of his brothers. Eldest brother, third brother, I never endorsed your pursuit of vengeance against Little Poison. I only wish for the 4 of us to live in peace. Once we become embroiled in the feuds of others, our Ansha family will never reclaim its tranquil existence. Look at the calamity we have suffered. 1 soul emperor, 1 soul king, and 3 soul sects lost. Our family has been deprived of over half its strength. Eldest brother, your vision of strengthening the family is now a distant dream. Tears streamed down the grand elder's face as he spoke, his voice choked with sorrow. Thus, eldest brother, third brother, I am sorry. For the sake of the family, I will not seek vengeance against Little Poison. We cannot afford any more losses. I am truly sorry. Meanwhile, in Windchime City, the Wan family. An elderly man clad in a silver-white robe stood by the lakeside, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an ethereal presence. He appeared almost celestial in nature. The tranquil atmosphere shattered with the arrival of a muscular man in combat attire, disrupting the serene scene as if it were straight out of a fantasy novel. Patriarch, there has been an incident in Carter City. What sort of incident? The elder turned slowly, revealing his strikingly handsome features, reminiscent of a youthful hero. The Ancha family of Carter City has suffered a tragic fate. The patriarch and the second elder have been slain, and a majority of their soul masters have perished. Our family's Shadow Dagger Soul King also met his demise there. The old man furrowed his brow. Wasn't the Shadow Dagger supposed to be protecting Linga? How would he have died there? It was the work of Little Poison, who sought the Blue Poison Frog King's gem to enhance her power, sneaking off to Carter City with the Shadow Dagger Soul King. That girl is utterly incorrigible, running off without even notifying me, her grandfather. Regarding the safety of his granddaughter, the old man felt no concern, since Luan Xiong had reported this matter to him with a calm demeanor. It indicated that Linger was unharmed. As for the life and death of a Soul King, it paled in significance compared to that of his own granddaughter. However, I recall that over a month ago, our Luan family also lost a Soul King at the hands of that meddlesome Little Poison. Indeed. This Little Poison is quite intriguing. I remember he is merely a soul master, yet he has stirred up so much trouble. Luan Xiong, elevate the pursuit level for Little Poison by 1 notch, but allow for recruitment, offering him the treatment of a soul emperor. The pursuit must continue, otherwise, how could the Luan family's reputation be preserved? Yet, if we could recruit him and bolster our family's foundation, that would be splendid as well. Understood. Originally, the pursuit level for Little Poison was set at 5 for a Soul King. Following the death of the Soul King at Yi Li's hands over a month ago, it had already risen to 6. Now, with this increase, at critical moments, even Soul Saints would partake in the chase. Had Little Poison faced such a level of pursuit from the outset, escape would have been impossible, even with that person's interference. Have you heard? The Ancha family in Carter City was nearly exterminated by a young Soul Master. What? Are you jesting? The Ancha family is a powerful clan under the protection of a Soul Emperor. How could they be nearly wiped out by a mere Soul Master? Yes, you. I'm not joking. I happen to have a cousin son sister-in-law's cousin who works at the Red Leaf Tavern in Carter City and witnessed it firsthand. Really? But the patriarch of the Ancha family is a Soul Emperor. How could he allow a Soul Master to nearly obliterate his clan? Hey, he indeed did not allow it. But he is dead now. What could be done? What? The Soul Emperor is dead. You must be exaggerating. A Soul Master cannot kill a Soul Emperor. Even pigs could climb trees. I am not exaggerating. This Soul Master is no ordinary one, known in the martial world as Little Poison, whose mastery of poison is unparalleled. It is said he is the biological son of the former Poison Douluo and could easily poison a Soul Emperor to death. Goodness, are you out of your mind? How dare you fabricate tales about the Poison Douluo? But, son, is that true? I cannot say for certain, but this is what my cousin's son's sister-in-law's cousin said. It should be true, right? Beside the tavern, Yi Li, having altered his appearance, helplessly listened to the surrounding gossip about himself. It has only been 5 days, yet rumors about him have spread like wildfire. Moreover, these rumors are rather absurd. The discussion between those two was among the more plausible, aside from the claim of being the son of the Poison Daw. Others have claimed to possess a top-tier martial soul, innate full soul power, and a soul skill that causes death merely by glaring. Some even claim to be 3-headed and 6-armed, with fangs galore, coming to feast on the Ancha family. Such wild imaginations made Yi Li feel that those individuals should be writing novels. Of course, the most important thing is, why is my teacher so excited? There are no rumors about you. Chapter 15. Entering the Stardoe Forest in response to Yi Li's exasperation. The magic wolf merely cast a sidelong glance before continuing to enthusiastically listen. Although there were no rumors about himself, it was still delightful to hear tales about his disciple. Furthermore, he felt that if the rumors did not concern him, that was all the better. Yi Li took another sip of tea, opting to ignore his teacher. If the teacher enjoyed listening, then let him be, as long as he was happy. This is a tavern in a small town, bustling due to its proximity to the Douluo forest, where the flow of information is rapid. During their previous stops at several small towns, Yili had not encountered any rumors about himself. After finishing the meal at their table, Yili pulled away the teacher, who wished to continue listening, and they set off to enter the Douluo forest while the weather was still favorable. The Douluo forest is one of the most renowned habitats for soul beasts on the Douluo continent, spanning an area equivalent to that of the Barak Kingdom, crossing the borders of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Of its expanse, 2/5 lies within the Tiando Empire and 3/5 within the Xingluo Empire, forming a vast primitive forest. The soul beasts within grow increasingly powerful as one approaches the forest's heart, where even 10,000-year soul beasts can be found. Thus, any soul master, provided they possess sufficient strength and luck, can find the most suitable soul rings there. However, the strongest among them, the teacher, is merely a soul zone, which hardly seems a fitting combination for navigating the dangers of the Douluo forest. The magic wolf is aware that the Douluo forest at night is far more perilous than during the day, as many dangerous soul beasts commence their hunting under the cover of darkness. Hence, he did not insist on staying. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Douluo forest. Yili strained to peer ahead, but the towering trees within rose no less than 20 meters high. The leaves obscured the sky, lush and verdant, rendering it impossible to discern the distance. All that met the eye was a vast ocean of green. This is indeed the Douluo forest. The air is invigorating, with every breath infused with the scent of plants, causing every pore in his body to unfurl in utter delight. It is an unparalleled sensation. Yili inhaled the air wafting from the Douluo forest, feeling more invigorated than he ever had in his past life at any 5-star oxygen bar. Haha, Ali, once we truly step into the Douluo forest, the air there will be even more potent. However, the magic wolf's expression turned serious. Once we actually enter the Douluo forest, remember to stay within 3 meters of me, understood? Although he knew his disciple was intelligent, Yili had never been to the Douluo forest before. He feared that Yili might not fully grasp the dangers it posed. Hence, he earnestly reminded him. Understood, teacher. All right, let us proceed and aim to find a suitable soul beast before nightfall. Onward. Through constant exploration by soul masters, the Douluo forest has been divided into an outer zone, a mixed zone, and a core zone. Yili and his teacher's target is the outer zone, where typically only 10-year, 100-year, and 1,000-year soul beasts roam, and 10,000-year soul beasts are exceedingly rare. With the teacher's strength as a 50-level soul zone, they should face minimal danger, provided they do not act recklessly and luck is on their side. However, Yili is aware that this scenario exists only in an ideal context. In the novels of his past life set in the Douluo continent, 10,000-year soul beasts have been known to wander into the outer zone. Thus, caution is imperative. From morning until afternoon, Yili and his teacher traversed the Douluo forest, encountering ordinary 10-year soul beasts without resorting to violence. They maintained an attitude of mutual non-interference, allowing them to pass unscathed as long as they did not disrupt their path. This was not out of mercy or a sustainable development perspective. It was merely a desire to avoid unnecessary trouble. After wandering for the better part of the day, Yili found himself at a loss, having yet to discover a suitable soul beast. His requirements were simple: a fire attribute, and an age of 700 years. Despite encountering numerous fire attribute soul beasts, and even some of the appropriate age, he had yet to see one that met both criteria. Perhaps he had come close. Around noon, Yili had spotted a fiery bird, resplendent in emerald green, with antennae resembling tufts atop its head and wings spanning over 3 meters. However, he and his companions were unfamiliar with it and could not ascertain its age. Thus, he merely noted the location of its nest, intending to return should he fail to find a fitting soul beast. The afternoon in the Douluo forest was cool and shadowy, the scorching sun obscured by towering trees, allowing only slivers of sunlight to filter through. The light danced upon the stones in the stream, reflecting the sun's brilliance. Yili's attention was drawn to the stream, where he observed that the stones above the waterline were dry, save for one in the center, which remained damp. Upon closer inspection, he noted faint traces of moisture. This alone would not have piqued his interest, but due to his fire martial spirit, he was able to sense the presence of fire attribute energy lingering in the air. As a traveler from another realm, Yi possessed a mental acuity far superior to that of an ordinary soul master, enabling him to detect the fire energy in the atmosphere more keenly than most. He discerned that the surface of the stone, in comparison to its surroundings, bore a weaker concentration of fire energy, as if something had absorbed it. Although the sensation was feeble, it was nonetheless detectable given its proximity of merely 2 meters. In the Douluo forest, the only entities capable of absorbing fire energy from the air were either soul beasts or rare treasures. Regardless of the source, Yi felt compelled to investigate further. Resolutely stepping back from the stone, he halted and gestured to his teacher, signaling that he had found something noteworthy. Following his indication, the magic wolf perceived only an ordinary stone. However, trusting his disciple's instincts, the teacher responded with determination, invoking his second soul skill, Shadow Hunter Claw. While this second skill was merely a century-old soul ring, its potency, amplified by the teacher's 50-level soul power, emanated a chilling aura. From a distance, Yi felt a tickle in his throat, a testament to the skill's formidable presence. The stone's surface shimmered with crimson light before a resounding explosion erupted beneath it. A stone larger than half a meter soared into the air, propelled by the force of the blast, while the stone shell opened to reveal a radiant crimson pearl within, launching a barrage of sparks toward the magic wolf. "Ah, it turns out to be a shell. I thought you were just a mere stone," the magic wolf exclaimed, bursting into laughter as the stone revealed its true form. With a flash of purple light from his soul rings, he activated his third soul skill, Wolf Mirage. The wolf's form split into several illusory images, easily evading the sparks emitted by the stone and positioning itself above it. With a swift motion, the magic wolf struck the airborne stone with a sweeping claw, sending it crashing into the earth, where it became embedded in the soil. Yi blinked it, noticing that one side of the shell had been shattered by his teacher's strike, leaving it in a fragmented state, barely clinging to life. The teacher's control had evidently grown more refined. Ali quickly assessed the age of this soul beast to determine its suitability for you, the magic wolf urged, eager for Yi to seize this opportunity. Although the creature was indeed a shell, the preceding explosion and sparks had made a lasting impression. If its age proved fitting, it could become the second soul ring Yi sought. Yi nodded, rifling through his memory for any references to this soul beast. The exterior resembled a stone. It was a shell with fire attribute skills. Such distinctive characteristics allowed him to swiftly recall its description. "Teacher, this is a flaming shell, a rare soul beast that dwells in water yet possesses fire attribute abilities. It is typically found in rivers or marshes. This one likely ended up here after being discarded by a flying soul beast." He carefully moved aside the shattered shell, revealing the glowing crimson pearl within. The age of the flaming shell could be readily determined by the size of its pearl. A diameter of 1 centimeter indicated it was a 100-year-old soul beast. The pearl of this particular flaming shell measured around 7 centimeters, making it an ideal candidate for his second soul ring. Upon hearing this, the magic wolf exhaled in relief, grateful to have located a suitable soul beast before nightfall. Then, Ali swiftly eliminated to absorb the soul ring. "Understood, teacher." Yi retrieved a sharp dagger from his storage soul guide, aiming it at the tender flesh beneath the pearl, and plunged it downward. The flaming shell, weakened by the combined onslaught of the magic wolf's second and third soul skills, was incapable of resistance and was easily dispatched by Yi. Upon the creature's demise, the energy it had amassed coalesced above its lifeless form, forming a flickering yellow soul ring that seemed on the verge of dissipating. This was the second soul ring he sought to absorb. Yi settled beside the flaming shell, invoking his own fire soul ring and directing his mental focus toward the soul ring formed from the creature's essence, beginning the process of absorption. The soul ring wavered momentarily before swiftly descending upon Yi, contracting as it encircled his right hand, where his fire martial spirit resided. In an instant, he felt a surge of searing energy rushing through him, akin to molten lava coursing through his veins, bringing with it intense pain. Yet, Yi had anticipated the agony associated with soul ring absorption. At the onset of discomfort, he centered his mind, bracing himself against the tumultuous force of the soul ring's energy. The soul ring, a manifestation of the beast's energy and spiritual will, seemed reluctant to relent. In Yi's mental realm, the flaming shell's spiritual essence transformed into an immense sea of flames, striving to engulf the fire manifested by his martial spirit. However, the 8 years of his precarious existence had fortified Yi Li's resolve. As the fiery tide surged toward him, his fire martial spirit remained steadfast, even drawing strength from the flames that swept by. Observing from within his mental sanctuary, Yi Li discerned that each time the sea of flames approached, his spirit absorbed fragments of fire, augmenting his power. This led to an epiphany. The method by which his fire martial spirit consumed the fiery essence bore resemblance to a unique form of cultivation. By substituting the sea of flames with the primordial energy of the universe, his fire martial spirit effectively mirrored his own essence. Each time a fragment of flame is torn from the inferno, it is akin to performing a technique that absorbs the surrounding essence of heaven and earth. Although this notion came as a sudden inspiration, Yi Li found it increasingly plausible upon further contemplation. At the very least, he could sense his mental fortitude strengthening. Observing the clash between the Li Hua martial soul and the sea of fire, it was evident that the eventual consumption of the inferno by the Li Hua martial soul was inevitable, yet it would require a considerable duration. Presently, apart from enduring the agony associated with absorbing the spirit ring, Yi Li had little else to occupy himself with. Thus, driven by his scientific curiosity, he began to eagerly observe the method by which the Li Hua martial soul absorbed the flames, the fluctuations of soul power within him, and the external structural composition of the sea of fire. Noticing Yi Li's expression momentarily furrowed before returning to calm, the demon wolf felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that Li's second spirit ring was secure. With a heart unburdened, the demon wolf commenced the task of disposing of the corpse of the fresh firestone shell. Left exposed for too long, the carcass exuded a pungent aroma that could easily attract carnivorous spirit beasts. Although this was the outer region, the demon wolf was confident in safeguarding Li through the duration of his spirit ring absorption, as long as the approaching beasts were not of 10,000 years or older. Nevertheless, caution was prudent. Furthermore, Li would undoubtedly harbor considerable interest in the remains of this spirit beast. The demon wolf chuckled at the thought of Yi Li's insatiable curiosity regarding the bodies of spirit beasts. However, the demon wolf quickly recalled Yi Li's penchant for concocting potions using the components of the dissected spirit beast, causing his smile to falter. Perhaps it would be best to roast the fresh firestone shell for sustenance later. Suddenly, the demon wolf's expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze in a particular direction. A powerful and familiar aura, an ancient spirit beast. How infuriating to arrive at such an opportune moment. The demon wolf glanced at Yi Li, who was seated cross-legged and engaged in the absorption of the spirit ring. It was evident that this process would take some time. It was crucial for a spirit master to remain motionless while absorbing a spirit ring. Thus, battle was inevitable. With this thought, the corners of the demon wolf's mouth curled into a grim smirk. Come forth, you wretched beast. With the embodiment of his inferno wolf martial soul, he unleashed his second soul skill, Shadow Hunter Claws, and his third soul skill, Demon Wolf Mirage, charging towards the ancient spirit beast. As time flowed gently by, half an hour slipped away in the blink of an eye. Yi Li, concluding his absorption of the spirit ring, opened his eyes, tinged with a hint of regret. Alas, had he been afforded a tad more time, he might have devised a rudimentary method for cultivating mental strength. Although it did not compare to the illustrious purple extreme demon eye of the protagonist Tang San, it was nonetheless a form of mental cultivation technique. Presently, Yi Li possessed no such method. It appeared he would have to await his next opportunity to absorb a spirit ring to attempt again. Rising to his feet, excitement bubbled within him as he yearned to share this exhilarating news with his master. But soon, his enthusiasm was tempered by a sense of calm. Where was his master? The corpse of the fresh firestone shell was absent, and aside from the battle marks left behind, there were no other signs of conflict. It was improbable for a being capable of easily abducting his master to be lurking in the outskirts of the Stardow forest while sparing his own spirit beast. Thus, it must be that his master had departed willingly. This implied that his master had likely encountered some perilous entity or spirit beast approaching, opting to confront alone to ensure Yi Li could absorb his spirit ring undisturbed. Moreover, the threat must have been within his master's capacity to handle. Otherwise, he would have prioritized taking Yi Li with him. Was it a 10,000-year spirit beast, or perhaps a spirit king? With the assurance that his master was not in immediate danger, Yili exhaled in relief. He retrieved his bow and arrows from his storage soul guide. Since his master had engaged in battle voluntarily, it indicated that the enemy was not far off. A brief exploration of the surrounding area should reveal his master's whereabouts. There, Yili stood beneath a sprawling tree entwined with thick vines, caressing the claw marks upon them. These were the marks of his master's shadow hunter claws, alongside those left by a large spirit beast. It appeared to be the work of an ancient spirit beast. Drawing his bow taut, Yili pressed onward. The path was littered with stones neatly cleaved by sharp claws and scattered remnants of branches, attesting to the ferocity of his master's struggle against the spirit beast. This spurred Yili to quicken his pace. Before long, faint sounds of battle reached his ears. "Huh! Beast, come forth! Continue the fight!" It was his master's voice. Yili's spirits surged as he hastened his steps. Soon, the sight of the clash between his master and the spirit beast unfolded before him. The battleground lay in disarray, strewn with debris from their fierce confrontation, shattered stones, charred foliage, and the unfortunate remains of lower-tier spirit beasts caught in the fray. His master's condition was dire. Countless wounds marred his body, with jagged edges of bone visible at his shoulder and ankle. He lay prostrate on the ground, unable to move. Yet, witnessing his master vociferously exchanging insults with the ancient spirit beast, Yili surmised that his master's condition might not be as grave as he had initially feared. "Ah, Ali, you finished absorbing the spirit ring. How is it? Are you satisfied with the spirit ring's skills?" The demon wolf, engaged in a verbal spar with the ancient spirit beast, suddenly caught sight of his disciple and was filled with astonishment. "Master, you should be more concerned about your own injuries," Yili replied, a mix of concern and helplessness flooding his expression as he approached the demon wolf, retrieving healing tools and potions from his storage soul guide. "Huh, these injuries are mere trifles, just superficial wounds. Hiss, enough of that. How satisfied are you with the spirit ring?" The demon wolf boisterously attempted to wave off his injuries, but the slightest movement sent jolts of pain through him, forcing him to cease his gestures. Yili could only nod resignedly. "I am quite satisfied with the spirit ring. It exceeded my expectations. But master, please refrain from moving for now and take this medicine." With that, Yili disregarded the sudden change in his master's expression and forcefully administered the healing potion. Sour and sweet, quite palatable. Initially, the demon wolf expected a concoction of horror crafted by Yili, but upon tasting it, he found it surprisingly enjoyable. Yili merely raised an eyebrow at his master's reaction. "This is a restorative potion procured from the town, crafted by a food-type spirit master. When it comes to rapid healing, I cannot compete with the efficiency of a spirit master's skills." After tending to his master's wounds, Yili turned his attention to the ancient spirit beast that had fought his master. The adversary was a rare, ancient fire wolf, typically only 1,000-year spirit beast, living in packs in mixed regions. Only the alpha would be a 10,000-year spirit beast, although the creature before him was on the brink of collapse. Its crimson blood staining the ground, and its once smooth, fiery fur now matted with dust and blood. The peculiar black patterns almost covering its body indicated that it had indeed reached the 10,000-year mark. The fire wolf was a fascinating species before reaching adulthood. Its fur remained a vibrant red, resembling a colossal wolf racing through flames from a distance, exuding an air of majesty. As one's strength matures to a certain extent, peculiar black patterns begin to emerge within the fiery red fur. This transformation gradually consumes the rationality of the swift fire demon wolf, leading it to become increasingly bloodthirsty and inclined towards malevolence. However, should one manage to withstand the encroachment of these sinister black patterns, not only will their sanity remain intact, but they may even have the opportunity to evolve into a higher-age spirit beast, one that has existed for 10,000 years. The swift fire demon wolf before us appears to have been expelled by the newly arisen king of its kind from the mixed zone, likely to prevent it from harming its kin, were it not for the formidable strength of my teacher, capable of contending with an ordinary spirit king. My second journey to absorb a spirit ring might have faltered. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous that my teacher's spirit ring has found its match. The swift fire demon wolf spirit beast is undoubtedly the most suitable spirit ring for my teacher's martial spirit. This particular wolf is estimated to have an age of around 12,000 years, which, while slightly high, is mitigated by the severe erosion from the black patterns, making the absorption considerably easier, akin to that of a recently surpassed 10,000-year spirit beast. This is one of the intriguing aspects of the swift fire demon wolf species. Indeed, I felt the same way. When I engaged this swift fire demon wolf in battle moments ago, the challenge was exhilarating, and transforming it into my fifth spirit ring would undoubtedly amplify my prowess. Having harbored this notion while battling the 10,000-year spirit beast, I now find my disciple in agreement regarding its suitability. What is there to deliberate? Let's proceed. In the realm of spirit masters, there exists a saying, as long as one can single-handedly slay a spirit beast, regardless of whether it is a 100,000-year spirit beast, one can successfully absorb its spirit ring. The 10,000-year swift fire demon wolf, lying on the ground, utterly oblivious to the conversation between the two humans, has its mind consumed by the black patterns, leaving only thoughts of slaughter, devoid of any notions of despair or self-destruction. This alleviated some of Yeli's concerns, carefully carrying his teacher before the 10,000-year swift fire demon wolf. He directed his teacher to pierce into the wolf's eyes, personally ending its life. Chapter 18. Spirit Bone upon the demise of the swift fire demon wolf. A faint black light emanated from its corpse, coalescing into a circle of black spirit rings. Subsequently, it was drawn in by the will of the wolf, initiating the absorption process. While the teacher began to absorb the spirit ring, Yeli prepared to cleanse the area of bloodstains. Although the aura of the 10,000-year swift fire demon wolf should deter many spirit beasts from approaching, it is prudent to manage the scent of blood to minimize unforeseen incidents. After employing a special powder to mask the surrounding blood odor, Yeli retrieved a bone-chopping knife from his storage soul guide. Upon slaying a spirit beast, what could be more exhilarating than absorbing its spirit ring? The prospect of uncovering a spirit bone is thrilling. Should fortune favor him and he uncovers a spirit bone, he would be free from worry for a lifetime, even if he had no need for it himself. Selling it at the auction would yield no less than 100,000 gold soul coins. Naturally, only a fool would act otherwise. Even if one had no use for it, exchanging it for something more beneficial would be far more advantageous. Armed with the bone-chopping knife, Yeli aimed for the front paw of the swift fire demon wolf, preparing to strike. If the wolf were to yield a spirit bone, it would most likely be from its claws or arm bones, given that the wolf's mind had been severely eroded by the black patterns. Yeli felt uneasy even at the thought of extracting a spirit bone from its head. The wolf's remaining strengths lay in its claws and arm bones, one possessing lethality, the other power. With a resounding chop, the knife descended, producing a brilliant crimson glow. The luminescence danced, smooth and fiery, resembling the most exquisite of artworks, untouched by any bloodstains. Yeli fell into silence. Who truly is the protagonist here? He or his teacher? 2 hours later, the wolf successfully absorbed the spirit ring and joyfully rose to its feet. Ha! Al, I have successfully absorbed the 10,000-year spirit ring. The 10,000-year spirit ring is indeed remarkable. Although it is said that spirit kings can absorb such rings as their fifth, how many of those in the outside world possess a 10,000-year spirit ring? Very few. Moreover, the skills obtained from the 10,000-year swift fire demon wolf exceeded his expectations in power. Congratulations, teacher. Yeli expressed his delight at his teacher's exhilaration. Furthermore, the potency of the 10,000-year spirit ring, combined with the elixirs crafted by food-type spirit masters, proved formidable, despite sustaining heavy injuries earlier. His teacher now stood vibrant and full of energy, although it was evident that he would require time to recuperate fully. The wolf waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such feats were merely routine. However, with nightfall enveloping the Douluo forest, and with Yeli being only a level 22 Great Spirit Master, while the wolf, despite being a level 51 Spirit King, was still injured, it was perilous to remain overnight in such a place. Thus, after their moment of jubilation, they promptly prepared to leave the Douluo forest and return to the nearby town. Before departing, however, Yeli solemnly tugged at his teacher's sleeve. Teacher, we should first clear the area. The wolf, though puzzled, had no hesitation in heeding his disciple's words. Activating his third spirit ability, he meticulously scanned the surrounding 300 meters. Confirming that there were no individuals or spirit beasts nearby, he returned to Yeli's side. The vicinity is secure. Indeed, teacher. You are aware of my penchant for dissecting spirit beasts for research purposes. While you absorb the spirit ring, before Yeli could finish his sentence, the wolf placed both hands firmly on Yeli's shoulders, his expression grave as he interrupted. Ow, I know what you wish to say, but I am already advanced in age. At best, I shall become a spirit emperor in the future. My potential has been exhausted, and claiming that spirit bone would be a waste. But teacher, there are no buts. Ow, I recognize your intelligence and your inventive ideas, as well as your knowledge of many peculiar matters. However, I am your teacher, and you are my disciple. If I say the spirit bone is yours, then it is yours. The wolf's assertive declaration moved Yeli deeply, yet he found himself both touched and bemused. Teacher, as you said, I am aware of certain peculiarities. The spirit bone of the swift fire demon wolf may not be entirely suitable for me, should I rashly absorb it. I would only gain an inconsequential skill and a few levels of spirit power. In the future, if I were to acquire a spirit bone that is more fitting for me, then this spirit bone from the swift fire demon wolf would become an impediment. The wolf seemed to ponder Yeli's words, falling silent. Ow, how can you be certain that you will encounter a spirit bone more suited to you in the future? Yeli remained silent, but the resolute and confident expression on his face spoke volumes about his stance. Sigh. Ow, do you know that you possess a flaw? You are excessively proud. In all that you undertake, you are confident that as long as you wish to do it, you can excel and achieve it. However, the wolf gazed intently at Yeli. You must understand that your innate spirit power is merely level 5. Even with the blue poison frog king's pearl, your talent only reaches level 6, compared to those with innate spirit powers of level 9, or even those blessed with supreme martial spirits. What do you believe your level 6 spirit power can accomplish in their presence? Through the poisons you wield, or the curiosities you have studied? Perhaps, before reaching the 60th or even 70th level of soul power, you can rely on your weapon to conquer, or even overpower them. But what about when you face an 80th level soul Douluo, or a 90th level title Douluo? What will you use to fight? Your head? Moreover, did you not often express your disdain for this world and your desire to change it? To effect change in this world, you must possess strength formidable enough to crush all opposition. Otherwise, how can you speak of change? Therefore, Ali, heed your teacher's counsel and absorb it. After patting Yili's shoulder, the magic wolf stepped back, allowing Yili space to contemplate. The night in the Douluo forest was typically vibrant due to the battles among soul beasts, creating a lively, albeit chaotic atmosphere. Yet now, Yili found an unusual tranquility. Through the gaps in the towering trees, he gazed up at the sky, where the moon had ascended high. The silver moonlight cascaded down, casting a cool glow. Having been in this world for 8 years, although he spent each day evading peril with the advancement of his medical skills, no matter how formidable the adversary, they ultimately met a bitter end against his poison. Not to mention, just days prior, he had nearly obliterated a soul master clan under the dominion of a soul emperor. Despite his outward demeanor of nonchalance, Yili felt a swell of pride within himself for such a remarkable achievement. He even harbored a notion that the soul masters of this world were not particularly impressive. However, in the tales of Douluo continent, even without considering the gods that appear only at the end, the present era is rife with soul saints wandering freely. While only soul Douluos can boast of their might, and titled Douluos can claim invincibility, a soul emperor truly holds little significance. To feel elated merely for vanquishing an inconsequential soul emperor is unwarranted. Chapter 19. Departure from the Douluo forest teacher. Thank you. I understand what I must do now. Yili's response elicited a smile from the magic wolf. Ah, splendid. Without further ado, Ali, you should now merge with that soul bone. I shall stand by and watch over you. Understood. Having made up his mind, Yili was not one to hesitate. The absorption of a soul bone is best done swiftly to avoid drawing unwanted attention. In the Douluo continent, soul bones are categorized into 7 types. Those for limbs, torso, skull, and other external body parts. The soul bone dropped by the 10,000-year swift fire magic wolf was a left arm bone, glowing like fire. It felt as if he were holding a heat-emitting rod. The fusion with the soul bone is a straightforward process. One merely needs to relinquish their desire for the bone and channel their soul power to guide it, allowing it to merge seamlessly with their body. Placing the soul bone against his left hand and aligning it with precision, Yili pressed down firmly, under the guidance of his soul power. The left arm bone of the 10,000-year swift fire magic wolf transformed into a fiery red liquid, merging with Yili's left hand. It was scorching. Once the soul bone integrated into his body, Yili felt a wave of intense warmth coursing through him, radiating from his left arm and swiftly enveloping his entire being. Perspiration beaded on his forehead as he felt as if he were immersed in a cauldron of fire. While he furrowed his brow slightly at the searing pain, he did not dwell on it. What truly captured his attention was the sensation of his soul power level gradually ascending alongside the warm flow. After absorbing the soul ring from the fresh firestone, Yili's soul power level stood at 22. Now, estimating the intensity of that warm flow and the rate of his soul power elevation, he surmised that his level could reach 25. At 14 years old, a soul master of 25, such an achievement would be regarded as prodigious on any part of the Douluo continent. Truly, the 10,000-year soul bone was as extraordinary as its reputation suggested, a coveted treasure for soul masters. An hour later, with the fusion complete, Yili stood up and noticed that his trousers felt somewhat ill-fitting, seemingly shorter than before. His clothes had also become a bit snug. When he flexed his left hand, he sensed a surge of strength coursing through him, as if his muscle density had increased, akin to undergoing another phase of development. What is this soul bone composed of that it possesses such miraculous effects? He was filled with curiosity, yet regrettably, his current lack of strength rendered him unable to uncover the truth. With his curiosity temporarily unsatisfied, Yili soon cast aside his momentary disappointment, exhilarated by the newfound strength coursing through him. All right, the fusion is successful. We should make our exit. The night in the Douluo forest is perilous. The magic wolf, witnessing Yili's successful fusion, wore a broad smile, yet understood the urgency of leaving the dangerous forest. Indeed, teacher, Yili was well aware of the dangers, and after his excitement subsided, he composed himself and followed closely behind his teacher, hastily exiting the Douluo forest. By the way, teacher, what is your fifth soul skill? Having felt the might of the 10,000-year swift fire magic wolf's soul bone, Yili was curious about the corresponding soul ring skill. Haha, I knew you would be curious. The skill is called Swift Fire Magic Wolf Transformation, an enhancement skill that increases all attributes by 30%, with no time limit. Impressive. It is well known that brevity often denotes potency in skills. Though the increase is merely 30%, the inclusion of all attributes elevates it to an exceptional tier, especially considering it is an enhancement skill without time constraints. Of course, your teacher is formidable. By the way, Ali, what is your second soul ring skill? It seems quite fitting for you. My second soul skill is called Explosive Mark, which allows me to place an explosive mark on my soul power. The power of the explosion depends on the amount of soul power used. Explosive Mark? What purpose does it serve? Yili's first soul skill, the Fireball, already had an explosive effect, leading the magic wolf to ponder the overlap of these abilities. When I unleash other soul skills, the Explosive Mark can also be applied. Yili was aware that his teacher might not fully grasp the potency of this soul skill, so he provided a simple example for clarification. This soul skill is quite formidable. Just imagine an enemy facing what they believe to be merely my first soul skill, only to encounter the combined force of my second and first soul skills. Caught off guard, they could very well be defeated in an instant. However, the stronger his disciple becomes, the brighter the smile on the magic wolf's face grows, for the misfortune would befall their enemies, not his disciple. Teacher, after merging with the soul bone, it also granted me a skill called Stop. The magic wolf furrowed his brow, halting Yili's subsequent words. While his disciple was undoubtedly clever, he was also too trusting of others. Such information regarding soul bones should not be easily disclosed. Ali, the matter of the soul bone is for you to explore on your own. There is no need to share it with me. Understand? The magic wolf said in a somber tone. Teacher, I understand. Yili recognized the reason behind his teacher's admonition. The soul bone is of paramount importance. Should it be exposed, it would attract relentless pursuit from countless soul masters seeking to claim it. Yet, Yili harbored an unwavering trust in his teacher, regarding him as the closest person in this world and subconsciously yearning to share his joy with him. You are aware, and that is sufficient. A child is astute, as you must not falter here. Furthermore, unless absolutely necessary, you must never unleash the power of your soul bone, even in dire circumstances. Should you find it imperative to activate its abilities, you must eliminate all witnesses present, ensuring that the secret of your soul bone remains concealed. Do you understand? Yes, teacher. Additionally, in the presence of others, do your utmost to keep your 25th level of spirit power secret. When confronted with troublesome situations, allow me to resolve them, or resort to your poison if need be. Otherwise, those wretched individuals, cunning as they are, may begin to suspect the existence of your soul bone. Yes, teacher. Tonight, Yi Li's somewhat foolish demeanor raised concerns in Mo Lang. Thus, on their way out of the Stardew Forest, he imparted all the potential unforeseen events he had meticulously contemplated to Yi Li. He feared that Yi Li might inadvertently reveal any slip regarding the soul bone, thereby inviting calamity. Observing his teacher deep in thought, Yi Li could not help but smile slightly, nodding in agreement with all of his teacher's concerns. Chapter 20. Pursuers approaching in a desolate village at the outskirts of the Stardew Forest, the inhabitants had fled with their families, leaving behind a village of crumbling houses. Yi Li, needing to tend to his teacher's injuries while they were being pursued, deemed it unwise to linger in a bustling town where their presence might inadvertently draw attention. Given the proximity to the Stardew Forest, should enemies find them, they could swiftly retreat into its depths, leveraging the forest's complex terrain and myriad spirit beasts to thwart their pursuers. Thus, upon discovering this abandoned village, Yi Li chose to take refuge here temporarily, to heal and organize their gains. Inside a dilapidated house, Mo Lang sat naked in a large wooden tub filled with a brown potion. Yi Li, standing nearby, assessed his teacher's injuries and the absorption properties of the potion, carefully adding medicinal herbs. However, Mo Lang watched with trepidation as Yi Li continuously introduced bizarrely shaped herbs into the tub. Ali, I believe I am quite well now. Further treatment is unnecessary, correct? No, teacher, Yi Li replied. While I did my best to bandage your wounds promptly, the conditions were rudimentary, providing only basic treatment to prevent further deterioration. You still require additional care. Then you need not use these herbs for my treatment. Oh, are you referring to this firethorn ball? Yi Li inquired, examining a bright red spiky fruit that expanded and contracted in his hand, appearing quite adorable. The firethorn ball was not an animal, but a fruit of the fireflow tree. Known for its ability to absorb fire toxins and stimulate the mind, commonly employed in treating fire poison. Moreover, this particular specimen had been specially enhanced by Yi Li, boasting not only a more vibrant hue, but also superior potency in toxin absorption. Besides its peculiar breathing motion and mildly painful sting, it was a precious medicinal ingredient. Given that most of your injuries stem from the 1,000-year fire demon wolf, your body has accumulated a considerable amount of fire poison. Additionally, as that wolf was severely tainted by dark, eerie patterns, the toxins also possessed hallucinogenic effects. If not addressed promptly, it might complicate your meditation and training in the future. With that, Yi Li feigned ignorance of his teacher's pained expression and pressed the firethorn ball against his wounds. In another room, after treating his teacher's injuries, Yi Li excitedly entered an unoccupied house. This was a laboratory he had prepared for himself. The filthy floor and cluttered space had been tidied, replaced by rows of experimental tables, adorned with various ongoing experiments requiring observation over time to collect data. However, Yi Li's exuberance in entering this space today was not solely for these experiments. Approaching a designated table, Yi Li's excitement mounted as he placed a massive corpse of the fire demon wolf upon it. From the moment the wolf had perished, Yi Li had longed to dissect it. A 1,000-year spirit beast. Yi Li had previously only dissected ordinary spirit beasts like the soft-boned rabbit, used for experimentation, or the exceedingly rare 100 and 1,000-year spirit beasts. He had never encountered a corpse of a 1,000-year spirit beast before. Hence, after tending to his teacher's wounds, he could hardly contain his eagerness to begin the dissection. With a flourish, a series of dissection tools flew from his storage soul guide, neatly arranged before the 1,000-year fire demon wolf, awaiting Yi Li's expertise. Donning gloves and changing into attire resistant to mess, Yi Li prepared to commence his work. First, he positioned the fire demon wolf supine, then made incisions from the armpits to the jawbone, removing the opened abdomen and setting it aside. Next, he continued from the groin to the perineum, separating the femurs at the hip joints, and proceeded to the tail, opening the thoracic cavity. Between the skull and the first vertebra, he severed the spine, detaching the cranium. After an hour of labor, the once formidable fire demon wolf had vanished, reduced to neatly categorized body parts laid out on labeled tables. Gazing at the organized remains, Yili felt a profound sense of fulfillment. With the preliminary work completed, he was now ready to delve into the study of the wolf's various body parts, observing their functions, understanding how it had achieved the status of a 1,000-year spirit beast, and unraveling the mystery behind the dark, eerie patterns. Indeed, the mere corpse of the fire demon wolf would occupy Yi Li's days with research plans, leaving little room for anything other than essential training, enriching his life immensely. Moreover, he glanced at the cages containing 10-year spirit beasts, the soft-boned rabbits, outside. A gentle smile gracing his face. From now on, the efficacy trials of the fire demon wolf's body will rely on you. In a hotel room in a small town, several soul masters affiliated with different families were discussing Yili. Have you gathered any news about that old scoundrel M.O. Lang? The speaker, a gray-haired man seated on a sofa near the doorway, was a soul master of considerable rank and the most determined to eliminate M.O. Lang. It was his pursuit that had set off the chain of events leading to M.O. Lang's current predicament. Opposite him sat a white-haired youth, who nodded in response to the gray-haired man's inquiry. His subordinates had spotted a middle-aged man and a young soul master duo in a small town. They had procured a substantial amount of medicinal herbs in a local apothecary, behaving extravagantly. Although their appearances did not match those of the two they were tracking, their behavioral patterns were quite consistent. It was preliminarily estimated that the pair had likely used disguises to evade detection. The discrepancy in appearance did not concern the gathered soul masters. After pursuing Yi Li and his companions for many years, they were well aware of their ability to change their appearances, and as time passed, their skills had only improved. Those unfamiliar with them, or high-ranking soul masters encountering them, would find it challenging to recognize their true identities. Yet, the pursuit of Yi Li and his companions had long ceased to rely on physical appearances for identification. While their looks could alter, their behaviors and numbers remained constant. Moreover, and most importantly, as long as one grasped their most pressing needs within a short time frame, no matter how they alter their appearance, one can effortlessly trace their whereabouts. It is well known that Yi Li's breakthrough to the 20th level of soul power necessitates the acquisition of a second soul ring. By keeping a close watch on the circumstances of soul masters in various hunting forests, they need not worry about losing their trail. In which small town? A broad-faced, middle-aged man, clearly the leader of this cadre of soul masters, spoke up, prompting the white-haired youth to respond promptly. Yiha Town, situated relatively close to the Stardoe Forest, indicated their intention to hunt soul beasts within that territory to procure soul rings. Upon hearing the town's name, the soul masters present, all possessing at least the cultivation of soul master, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and frowned. Should they retreat into the Stardoe Forest, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. Chapter 21. Unexpected Discoveries in Experiments. Particularly the gray-haired giant, whose complexion turned ashen. If Yi Li and his companions were to escape into the Stardoe Forest, eliminating them would become exceedingly difficult. The vast expanse of the Stardoe Forest offered many exits, and it would be nearly impossible to pinpoint their location. Observing the gray-haired man's pallor, the broad-faced, middle-aged man understood his thoughts. However, he chose not to offer consolation, for although both belonged to the Wan family, they were from different branches. He was not aligned with the gray-haired man's faction. Furthermore, the clan leader had previously expressed that the little Poison King could be recruited. Yet the gray-haired man stubbornly insisted on exterminating them. Were it not for the potential repercussions, he would have long since sought to expel him from the group. Yet, noticing that the expressions of others were also turning grim, the broad-faced, middle-aged man felt compelled to reassure them. There is no need for concern. Have there not been similar situations in the past? As long as the little Poison King wishes to continue his research on poisons, and the magic wolf desires to see his disciples grow stronger, they will inevitably return to the city, for only within the city can they find the resources they require. He concluded with a determined smile, his fist clenched tightly. No matter where they flee, they cannot escape our grasp. A month later, Yi Li, holding experimental notes, observed the increase in soul power, the intensity of physical mutation, and the mental stability of the soft-boned rabbit number 13. 25 days prior. While diligently examining the body of the 10,000-year fire magic wolf, fortune smiled upon him as he unexpectedly separated a pale, black gelatinous substance from it, soft and pliable, yet exuding a tremendous aura of soul power. This substance rapidly dissipated into the air upon its emergence. In mere seconds, the pea-sized pale black gelatinous object vanished without a trace. Moreover, Yili sensed a significant increase in the surrounding atmospheric energy concentration at the location where the substance had dissipated, piquing his curiosity. Fortunately, Yili meticulously documented each experiment, allowing him to replicate the process successfully after several attempts and extract the pale black gelatinous substance anew from the 10,000-year fire magic wolf's corpse. Due to the substance's extreme volatility, he had prepared various items to serve as its containers in advance. First container experiment. Various colored glass bottles failed. Jade bottles failed. Wooden boxes failed. Second experiment. Bottles made of different metals available in the market failed. Seventh experiment. A living mouse, successful, but it died 1 minute later. 21st experiment. Soft-boned rabbit fur, successful, but the substance dissipated after 1 day. 38th experiment. Soul King soul power containment, successful, but required a significant expenditure of soul power to maintain. 53rd experiment. The Blue Poison Frog King's orb, successful, containing the pale, black gelatinous substance for 8 days without any sign of dissipation. After successfully resolving the container issue for the pale, black gelatinous substance, Yili commenced analyzing its properties, recording data on density, mass, and atmospheric energy conversion efficiency. Of course, the most crucial aspect remained the volunteer biological experiments. The soft-boned rabbit number 13 served as one such volunteer. Currently, its physiological state was normal, its mental state stable, and its soul power steadily increasing. Provided the soft-boned rabbit number 13 continued to thrive in good health for 3 more days, Yili planned to initiate experiments involving soul masters. Naturally, he was reluctant to experiment on himself. However, this world was rife with unscrupulous soul masters, at least in Yi Li's simplistic worldview. He believed that half of the soul masters here deserved death, given their propensity for arson and plunder, committing every conceivable atrocity. Yili recognized that assessing the values of the present feudal era of Douluo continent through the lens of contemporary morals was unreasonable. Yet, he was no saint, simply an ordinary individual. Thus, he operated primarily according to his own desires. In simpler terms, he was selfish and could not adopt the mindset of a saint. Therefore, he felt no psychological burden in turning such soul masters into expendable subjects for experimentation. After documenting the soft-boned rabbit number 13's data for the day, Yili rose to leave. In the dining hall, his teacher had prepared lunch. Upon Yi Li's exit from the laboratory, his teacher called out, "Ali, come quickly. Today, I made your favorite, braised rabbit head, stir-fried rabbit legs, and steamed rabbit meat. Wash your hands and hurry over to eat." Hearing the dishes listed by his teacher, Yili couldn't help but frown in exasperation. "Teacher, can't you change the menu? We've been eating rabbit meat for 7 consecutive days. Besides, what have I ever said I liked braised rabbit head, stir-fried rabbit legs, or steamed rabbit meat? Hey, have you forgotten the excitement you had days ago when devouring a whole basin of braised rabbit? You finished it in no time and claimed you didn't like it? Huh." The magic wolf chuckled coldly as he served a bowl of rice at Yi Li's seat. "What did you expect? You caught so many soft-boned rabbits. It would be wasteful not to eat them. Besides, the ones you've experimented on are as effective as century-old soul beasts. How could we let that go to waste?" Yili observed his teacher's mocking grin and knew that today's meal would still revolve around the soft-boned rabbit. While he could eat the soft-boned rabbit, the pale black gelatinous substance had rendered its meat exceptionally tender and delectable, far surpassing any inferior beef he had consumed in his previous life. However, even the most delicious food could become tiresome after a week of consumption. "Ali, how is your experiment progressing?" "It's going well, quite smoothly. If all goes according to plan, I should be ready to proceed with the Soul Master experiments tomorrow." "So soon? After I finish eating, I'll head to town to keep watch and capture those few great Soul Masters." "All right, thank you, teacher." Having lived together for 8 years, the magic wolf was well acquainted with the needs of his disciple, and this was not their first time undertaking such actions. Once again, it must be stated, Yili was no saint. He pursued these experiments to enhance his own strength, and thus he would proceed. Furthermore, Even if he were to become a saint in the future, he would stand firmly on the side of the common folk, never aligning himself with the soul masters. After resolving matters concerning the experiment, the magic wolf feigned indifference and continued to inquire. So, Ali, once you complete this experiment, what do you intend to do? Are you interested in attending the elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy in 2 months? The elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy? Yedi Raisit Ane. Is that where you wish to go, teacher? Chapter 22. Shall we attend the elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy? Being intimately familiar with his teacher, Yili quickly sensed the underlying concern. While curious about why his teacher suddenly wished to attend the elite competition, Yili also realized that it was time for him to leave this place after concluding his experiment, having stayed here long enough. Thus, he nodded in agreement. However, teacher, are we going to Balak City to watch the competition? With Yi Li's affirmative response, the magic wolf breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing Yi Li's question, a joyful smile appeared on his face. No, we are heading to the Kingdom of Sylvis. The Kingdom of Sylvis? But, teacher, with the Luan family present, we cannot cross the border city. The Lord of the border city might not intercept them, but once we appear in the border city, the Luan family will immediately be notified, dispatching soul masters to pursue us. As for attempting to cross the border directly, I am not inclined to try that. The Bala Kingdom is unlike other kingdoms due to its proximity to the Star Luo Empire and the Spirit Hall. It has received full support from the Tiendo royal family, stationing 1 million troops here as the first line of defense against the Star Luo Empire and the Spirit Hall. Consequently, the military's control over the border is the strictest among the several kingdoms. Any unauthorized crossing of the border would prompt a swarm of soldiers to pursue, and one would be hunted down by the entire Tiendo Empire. The initial pursuit might consist merely of ordinary soldiers, which Yili would not fear. However, being hunted by the Tiendo Empire would pose a significant problem. The Luan family won't arrive in time. I possess a pass, and by the time they learn of our presence, we will have already crossed the border city. Due to the formidable powers of soul masters, the Tiendo royal family, driven by their innate desire for control, seeks to manage this force. However, the Tiendo royal family is relatively weak, with their martial spirits lacking in strength, leading them to settle for monitoring the general whereabouts of the soul masters. Thus, the passage document came into existence. Under normal circumstances, as long as a soul master presents their spirit ring, the border city would not impose significant barriers. After a simple registration, they would be respectfully allowed to leave. Yili believed that without the Luan family, he could easily pass through the border city by merely displaying his spirit ring. Yet with the Luan family involved, that was out of the question. However, since the teacher held a passage document, there was no cause for concern. Although Yili felt somewhat puzzled as to why his teacher had not possessed such a document previously, he trusted his teacher and discerned that there was evidently some unspoken truth behind the document. Thus, Yili nodded in agreement. The following day, in the afternoon, as the data from the soft-bone rabbit number 13 showed normalcy in every aspect, with a substantial enhancement in soul power and physical strength, and a stable mental state, devoid of the violent, bloodthirsty, muscular atrophy, tumors, or decaying organs that afflicted its siblings, it confirmed that Yili's experimental direction was correct. Consequently, Yili prepared to commence the Soul Master experiment. Ali, continue. With a swift motion, the magic wolf tossed 3 unconscious soul masters beside Yili. Yili looked at the 3 soul masters lying on the ground with a hint of exasperation. Teacher, my experimental platform is over here, not there. The magic wolf chuckled at his disciple's exasperated expression, pretending not to notice. He did not wish to approach that terrifying experimental platform. What transpired there was beyond human comprehension. No, one must ponder how anyone could conceive of performing such horrific acts on that platform. The magic wolf recalled the fates of some soul masters who had pursued them, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Finding an excuse, he promptly departed. Yili paid no mind to his teacher's departure. His focus was solely on the 3 volunteers who were about to contribute to his grand endeavor. With one in each hand, he effortlessly placed the 3 adult soul masters onto the experimental platform for fixation. Regarding the appropriate dosage of the dark viscous substance, Yili had already tested it on the soft-bone rabbit. The soft-bone rabbit was currently the most compatible soul beast with soul masters that Yili could find, and it was also the most abundant. Essentially, the substances he had previously experimented with on the softbone rabbit would also prove effective on soul masters. Nevertheless, for the sake of experimental rigor, Yili opted to conduct comparative experiments using soul masters to avoid any potential pitfalls. Although, given Yi Li's rudimentary experimental conditions, the notion of rigor seemed somewhat unrealistic. Once the 3 soul masters were secured, Yili prepared to collect data concerning their soul power, mental state, and physical strength before proceeding with the experiment. The first soul master, named Yao Yong, possessed the martial spirit of a scaled pig and was an 18th level offensive battle soul master, serving as the captain of the Rock Lu Town Guard. He had a penchant for underage girls, frequently abducting them from ordinary families for his own pleasure, only for their bodies to be discovered in the wilderness the following day. To date, it was known that 20 girls had been murdered, resulting in the destruction of 20 families. The other 2 soul masters were similarly notorious, individuals whose past deeds had rendered them unworthy of living in Yili's previous life. Thus, Yili felt no psychological burden conducting experiments on them. Taking out various experimental tools, Yili commenced data collection. The first experiment, skin resistance test. The second experiment, muscle resistance test. Perhaps due to Yili's lack of finesse in experimental techniques, the first soul master awakened from his slumber during the initial experiment. "Who are you? How did I end up here? Who tied me up? Let me go. Otherwise, I will kill you," Yao Yong exclaimed in panic, his voice filled with rage as he struggled violently. However, it was futile. When a magic wolf had entrusted these soul masters to Yi Li, he had sealed their soul power using the strength of a soul king. Without soul power and with their bodies restrained, there was little chance of escape. Thus, Yi Li merely cast a glance at the thrashing Yao Yong before continuing his experiment. Once he recorded the physical data, he would indeed require his teacher's assistance to measure their soul power recovery rates and other data. Yao Yong's shouts and struggles soon awakened the other 2 soul masters nearby. Upon realizing their bodies were bound and witnessing a boy in white attire slicing into their companion's skin, they erupted in furious cries, demanding Yili release them or face consequences. When they realized that threats were ineffective, they resorted to revealing their identities, promising substantial rewards if they were freed, while others continued to threaten Yi Li's safety. Yi Li paid no heed to the soul master's clamoring, persisting in his experiment. In fact, he felt quite satisfied. Their spirited outcries indicated that they would likely endure the forthcoming dark viscous substance experiment quite well. The softbone rabbit is, after all, a spirit beast, possessing a physical affinity with spirit masters, yet its soul is significantly weaker than that of the latter. Chapter 23. The experiment continues. Yi Li's experiments persisted until nightfall, allowing him to meticulously gather all the required data. He subsequently injected an appropriate dosage of a pale black gelatinous substance into 3 spirit masters for experimentation. Now, he merely needed to wait for time to pass in order to ascertain the suitability of these gelatinous substances for spirit masters and evaluate their effectiveness. However, during the course of the experiment, unforeseen events occurred. After collecting the physical data of the 3 individuals, Yi Li observed that they had succumbed to a state of mental lethargy, filled with terror and unease. Their gazes toward Yi Li reflected abject horror, as if they beheld a demon. Upon sighting Yi Li, they trembled in fear, unable to utter a sound, devoid of the vigor they had exhibited at the outset. Levink, Yi Li somehat disillusionné. With such wavering resolve, how could he expect to acquire superior experimental data? The following morning, with the sun shining brightly and birds chirping melodiously, it was yet another splendid day for life. After completing his routine training and meals, Yi Li, harboring a flicker of anticipation, summoned his teacher and proceeded to the room where the 3 esteemed volunteers were housed. Creaking open the door, Yi Li stepped into the room. Bathed in the gentle morning light, a soft glow danced in the air as he entered, seemingly enveloped in a luminous aura under the sun's rays. His handsome visage and elongated form reminiscent of a celestial being descended from myth. Behind him, the ominous, pallid demon wolf appeared as a protective deity, its fierce presence accentuating the divine elegance of Yi Li. Yet, the 3 esteemed volunteers evidently harbored other sentiments. Upon witnessing Yi Li's entrance, they immediately erupted in fearful cries. "Sir, I implore you, spare me. I have an elderly mother in her 70s, a 3-month-old child, and a newlywed wife who cannot be without me. Please, sir, I am willing to toil like a beast, to do anything you desire. Yi Li, disregarding their pleas, treated their words as mere noise. Until he had gathered sufficient experimental data, none of them could perish, nor could they leave. Teacher, I apologize for the trouble. He understood. The demon wolf, grinning wickedly, extended its right hand and delivered several sharp slaps to the first volunteer, Spirit Master Yao Yong, retrieving the soul power that had been left within them from the previous night. With the suppression of soul power lifted, Yao Yong instinctively activated his soul power, summoning his armored pig martial spirit. In an instant, a circle of white soul rings shimmered around him, floating and pulsating. The soul power's luster remained unchanged. The soul ring's color stable, and his mental state normal, devoid of abnormalities. Following Yao Yong's summoning of his martial spirit, Yi Li began recording data from the sidelines, occasionally requesting his teacher to replicate the experimental methods from the previous day. Unlike yesterday, where he prioritized physical data, Yi Li was cautious not to influence the soul power and mental data. Thus, he opted to focus on gathering soul power data first. With the assistance of his teacher, the demon wolf, despite some setbacks, such as the volunteers experiencing mental breakdowns and activating their soul skills, only to be quelled by the teacher's intervention, Yi Li swiftly amassed the necessary soul power data, thanks to the formidable strength of the demon wolf, a soul king. Upon completion of the soul power data collection, he proceeded to gather mental and physical data. However, as the demon wolf, who had been quite pleased as Yi Li's assistant, realized that Yi Li intended to collect physical data, its expression shifted and it quickly made an excuse to depart. Consequently, Yi Li was left to complete the remaining data collection alone, which slowed the process somewhat. It was not until nearly noon that Yi Li finished gathering all the data. With the collected data in hand, he awaited his teacher's arrival at the dining table while analyzing the experimental outcomes. Thus far, the dosage tested on the soft-boned rabbit No. 13 appeared to be the most suitable. Yi Li established the dosage from number 13 as a baseline of 1, administering standard doses of 0, 8, 1, and 1, 2 to the 3 volunteers for comparative analysis. From the morning's experimental data, it was evident that all 3 spirit masters experienced an increase in soul power. Notably, the volunteer who received the 1, 2 standard dosage exhibited the most significant enhancement, with a rapid increase approaching half a level, whereas the 0, 8 standard dosage yielded the least improvement, merely half a level. Considering that the volunteer with the 0, 8 dosage was a spirit master, while the one with the 1, 2 dosage was a grand spirit master, it was clear that the 1, 2 standard dosage had the most substantial effect on enhancing the soul power of spirit masters. However, in other aspects, the 1, 2 dosage did not perform as well, leading to increased irritability and the emergence of faint, peculiar black patterns beneath the skin. Although minimal and easily overlooked without close inspection, this indicated the potential dangers associated with the 1, 2 standard dosage. Nevertheless, physical attributes had improved, albeit slightly, marking a fourth avenue to enhance physical prowess aside from absorbing soul rings, integrating soul bones, and physical training. The 1, 0 standard dosage appeared to be the most ideal, with the spirit master experiencing a half-level increase in soul power, no discernible changes in mental state, and a slight enhancement in physical attributes, albeit less pronounced than that of the 1, 2 dosage. Moreover, a thorough examination revealed no trace of the enigmatic black patterns on the volunteer with the 1, 0 dosage. In contrast, the 0, 8 dosage yielded only an increase in soul power, lacking any effects, positive or negative, in other areas. However, this was merely the initial data analysis. Yi Li intended to observe further over the next few days to ascertain the specific effects. Ideally, Yi Li wished to conduct experiments with spirit masters sharing the same martial spirit, soul power level, and gender, or even triplets. Yet, given the inherent rarity of spirit masters, finding individuals who met all of Yi Li's criteria seemed improbable. Even if every spirit master in the world were gathered, it was unlikely they would fulfill his requirements. Thus, Yi Li quickly dismissed the thought. In a modest hotel room within a small town, a white-haired youth burst through the door, exclaiming with exuberance, "I have news! I have news!" The spirit masters seated in the room turned in unison to regard the exuberant youth, with a gray-haired middle-aged man rising from his seat in anxious anticipation. Inquiring, "What news?" Present in the room were representatives from various families responsible for pursuing Yi Li and his companions. Except for the Ansa family, who were paralyzed by fear and dared not pursue, every other family had dispatched one or two spirit master representatives to this gathering. Among them, the white-haired youth represented the Han family, which primarily engaged in commerce and boasted superior intelligence sources. Thus, when the white-haired youth declared he had news, all eyes turned to him, filled with hope. Chapter 24. Departure. The white-haired youth wasted no time, directly relaying the information reported by his subordinates. A spirit master had gone missing in Yinla town, one notorious for oppressing the common folk. Upon hearing this, the spirit masters present instantly brightened, with the middle-aged man of broad visage, the strongest among them, hastily asking, "Has the local medicinal herb trade surged?" The silver-haired youth nodded, stating, "My family subordinates have reported that the sale of medicinal herbs has been more successful than ever, along with certain parts of soul beasts." "That's splendid," exclaimed the soul masters in the room, joyfully recognizing the implications of the notorious soul master's disappearance, the surge in medicinal trade, and the heightened demand for soul beast parts. These three occurrences served as undeniable evidence of Yi Li and his companions' presence. This was the culmination of their 8 years of pursuit. If only one of these situations had arisen, it could have been attributed to other individuals. Even the rise in medicinal trade and the sale of soul beast parts could have been explained as normal local commerce. However, the simultaneous disappearance of the malevolent soul masters alongside the other two phenomena left no doubt that Yi Li and his group were indeed the culprits. Upon receiving this critical information about Yi Li, the assembled individuals erupted in joyous laughter, envisioning the dawn of fulfilling their family's orders. The broad-faced middle-aged man waved his hand with a smile. "Now that we have confirmed that Xiaodu Lang and the others are in Yinla town, we must not delay. We shall set off immediately. Otherwise, based on past experiences, they will swiftly vanish following the disappearance of the soul masters. Indeed, we must act quickly." One of them chimed in, "I can hardly wait to eliminate that old scoundrel." Among the soul masters present, with the exception of one recently added member, all had several years of experience in this pursuit, fully aware that without prompt action, their efforts would be in vain. Thus, they nodded in agreement to the broad-faced man's statement. However, as he prepared to depart, all but his family members began to stall for time. With only a few hours remaining, the broad-faced man smirked coldly. Although they all shared the same ultimate goal, the emergence of Yi Li's potential to poison a soul king, coupled with the obliteration of a soul emperor family over a month prior, had complicated their ranks. Some feared becoming the next in Sa family and were fervently determined to eliminate Yi Li. Others sought to ingratiate themselves with the Luan family. Moreover, various other factions aimed to recruit Yi Li, forcefully inserting themselves into the fray. Even the very family that initiated the pursuit of Yi Li had altered their intentions, now wishing to recruit him. All of this stemmed from Yi Li's demonstrated worth. A mere 14-year-old, nearly obliterating a soul emperor family, raised questions of what he might achieve as he matured, even if his strength plateaued. Recruiting him would be akin to acquiring a soul saint at a fraction of the cost. Had it not been for the desire to avoid offending numerous families and the potential complications for the future of his own, he would have never allowed the information to be publicly disclosed. Thus, while the broad-faced man smirked, he did not impede the actions of the other soul masters. He even summoned a member from his family, instructing him to relay Yi Li's information to the nearest soul emperor or soul saint. 3 days later, in a small village near Yanlu town, Yi Li sat cross-legged on his bed, his expression solemn as he extracted the gem of the blue poison frog king, preparing for his cultivation. 3 days had passed since the soul master's initial experiment, and Yi Li had gathered all the experimental data he could obtain regarding his current situation. He had developed a preliminary understanding of the effects and suitable dosages of the dark, viscous substance. Based on the data at hand, this substance appeared to be the manifestation of soul power accumulated within soul beasts over millennia. Upon absorption, it could elevate soul power levels and slightly enhance physical attributes, albeit with repercussions for the soul. The 3 soul masters who had received varying dosages from Yi Li were now in a state of mental collapse, unable to provide further data. Among them, the one who received a dosage of 12 experienced not only a mental breakdown, but also developed bizarre black patterns on his skin, impervious to even the sharpest knife. The one receiving 10 suffered a similar mental decline, exhibiting irritability, yet bore no such markings. The Soul Master who received 8 was in the best condition, devoid of the strange patterns and exhibiting no signs of agitation. Yet he too succumbed to mental collapse, and alarmingly, at a faster rate than the others. This left Yi Li with a heavy heart, lamenting that had he only waited a little longer, he could have obtained more data. Consequently, he was hesitant to utilize the dark viscous solid further. However, glancing at the remaining quantity of this substance within the gem, he frowned. Only 3 standard dosages remained. This amount was insufficient for continued experimentation to yield more detailed data. Yi Li had attempted to extract the dark viscous substance from the bodies of other soul beasts, but whether due to the age of the beasts or their species, he had only succeeded with the millennia-old swift fire demon wolf. Perhaps both factors played a role, as he noted that the bodies of the soul beasts he had experimented on exhibited varying degrees of energy depletion, with their inherent energy significantly diminished. Ordinary 10-year soul beasts, after undergoing his experiments, possessed nearly no soul power, rendering their consumption akin to that of common beast meat. These experimental results led Yi Li to form a bold hypothesis. Yet lacking sufficient data, he refrained from drawing any conclusions. At the village entrance, Yi Li had already gathered his belongings alongside his teacher, the demon wolf, placing everything into a storage soul guide. The experimental materials deemed hazardous were disposed of according to their danger levels. Those harmful to ordinary people were buried on-site and subjected to proper disposal measures, while harmless items, including some of Yi Li's experimental data, were left behind. Although these data were inconsequential, they contained the wisdom from some of Yi Li's previous life's experimental methods. By leaving them, Yi Li hoped to plant a seed that would blossom into something magnificent in the fantastical Douluo continent. After over a month of experimentation, Yi Li felt a profound need for an assistant, someone with whom he could communicate freely, perhaps even an adversary. Only through dialogue could progress be achieved, igniting the spark of wisdom. Chapter 25, Black Crystal Ollie, how is your black crystal experiment coming along? The demon wolf inquired, stretching beside Yi Li. Black crystal? Yi Li responded, puzzled. I haven't conducted any black crystal experiments. Yes, the substance you utilized on those 3 scoundrels. It's going well enough. I still need to continue experimenting to gather more detailed data. Yi Li reflected, acknowledging that black crystal was indeed a fitting term and quite appealing. Very well. If you require additional materials, just inform me, and I shall procure some on the way. Having lived alongside Yi Li for 8 years, he had garnered some understanding of experimental terminology and recognized that his disciples' experiments typically spanned lengthy durations. However, his earlier inquiry was merely a formality. He was eager to communicate the subsequent thought. But Ollie, are you truly sure it's wise to leave those materials in the village? Though the magic wolf lacked understanding of experimental matters, prior to his encounter with Yi Li, he was a soul master of considerable prowess within the Douluo continent, possessing a foundational knowledge of its common principles. He was aware that while some soul masters, hindered by their own martial spirits, gravitated towards theoretical research, such as the master Yu Shaojiang frequently mentioned by his disciple, these theoretical approaches were fundamentally incomparable to the experimental methods employed by his own disciple. It was possible that some among them utilized methodologies akin to those of his disciple, yet they lacked the rigor and systematic structure to form a comprehensive framework. Thus, the magic wolf harbored concerns. Should they acquire the materials left by Ali in the village, their newfound strength might pose a threat to Ali's life. He had witnessed the remarkable transformation of Yi Li over the course of 8 years, evolving from a mere child devoid of any soul master status to a striking young man capable of annihilating a soul emperor's family. He understood the formidable power encapsulated in the materials Yi Li had entrusted to the village. In response to his mentor's worries, Yi Li shook his head, hands clasped behind his back, gazing upwards with an expression of profound confidence. Master, you must believe in me. Your disciple is destined to ascend to the pinnacle and unify the continent. Those trivial materials, even if they were to obtain them, could never compare to my abilities. With a calm demeanor, the magic wolf retracted his right hand and maintained his stance. Speak plainly. Yi Li, with his hand resting on his head, replied with a hint of exasperation. Master, your concerns regarding the materials I've left in the village stem from your constant presence by my side, which has made you acutely aware of their significance. However, the Luan family does not share that privilege. They have not accompanied me during my experiments. While they may be curious about my strength, do you truly believe that a group of unrefined individuals could comprehend the materials I left behind? The magic wolf pondered this, realizing that even he, who had been by his disciples' side throughout the experiments, struggled to fully grasp the intricacies involved. It was all the more unlikely for the Luan family's soul masters to achieve such understanding. No, they cannot. Precisely, Yi Li continued, if they cannot comprehend them. Do you think they would invest significant effort into pursuing them? They would not. Thus, they will be incapable of keeping pace with my progress. If they cannot match my strides, we need not worry about them posing a threat to us. Moreover, you know that conducting experiments is essentially a financial drain, often yielding little to no return. The magic wolf nodded in agreement, lamenting the funds he had poured into his disciples' experiments, which had yielded no visible results. Had it not been for Yi Li's subsequent success in selling the poisons and healing potions he had created, he would have been unable to support his disciples' increasingly costly endeavors. Given the magic wolf's understanding of the Luan family, he doubted they would squander resources on experiments with no guaranteed outcome. Ultimately, the Douluo continent remained a realm dominated by soul masters, where strength reigned supreme. Theoretical soul masters? Over the years, only one had emerged, and he was ridiculed. Seeing that his mentor had set aside his worries, Yi Li chose to remain silent, preparing to depart. Deep down, however, he harbored unspoken thoughts. His genuine wish was for them to treasure the materials he had left behind, even if, in the present environment of the Douluo continent, which favored strength over theory, they might be neglected. He believed that once he grew stronger, his adversaries, those ambitious souls yearning for power, opportunists among the soul masters, would fervently invest their efforts into his experimental data, meticulously analyzing every word in detail. In that future, the world would transform due to his might. Theoretical research would no longer be derided, and he would finally find true companions with whom he could share his insights. Though this vision seemed distant, Yi Li was willing to plant the seed for that far-off future, patiently awaiting its blossoming. The path is arduous and long, yet progress will lead to arrival. An hour later, at the village entrance, a towering man of 2 meters, bare-chested and bearded, suddenly sprinted from the distance. Upon reaching the village entrance, he came to an abrupt halt, stirring up a cloud of dust. The village was small, and with his keen eyesight, the bearded man quickly surveyed the entire area. Furthermore, with his strength as a soul sage, he sensed that the village was devoid of life. Frowning, he realized that the inhabitants had departed. The bearded man was a soul sage from the Luan family, who, due to certain circumstances, happened to pass through Yinla town and took it upon himself to undertake a family mission of pursuit. Intrigued by Yi Li's exploits, he had abandoned his vehicle at the news and hurriedly made his way here, only to discover that he was a step too late. It seemed he would have to wait for the younger members of his family to arrive. After confirming the absence of anyone in the village, he turned his attention to the shadow of a large tree to his left. Step forth, Ghost Claw. I sense your presence upon my arrival. Caw-caw, Wan Yinzhong. You are indeed the right-hand man of old Master Luan. My Ghost Claw martial spirit cannot escape your notice, replied a pale figure who emerged from the shadow. Bearing a sinister expression, Wan Yinzhong frowned slightly, his voice grave, enough with the idle chatter, Ghost Claw. Tell me, in which direction did the little poison brat flee? The pale man was a level 69 agile attack type Soul Emperor, wielding the Ghost Claw martial spirit, the very same who had slaughtered Yi Li's original village 8 years prior. Had it not been for the fact that Yi Li had poisoned a Soul King from the Luan family over 2 months ago and almost obliterated a Soul Emperor family just a month prior, stirring a sensation throughout the Soul Master community in the Bala Kingdom, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that Yi Li was the lone survivor of the village he had once ravaged. Yi Li's recent exploits, particularly the near annihilation of a Soul Emperor family, had instilled a sense of dread within him. Consequently, he had arranged for personnel to join the pursuit against Yi Li and, upon learning of Yi Li's precise whereabouts, had personally emerged from seclusion to rush over. Chapter 26. Ghost Claw. He went towards the Stardow Forest. In truth, Ghost Claw's temperament was such that had anyone spoken to him in such a manner, he would have already resorted to slaughtering their entire family. Even when faced with a typical soul sage, he was confident he could evade them, provided they were not a control type. Yet, Luan Yinzhong was not only a level 72 defensive soul sage, wholly unconcerned by his threats. but also wielded a rare fifth soul skill that combined defense and sound control, which effectively restrained his speed. Moreover, Luan Yinzhong was the most obstinate soul sage of the Luan family, long perturbed by individuals like Ghost Claw who indiscriminately slaughtered civilians. It was needless to say that they were not aligned in purpose. Should Ghost Claw refuse to answer Luan Yinzhong's inquiries, the latter would seize the opportunity to discipline him. Thus, Ghost Claw obediently emerged from the shadows, ready to answer Luan Yinzhong's queries. The soul sage looked down upon him, and only when Ghost Claw's face betrayed his struggle to endure did Luan Yinzhong finally say, "Very well, follow me." Ghost Claw, bewildered by the sudden shift, thought to himself, "Follow you? Weren't you here to recruit the little poison brat? Why must I accompany you? I came here to kill him. Why should I go with you? I am not one of your Luan family." Gue Zhua stood with arms crossed, a cold smirk on his face, remaining motionless as Luan Yinzhong advanced. Yet, Luan Yinzhong merely paused to cast a sidelong glance. The immense martial soul, the giant pattern bell, was instantly summoned, its 7 optimal soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 radiating brilliance around him. The soul ring, representing his 5th soul skill, shimmered with a golden hue, a faint phantom of a bell enveloping him. A formidable wave of sound energy coiling within, feeling the weighty pressure upon him and a distinct aura of menace in his 6th sense. Gue Zhua's pallid complexion shifted from blue to red, then back to white, ultimately contorting into a forced smile fueled by his primal instinct to survive. "It is indeed my honor to assist Lord Yinzhong. I shall lead the way." With that, Gue Zhua hastily moved ahead, not daring to linger. Only when Luan Yinzhong dismissed his martial soul did the pressure wane, allowing Gue Zhua to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the lingering thread in his 6th sense made it clear that he had not yet escaped danger, merely enjoying a momentary reprieve. Damn it! Luan Yinzhong is certainly not a mere 72 rank soul sage. Such overwhelming pressure cannot belong to one of that rank. In an instant, Gue Zhua's gaze turned malevolent, vowing to exact vengeance upon those who had misled him with erroneous information. "Gue Zhua, do not hurry. I cannot keep up," Luan Yinzhong remarked calmly, arms still crossed. Trailing behind at a pace of several meters per step, Gue Zhua, initially intent on quickening his pace to shake off Luan Yinzhong, froze momentarily upon hearing his words, then chose to ignore them, accelerating with all his might to distance himself from Luan Yinzhong. Yet, Luan Yinzhong merely replicated his previous maneuver, dissuading Gue Zhua from any further tricks. "Damn it! This bastard Luan Yinzhong intends to use me as leverage to recruit that little scoundrel, Xiao Douluo." After several futile attempts to escape Luan Yinzhong's oppressive presence, Gue Zhua's thoughts began to clarify. He pondered why Luan Yinzhong was so insistent on taking him along. A bargaining chip. Everyone was aware of his enmity with that little scoundrel, Xiao Douluo. If his life could be exchanged for Xiao Douluo's allegiance, Luan Yinzhong would undoubtedly be eager to oblige. Following the Ansa family incident, regardless of Gue Zhua's personal feelings, he was now perceived as a significant threat. Akin to a soul sage, to have nearly obliterated a soul emperor family meant that he was practically on par with a soul sage. Thus, trading the allegiance of a soul sage for the life of a rival soul emperor would be an enticing proposal for anyone. Hence, no matter what schemes Gue Zhua concocted, Luan Yinzhong would not release him, and fighting to the death. If Gue Zhua possessed such gallantry, even a sow could climb a tree. As they pushed forward, Luan Yinzhong and Gue Zhua soon arrived at the location where Yi Li and his companions had entered the Douluo forest. Gazing upon the lush vitality of the primordial forest, Luan Yinzhong maintained a stoic expression but inwardly lamented that they were likely too late. The Douluo forest, teeming with life, abundant vegetation, and numerous soul beasts, would surely obscure any traces. Gue Zhua could think of this as well. Before he could voice his thoughts, Luan Yinzhong commanded, "Let us proceed." Continue? Is he out of his mind, wanting to press on now? Yet, Gue Zhua was met only with Luan Yinzhong's calm, colorless gaze, reminiscent of a lofty power surveying mere ants, devoid of emotion. In that instant, Gue Zhua realized that Luan Yinzhong's target was not the little scoundrel Xiao Douluo, but rather himself. In the outer region of the Douluo forest, Yi Li could imagine the frenzied pursuit of those outside. The moment he revealed himself, they would descend upon him like hounds. Thus, he and his mentor, the demon wolf, had entered the Douluo forest over an hour ago, planning to exit through another outlet and make their way to the border city, en route to the Sylva's kingdom. However, the variety of soul beasts in the Douluo forest was truly astounding. In just over an hour, Yili had already encountered no fewer than 20 different species, half of which he had never seen in any texts. This left Yili itching with curiosity, had it not been for his lack of strength. Staying here to conduct research would be tantamount to seeking death. Yet, he was nonetheless eager to linger for a while. Suddenly, a group of soul beasts with fox-like heads appeared before Yili. The fox wolf, with a head resembling that of a fox but a body akin to that of a wolf, was a creature that theoretically possessed infinite potential. At 10 years, it bore a single tail. At 100 years, 2 tails, and only at 10,000 years did it gain an additional tail for every 2,000 years thereafter. However, the fox wolf was exceedingly weak. Even 1,000-year soul beasts had not been seen for hundreds of years, let alone 10,000-year ones. Yili had only encountered them in the biographies of titled Douluos from millennia ago, unsure of their authenticity. But that mattered little. His interest in such a soul beast with a complete evolutionary chain was piqued. Why did the fox wolf gain an additional tail with each level it surpassed? Why was its body a fusion of fox and wolf? Were its ancestors wolves or foxes? Which lineage was dominant? Yili was thoroughly intrigued, especially as he sought to unravel the principles of martial soul evolution to enhance his own, with soul masters being scarce and the inability to dissect them. Yili turned his attention to soul beasts, believing that the principles behind the transformation of 10,000-year soul beasts into humanoid forms should be analogous. Although his experiments with black crystal remained incomplete and he lacked the energy to initiate another, this did not preclude him from gathering materials in advance. Chapter 27. The fox wolf. Now was the perfect time for the fox wolf to hunt. Upon seeing Yi Li and the demon wolf, the leading two-tailed fox wolf excitedly called out. Having encountered humanoid beings before, it recognized them as delectable and capable of enhancing its own soul power. Thus, the ravenous two-tailed fox wolf howled, urging its fellow fox wolves to charge at Yi Li and his companion. Yi Li, observing the approaching pack of fox wolves, wore his signature angelic smile. A sharp dagger materialized in his hand. Ignite fire martial soul, activate. First soul skill, second soul skill commence. As his soul power surged, 2 yellow soul rings shimmered around him, signifying his stature as a great soul master. Simultaneously, he crouched slightly, then propelled himself backward with a powerful kick. Facing a pack of 100-year fox wolves leading a group of 10-year fox wolves, Yili advanced rather than retreating, his body shooting forward like a bolt from a crossbow. Plunging into the midst of the fox wolves, the leading 100-year fox wolf dismissed Yi Li's advance, becoming even more exhilarated as it called out. The surrounding 10-year fox wolves, spurred on by their leader's excitement, quickened their assault. Before long, 3 10-year fox wolves lunged at Yi Li, brandishing their sharp claws and baring their teeth in a coordinated attack aimed at his head, chest, and lower limbs. In the distance, the 100-year fox beast, its eyes gleaming with excitement, waved its 2 snowy tails, gathering a wave of invisible psychic energy to strike at Yi Li's head. This is a classic tactic employed by the pack of fox wolves in the outskirts, with their most illustrious achievement being the demise of an 800-year-old glorious horned spirit deer. The soul energy emanating from Yi Li now pales in comparison to that of the ancient deer. Consequently, when the century-old fox wolves observed Yi Li ensnared within their strategic ambush, they began to salivate in anticipation of the delectable feast to come. At the heart of the fox wolves' assault, Yi Li remained unperturbed as he faced 3 decade-old fox wolves. The yellow soul ring, symbolizing his first soul skill, flickered slightly, and 3 yellow fireballs, each the size of a thumb, swiftly coalesced before him. Following closely behind, the second soul ring activated, imbuing the 3 fireballs with explosive marks. Just as the 3 decade-old fox wolves lunged at him, Yi Li directed the fireballs into their throats with precision as they opened their jaws. A dull explosion reverberated through the air as the once ferocious fox wolves howled in agony, collapsing to the ground with their paws clutching their mouths in pain. Although the fireballs were not particularly powerful and might have only singed a few hairs upon direct impact, the throat is one of the critical weaknesses of carbon-based life forms. Coupled with Yi Li's second soul skill, the explosive force of the fireballs became significantly amplified, proving too much for the 3-decade-old foxwolves to withstand. As for the mental assault from the century-old foxwolf, Yili perceived it as a gentle breeze, cool and untroubled. Realizing that its primary survival ability had proven ineffective, the century-old foxwolf recognized it had encountered a formidable opponent. Yet, having witnessed the grim fate of those who fled in the Douluo forest, it understood the dire consequences of turning its back on an enemy. Thus, the lead century-old foxwolf crouched low, its lips quivering as it emitted a series of sharp calls, urging its companions to press forward while it lingered in the distance. Poised to ambush. After dispatching the 3 surrounding foxwolves, Yili turned his gaze toward the lurking century-old foxwolf and chuckled lightly, noting its potential as a source of mental attack skills. With a powerful push from his right foot, he surged toward the century-old foxwolf. Observing Yili's approach, the century-old foxwolf's eyes gleamed with ferocity as it urged its fellow foxwolves to obstruct his path. It extended its sharp claws, muscles taut, preparing to leap forward for the kill. Unfazed by the decade-old foxwolves obstructing his way, Yili summoned his soul power and activated his soul ring skills. The first soul ring shimmered incessantly, and a series of yellow fireballs coalesced around him, swirling like a string of fiery beads. The second soul ring followed suit, enhancing the fireballs with explosive marks at the moment of their formation. As Yili encountered the first decade-old foxwolf, he executed the same tactic, directing the surrounding explosive fireballs into its throat, eyes, and other vulnerable spots. Though this foxwolf appeared more robust than the previous 3, as long as it remained within the realm of carbon-based life forms or lower-tier soul beasts, it would succumb to Yili's targeted assault. With a final howl, it fell to the ground, its life effortlessly claimed by Yili's dagger. In Yili's eyes, the fate of these foxwolves was sealed the moment the fireballs took shape. Despite the remaining decade-old foxwolves, under the command of the century-old leader, hesitating to attack, the explosive fireballs targeting their weaknesses still proved effective. Thus, 3 minutes later, the entire pack of foxwolves, led by the century-old, lay defeated in the forest, their forms sprawled in unison. After vanquishing the foxwolves, Yili eagerly collected the century-old foxwolf with mental skills into his storage soul guide. Had it not been cumbersome to transport a living specimen through the Douluo forest, which would impede their travel speed, Yili would have preferred to keep it alive. After all, living specimens yield richer and more valuable data. Nevertheless, he felt satisfied with the unexpected bounty. Once he completed the black crystal testing experiment, he could seamlessly transition to researching the evolution of the foxwolves. He believed this exceptional foxwolf would undoubtedly bring him further surprises. The magic wolf, who had been watching silently, smiled upon witnessing Yili dispatch the foxwolves without injury. Although Yili had previously demonstrated remarkable healing skills and unique applications of soul techniques, he would typically sustain some injuries in encounters with such packs. Now, seeing Yili unharmed except for slight instability in his soul energy from excessive fireball use, the magic wolf's smile broadened. A teacher naturally feels joy when their disciple grows stronger. Master, what is it? I have gathered everything. We can leave now. Yili, puzzled, observed his teacher, noting the recent increase in smiles and a decrease in curses directed at the Wan family. Perhaps his master had experienced some form of encouragement. It seemed prudent to prepare some medicine for his teacher's recovery once they exited. The brain fluid of that foxwolf should suffice, complemented with explosive spirit fruit, fragrant soul leaves, and rock vine branches. In just a few seconds, a medicinal formula for mental conditioning formed effortlessly in Yili's mind. However, the explosive spirit fruit is sour and spicy. The fragrant soul leaves are coarse, and the rock vine branches are bitter and salty, necessitating the addition of some milder tortoise gelatin to balance the flavors. Otherwise, his master might find it unpalatable. After boiling, the rock vine branches would yield a slightly yellow liquid, reminiscent of something unseemly, thus requiring some lily flowers to enhance the color. In a moment of satisfaction and joy, the magic wolf noticed that Yili had already envisioned the scene of his master taking the medicine. When a magic wolf nodded toward Yili, a chill crept down his spine, as though the weather had suddenly shifted. Let's depart. The attack of the foxwolves is merely a commonplace occurrence in Douluo forest. After Yili and his companion left, the corpses of the foxwolves would soon be consumed by soul beasts drawn by the scent of blood or dragged away to serve as rations. The site of battle quickly returned to its former tranquility. 3 days later, at an exit of the Douluo forest, Yi Li and his teacher stood disheveled, their faces illuminated with smiles of relief as they finally concluded their ordeal. Following the resolution of the foxwolves' attack, the next 2 days in the Douluo forest proceeded smoothly. Except for occasional encounters with century-old soul beasts and rare millennium soul beasts, their journey resembled a fantastical adventure. The vibrant and magical flora of the Douluo forest, the majestic and powerful soul beasts, and the breathtaking bioluminescence of the nights filled Yi Li with exuberance and vigor. Moreover, Yi Li encountered numerous medicinal herbs mentioned in his books, deepening his understanding of the knowledge contained within them. Had it not been for a sudden uprising of soul beasts on the final day, Yi Li would have considered settling in the Douluo forest quite appealing once he attained greater strength. However, on the final day, a sudden upheaval among the soul beasts compelled Yi Li to temporarily abandon his aspirations. As the chaos erupted, he glanced back while fleeing, only to witness a multitude of soul beasts in his line of sight: giant hornhounds, gale wolves, lammy sheep, and ghost-eyed spiders. Hundreds of soul beasts of varying ages were frantically fleeing in terror, some of which were even thousand-year-old beasts. The scene was shrouded in dust and tumultuous sounds. Such a riot of soul beasts, numbering in the hundreds or thousands, would have been enough to make even the most seasoned combatants retreat. Had Yi Li and his companion not fled swiftly, they might never have seen the sunlight outside the Douluo forest again. It became evident that unless one attained the rank of a titled Douluo, settling in the Douluo forest was nothing short of a delusion. This realization left Yi Li in a state of dejection. The Douluo forest, rich in diverse soul beast species and abundant medicinal herbs, was indeed an ideal venue for experimentation. However, reflecting on the valuable materials he had gathered during his journey through the forest rekindled his spirits. Although the inability to reside in the Douluo forest for experiments was disheartening, the wealth of precious materials stored within his soul guide would ensure that his future endeavors would not lack for resources. 2 hours later, the Ghost Claw, having lost a hand and weakened in spirit, struggled to escape from the Douluo forest. Upon discovering that Wang Yanzhong's true target was himself, the Ghost Claw could no longer remain passive. He immediately unleashed his martial soul and fled towards the Douluo forest. Unfortunately, Wang Yanzhong had already initiated his attack by the time the Ghost Claw sensed the impending danger. The colossal phantom of the patterned bell was held aloft by Wang Yanzhong, and the black soul ring representing his sixth soul skill flickered ominously. The sixth soul skill, Rage of the Great Bell. With a clenched fist in his left hand and the bell in his right, Wang Yanzhong's massive fist, guided by the soul skill, came crashing down upon the enormous phantom of the patterned bell. The collision produced no sound, yet the Ghost Claw's instincts screamed a warning as a shadow of death loomed overhead. The sixth soul skill, Ghost Transformation, under the shadow of death. The Ghost Claw screamed as he activated his secret life-saving soul skill, Ghost Transformation. His body became ethereal, rendering him immune to all physical attacks. However, Wang Yanzhong's sixth soul skill, Rage of the Great Bell, not only possessed sound wave attacks, but also contained a modicum of mental damage. The Rage of the Great Bell penetrated the Ghost Claw's ethereal form, crashing into the ground and creating a crater 3 meters in diameter. Although the Ghost Claw attempted to flee into the Douluo forest, the penetration of the attack caused his ghostly form to fluctuate, nearly destabilizing his spectral state. Ultimately, he did manage to escape into the Douluo forest, but at the cost of an arm. Had he not encountered the soul beast riot later, he might have perished there. Thinking of how close he had come to death, the Ghost Claw's expression grew increasingly fierce. Damn it, Wang Yanzhong. The Ghost Claw, will return for vengeance. His gaze was filled with malice as he cast one last glance at the Douluo forest before fleeing south towards the Tiando Empire. The Luan family had close ties with the Balak royal family. Remaining in the Balak kingdom would only spell his doom. Furthermore, Wang Yanzhong's audacity to attack him indicated that other strongholds within the Balak kingdom were also unreliable. Hence, the Ghost Claw had only one destination left, the Douluo Empire. In the territory of the Sylvis Kingdom, Crescent Moon City. After leaving the Douluo forest, the journey for Yi Li and his teacher, the Magic Wolf, became remarkably smooth. As they crossed through the border city, the presence of travel documentation facilitated a swift and merely symbolic registration of their details, allowing them to continue on their way unhindered. At that time, the Wan family was preoccupied with a thorough search for the Ghost Claws faction, resulting in a lack of personnel to pursue Yi Li and his companion. Thus, they journeyed effortlessly to Crescent Moon City in the Sylvis Kingdom. Teacher, do try this. The yellow leaf soup here is truly delightful. Crescent Moon City, a significant urban center within the Sylvis Kingdom, was bustling with commerce and an abundance of soul masters. Renowned as a culinary capital, Yi Li eagerly led his teacher, the Magic Wolf, through the streets in search of gastronomic delights. The yellow leaf soup was something Yi Li had heard about during a casual conversation at an inn, piquing his curiosity enough to seek it out. While Yi Li relished the soup, the Magic Wolf, upon seeing the pale yellow broth, felt his stomach churn and found it utterly unpalatable. Since their departure from the Stardow Forest, Yi Li had frequently brewed medicine for the Magic Wolf, enthusiastically claiming it would enhance mental fortitude. The Magic Wolf felt embarrassed to reject his disciple's good intentions. Initially, the taste was tolerable, but after consuming 3 large bowls, an unusual medley of flavors overwhelmed his palate. Spicy, bitter, salty, and sweet, akin to a chaotic amalgamation of tastes. Once the flavor subsided, he overheard his disciple mumbling about some ineffective concoction, leaving the Magic Wolf with a furrowed brow. He felt an overwhelming urge to discipline this reckless disciple for daring to offer him such a dubious yellow broth. Just as the Magic Wolf contemplated whether to reprimand his wayward disciple, a sudden commotion erupted outside on the street. My foot. No, my child, please be safe. Make way for the Moon Mansion's procession. Clear the way. The place where Yi Li was enjoying his soup was a modest stall set up at the roadside, allowing them to clearly observe the events unfolding outside. A magnificent carriage, flanked by a contingent of soldiers, sped down the road, causing some unsuspecting civilians to be knocked aside by the force of its passage. Yi Li and the Magic Wolf, seated at the stall, exchanged concerned glances, both furrowing their brows. Teacher? Go ahead. The Magic Wolf was well aware of his disciple's nature and understood Yi Li's intentions, choosing not to intervene. With his teacher's permission, Yi Li finished the yellow leaf soup in one gulp, discreetly retrieved a medical kit from his soul guide, and approached the injured. The Magic Wolf remained in place, utilizing the stall's advantageous position to observe the surroundings and ensure that no rogue elements would interfere with Yi Li's treatment. At that moment, the roadside was filled with the anguished cries of those injured by the carriage, while passers-by lamented their misfortunes. Thus, Yi Li, clad in white and carrying the medical kit, stood out amidst the chaos. Amidst the astonished, puzzled, and bemused gazes of the crowd, Yi Li approached the gravely injured. She was an ordinary rural woman who had come to the city with her son after he had sold a giant wolf he had hunted for 3 silver soul coins. Overjoyed, her son had insisted on buying new clothes. However, just as they were returning home with their new garments, they had encountered this tragic incident. If her son's leg was broken, what would become of him as a hunter? Hello, I am a physician. May I be of assistance? Linshi, gazing at the elegantly dressed Yi Li, was momentarily taken aback, her voice trembling with fear as she stuttered. Young master, who are you? I am a physician. May I be of assistance? A physician? Linshi beheld Yi Li's garments, as pristine as clouds, and then glanced at her own coarse linen attire, struggling to comprehend the situation. She feared that this might be a nobleman masquerading as a physician, toying with them, as tales often recounted. However, upon witnessing her son in excruciating pain, she gritted her teeth and knelt in earnest supplication. I beseech you, noble doctor, save my son. Yi Li extended a hand to steady the elderly woman as she prepared to kneel, nodding reassuringly. Do not worry, I shall heal your son. With that, Yi Li crouched down to examine the injuries of the burly man on the ground. His calf was deformed, fractured, and his abdomen exhibited extensive bleeding accompanied by pronounced skin swelling, indicative of subcutaneous hemorrhaging. After ascertaining the severity of the man's injuries, Yi Li commenced treatment. He opened his medical kit, retrieved a concocted anesthetic, and applied it around the fracture site to numb the man's nerves. Otherwise, he would be unable to endure the pain during the setting of the bone. Once the anesthetic took effect, Yi Li began to assess the fracture's extent, preparing to realign and stabilize it. Please fetch some wooden planks and rope. I need to secure his bones. If not, the misalignment could render his leg useless. Observing Yi Li's genuine efforts to save her son, whose pain had lessened somewhat after the application of the medicine, Linshi felt a weight lift from her heart. filled with profound gratitude towards Yi Li. Upon hearing his request concerning her son's health, she hurriedly sought out a nearby shop to borrow the necessary materials. The shopkeeper, being an ordinary man, readily provided the wood and rope without charge, understanding their urgency. After thanking the shopkeeper, Linshi returned to her son, cautiously placing the planks and rope beside Yi Li, careful not to disrupt the treatment. With the materials in place, Yi Li was nearly ready. He addressed the burly man. "I am about to realign your bone. It may be somewhat painful, so bear with me." The man, aware of Yi Li's intent to aid him, nodded laboriously and uttered a thank you. "Yes, endure through it." After receiving the man's nod, Yi Li firmly pressed down on the calf, aligning the bone with a decisive crack. Following the successful realignment, Yi Li held the man still, applying healing salves before securing the aligned bone with the planks and rope. He also administered treatment for the abdominal hemorrhage, assuring that with rest at home, the man would recover fully in due time. After completing the treatment, Yi Li took a piece of coarse paper from his clothing and wrote a prescription for the man's recovery. "Elder, please take this prescription to the apothecary for the necessary herbs. They are all common ingredients that will nourish and restore your son. Administer them to him after each meal for half a month, and with 2 months of proper recuperation, his injuries should heal substantially." Thank you, benefactor." Linshi trembled as she took the prescription, kneeling before Yi Li in tears of gratitude. Without his intervention, her son's future would have been irrevocably altered. The burly man, struggling to rise, attempted to kneel in thanks as well. Yi Li steadied him, shaking his head. "What you need to do now is return home and rest thoroughly. Do not delay, for there is a risk of your son's injuries worsening." In light of her son's condition, Linshi appeared flustered, wanting to support her son back home, while also wishing to express her gratitude to Yi Li, hastily attempting to retrieve the money her son had earned from hunting wolves to offer to him. Being an ordinary elderly woman, she was oblivious to Yi Li's awareness of her intentions. Grasping her hand before she could reach for her money, he fixed her with a serious gaze. "I did not save you to prolong your suffering here. Hasten to procure the medicine and return home." Under Yi Li's steadfast persuasion, Linshi hired a cart to take her son home and enlisted a familiar face to fetch the medicine. Once they departed, Yi Li turned his attention to assisting other injured individuals. Witnessing Yi Li's miraculous healing of Linshi's son, others in distress began to wail and plead for his help. Some even knelt before him, creating a disordered scene as many vied to be the next recipient of his care. In response, Yi Li simply summoned a few of the nearby burly men to help maintain order, selecting those who had shown compassion towards Linshi. The shopkeeper was among them. As Yi Li approached the next gravely injured person, he articulated his principles. Those most severely injured would be treated first, followed by the elderly and children, and then the disabled. The chaotic atmosphere began to subside when relatives and friends of those prioritized for treatment stepped forward to impose order. The tumult was completely quelled. Moreover, while treating patients, Yi Li imparted some basic wound care techniques, enabling those with minor injuries to manage their own treatment. This caused those at the end of Yi Li's treatment queue to cease their lamentations and attentively absorb his teachings. Indeed, the methods Yi Li shared were drawn from the medical texts of this world, embodying fundamental medical knowledge. However, the populace, being largely commoners, had little opportunity for formal medical education. As time passed, the number of individuals lying on the ground diminished, and Yi Li's reputation grew. Once he had treated all the injured, he looked up to find himself encircled by layers of onlookers. Among them were the relatives of those he had healed, curious spectators drawn by word of mouth, and some opportunists with glimmering eyes seeking to gain from the situation. Yet, within the gazes of most, Yi Li discerned gratitude, admiration, and respect. Despite their lack of formal education, they were by no means ignorant. They remembered clearly who had treated them kindly. The description of them as ignorant yet pure was a gross mischaracterization. "My lord, immortal," someone in the crowd called out, prompting an eruption of voices exclaiming, "My lord, immortal." As they knelt to express their thanks to Yi Li, circles of people bowed in unison. Their voices varied, but imbued with genuine emotion, enough to stir the hearts of the city lord's attendants arriving from afar. "Master, let us depart," Yi Li murmured, observing the throngs of kneeling commoners. Lowering his gaze, he spoke softly. "Very well." The magical wolf, standing guard at the city lord's residence, nodded at Yi Li's words. stepping into the crowd and placing a hand upon Yi Li's shoulder as they made their exit. "My lord, immortal." The sudden departure of Yi Li left the kneeling crowd bewildered, anxiously calling out to him, fearing they had inadvertently offended him and caused his abrupt exit. Before anyone could rise to pursue Yi Li, the Soul Master from the City Lord's mansion had already arrived, bellowing, "What are you all doing gathered here? Hurry up and disperse." The assembled commoners, taken aback by the Soul Master's rebuke, found their resolve to seek out Yi Li wavering, their expressions betraying confusion. The Soul Master, noticing their reluctance to comply with his orders, felt a surge of anger. However, the soul ring displayed by the departing magic wolf made him hesitate. Although Soul Kings were not particularly formidable within the entirety of Crescent City, as a mere Grand Soul Master, he could not afford to provoke a Soul King for fear of jeopardizing his own plans. Thus, he continued to bark orders, urging the gathered civilians to leave while dispatching a subordinate to report the incident to higher authorities. In the inn where he was staying, after the teacher had left, Yi Li took out a notebook and a quill, beginning to inscribe his reflections from the day. Previously, during his time in the Bala Kingdom, Yi Li had followed his heart to assist ordinary civilians, yet he had never encountered a situation like today's. This realization led him to understand that although the Tiando Empire was called an empire, it was essentially a coalition of noble kingdoms, each with its own customs and behaviors. One could not assess the actions of civilians in one kingdom based solely on the environment and customs of another. This was perhaps also related to the fact that Crescent City was a large metropolis, where there are many people, situations are prone to arise. This served as a wake-up call for Yi Li, reminding him of the necessity for daily self-reflection. As for whether his actions today were inappropriate, Yi Li felt no remorse. The purpose of cultivating strength is to act in accordance with one's own desires and true intentions, is it not? In Crescent City, as long as Yi Li did not infringe upon the interests of the local powers, they would not dare to meddle in his affairs. The name of the Little Poison Master had already spread throughout the Tiando Empire. Moreover, if his strength were to increase further, he would even consider capturing individuals from the Yu family as experimental subjects. Having concluded his self-reflection, Yi Li began to organize the insights he had gained that day. His departure was motivated not only by the arrival of the local Soul Master, but primarily by the resonance he felt from his martial soul. When the crowd called out to him as a celestial being, he distinctly sensed a tremor within his martial soul, as if a torrent of collective belief surged toward him. He felt that if he could successfully absorb this spiritual current, it would confer significant benefits upon him. If his intuition served him correctly, this was likely the power of divine faith. The Martial Soul Hall's predecessor, the Martial Soul Church, had successfully ascended to divinity by vanquishing evil soul masters and gathering faith. Yet, Yi Li ultimately severed the connection with that spiritual tide, setting aside the oft-repeated notion of toxic incense from his past life, even in the absence of poison. A rational person would not easily accept unfamiliar forces. One must conduct thorough research and rigorous experimentation to ensure understanding before embracing such power. Additionally, Yi Li was curious as to why his martial soul could sense the power of faith. Although he had healed some individuals, earning a modest reputation, he had previously helped other commoners without experiencing the sensation of divine belief. Was it merely due to the larger crowd? Yi Li believed that throughout history, many soul masters on the Douluo continent had far greater renown and reputation than he. Yet, from ancient times to the present, only a few, such as the sea god and the angel god, had been able to ascend to divinity through faith. Why had those others failed to achieve divinity or leave behind any remnants of faith? That evening, as Yi Li pondered these matters, a knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. "Teacher, is there something you need?" Upon opening the door, he found his teacher outside and stepped aside to let him in. The magic wolf stood at the entrance, shaking his head. "Ollie, do you intend to stay in Crescent City?" Under normal circumstances, after assisting the local commoners, Yi Li would have moved on to his next destination. Remaining in one place would only attract enemies and endanger the civilians. Although they were now in the Sylvis Kingdom, free from the concerns of being pursued by the Luan family, as they had been in the Bala Kingdom, their plan was to depart for Sylvis City the following morning to attend the elite competition of the continent's Advanced Soul Master Academy. Yet, knowing his disciples' habits, his teacher could clearly sense that Yi Li did not plan to leave Crescent City. Memories of Crescent City from a decade ago were still vivid. He did not wish for his disciple to be entangled in the troubles of their generation. Yes, Teacher, Yili nodded. The magic wolf inquired, why? If it's because of me, you should know that I do not wish for you to become involved in our sordid affairs. Yili shook his head. Teacher, I understand. I want to stay in Crescent City, mainly because we are running low on funds. As he concluded, Yili spread his hands and sighed. Out of money. The magic wolf's attention was immediately piqued by those words. Have you exhausted the funds from the Ansa family already? It has only been 2 months. How could so much money be spent so quickly? Facing the teacher's skeptical gaze, Yili nodded firmly. While the money obtained from the Ansa family had not been entirely depleted, continuing the black crystal experiment required the corpses of 10,000-year-old beasts, which were essential. On the market, even a single ordinary 10,000-year-old beast corpse was priced at no less than 10,000 gold soul coins. Although the funds from the Ansa family were substantial, they were insufficient for the numerous 10,000-year-old beast corpses required for the black crystal experiment, and Yili wished to acquire various types of them to validate his hypothesis. Thus, the money from the Ansa family was inadequate. After hearing Yi Li's explanation, the magic wolf begrudgingly accepted the harsh reality of their financial situation, but continued to regard Yi Li with suspicion. He felt that his disciple's reasons for wanting to remain in Crescent City were likely more complex than he let on. However, no matter how intently the magic wolf scrutinized Yi Li, the latter always responded with an innocent and pure expression. After a few exchanges of glances, the magic wolf realized that his disciple's thoughts ran deeper than his own. Since Yi Li wished to remain in Crescent City, so be it. His own meager physique could still shield his disciple for a while longer. Standing at the doorway, Yi Li watched his teacher's retreating figure with a fond smile. Turning her gaze towards the scenery outside the window, a sense of tranquility enveloped her heart as she smiled softly, whispering, Master, if there is a task, I am at your service. The following morning, a carriage more splendid than the one from the previous day halted at the entrance of the inn, flanked by a cohort of armored cavalry. As the curtain was drawn aside, a strikingly elegant woman with a sleek ponytail gracefully descended from the carriage. Clad in a flowing white gown and standing over 5 feet 7 inches tall, she exuded an aura of poise, accentuated by her 7-centimeter heels. After surveying her surroundings, she extended her flawless arm to clasp the delicate hands that emerged from within the carriage. Sia, is this where Tianming resides? Inquired a younger woman with long hair tied back, her voice soft and melodic, though she appeared petite at just 5 feet 3 inches beside her sister. Yes, sister. Brother-in-law is inside, replied the elder sister, Mingyue, nodding with care as she gently guided her sibling towards the hotel entrance. The 2 sisters were daughters of the Lin family, the prominent clan of Crescent Moon City, who, upon hearing news of the appearance of a demon wolf, hastily traveled from their home early that morning. It had been a decade since they last encountered such a creature. Inside the room, Yili gradually emerged from his meditative state, tucking away the gem of the blue poison Frog King. Since acquiring the gem, he had held it during each session of cultivation, absorbing the abundant life energy it contained. In just over a month, Yi Li's soul power had risen from level 25 to 26, a testament to its remarkable properties as lauded by his master. However, after a month of cultivation, he had keenly sensed that the life energy within the gem was dwindling. It was likely that after another half-month of practice, the gem would be completely depleted, becoming an empty shell, a mere vessel of black crystal. After freshening up, Yi Li opened the door, noting that it was getting late and their guests would soon arrive. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a soft knock echoed from outside. Yi Li's room was a suite with his master, the demon wolf, residing next door. Thus, the knock was audible to his master, who emerged from his room. Yi Li greeted his master with a morning salutation before proceeding to open the door. Standing outside was a hotel staff member who politely interrupted, Excuse me, sir. There are 2 ladies with the surname Lin looking for you in the lobby. Understood. Yi Li replied with a nod and a smile. Once the staff member departed, the demon wolf, with a complex expression, stepped behind Yi Li and inquired, Are they from the Lin family? Yes, master. Would you like to meet them? Upon hearing his disciple-esque question, the demon wolf appeared momentarily lost in thought. As the image of a petite and charming woman flickered in his mind, a vision of someone forever small and adorable in his dreams. Had it not been for that incident, he might have been a father to a handsome young boy by now, a mature and reliable husband. After a brief silence, the demon wolf's eyes glimmered with determination as he gazed towards the lobby and said, Let's go meet them. Very well, master. In the lobby, the Lin sisters stood anxiously in the reception area, with the elder sister glancing nervously towards the staircase. Xia, do you think Tianming will come down? Although Xia also felt anxious, she managed to mask her emotions, reassured her sister by holding her hand and saying, Sister, brother-in-law will definitely see us. The elder sister nodded earnestly, though her gaze kept drifting back to the staircase in mounting impatience. Behind them stood a formation of black-armored knights, silently protecting the sisters within their ranks. As the morning unfolded, with few guests in the hotel, Yi Li and his master descended to the second floor, where they spotted the Lin sisters in the reception area. In the nearly empty lobby, the sight of the two sisters safeguarded by the imposing knights was remarkable. Tianming. The moment the elder sister caught sight of the demon wolf, her eyes shimmered with tears of joy, her voice tinged with emotion. Brother-in-law, Xia exclaimed, her excitement spilling over as she instinctively rushed towards the warmth of the demon wolf's embrace. Fortunately, her sister's hand remained on hers, grounding her at the last moment. Mingwe, little Xia. The stern expression the demon wolf had struggled to maintain shattered upon seeing the familiar, yet distant faces of the two sisters. He stepped forward, taking the elder sister's delicate hand with tenderness, enveloping the petite younger sister in his arms. Tianming, Mingwe, brother-in-law, little Xia. Yili stood at a distance, quietly observing as his master embraced his wife, while the sister looked on with shy admiration. With a gentle smile, he chose not to intrude. After a long moment, the trio, reunited after a decade, gradually emerged from their emotional embrace, awakening from their heartfelt reunion. Once composed, the demon wolf slapped his forehead, remembering his disciple still stood at a distance, and called out, Yi Li, come here. This is your master's wife, and this is your aunt. His master's wife was petite and charming, while his aunt was striking and graceful, both being rare beauties. Yi Li silently commended his master in his heart, his face blooming with a radiant smile as he sweetly greeted, Good day, master's wife. Greetings, Aunt Xia. With such sweet words, both sisters smiled, remarking on Yi Li's charming demeanor, particularly the younger one. Being an avid reader, Yi Li had amassed an impressive vocabulary, and as these two were the closest kin to his master, compliments flowed from his lips seamlessly. This endeared him to the sisters, who soon regarded him as their own. They inquired warmly about Yi Li's well-being under the demon wolf's care, with the master's wife promising to advocate for him if necessary. Listening to the conversation, the demon wolf felt a vague sense of unease when had his disciple become so sweet-tongued. Yet, seeing his wife and sister-in-law so pleased, he could only smile in response. The atmosphere brimmed with warmth and camaraderie. That evening, as Yi sat in a room arranged for him by the Lin family, he contemplated the events of the day. After his master and the master's wife reminisced with the sister-in-law, Yi Li and his master were invited to the Lin family estate. Having reached a mutual understanding the previous night, the demon wolf readily accepted the invitation. Upon boarding the luxurious carriage, accompanied by the black-armored knights, the news of Yi Li and the demon wolf entering the Lin family spread rapidly throughout Crescent Moon City, even hinting at a reach into the entire Silvus Kingdom. The current head of the Lin family, Lin Dehuai, a level 63 defense type, sole emperor and captain of the black-armored knights, personally welcomed the demon wolf's return and Yi Li's arrival at the family's grand entrance. During lunch, he offered a heartfelt apology to the demon wolf for failing to protect him during his time of peril, and he extolled Yi Li's exceptional talents, proclaiming that no one among the younger generation could compare, foreseeing a future where he would surely attain the title of Douluo. These developments aligned with Yi Li's intention to seek out a wealthy patron to fund his experiments. Thus, regarding the words spoken by the head of the Lin family, Yi Li merely regarded them as a fleeting whisper, listening without much thought. Within the entirety of the Lin family, the only individuals his mentor cared about were 3 in number, the head of the Lin family not being one of them. However, the final remark made by the Lin family patriarch about someone piqued Yi Li's interest. Yi Li chose to remain in Crescent City not solely to fulfill his mentor's wishes, but, more importantly, to advance his own experiments, particularly the Black Crystal experiment, which he needed to continue post-haste. Although the Lin family was somewhat more powerful than the Ansha family, they still lacked sufficient funds for the Black Crystal experiment and further research into soul evolution. Therefore, In Yi Li's eyes, apart from the three individuals his mentor valued, the rest were merely stepping stones. The Silvis royal family remained his true objective, and the Lin family was merely a faction aligned with them. As night fell, the moon hung in the sky like a bright disk, illuminating the surroundings. Below, Crescent City thrived with vibrant lights, exuding enchanting aromas. As the city transitioned into its bustling nightlife, the Lin family's butler arrived punctually at Yi Li's door. "Mr. Yi, the family head has been waiting outside for quite some time." "Very well, lead the way," Yi Li replied. As the splendid carriage rolled out from the Lin estate, a shadowy figure of a magic wolf appeared atop the roof, anxiously watching the carriage's departure. The magic wolf was keenly aware of the head of the Lin family's character, understanding him to be one who prioritized familial interests above all else. When the Lin family issued a bounty on his head, the patriarch coldly relinquished his protection, forbidding his daughter from associating with the magic wolf while subtly allowing her to provide him assistance. This duality granted face to the Luan family while leaving a pathway for the magic wolf's return to the Lin family. Similarly, the Lin family's willingness to forego an invitation to Yi Li suggested that the individual he was to meet that night wielded considerable power, potentially even a member of the Silvis royal family. Although the magic wolf had become a sole king, his influence paled in comparison to that of the Silvis royal family, unless he were to ascend to the rank of Sol de Law or Title d'Aw. However, recalling his disciples' words from the previous night, the magic wolf suppressed the urge to follow, watching with concern as his disciple departed in the carriage. The Crescent Grand Auction House stood as the largest auction venue in the Silvis Kingdom and was, besides the Crescent Grand Sol Arena, the most majestic structure in Crescent City. The carriage Yi Li occupied had its final destination set for this very place. Chapter 33, Crescent Grand Auction House, Part 1. The opulent carriage came to a stop at the entrance of the VIP passage of the Crescent Grand Auction House. As Yi Li disembarked, he noticed that someone was already waiting for him at the VIP entrance, none other than a familiar face. Kansar. Standing there was a portly middle-aged man adorned with a black top hat and a well-tailored suit that accentuated his ample figure. Anyone encountering him would undoubtedly be left with a lasting impression. Yi Li had previously interacted with him while selling potions in the Bala Kingdom, which allowed him to recognize him. Upon seeing Yi Li, Kansar understood why his superiors had specifically instructed him to wait for this esteemed guest. The remarkable efficacy and low cost of the potions Yi Li produced lingered vividly in his memory. Before arriving in the Silvis Kingdom, his greatest desire had been to procure that potion formula from Yi Li. Regrettably, at that time, Yi Li was unwilling to sell his formula so cheaply, and with his mentor, the magic wolf, being no slouch in strength, Kansar failed to acquire the potion formula. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Kansar smiled and approached, saying, "Young brother Yi, it has been a while. Do you still remember me, old Saw?" "Indeed, it has been a while." Kansar. Yi Li nodded, then curiously asked, "When did you arrive here? I have been looking for you and heard you were promoted." Yi Li was genuinely curious about Kansar's arrival, recalling a weight loss formula he had developed 2 years prior, capable of converting stored fat into muscle. Aside from some unknown side effects, it was an exceptional weight loss solution, and he had considered involving this hefty man for experimentation. Becoming a high-ranking soul master at the Grand Auction House, Yi Li thought, made them excellent candidates for grand volunteer projects. Kansar, accustomed to Yi Li's unconventional inquiries, responded with a smile. "Thanks to you, young brother Yi, my performance has significantly improved." Catching the attention of the Crescent Grand Auction House's management. "I see. Such a pity that the weight loss potion cannot be marketed now. I intend to stay in Crescent City for a while," Yi Li remarked as he reminisced with Kansar. Meanwhile, the head of the Lin family, inside the carriage, lifted the curtain to bid Yi Li farewell. His primary purpose for the evening was to convey the seriousness of his orders to that esteemed individual. Hence, he personally escorted Yi Li. Now that he had delivered him, Kansar, evidently dispatched by the prominent figure inside, tactfully withdrew. Before entering the Crescent Grand Auction House, Yi Li paused at the VIP entrance, contemplating the departing carriage. Following Kansar's courteous guidance, he stepped into the auction house. True to its reputation as one of the premier auction houses in the Silvis Kingdom, the Crescent Grand Auction House boasted a floor of milky white marble, adorned with elegantly simple relief decorations etched into the surrounding walls, imparting an air of refined sophistication. Additionally, exquisite porcelain, renowned sculptures, and ancient armor unearthed from archaeological sites were displayed at intervals along the passage. Moreover, as Kansar led the way, his charming and eloquent narration of the stories behind the various artworks allowed even those unfamiliar with the art world to appreciate the intrinsic value contained within, showcasing the depth and elegance of the Crescent Grand Auction House. Although the auction house covered a vast area, Yili traversed a specially cleared passage, entering the core area of the Crescent Grand Auction House within mere minutes. Upon opening the door to the private box, Kansar respectfully stood aside, bowing to invite Yili inside. The decor within the box was not lavish, verging on simplicity: a table, 2 chairs, and a screen. Yet, considering the prime commercial district of Crescent City, such simplicity only enhanced its opulence. Seated within was a robust, elderly man with sharply defined features. Despite his age, his mere presence commanded an aura of authority, evoking an impression of one who could wield life and death with a single word, overshadowing even the attendant standing beside him with a goblet of fine wine. However, as the elder rose with a smile to invite Yi Li to sit, the formidable atmosphere dissipated entirely, revealing him as an ordinary nobleman. "Young brother Yi, please take a seat." It was evident that the elder had been there for some time, as a plate of fire-fluff fruit on the table had nearly been depleted. After Yi Li sat down, noticing his gaze linger on the remaining fire-fluff fruit, the elder chuckled. "I once spent some time in the countryside of the Douluo Empire, where I developed a fondness for fire-fluff fruit. Ever since returning, I've taken to enjoying a plate whenever I can." The flavor of the fire fruit bears a resemblance to the apple from Yi Li's past life. However, upon consumption, it leaves a slight burning sensation in the throat, and overindulgence can lead to considerable discomfort, akin to ingesting fiery down. This fruit is one that only the common folk in rural areas would partake in, while the nobility in the cities would never consider such a delicacy. "Your Highness Prince OSF, what price are you willing to pay to win me over?" It is undeniable that even some soul kings would find their aura diminished when confronted by Prince OSF, who commands all the armies of Silvis. Moreover, it is unusual for someone of OSF's stature, nearly the second most powerful individual in the Silvis Kingdom, to personally meet with a Grand Master who has yet to attain the rank of Soul Lord. Yili had anticipated the presence of a distant prince, or perhaps even a lovely princess, and had prepared an appropriate speech. However, upon encountering Prince OSF, Yili discarded his carefully crafted words, for the prince's lofty status rendered such formalities unnecessary. Yili opted for a more direct approach. His straightforwardness did not elicit surprise from Prince OSF, who had navigated the political landscape for decades and was accustomed to all manner of individuals. Those who preferred to eschew trivialities in favor of discussing mutual benefits were a common sight. Thus, Prince OSF's expression remained unchanged as he gestured for an attendant to present a prepared list of benefits to Yili. A servant, bearing a wine tray, retrieved a parchment filled with text from storage Soul Guide on his wrist and respectfully handed it to Yi Li, who sat across from him. "Young Master Yi, this is the compensation the kingdom can offer you. Take a look and let us know if there is anything you find unsatisfactory." The list of benefits prepared by Prince OSF was meticulously detailed, outlining Yi Li's demonstrated capabilities along with corresponding compensations. This gave Yi Li a sense of DJVU, reminiscent of signing a contract in his previous life. Although he found the format of this meeting somewhat peculiar, it ultimately made things simpler for him. After a minute of contemplation, Yi Li set the parchment down and remarked, "I have no significant issues with the benefits listed, but I must request the cancellation of the annual provision of Ansha's withering. I have exhausted my supply within the Ansha family and currently lack the necessary materials to produce it. However, should you be able to procure the blue and white flower, I can continue its production." As he spoke, Yi Li produced a drawing of the blue and white flower, accompanied by his speculations regarding its growing conditions. He was still quite enamored with the flower's remarkable paralyzing ability. If the Silvis royal family could uncover information about the blue and white flower, Yi Li felt he could comfortably extend his stay in this kingdom. Upon hearing Yi Li's conditions, Prince OSF's outward demeanor remained unchanged, signaling his agreement. Yet internally he reassessed Yi Li's value. When Yi Li noticed that Prince OSF had acquiesced to his demands, he raised an eyebrow and proceeded to articulate further requests. He crossed out the obligations pertaining to business trips and the requirement to invent a new poison each year, insisting that all stipulations that might hinder his experiments be annulled. Although complying with such demands could grant him a certain level of influence and even a noble title within the Silvis kingdom, known for its significant emphasis on aristocracy, Yili was resolute that anything impeding his experiments or personal growth was unacceptable. Prince Osf acquiesced to these unreasonable demands, further solidifying Yili's resolve. Once these hindrances were addressed, Yili began retrieving his long-accumulated formulas from his storage soul guide to negotiate for greater financial compensation. After all, the primary reason for aligning with a powerful faction was to secure sufficient funds to support his experiments. Having dismissed the constraints that could obstruct his work, Yili realized that his income would significantly diminish. Thus, he needed to present something of tangible value. He introduced the marching pill, a high-energy capsule that could sustain an ordinary person for 2 days without hunger. Its drawback was its dry taste, which could lead to constipation and digestive issues if consumed excessively. Yili had developed this in homage to his early days after his arrival, when he often faced hunger. With the knowledge gleaned from his past life as compressed biscuit recipe, he successfully created this version of a compressed biscuit in just a week. However, apart from an initial taste test, he had not produced the marching pill since, having grown accustomed to the delectable dishes prepared by his teacher. Despite its dry flavor and various drawbacks, the pill's remarkable ability to stave off hunger for 2 days captivated Prince Osf. As a seasoned military leader, he understood the critical importance of sustenance in warfare. Thus, when he laid eyes upon Yili's formula for the marching pill, a spark of interest ignited within him. While the military possessed similar provisions, none could compare to Yili's offering in terms of hunger resistance or side effects. As Yili continued to present an array of disease-curing formulas, Prince Osf's smile grew increasingly genuine. However, since Yili only provided the formulas without any physical samples, validation was necessary. Consequently, Prince Osf instructed an attendant to summon the waiting royal physician to procure the ingredients and test the formula's authenticity. Yili only had 5 formulas, all relatively simple in their preparation. Therefore, within half an hour, a royal physician hastily knocked on the door and bowed, declaring, "Your Highness, the formulas are accurate." "Very well. You may leave," Prince Osf responded, his face illuminated with a broad smile, dismissing the physician. His purpose for this meeting with Yili was initially different, yet he now found himself unexpectedly rewarded. His gaze upon Yili softened, and the terms of Yili's compensation rose accordingly. The benefits now included a monthly income of 200,000 gold soul coins, with the majority stemming from the marching pill, the position of a consultant at the New Moon Grand Auction House, and the privilege to peruse the auction house's extensive library. Furthermore, Yili received a handwritten decree from Prince Osf, granting him permission to borrow books from the noble library of the Silvis Kingdom. After concluding the discussion of benefits, Prince Osf broached the true purpose of his visit. "Young Master Yi, I wonder if you've heard of my lackluster grandson. Prince Ofu, is it?" Upon Prince Osf's arrival, Yili had already discerned the reason behind his visit. Despite Prince Osf's immense power within the Silvis Kingdom, his only grandson was afflicted with a terminal illness, and even a soul sage specializing in healing had been unable to cure him. Thus, the intent of Prince Osf's visit was unmistakable. "Indeed, although my grandson is rather unremarkable, he is, after all, my only grandson, and at merely 7 years of age, he has been afflicted with a terminal illness. I cannot accept this fate." Prince Osf's eyes glistened with tears, and his words were laden with an emotion that resonated deeply. However, Yili was not of their kin, and while he feigned sorrow outwardly, his heart remained tranquil. He was merely there to secure funding. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of displaying some semblance of concern, particularly since his own payment had yet to be received, and he had not yet perused the texts. "Your Highness, I am unaware of the nature of the illness afflicting His Highness Owefu, but I may be able to offer some assistance." Prince Osf had been anticipating this very phrase from Yili. The imperial physician had referred to it as the White Demon. Upon uttering this, Prince Osf personally retrieved a multitude of treatment records from his storage soul guide and handed them to Yili. Seeking Yili's help for his grandson was his sole purpose for the evening, despite the unexpected boon of the military pill. Prince OSF would not hesitate to follow through with his initial plan of draining Yi Li's talents before selling him to the Luan family of the Kingdom of Balak if Yi Li could not cure his grandson. Chapter 35. The New Moon Grand Auction, Part 3. Yi Li accepted the medical records, examining them one by one. The white demon is a disease that even the rare healing soul masters of Douluo continent cannot cure. Perhaps a healing soul Douluo might succeed. However, healing soul Douluos are even scarcer than limit Douluos, and whether any exist in the present Douluo continent is uncertain. Even if they do, Prince OSF, being merely the second in command of an ordinary kingdom, lacks the prestige to summon one. The white demon presents symptoms such as a sudden onset of fever at the age of 5, skin as pale as snow, frequent fainting spells, excessive sweating, and severe bleeding from minor injuries, with debilitating pain in the shoulders when the arms are moved. Among the records Prince OSF provided was a portrait of his grandson. In the image, Oweifu resembled a child sculpted from snow, his complexion devoid of any color. Leukemia, a malignancy of hematopoietic stem cells, is also referred to as blood cancer, a terminal affliction. Based on Yi Li's current medical knowledge, the boy in the portrait was beyond saving unless he were to traverse back to Yi Li's past life, where, with sufficient funds, there existed a 60% chance of cure. However, on Douluo continent, given Prince OSF's present capabilities, this terminal illness was insurmountable. After setting the medical records aside, Yi Li gazed at Prince OSF's face, which was a mixture of worry and yearning for hope, and shook his head. "I am sorry, Your Highness. I cannot save your grandson." Despite the likelihood of his medical inquiry yielding the same futility as in the past, Prince OSF, upon hearing Yi Li's diagnosis, could not suppress his desire to inquire further. "Young Master Yi, is there truly no way? Oweifu is his only grandson, merely 7 years old, and with his children long deceased, should Oweifu also perish, Prince OSF's lineage would come to an end." Contemplating this, Prince OSF's expression grew severe, and the atmosphere in the room thickened. If this young man could not save his grandson, he would simply gift him to the Luan family. Yi Li met Prince OSF's gaze and calmly stated, "Your Highness, with my current medical skills, I truly cannot save your grandson. However, I have encountered a description of a miraculous herb in an ancient text that may hold the key to saving His Highness Oweifu." "Brother Yi, do you speak in earnest?" Prince OSF had lost hope, but upon hearing Yi Li's words, a flicker of optimism ignited within him. Meeting Prince OSF's eager yet anxious gaze, Yi Li nodded earnestly. The 9-tiered purple fungus possesses the ability to strengthen the body, enhance vitality, and, most importantly, it has the power of rebirth, and its properties are gentle enough for even ordinary soul masters to consume. The 9-tiered purple fungus Yi Li referred to was the exceptional fungus bestowed upon the master by Tang San in the original tale. In that narrative, the master, having consumed the 9-tiered purple fungus, not only broke through the 30th level barrier, but also underwent a transformation, expelling impurities from his body. Essentially, leukemia stems from a malfunction in the body's blood production. As long as the entire body is reborn, any pre-existing condition can be cured. This straightforward truth was known not only to Yi Li, but also to Prince OSF. Thus, upon hearing Yi Li's description of the 9-tiered purple fungus, he asked, for the first time with palpable excitement, "Brother Yi, as long as you can tell me where to find the 9-tiered purple fungus, I shall reward you handsomely." This marked the first time Prince OSF referred to himself in such a manner since meeting Yi Li, indicating that he would no longer pursue the idea of exploiting Yi Li before selling him to the Luan family of Balak Kingdom. The aristocracy of the Silvis Kingdom is the most traditional, placing great importance on promises made based on titles. Although Yi Li was not privy to the unspoken rules of Silvis nobility, he could perceive the sincerity in Prince OSF's words. Furthermore, even if Prince OSF's current declarations were insincere, it mattered little. Yi Li's fundamental aim was merely to gain access to the miraculous herb. Having traversed to Douluo continent, one must consume several miraculous herbs to truly honor the identity of a transmigrator. Moreover, even if he did not consume them, using them as research material would be equally advantageous. If he could unravel the mechanisms behind these miraculous herbs, altering the entire Douluo world through his own efforts would not be an impossible dream. Yet, given the current circumstances, This indeed seemed like an unattainable aspiration. Nonetheless, whether or not it was a mere fantasy, without access to the miraculous herbs, all efforts would be in vain. With just over a month remaining until the elite competition at the continent's Advanced Soul Master Academy, the miraculous herbs of the ice and fire yin-yang had already been harvested by the protagonist Tang San. The poisonous formations laid by Douluo in the Sunset Forest were beyond Yi Li's current medical capabilities to dismantle, and without the intervention of other factions, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to gain access to the miraculous herbs. Regardless of whether Prince OSF's grandson could be cured by the 9-tiered purple fungus, Yi Li would not let the opportunity presented by Prince OSF slip away. Originally, the plan was to engage with Prince OSF much later, subtly guiding him into the fold. But an earlier encounter would indeed be fortuitous. After ensuring his plans were sound, Yi Li retrieved a piece of parchment from his storage soul guide, adorned with illustrations of miraculous herbs, alongside annotations of their effects. Given his medical training, it was only natural to keep a few illustrations of miraculous herbs on hand. The ancient tome was titled the Xiantian Treasure Record, but he had only acquired one segment pertaining to toxins, which detailed several miraculous herbs. However, he had lost the remainder while being pursued by the Luan family. This was merely a depiction he had rendered from memory. Prince OSF took the parchment filled with illustrations of miraculous herbs, his hands trembling slightly as he gazed at the descriptions of these wondrous plants. Fragrant and exquisite. The nemesis of all toxins, octagonal ice grass, a remedy of extreme cold. Exquisite tulip, noble and resplendent. With each description of the miraculous herbs, Prince OSF could not help but murmur in astonishment. It was not a lack of composure on his part. Rather, the descriptions of the miraculous herbs were simply too remarkable. Having navigated the political arena for over 70 years, these herbs were entirely foreign to him. Were it not for the description of the growth environment at the end of the parchment, he might have thought Yi Li was fabricating tales to mock him. The final section of the parchment detailed the ice and fire yin-yang eye, where milky white spring water and vermilion spring water coexist in the same pool, one being extremely cold and the other exceedingly hot. The ice and fire yin-yang eye had existed long before Douluo's birth, and thus, all major factions on Douluo continent were well aware of such a location within the Sunset Forest. They simply remain unaware of the true value of the eye of ice and fire. However, this knowledge is confined to the upper echelons of the various factions. Yi Li's background has long been thoroughly investigated. He is certainly not affiliated with any significant power and is unlikely to have access to information regarding the Sunset Forest. Thus, Prince OSF breathed deeply, his heart racing with excitement, realizing the celestial herbs on this matter are indeed real. Chapter 36. The New Moon Auction House, Part 4. The existence of the 9th grade Purple Ji is a beacon of hope for his grandson. His bloodline shall not be severed. Following this exhilarating revelation, the first thought that flashed through Prince OSF's mind was to silence Yi Li. Such a treasure must not be disclosed to others. It must be monopolized. With these celestial herbs in hand, the Silvis royal family would have the potential to ascend to new heights. Consequently, Yi Li, who could potentially leak this information to other factions, must be eliminated. However, Prince OSF quickly suppressed this thought for the moment. Not only is the Eye of Ice and Fire in the Sunset Forest under the dominion of the formidable Douluo, making any attempt to seize it exceedingly difficult, but he also does not believe that Yi Li would so carelessly divulge information regarding the celestial herbs without a contingency plan. Should he kill Yi Li and inadvertently trigger a contingency that reveals the existence of the herbs to the world, the act would be rendered futile. He must first ascertain the details of any safeguards Yi Li has in place before proceeding. The Luan family must not be overlooked either. In an instant, a series of plans swept through his mind and began to take shape. Nevertheless, on the surface, Prince OSF maintained the demeanor of a grandfather elated by the prospect of a remedy for his grandson. He retrieved a red card from his storage soul guide and placed it before Yi Li. "Young brother Yi," he said, "I promised a generous reward for any method to treat my grandson. This card contains 1 million gold soul coins, and I kindly ask that you do not refuse it." He continued, "Moreover, there's a rare treasure available at tonight's auction at the New Moon Auction House that I believe you'll find intriguing." As he concluded, a mysterious smile graced Prince OSF's face. Upon hearing about the 1 million gold soul coins, Yi Li's smile blossomed. He reached out to accept the red card and replied, "Your Highness, you are too kind. Thank you." As for the treasure mentioned by Prince OSF, Yili felt a spark of interest. After all, a prince's perspective would surely not be lacking. If he deemed it a rare treasure, it must indeed be something valuable. Noticing the glimmer of interest in Yili's eyes, Prince OSF smiled and pressed a button on the table. "Linya, please escort young brother Yi to the auction center." Shortly thereafter, a stunning woman clad in a silver gown entered, bowing respectfully before Yili. "Mr. Yi, please follow me." The woman named Linya may not have been a breathtaking beauty, yet she was certainly above average, and the astonishing curves accentuated by her gown caught Yili's eye. Her voice had a soft, melodious quality, perfectly aligning with Yi Li's preferences. Meanwhile, Prince OSF wore that same enigmatic smile, wishing Yi Li an enjoyable evening. Yi Li diverted his gaze, feeling a surge of vitality within him and a slight warmth in a particular part of his body, prompting him to clear his throat and say, "Very well. Lead the way." After Yi Li departed, Prince OSF lightly tapped the table with his right hand, commanding, "Dark One, have Dark Seven keep a close watch on Yi Li, and relay my orders to reinvestigate all available data on him." As his words fell, a somber voice echoed beside him, "As you wish, Your Highness." The auction center of the New Moon Auction House was located on the second floor, and Linya guided Yi Li through a special passage to the innermost red seats. The auction center resembled a grand hall, with concentric rows of seats radiating outward from the central stage, divided into 5 main sections by the colors red, black, purple, yellow, and white. The red seats, where Yi Li sat, were the most luxurious and also the most exclusive, accessible only to those with a fortune of at least 1 million gold soul coins. As Yi Li suddenly appeared in the red seating area, the atmosphere in the auction house fell into a hush. Aside from a few individuals engrossed in bidding for a piece of silver black metal on stage, the others present turned their gazes toward Yi Li. "Who is this esteemed individual?" one asked. "I don't know, but he looks quite young and handsome. I wonder if he is married," another mused. "Don't be foolish. Someone so young in the red seating area must be a direct descendant of a significant figure, someone you cannot aspire to." Though Yi Li wore a mask, his vibrant and elongated form betrayed his youth, prompting curious glances from others in the red area. Yet, the auction house's rules dictated that unless voluntarily offered, one should not inquire about another's information. Therefore, upon Yi Li's arrival, the individuals in the red area merely nodded in acknowledgement without further intrusion. After reciprocating the courtesy of the others, Yi Li noticed that the auction center was quite crowded, with approximately 4/5 of the seats occupied. This heightened his curiosity about the rare treasure mentioned by Prince OSF. Could it possibly be a soul bone? Just as he pondered this, the piece of silver black metal was successfully auctioned off to a man dressed in black. The host on stage, holding a microphone, smiled broadly at the bidders below. "Next, we shall auction a truly rare treasure. I urge all interested parties, especially the soul masters among you, to pay close attention." As he spoke, he gestured to the audience, and a robust man wheeled out a small cart draped in red fabric. Yi Li's gaze narrowed. Could this be the exceptional treasure Prince OSF had spoken of? Once the cart was brought forth, the host mysteriously announced, "Dear guests, you are aware that the next auction will feature a premium item. Only buyers with a deposit exceeding 1 million gold soul coins may participate. However, as is customary, we will hold a final auction prior to the premium item, featuring a treasure deemed equal in value." The audience, well aware of this auction house's traditions, felt their excitement stir at the host's words. After all, they had come to this venue with the very purpose of acquiring such treasures. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, the host wasted no more time and reached for the red cloth covering the cart, yanking it away to reveal the auction item. Chapter 37. The New Moon Auction House, Part 5. As the red cloth fell away, it unveiled a golden ring adorned with purple accents. A ring? A storage soul guide? Yi Li's curiosity was soon satisfied as the host promptly addressed his inquiry. "Esteemed guests, this is the largest storage soul guide we have ever auctioned, boasting a capacity of 50 cubic meters. The starting bid is set at a minimum of 100,000 gold soul coins, with each subsequent increase not less than 10,000 gold soul coins." No sooner had the host finished speaking than a middle-aged man seated in the black section pressed a button on his chair, declaring, 150,000 gold soul coins, 160,000, 200,000. In just a short while, The price of the purple gold ring skyrocketed beyond the reach of ordinary nobles. However, the storage soul guide with a capacity of 50 cubic meters was a coveted item for all parties involved. It was not only advantageous for soul masters, but also for any faction. Possessing such a storage device would facilitate many endeavors. The moment Yili heard the phrase 50 cubic meters, he resolved to acquire it that very night. Had he possessed this ring during his time in the Star Great Forest, he could have gathered more materials without having to forego some due to space limitations. The Antsa family would also benefit. With ample space, they could amass greater wealth. By the time Yili decided to participate in the auction, the price of the purple gold ring had already soared to 320,000 gold soul coins and was still climbing. At this point, only the bidders in the red section could afford such a price, while others who had initially bid aggressively found themselves helplessly seated, watching the wealthy in the red section battle it out. 330,000 gold soul coins. You old tortoise, dare to contest? A robust elder resembling a wild boar spat at a young man dressed in green from a distance. 340,000 gold soul coins. You barbarian, repeat that. The young man glared at the stout elder, whose family's martial spirit was the azure tortoise, and thus he despised being called an old tortoise. The burly elder, clearly holding a grudge against the youth, continued to curse. 350,000 gold soul coins. Old tortoise, still pretending to be young at your age. What else could you be but an old tortoise? 360,000 gold soul coins. You barbarian, I won't let this go. Ha ha ha. You want to let it go? First, clarify your words. Tortoise spawn. Barbarian. Tortoise spawn. Yili, finding the verbal sparring between the two increasingly tedious, turned away. Their level of insult was beneath even that of community committee grannies, lacking any entertainment value. Pressing the button on his chair, he called out, 380,000 gold soul coins. The host, witnessing the altercation between the elder and the youth, felt a surge of joy. The higher the auction price, the greater his commission. However, after the youth raised the price to 360,000 gold soul coins, the elder appeared more interested in exchanging insults than continuing to bid, leaving the host somewhat disappointed. Although 360,000 gold soul coins was a commendable amount, he still yearned for more. Raising his auction hammer, the host prepared to announce 360,000 gold soul coins for the first time when Yi Li's bid of 380,000 gold soul coins instantly caught his attention. 380,000 gold soul coins for the first time. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The host cast hopeful glances toward the elder and the youth, wishing they would continue to raise the stakes. Alas, neither paid him any heed. The youth, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by the elder, returned to his seat with a huff, ignoring the elder altogether. Instead, he cast a grateful glance at Yili. The fair market value of the purple gold ring was approximately 320,000 gold soul coins, and had it not been for Yili's bid of 380,000, he would have incurred a loss of 40,000 gold soul coins. In the distance, the elder who had failed to outsmart the youth sighed in regret, allowing this old tortoise to escape yet again. 380,000 gold soul coins for the second time. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The host, realizing neither the elder nor the youth would take the bait, turned his gaze to the other patrons in the red section. Unfortunately, the wealthy individuals with 1,000,000 gold soul coins in collateral were all shrewd and had no pressing need for a storage soul guide, clearly unwilling to engage in a losing venture. Thus, the host, with a hint of regret, finally struck the hammer down. 380,000 gold soul coins for the third time. This purple gold ring, with a capacity of 50 cubic meters, belongs to this esteemed guest. Half an hour later, Yili sat in his seat, toying with the recently acquired purple gold ring. As he extended his soul power into the ring, he discovered it contained an almost small warehouse-like space, larger than the combined storage capacity of the devices he had previously owned. With such ample space, many of his previously difficult aspirations could now be realized. While continuing to fiddle with the purple gold ring, Yili turned his gaze to the auction podium, where the atmosphere had shifted. The host had been replaced by a graceful woman clad in red. Good evening, esteemed guests. I am Hong Na, and I shall be presiding over tonight's exquisite auction. I kindly ask for your support, she said, playfully winking at the audience. Most of the guests present were familiar faces, clearly acquainted with Hong Na. Who doesn't he know that Miss Hong Na is a sharp blade? We old bones dare not overindulge. Another guest remarked. Do not heed his nonsense, Miss Hong Na. He is timid, but I am not. The atmosphere at the auction center quickly warmed as Hong Na engaged with the audience. Once the excitement peaked, she clapped her hands with a smile, saying, "As we are all familiar faces, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. Let's now unveil the first item prepared for auction." Below, 3 burly men wheeled in a cart covered by a red cloth. The cart concealed its contents, but its shape suggested a square box. After the cart was brought in, Hong Na did not immediately unveil it. Instead, she continued smiling. "I trust that all esteemed guests have heard the rumors about our new moon auction house. We have recently acquired a truly rare treasure." At this point, she paused, glancing around with a light laugh before adding, "And that rare treasure is our first auction item." With that, she gently grasped the red cloth covering the cart and pulled it away. The cloth fell away to reveal not a square box, but a massive iron cage. Inside the cage curled a young girl. Chapter 38. New Moon Auction House 6. The girl curled up inside the iron cage was not entirely naked. Instead, she was enveloped in a thin white garment that clung to her form, accentuating her alluring silhouette even more than nudity would have. Clearly terrified, as the red cloth was removed, she shrank further into herself, burying her head between her legs, as if seeking refuge in that position. However, this only served to reveal her peculiar features: rabbit ears. Yili's gaze sharpened as he observed the girl within the cage. Although her appearance was obscured, she appeared to be no older than 16 or 17. Is this the tragic reality of slave trading under the Empire's regime? Yili, disliking such matters, furrowed his brow, while the other guests in the red section erupted with excitement. "Miss Hong Na, is that the exquisite item that appeared at the Tindo Grand Auction House 6 months ago? The kind resulting from a mutation of martial souls? Haha, I have long heard of such rarities in the world, and I have yearned to witness one. Miss Hong Na, please announce the starting bid. I wish to take her home tonight." Perhaps due to the familiarity amongst the attendees, the absence of other spectators allowed them to shed their inhibitions entirely. Their eyes glimmered with greed as they gazed upon the girl within the iron cage. The girl winced at the intensity of their stares, a shiver coursing through her skin. With a smile, Hona took out a delicate tool from the podium, reaching into the cage to lift the girl's chin. "Dear esteemed guests, please be patient. We must first ascertain whether she is indeed a rarity." The girl possessed an enchanting beauty, exuding a fragile allure. Her large eyes, clouded with fear, shimmered like sapphires kissed by clear water. The attendees, rather than being deterred, grew increasingly excited. Even those who had previously remained composed began to prepare for bidding. Sensing that her display had achieved its purpose, Hongna declared, "The starting bid is 100,000 gold soul coins. Each subsequent bid must exceed 10,000 gold soul coins. Let the auction commence. 120,000 gold soul coins. 150,000 gold soul coins. Haha, old turtle son, do you wish to pursue tender grass with your old bones? Not a chance. Barbarian, you." As the two men readied for yet another argument, the surrounding crowd, unlike before, chose not to indulge them. 160,000 gold soul coins. The atmosphere in the auction house was electric, with bids echoing throughout. The girl in the cage trembled in fear, her soft whimpers and tears betraying her distress. Yili sat quietly on a red chair, his expression returning to indifference. A single strike would suffice. 250,000 gold soul coins. An ordinary girl would hardly warrant such a sum from Yili. However, a girl whose martial soul mutation affected her physique held significant value for him. The day of a martial soul's anomaly lingered in his memory, and he would not relent until he uncovered the truth. This endeavor required extensive knowledge of martial souls and suitable volunteers. The bid of 250,000 gold soul coins struck the auction house like a thunderous hammer, silencing the previously boisterous atmosphere. The girl in the cage timidly raised her head to gaze at Yili, though the assembled guests declared their intent to bring the girl home. Each was acutely aware of their own limits, knowing precisely the maximum they were willing to pay. After all, she was merely a plaything. No one would spend exorbitantly unless it were for a soul bone. Even the most extravagant of bidders had set their limits below 230,000 gold soul coins. Yili's bid of 250,000 gold soul coins far surpassed the previous high of 180,000, causing most of the guests to retreat from the fray, unwilling to invest such a sum in a mere object. Furthermore, Yili appeared youthful, resembling a boy, and yet he could afford such a price. His background must be substantial. They were reluctant to confront a clearly influential youth over a trinket. Thus, following Yi Li's bid, the lively atmosphere dissipated, replaced by whispers among some guests, inquiring about Yi Li's origins. Yi Li cast a glance, but chose not to linger. After striking the gavel 3 times, Hongna announced that the girl in the cage belonged to Yi Li. Once the cage was removed, the subsequent auction lacked the fervor of the beginning. Nevertheless, numerous precious items still drew bids from the attendees, who seemed to remember their noble decorum. Each bid delivered with utmost elegance. Even the robust elder, as long as he did not clash with the youth, exuded an air of tranquility, resembling a powerful figure surveying the world. Throughout the remainder of the auction, Yi Li also bid on several items, a soul-guiding device reminiscent of a recording machine, albeit somewhat large at over a meter in length, along with medicinal herbs aged over 5,000 years and unique products from 10,000-year-old soul beasts. He spent a total of 350,000 gold soul coins. The modest total was due partly to the newfound elegance of the attendees and partly because Yi Li refrained from bidding on the final item. The last item, a 50-year mining right for a copper mine, fetched an astonishing 5 million gold soul coins. After the auction concluded, Yi Li produced a red card to settle the payment, instructing the auction house staff to deliver the girl and his acquired items to his residence before departing. The exquisite auction lasted 2 hours. By the time Yi Li returned to the prepared residence at the Lin family estate, the moon had risen beyond the treetops, heading towards the embrace of the western sky. Outside his room, Yi Li opened the door and addressed the timid girl standing behind him. "You shall stay here temporarily for tonight. Once my laboratory is established, I will arrange for your new quarters." "Yes, master." The girl's voice, sweet and melodic, betrayed her evident nervousness as she unconsciously clutched her clothes, her rabbit ears quivering slightly in tension, standing stiffly with an anxious demeanor. Although Yi Li appeared kind-hearted, the ingrained notions of nobility had left an indelible mark on her psyche. Coupled with the memory of being suddenly seized by royal soldiers and sold as a slave at the auction, she resembled a frightened rabbit, trembling in fear of everyone around her. "You need not call me master, nor anyone else for that matter. I dislike that term." Though Yi Li expressed this, the girl interpreted it as a peculiar noble preference, disliking the title of master. The formidable hunters often say such things. They prefer to be called grandfather. Thus the girl, in a voice as soft as a whisper, timidly replied, "Yes, grandfather." "No, you need not call me grandfather either, nor should you refer to anyone else by that title. I do not like it." Chapter 39. The rabbit-eared girl. "Yes," the girl replied, her small mouth slightly agape. Deep-rooted teachings compelled her to obey Yi Li's command, and she ceased to address him as master or grandfather. Yet, within her small mind, the only noble titles she knew were these two, and her little hands trembled nervously, nearly tearing at her clothing, unable to conceive an alternative way to address Yi Li. The common folk in this world, especially those from rural areas, harbored an ingrained fear of nobility. The girl had just experienced the humiliation of being auctioned off like a slave, subjected to public scrutiny and bidding, leaving her heart in a state of heightened anxiety. Tears welled in her eyes, yet she was frightened to let Yi Li notice, forcing herself to maintain composure, standing still like a marionette in a state of unease. Yi Li, observing the girl's anxious demeanor, did not offer consolation but instead stated directly, "You need only call me Brother Yi from now on." The girl's rigid ears softened slightly, complying with Yi Li's request, and timidly replied, "Yes, Brother Yi." Upon hearing her timid voice, Yi Li recognized that she remained in a state of trepidation. Thus he chose not to engage her further. Allowing her to spend a quiet night might prove more beneficial. In a world where Yi Li had never before encountered the psychological struggles of a young girl, he directly ushered the maiden into her chamber, granting her a tranquil evening before quietly departing. The pristine moonlight was obstructed at the threshold, leaving the girl to gaze forlornly at the opulent decor of the room. She felt a profound sense of strangeness and isolation. When Yi Li had been present, her heart had only harbored fear of the nobility, but with his absence, an overwhelming loneliness enveloped her. The spacious room loomed like a vast void, perpetually extending and consuming everything around her, rendering it utterly barren, leaving only the girl standing solitary in this white, desolate expanse, fearfully clutching the hem of her garment. She curled up on the floor, trembling, crying out for her mother, father, and brother, longing for their presence. The moonlight, cool as water, seeped into her soul. After leaving the girl's room, Yili made his way to his own, his foremost priority being to complete the black crystal testing experiment to enhance his strength. The experiment demanded substantial funds for materials, and money could not be squandered at this stage. The acquisition of the rabbit-eared girl was driven by her significant potential for his upcoming research on the evolution of martial souls. While typical mutations in martial souls might see a blue electric Tyrannosaurus transform into a Luo Sanpao or a common chicken evolve into an evil fire phoenix, the extent of the rabbit-eared girl's mutation was far greater, affecting her very being. Such a profound metamorphosis promised to yield invaluable experimental data, essential for Yi Li to unravel the anomalies of his own fire martial soul. In truth, Yi Li harbored a desire for the cat girl from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, envisioning the wealth of data that two specimens with body-affecting martial soul mutations could provide. Alas, it was not yet 5 years hence, and the Seven Treasures glazed tile school remained one of the top 3 sects, fiercely guarded by a dual title de law. This was beyond Yi Li's reach. After a moment of regret, Yi Li began to ponder how to calm the rabbit-eared girl, aiming to ensure she could assist him with his experiments without panicking. Data collection from the sidelines always felt like observing through a veil, lacking precision. Thus, he resolved to cultivate her as an experimental assistant, aiding him in studying her body. However, as he reflected on his knowledge, he found himself lacking practical experience in comforting a girl, whether from his past life or this one. After some contemplation, he decided to seek his teacher's help instead, knowing that teachers excelled in comforting young ladies. As he walked, Yi Li suddenly noticed a figure ahead, exclaiming in surprise, "Teacher?" The magic wolf, arms crossed, nodded slightly. "Ali, how did your task go tonight?" "Everything went smoothly," Yi Li replied, nodding as he recounted the events from the Crescent Moon auction house in an organized manner, concluding in 10 minutes. During this time, the magic wolf was taken aback to hear of his disciple engaging in light-hearted banter with Prince OSF of the Silvis Kingdom, who received a substantial sum of 200,000 gold spirit coins each month. The nonchalant demeanor he initially maintained faltered as he learned of Yi Li's deliberate disclosure of information regarding the immortal herbs to Prince OSF. Startled, he admonished Ali, "If you have any plans in the future, you need not share them with me. My heart can hardly bear it." He paused, adopting a serious tone. "Be wary of eavesdroppers." "Thankfully, I surveyed the surroundings just now and found no one. Otherwise, your plans reaching Prince OSF would spell trouble." Yi Li nodded solemnly in acknowledgement of his teacher's grave expression. Satisfied that his disciple had heeded his warning, the magic wolf relaxed, confident that no one could trouble Yi Li in this world. With his objectives fulfilled, he prepared to leave, but not before teasing Yi Li. "Ali, I had Lenny check on the woman in your room. She is a novice, without weapons or poison. Enjoy your evening." With that, the magic wolf vanished without waiting for an explanation, clearly wishing not to disturb Yi Li's rest for the night. Yi Li, smiling wryly at his teacher's hasty retreat, had never entertained such notions about the rabbit-eared girl. His interest was purely scientific. Nevertheless, with the magic wolf now out of sight, Yi Li proceeded to his room, intending to clarify the situation regarding the rabbit-eared girl come morning. The moonlight shimmered like flowing water. As Yi Li opened his chamber door, a gentle cascade of moonlight spilled in, illuminating the bed where a beauty in a silk nightgown lay, her fair skin glistening alluringly. Chapter 40. Lien Shi furrowed his brow, gazing at Linya, who lay upon his bed. The beauty, reclining gracefully, had been sent by Prince OSF under the pretense that Yi Li lacked a housekeeper. Yi Li was acutely aware of the prince's intentions, merely to monitor and glean knowledge. Yet, for him, everything aside from his experiments held little significance. Even with Linya observing him during his trials, he doubted her comprehension, let alone her ability to learn. At most, she could mimic his steps rigidly. Yi Li held little faith in such mechanical imitation. Anyone familiar with experimentation knows that without guidance, attempting to conduct experiments without understanding their principles can lead to disastrous outcomes, unless one is a prodigy. Yet, gazing at Linya's alluring legs, revealed by her silk nightgown as it slipped down, he found no evidence of extraordinary talent. "Master, I have warmed your bed for you," Linya said, her gaze dreamy as she looked at Yi Li, her lips slightly parted, her shoulders bare. Feeling an unsettling heat rising within him, Yili frowned and commanded, "Get up. Leave." Obediently, Linya rose from the bed, displaying her enchanting figure without defiance. "Yes, master," she replied, bowing slightly as she departed. Watching her retreating form, Yili's frown remained, though he hadn't noticed it at the Crescent Moon auction house when he had ordered her to leave. He had met her eyes for the first time, hollow and devoid of spirit, like a soulless puppet. To validate his suspicions, Yili opened the door, and indeed, Linya stood patiently outside, akin to a train house cat. Upon hearing the door creak open, she knelt respectfully. "Master." Yili glanced at Linya's submissive gaze, fell silent for a moment, and then said, "Rise and return to your chamber. Moreover, do not refer to me as master any longer. Call me boss instead." "Yes, boss," Linya replied respectfully, standing up and quietly waiting before Yili. Upon observing her, Yili realized that the Lin family had not arranged a room for her upon sending her to him. He reached for the bell by the door, summoning a maid responsible for his nighttime affairs to escort Linya downstairs and ensure she was settled in her quarters. Once all matters were concluded, Yili returned to his bed, retrieving the jewel of the blue poison toad king to commence his daily practice. However, the lingering fragrance of Linya and the recent sensory stimulation rendered him unusually reluctant to enter a meditative state immediately. With no other recourse, Yili seated himself cross-legged at the scent-free table, beginning his meditation. The following morning, after completing his morning ablutions, Yili approached the door of the rabbit-eared girl's room and knocked gently. Initially, there was silence from within, but soon he heard the rustling of movement, followed by hurried footsteps. The door creaked open, revealing the girl, who, flustered, exclaimed, "I apologize, esteemed sir. I overslept." Yili corrected her, asking her to call him elder brother Yi instead, and instructed her to dress properly before coming out. Although she wore the same outfit from the previous day, it hung loosely due to her sleep, revealing much of her form. Realizing her disheveled appearance, the girl blushed deeply and hurriedly shut the door to tidy her clothes. Yet, she soon recalled that the noble sir awaited outside, worrying whether her actions might displease him. Fortunately, Yili's subsequent words eased her anxiety. "Once you're dressed, join me outside to meet someone." Yili had not waited long when the door opened again, revealing the girl, now properly attired. He nodded approvingly, indicating for her to follow. This morning, Yili had already devised a plan for her placement. First, he needed to inquire about her name. "What is your name?" I am called Lianxi. Can you read?" "No, I cannot." "Do you possess innate soul power?" "I have level 1. Level 1 innate soul power?" Yili haltet, tuning tu regard lianyi. It appeared that those with soul power were sold into slavery, suggesting that few were affected by martial soul mutations to the extent of impacting their physical bodies. Otherwise, the Crescent Moon auction house would not sell individuals endowed with soul power. Lianxi was startled by Yi Li's sudden stop, her heart racing with fear that she had misspoken. Noting the anxiety etched on her face, Yi Li smiled and continued walking, asking, "What is your current level of soul power?" "Level 3, she replied, her tension easing upon sensing no reproach in his tone. "Level 3? Yi Li muset," finding the soul power level somewhat absurdly low. Yet, he remained hopeful. Once the black crystal testing experiment concluded, he would elevate the rabbit-eared girl's soul power. Subsequently, he would take her to the soul-hunting forest to acquire her first soul ring. He pondered the implications of a martial soul mutation on her physical state. Could it be seen as an alternative manifestation of a martial soul? Moreover, if she absorbed specific rare materials, would her martial soul mutate again, further influencing her body? When she reached the rank of soul sage at level 70, what form would her martial soul assume? Would she transform entirely into a martial soul, shifting from human to soul beast? Such reflections heightened Yi Li's anticipation for Lianxi's future and bolstered his confidence in his martial soul research endeavors. With such a precious case in his possession, he felt compelled to extract meaningful insights, lest he betray the 10 years of arduous study in his former life. With this thought, Yi Li's tone grew fervent as he queried, "What is your martial soul?" "A soft-boned rabbit." "Ah, a beast martial soul. Though common, a soft-boned rabbit is not without merit. Logically, you should find no issue cultivating as a soul master. Your low soul power level likely correlates with your martial soul mutation." One sigh. As Yi Li instinctively analyzed the situation based on his accumulated knowledge, he abruptly felt something amiss. He halted his steps and turned to Lian Shi, asking, "Do you know Tang-san?" Chapter 41. The teacher's happiness. Yi Li's sudden stop caught Lian Shi off guard, causing her to bump into him before she could halt her motion. However, Yi Li was more intrigued by her soft form than concerned, his eyes gleaming as he repeated, "Tell me, do you know Tang-san?" Lian Shi, frightened by the fervor in Yi Li's voice, remained still in his embrace, nervously replying, I do not know him." After scrutinizing Lian Shi's eyes and detecting no deceit, Yi Li realized he had overthought the matter. In the original narrative, Xiao should be hunting for soul rings with the other Shrek 7 monsters in the Sunset Forest, and the plot had not yet diverged enough for her to appear here. Their personalities were distinctly different. One was mischievous, while the other was timid, truly two separate individuals. Moreover, it was inconceivable that Xiao Wu could be sold as a slave at an auction. Having clarified his thoughts, Yi Li felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, to mitigate the misunderstanding, he gently released Lian Shi from his embrace, ruffled her hair, and softly reassured her, "I apologize. I mistook you for someone else." Clearly, his earlier excitement had startled Lian Shi, and it took her a moment to recover from her fright. Half an hour later, Yi Li led Lian Shi towards the residence of his teacher. During this time, he explained his hopes for her to become his experimental assistant and had gained a clearer understanding of her circumstances. Although Lian Shi still appeared somewhat bewildered and uncertain, the realization that she had not been purchased as an object of play eased her underlying tension considerably. Of course, Yi Li had not yet divulged the specifics of her role as his assistant, intending to seek his teacher's help first, particularly in teaching Lian Shi to read. Along the way, Linya was also brought by the Lin family, but Yi Li merely cast her a glance, instructing her to remain behind him without devoting excessive attention to her. The distance to his teacher's abode was not far, and soon they arrived outside the courtyard. Just as Yi Li was about to ask the maid on duty to inform his teacher of his arrival, he was surprised to see Aunt Shi emerging from the courtyard, dressed in a pristine white gown. "Aunt Shi," he called, realizing her presence rendered the maid's announcement unnecessary. The moment Aunt Shi spotted Yi Li, her demeanor shifted slightly, her cheeks tinged with a hint of color. Clearing her throat, with a somewhat distracted gaze, she inquired, "Ah, young Yi Li, are you here to see your teacher?" Yi Li, dismissing her awkward tone, shook his head and replied, "Aunt Shi, I have come to see you." Yi Li pointed to the bashful Lian Shi behind her and remarked, "I have found an experimental assistant named Lian Shi, but she is illiterate. I would like to request Aunt Shi's assistance in finding a teacher to help her learn." Shi followed Yi Li's gesture and noticed a tall maiden adorned with rabbit ear accessories. Though her head was bowed, her exquisite profile suggested she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. As Yi's gaze drifted leftward, she observed another captivating woman, voluptuous and delicate, standing behind her brother-in-law's disciple. This sight involuntarily reminded her of the previous night's events, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she inwardly scoffed, realizing both the mentor and her pupil were of similar ilk. Yet, as Yi Li was the disciple of her elder brother Tianming, she quickly composed herself, restoring her usual graceful demeanor, and smiled, saying, "Since this is a request from little Yi Li, Aunt Shi will certainly lend a hand. Fortunately, I have no pressing matters at the moment, so let me teach your experimental assistant how to read." "Thank you, Aunt Shi," Yi Li expressed sweetly, her heart brimming with joy at the prospect of Aunt Shi personally guiding Lian Shi in literacy. Indeed, Shi nodded with a smile, then affectionately beckoned Lian Shi closer, saying, "Lian Shi, come here and call me sister." However, Lian Shi appeared overwhelmed, unsure of how to respond to Shi's warmth. "Don't be nervous, just listen to Aunt Shi," Yi Li gently reassured, alleviating Lian Shi's confusion. In a soft voice, Lian Shi managed to utter "sister." "Yes," Shi replied, her satisfaction evident. Among the three, she was the youngest and had long desired the experience of being addressed as sister. Now that her wish was fulfilled, her heart soared with happiness. Having accomplished her objective, Yi Li prepared to take her leave. With approximately 700,000 gold soul coins accumulated, she was not yet a wealthy magnate in New Moon City, but she belonged to the affluent class. It was time to purchase a residence and prepare for her laboratory. Just as she was about to bid farewell to Shiyu, a voluptuous and alluring woman, resembling a ripe peach, emerged from the teacher's courtyard. "Ah, little Yi Li, are you here to see your teacher?" the woman inquired, her graceful features and radiant smile commanding the attention of everyone present except Yili. "No, I came to ask Aunt Shi for help." "Aunt Lin," Yili clarified. The woman who had stepped out was Aunt Lin, the only person Yili trusted in the entire Lin family aside from her teacher. During the early years of her escape alongside her mentor, it was Aunt Lin's clandestine assistance that had enabled Yili to persevere. Thus, she held Aunt Lin in the highest regard, second only to her teacher. "Yes, Ling Ling. Little Yili has come to ask me to teach her little Lian Shi how to read," Shiyu kindly noted, ruffling Lian Shi's hair as she spoke to Aunt Lin. "Oh," Aunt Lin scrutinized Lian Shi, who was now nestled in Shiyu's embrace. Noticing her beauty and gentle demeanor, she smiled approvingly, saying, "Very good. It seems little Yili has finally awakened." In response to Aunt Lin's teasing, Yili explained with a hint of exasperation, "Aunt Lin, she is my chosen experimental assistant, someone who will assist me in my research." The term experimental assistant was familiar to Aunt Lin, having heard it from Yili before. Realizing her mistake, she chuckled. "I thought little Yili had finally come to her senses." Yili, choosing to feign ignorance, shifted the topic. "By the way, Aunt Lin, why hasn't the teacher risen yet?" Aunt Lin, well aware of Yili's character, merely smiled and replied, "Your teacher is not feeling well and lacks energy. She's still resting in bed." "Oh," Yili nodded, acknowledging the information without probing further into why her teacher, who had appeared full of vitality the previous night, was now unwell. Nevertheless, fulfilling her duty as a disciple, Yili contemplated and said with a smile, "Then I shall prepare a potent tonic for the teacher. After taking it, she will surely regain her vigor." Chapter 42. The Grand Procurement. Aunt Lin and she were both quite pleased with Yi Li's proposed tonic. After she penned the recipe, they eagerly took it, excited to gather the necessary ingredients. Once they departed with Lian Shi, Yili turned to Linya behind her and said, "Let's go. Take me to the most reputable apothecary in New Moon City and to the place where I can procure the corpses of soul beasts." "Yes," Linya replied gracefully. As a highly trained maid from the New Moon Grand Auction House, she was adept at leading Yili to suitable shops whenever she had a request, ensuring that Yili acquired what she sought, albeit at somewhat steep prices. However, the quality was commendable, and Yili was satisfied. Throughout the day, Yili traversed the various shops in New Moon City, selecting high-quality medicinal herbs, soul beasts, and commissioning experimental instruments. While some advanced experimental apparatuses could not be produced in Douluo continent, Yili was still able to have common items such as glass bottles, test tubes, and beakers custom-made. However, the expenses were exorbitant. Crafting a standard set of glassware cost Yili 5,000 gold soul coins, exceeding the price of a house. To facilitate her experiments, Yili purchased a small villa outside the city. Due to its remote location, it only cost her 4,000 gold soul coins. Subsequently, she contacted a specialized team of soul masters for renovations, insisting on swift delivery, preferably by the day after tomorrow, with high quality, which set her back another 10,000 gold soul coins. The remaining expenses for supplementary herbs, the acquisition of 10,000-year soul beast corpses, and the search for suitable volunteers amounted to 200,000 gold soul coins. Particularly, a complete corpse of an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast required at least 30,000 gold soul coins, while a 2,000-year specimen would cost 3 times that, soaring above 100,000. As for higher-tier soul beast corpses, only body parts could be found on the market. Complete corpses were nowhere to be purchased. Despite this, Yili managed to acquire 3 corpses of 10,000-year soul beasts from the New Moon Grand Auction House, one of which was fortuitously obtained from a soul beast hunting team that had slain a 10,000-year beast and intended to sell it. However, the 10,000-year fire magic wolf she yearned for remained elusive. As Yili prepared her experimental materials in laboratory, she held a hand personally signed by Prince Osfu and first visited the New Moon Grand Auction House to borrow books. Her focus was on 5 categories: medicinal herbs, medical techniques, soul masters, martial souls, and soul beasts, particularly emphasizing the latter 3. Since the primary function of the New Moon Grand Auction House was not that of a library, the selection of books was limited to only a few dozen titles, all of which were unique copies and not available for loan. If she wished to study them outside, she would need to transcribe them herself. Thus, Yili spent gold soul coins hiring appraisers from the auction house to copy the texts. These appraisers possessed extensive knowledge in their respective fields, ensuring that no errors in syntax or omissions of text would occur. Their profound understanding allowed them to rectify certain inaccuracies found in the books. Additionally, the knowledge they held was also a target for Yili. However, whenever she expressed a desire to exchange knowledge with them, they all vehemently declined, guarding their information closely, unless remuneration was offered. Thus, Yili resolutely decided to hire them to copy books. In addition, the various bookstores in Crescent City became significant targets for Yili. Any book he had not previously seen, possessed, and deemed valuable was purchased without hesitation. With the aid of the purple gold ring, he had no concern over where to store these books. Consequently, Yili spent approximately 30,000 gold soul coins. Once he had visited every place in Crescent City where books could be acquired, his gaze turned toward the collections of the nobility. However, the Sylvis Kingdom, renowned for its antiquity, proved to be a formidable challenge. Even with a hand order issued personally by Prince Osf, some nobles were audacious enough to dismiss his requests, merely presenting inconsequential tomes. This was particularly true of those of rank, such as earls and above. After encountering repeated setbacks, Yili temporarily shifted his focus from the high-ranking nobles to the lesser ones. While he believed that with additional time and effort spent on negotiating mutual benefits, he could gain access to the treasured works of the larger aristocrats, Yili was acutely aware that his time in Crescent City was limited. With daily experiments and training already feeling insufficient, he deemed further attempts to cultivate relationships with the high nobility akin to a slow suicide. Consequently, he decisively redirected his attention to the lesser nobility. Although these lesser nobles had fallen from grace, their ancestors had once thrived, often due to political strife or a disruption in their family's lineage of soul masters. Thus, when Yili, accompanied by his mentor, the Soul King, visited them, he discovered that these lesser nobles possessed considerable knowledge. Titles such as Detailed Exposition of Soul Beasts in the Frozen Forest, Soul Beasts of the Night, and The Razor Forest Journey of the Iron-Tailed Frenzied Deer were among the books Yili had yet to read or acquire. Most notably, he was pleasantly surprised to find a baronial noble willing to sell the family's compiled techniques for soul master cultivation, their application methods, and the best soul rings for hunting soul beasts. Yili had long harbored curiosity about the cultivation techniques of soul master families and their perspectives on optimal soul ring ratios. Therefore, he spent 5,000 gold soul coins to procure these invaluable tomes from the noble whose martial spirit was the long-tailed rat. This particular soul beast, while not exceedingly common, possessed formidable biting power and a tail capable of launching wind blades, making it quite powerful. The lesser noble S lineage even boasted a soul sage ancestor, which further justified Yili's willingness to invest in their teachings, as it indicated that their cultivation techniques held substantial merit. Regrettably, when Yili approached other lesser nobles to inquire about borrowing their family's cultivation techniques, he was met with sudden changes in demeanor, and they politely declined his requests. This left Yili feeling quite disappointed. Had they been more forthcoming, he could have amassed a wealth of knowledge on soul cultivation techniques, potentially allowing him to contemplate inner practices akin to the profound skills of protagonists like Tang San. At the very least, he would not be left in the dark regarding fundamental practices. Chapter 43. The Black Crystal Experiment. Crescent City was home to numerous lesser nobles, and visiting them all could not be accomplished in just a day or two. By the third day, however, Yili's laboratory was finally renovated. Outside Crescent City, within Yili's laboratory, what was once a standard villa, plain yet exquisite, infused with rural charm, had undergone a transformation. The former garden was entirely leveled, leaving a flat expanse of ground. All decorative furnishings were removed, and walls between guest rooms were knocked down to create a vast laboratory. Apart from the essential tables, chairs, and beds, all elegant furniture was replaced with experimental stations and storage racks. Moreover, the walls of the laboratory were intentionally reinforced to prevent any dangerous experiments from endangering the surrounding areas. After inspecting his laboratory, Yili was satisfied and settled the final payment. Although it could only be described as rudimentary compared to laboratories from his previous life, failing to meet even national standards, it was a source of contentment for Yili. After all, the era he had come from was several generations ahead of this world, and the standards there would constitute a groundbreaking marvel here. After completing the setup of his very own laboratory, Yili retrieved the experimental instruments and materials stored within the purple gold ring, beginning to populate this entirely personal space. During this process, he explained his methods to Lian Shi, not necessarily expecting her to fully grasp them, but rather to imbue her with a scientific concept befitting an experimenter. Once all the instruments and materials were arranged, Yili did not send Lian Shi back to her aunt for literacy lessons. Instead, he invited her to observe his experiments. As the volunteers for the black crystal tests had yet to arrive, he conducted other, more conventional experiments, particularly testing the properties of some novel medicinal materials. The initial steps of the experiments were quite standard and non-disruptive to 1's worldview, suitable for newcomers like Lian Shi to engage with. Uncertain if it was due to her martial spirit's mutation, Yili noticed that Lian Shi's physical condition surpassed that of girls her age. When he assigned her tasks, such as moving experimental materials, cleaning the laboratory, and observing experimental phenomena, he found her agility and physical strength comparable to that of ordinary soul masters. This led Yili to speculate that Lian Shi might be experiencing a unique, lifelong state of martial spirit possession. Out of curiosity, he first assessed her physical data before allowing her to return to her studies. Once his black crystal testing experiment succeeded, he would be able to validate some of his hypotheses by comparing the physical data before and after soul power enhancement. The experimental process was lengthy, and time seemed fleeting. Before he knew it, half a month had passed. During this period, Yili had visited every lesser noble in Crescent City, acquiring all the books he could extract from them. Thanks to some of the texts obtained from the lesser nobles, he discovered a medicinal material known as the linya fruit. This fruit possessed a remarkably high affinity for soul power and exhibited gentle properties, making it an essential ingredient in all current soul-enhancing elixirs available in the market. However, the potions crafted in Douluo continent came with considerable side effects and were prohibitively expensive. A single linya fruit cost Yili 5,000 gold soul coins, more than the combined cost of all the materials he had previously used to separate the black crystal. Yet, the new version of the black crystal extraction potion proved to be twice as effective as the original, with a gentler nature. 13 days had elapsed since the arrival of the volunteers, and during the experiments, the subjects had progressed from consuming the standard dosage of black crystal to experiencing a 3-level increase in soul power, along with noticeable enhancements in their physical condition, all without any signs of mental collapse or mutations in their martial spirits. It can be said that although the potion is quite costly, it has indeed achieved the desired effect that Yili sought. Furthermore, based on a control group experiment utilizing a standard dosage of 10, Yili discovered that as long as sufficient nutrition is supplemented in a timely manner and the black crystal is consumed every 5 days, no physical transformations would occur. Mentally, he remains stable, and there is no interference with subsequent self-meditation practices. Thus, the primary objective of Yili's black crystal testing experiment has been accomplished. He has determined the appropriate dosage and utilization method for the black crystal and confirmed its safety for consumption. After tidying up the experimental platform for the black crystal tests, Yili retreated to his secluded chamber for cultivation, where he extracted a diamond-shaped crystal radiating a black luminescence. This is the latest version of the black crystal. A black crystal the size of a mung bean constitutes the standard dosage of 0.8, which Yili has identified as the most suitable amount for consumption. Sitting cross-legged in his chamber, he swallowed the diamond crystal, closed his eyes, and immediately entered a meditative state, beginning to absorb the soul power contained within the black crystal. It flowed gently, akin to a spring's pure water. Such was Yi Li's sensation after consuming the black crystal. 3 days prior, Prince Osfer, sitting upright in his study, listened to his subordinates' reports regarding Yi Li's security details, furrowing his brow in confusion. Was Yi Li merely conducting research and reading without engaging in any other activities? A somber voice echoed in Prince Osfer's ear, affirming this. What about the others by his side? No anomalies were reported. Osfer held no doubts regarding the loyalty and capabilities of his shadow guards. However, Yi Li's apparent lack of crisis awareness and absence of any preparatory actions for escape struck Osfer as peculiar. Nonetheless, this only deepened his conviction that Yi Li must have some contingency plan, else he would not be so composed. As for the experiments Yi Li was currently conducting, Osfer possessed surveillance reports. While his spies excelled in gathering intelligence and assassinating foes, they were utterly inept in experimental research, and Linya, who had never received pharmacological education, was no exception. The reports Osfer received merely detailed what Yi Li had purchased, where he appeared daily, and what he might be doing. Detailed experimental data? Yili stored that in his purple gold ring at all times. The critical volunteer experimental site? Yili had surrounded it with a lethal perimeter. Only those unafraid of death could enter to investigate. Analyzing Yi Li's experimental objectives from the superficial observation reports, if Prince Osfer were capable of such, Yili would find a way to confront him directly, intent on acquiring the talent he possessed to assist him in his experiments. As the saying goes, a half step ahead is genius, a full step ahead is madness. Unfortunately, Osfer had neither genius nor madness at his disposal. Chapter 44. The quest for immortals. Prince Osfer could not fathom the basis for Yi Li's current leisurely research, but he did not need to know everything. He merely needed to ascertain that, apart from the Silvis royal family, no other major power had learned of the ice and fire yin-yang in the Sunset Forest, which harbored the immortal herbs. After sacrificing certain interests to stabilize Yi Li, Prince Osfer returned to Silvis City the following day to discuss plans for obtaining the immortal herbs with the current king of Silvis. This inevitably involved one person, Douluo. The poison Douluo, the ice and fire yin-yang in the Sunset Forest, is Douluo's secluded domain, a fact known to all royal families in the kingdoms. Additionally, it was common knowledge that Douluo had left the Sunset Forest months ago to become a senior advisor at Shrek Academy. All factions above the kingdom level within the Tiando Empire were aware of this, as every major power maintains a dedicated institution to gather information on the title Douluo, with the poison Douluo being of utmost importance. Douluo's poison is exceedingly formidable. Its lethality surpasses even that of super law regarding ordinary soldiers. Thus, until Douluo's precise whereabouts were confirmed, the Silvis royal family dared not initiate any plans. However, 3 days prior, spies from the Silvis royal family stationed at the Wuhuan Palace reported Douluo's presence. After multiple confirmations, even deploying a capable shadow guard from there, they verified Douluo's location within the Wuhuan Palace's influence. Prince Osfer decisively launched the quest for immortals, determined to seize an immortal herb before Douluo's return. At the very least, they aimed to thoroughly investigate all information regarding the immortal herbs within the ice and fire yin-yang in preparation for the future. Even in Douluo's absence, the poisonous formations he had laid within the ice and fire yin-yang posed significant challenges. Soul masters below the soul Douluo level would face certain death upon entering. To obtain the immortal herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang in the Sunset Forest, Prince Osfer returned and instructed his subordinates to gather all information regarding the ice and fire yin-yang. The specifics of the poisonous formations set by Douluo were also revealed during this time. Moreover, while the Sunset Forest may not be as renowned as the Star Doe Forest on the continent, and has fewer varieties of soul beasts, the quality of its soul beasts is notably high, with numerous 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts. To traverse half of the Sunset Forest and procure the immortal herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang, one must consider these formidable soul beasts. The Sunset Forest is indeed a realm of soul beasts. However, this represents the Silvis royal family's sole opportunity. Opposite the Tiando Empire, the Xingluo Empire is robust, with ambitions to unify the continent laid bare. Furthermore, the powerful Wuhuan Palace lurks nearby, a predatory entity. If the Silvis royal family does not seize every opportunity to strengthen themselves, they will be unable to protect the legacy of the Silvis kingdom when war looms. As for hoping for assistance from the Tiando royal family, it would be better to kneel and beseech the heavens to send a deity to annihilate the Wuhuan Palace. Seated in his study, Prince Osfer gazed deeply towards the direction of the Sunset Forest. My royal uncle, your mission must succeed. Fast forward 3 days later. As Yili successfully completed the black crystal testing experiment, those entrusted with hopes by Prince Osfer, including his royal uncle, finally reached the edge of the Sunset Forest. The martial spirit of the Silvis royal family manifests as a garment known as the Celestial Cold Garment, which not only possesses terrifying cold attribute capabilities, but also boasts formidable defensive prowess, vastly superior to the swan martial spirit of the Tiando royal family. However, the Celestial Cold Garment has a significant flaw. Its inherent chilling capabilities can inflict harm upon others as well as the wielder. Until a soul master reaches the rank of soul sage, the Celestial Cold Garment is indistinguishable from any other powerful martial spirit. Moreover, Soul masters wielding the celestial cold garment benefit from absorbing the surrounding cold energy during each breakthrough, purifying their bodies, granting them advantages in combat. However, upon reaching the rank of Soul Sage, the cold energy previously absorbed will erupt violently within the body, freezing the Soul Master from the inside out. Only those who endure this explosive phase will have the chance to continue their cultivation and ascend to the rank of Soul Douluo. As the cultivation reached the level of Soul Douluo, the chilling aura accumulated by the heavenly cold garment would erupt once more, its intensity surpassing even that of breaking through to the Soul Sage level. Therefore, despite the Sylvis royal family possessing formidable martial spirits, they have yet to produce a title Douluo due to the inherent flaws of the heavenly cold garment. Standing at the edge of the sunset forest is the royal uncle, the highest-ranked soul master within the Sylvis royal family, an 81st level control system Soul Douluo with a martial spirit of heavenly cold garment. Due to the unique nature of the poisonous formation set by Douluo, coupled with the imminent elite competition among the continent's advanced soul master academies, a sufficiently powerful soul master was required to maintain order. Thus, the Sylvis royal family dispatched only 2 individuals for this journey into the sunset forest. Yet they formed the most formidable team that the royal family could muster. 2 Soul Douluo level soul masters. Aside from the 81st level control system, Soul Douluo, the other is the esteemed elder of the Sylvis royal family, Cadrali Dan, an 84th level agility attack system, Soul Douluo, with the martial spirit of the ghost tiger. The 2 stood atop a towering tree at the forest's edge, gazing at the boundless spectacle of the pine sea within the sunset forest. To the Stardow Forest. The sunset forest may be small, yet from its edge, one could scarcely see the limits, only an endless expanse of undulating pines. Dressed in voluminous attire, the royal uncle breathed deeply, reveling in the coldness surrounding him. The colder the environment, the more spiritual energy he perceived, enhancing his comfort. The sunset forest, situated in the northern regions of the continent, made him feel extraordinarily at ease. However, beside him, Cadrali Dan furrowed his brow. Douluo, have you absorbed enough? If so, let's depart. Cadrali Dan's face bore dark patterns due to his ghost tiger martial spirit, imparting an eerie aura. Yet, his voice resonated with unexpected strength, devoid of any sinister undertones. In contrast, Douluo, affected by the heavenly cold garment, had transformed from a handsome blonde youth into an almost ghostly figure, his demeanor slightly unhinged. Nevertheless, he maintained sufficient rationality when it mattered. After satiating his physical needs, Douluo returned to a more normal state, solemnly nodding. Let us go. In the crescent moon city of the Sylvis Kingdom, within Yi Li's laboratory, he awakened from his meditation, opening his eyes. At level 26 now, Yi Li mused, feeling the surge of soul power within him. Having consumed the black crystal, he was now 14 years old and at level 26, considered a small genius. Though he could not compare to the protagonist Tang San, who possessed 41 level soul power at the same age. However, with the success of the black crystal testing, he could now be regarded as a member of the elite. With the mere consumption of the black crystal, he could enhance his soul power and physical attributes, the effects akin to the finest spiritual stones from the realm of cultivation. In this Douluo continent, it was undoubtedly a boon. Yet, how long had he spent in cultivation this time? As a hunger pang gripped his stomach, Yi Li pondered this question. Rising to his feet, he opened the door of the secluded training chamber and stepped out of the laboratory, only to find the outside world enveloped in twilight. He recalled entering the chamber when the sun had just begun its descent in the west, indicating that night was still a distant prospect. This meant he had only spent half a day in cultivation. However, had he not consumed the black crystal and relied solely on his innate talent, it would have taken him 2 months to elevate his soul power by a single level. Now, half a day's effort equated to 2 months of arduous training. No wonder protagonists in novels from his past life cherished such advantages. The allure of rapid advancement without the grueling toil was universally appealing. Yi Li, too, was no exception. With a faint smile, he whispered to himself, "What a delightful boon," and stepped forward, illuminated by the lingering rays of the setting sun. The cultivation of soul power was no longer a concern, and the materials for his martial spirit research were ready, allowing him to commence at any moment. Although the encroaching darkness gradually enveloped him, within his heart, a vibrant sun seemed to rise, brimming with vitality and exuberance. To elaborate on his current feelings, one could simply say, I have gained an advantage, and it feels splendid. In the ice and fire eyes beyond the sunset forest of the Tiando Empire. Finding Douluo's secluded abode was not difficult for Douluo and his companion, yet the soul beasts of the sunset forest proved quite bothersome. To avoid unnecessary battles and conserve sufficient soul power, they navigated a convoluted path, taking a considerable detour. Only as night approached did they arrive at Douluo's hidden location. The nights in the sunset forest were colder than those in the Sylvis Kingdom. Thus, Douluo tightly wrapped his arms around his voluminous clothing, shrinking further into it. Yet his expression bore a peculiar comfort. Cadrelidan, accustomed to this, noted that Odiliai's martial spirit, the heavenly cold garment, made him crave the cold. Yet he harbored a deep-seated fear of the pain associated with its eruption. In his youth, Douluo had been resolute, vowing to break through to Douluo and fulfill the unachieved aspirations of his ancestors. This tenacity, coupled with his extraordinary talent, enabled him to successfully navigate the tribulations of both the Soul Sage and Soul Douluo stages. However, this obsession had driven him to madness. Except for maintaining sufficient rationality in critical matters, Douluo often exhibited eccentric behavior. Presently, he found himself in a state where his body relished the chill while his heart feared it. Yet he insisted on portraying an outward fear of the cold and an inner fondness for it, a relatively typical expression for him. Casting a glance at the seemingly sane Douluo, Cadrelidan stepped forward into Douluo's hidden enclave, summoning the ghost tiger martial spirit. A tiger of considerable size, over 3 meters long, emerged from the ground to support Cadrelidan's ascent. The ghost tiger moved with agility, leaping forward to cover a distance of over 10 meters in a single bound, swiftly crossing the poisonous formation set by Douluo to enter his sanctuary. Douluo, following closely behind, merely lifted his eyelids and continued to huddle within his oversized clothing, trembling slightly. Yet his speed did not falter as he kept pace with Cadrelidan. After passing through the poisonous formation, the two did not immediately enter Douluo's dwelling. Instead, they paused to circulate their soul power, cleansing their bodies of the toxins inhaled while traversing the formation. Moments later, purple toxic mist began to rise from their bodies, writhing and clawing at the air, yearning to return to the warmth of their hosts. However, the two remained unfazed by the encroaching purple mist, maintaining focus as their soul power continued to wash over their bodies, forcing the toxins out into the ether where they dissipated. Once the toxic remnants were expelled, Cadrelidan took the lead, advancing further into the concealed sanctuary. Odile followed closely behind, but unbeknownst to him, the soul of the cold garment had already been summoned. A chilling light radiated from it, its edges billowing gracefully. 8 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 rose from his feet, encircling the cold garment. Meanwhile, Cadrelidan, who had summoned the ghost tiger soul, also activated his soul rings at some point. The splendid soul rings, perfectly proportioned in their arrangement, began to rotate slowly around him. Both were the soul masters, and in their fully unleashed state, they could respond promptly unless ambushed by a sensitive attack type Douluo. Their vigilance was heightened due to the notorious reputation of Douluo among soul masters. This place was Douluo's hidden sanctuary, and no one knew if he had laid additional traps or even more terrifying poisons here. Thus, both Soul Douluo remained on high alert. Douluo's sanctuary was mainly divided into 2 parts. The hilly exterior and the ice and fire yin-yang eyes nestled within a valley. As they traversed the hilly outskirts, they remained tense, their soul power coiling within, ready to unleash their soul techniques at the first sign of unusual activity. Perhaps Douluo was confident that no one could navigate through his poison formations, or that those who could would not dare to venture here. Hence, as they climbed the hill, they encountered no unexpected events. Soon, they reached the summit. Beyond the peak lay a valley shaped like an inverted cone, shrouded in thick mist and emanating hot steam from within, obscuring their view of what lay ahead. Naturally, they would not recklessly leap into the unknown without knowing if traps awaited them below. Cadrelidan turned to Odile, recalling the intel that the ice and fire yin-yang eyes were inside. Once they dispelled the dense mist, their mission would be nearly complete. The task of clearing the mist fell solely to Odile, for he possessed no soul techniques capable of dispersing such dense fog. Odile, nestled within his oversized garment, nodded and stepped forward. The purple glow of his third soul ring flickered. A powerful chill suddenly erupted from a mist, forming crystal-like ice shards that evenly distributed throughout the fog near them, under Odile's command. The chilling explosion resonated ominously, and the ice shards detonated simultaneously, creating a powerful gust of wind that Odile expertly directed, clearing a substantial hole through the centuries-old mist that had enshrouded the valley floor. However, it was evident that Odile's ice explosion could only momentarily disperse the fog. As the winds of the explosion subsided, the surrounding mist began to close in again, threatening to seal the opening. Standing atop the hill, Cadrelelidon quietly activated his fourth soul technique, and his eyes gleamed with a dark light, capturing every detail of the valley below. After a moment of reconnaissance, Cadrelelidon closed his eyes, meticulously reviewing the findings. Moments later, he opened his eyes and declared, "It's safe down there." With Cadrelelidon's confirmation, Odile began to move. His purple soul ring shimmered as an intense chill emanated from him, coalescing into an exquisitely crafted icy armor. Having completed his transformation, Odile leaped into the now obscured valley below, his sixth soul ring radiating a deep black light. A massive, frigid tornado emerged, extending several meters long, enveloping Odile as he descended rapidly. The encroaching mist was swept away by the fierce winds of the ice tornado, and any water vapor caught in the vortex was frozen into tiny ice crystals, becoming part of the frigid tempest. Cadrelelidon merely activated his soul and leaped downward, effortlessly navigating the steep cliffside. The valley was not deep, and the two soon reached the ground. Inside the valley lay a hot spring, not particularly large, but divided into two sections. The oval-shaped pools exhibited colors of milky white and crimson red, remarkably distinct from one another, maintaining their boundaries without mingling. While the milky white side did not exude an overwhelming chill, Odile, even from a distance, felt the intense cold energy of the heavens and earth invigorating him. Conversely, the crimson side radiated a searing heat that Cadrelelidon found unbearable even at a slight proximity. Without the protection of soul power, one could hardly endure the heat for long. Is this the ice and fire Yin-Yang eyes? Quite an apt name, Cadrelelidon remarked in wonder, observing the coexistence of extreme cold and heat. Odile, however, paid little heed to Cadrelelidon, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the area surrounding the ice and fire Yin-Yang eyes. The vicinity, once adorned with a plethora of diverse flora, Douluo's meticulously cultivated botanical garden, now lay in disarray. Tang San had thoroughly plundered the garden before departing, leaving it nearly barren of greenery. Cadrelelidon noted the devastated state of the botanical garden, frowning as he remarked, "The herbs have been nearly stripped bare." Could it be that Douluo, that old poison master, discovered the efficacy of the divine herbs and harvested them? Given the remnants of the valuable herbs, it was clear that this area had once been a treasure trove of rare plants, now reduced to chaos. As this was Douluo's sanctuary, Cadrelelidon's conjecture was understandable. Odile, scanning his surroundings, remained silent in response to Cadrelelidon's words, his voice darkening as he warned, "Old Cad, step back. I'm about to begin." Despite Odile's evident distress, the expectations of Prince Osfer and others weighed heavily upon him for a reason. As the only current sole Douluo of the Silvis royal family, Odile was not only formidable, but also one of the few soul masters capable of wielding a domain before reaching title Douluo status, the domain of cold. This domain, acquired from absorbing the soul ring of a 60,000-year-old ice snow magic dragon, granted him a singular function, the sovereign of cold. Within this domain, he commanded all cold energies. Alas, the ice garment soul harbored a significant flaw. Each activation of the cold domain consumed vast amounts of his vitality. Otherwise, how could a once handsome blonde youth transform into such a ghastly figure? Cadrelelidon's eyes reflected a hint of regret as he swiftly distanced himself, taking up a vigilant position nearby. After Cadrelelidon had distanced himself adequately, Odile closed his eyes. The eighth soul ring spun, and a pale white domain suddenly unfurled, enveloping the entire eye of ice and fire. The chill surrounding the eye, summoned by the domain of heavenly cold, transformed into swirling tendrils resembling a dragon, coiling around Odoli's body. Above him, a crown formed quietly from the icy air, while his ample garments morphed into a magnificent suit of frost armor. In that moment, Odoli's physique seemed to revert to the vigor of his youth, exuding both wildness and regal dignity. Yet, the rapidly waning vitality within him served as a constant reminder of the chilling reality that his time was fleeting. Ignoring the vehement protests from his body, which could scarcely endure the strain, Odoli wielded the domain of heavenly cold and posed his first inquiry to the chill surrounding the eye. Where is the celestial herb? The icy winds howled as if in response to the emperor's call, coalescing at the original location of the celestial herb, mirroring its form. In the distance, Cadrelidin gazed at the apparition of the celestial herb with fervent excitement. The shape conjured by the chill was identical to the celestial herb received from Yili, and, astonishingly, there were even more in both quantity and variety. Situated at the heart of the domain, Odoli took a deep breath and quickly asked his second question. Who took the celestial herb? Chapter 47. Lianqi's little head as Odoli's voice fell. A portion of the swirling chill around him separated, manifesting the likeness of a boy approximately 14 or 15 years old above the octagonal ice grass. An illusion. The boy brandished a dagger and severed the octagonal ice grass from the ground. Next, another boy, appearing amidst the fiery apricot flowers, sprouted 8 spider-bone spears and uprooted the fiery apricot flowers from their base. With each celestial herb the chill-conjured boy extracted, the expressions of both Odoli and Cadrelidin, who regarded those herbs as an opportunity for the revival of the Sylvis royal family, darkened further. In total, there were over a dozen celestial herbs surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire, all harvested by that boy. This revelation sent chills down the spines of Odoli and Cadrelidin, whose eyes glimmered with a sinister thirst, a mix of greed and fervor. After all, these were a multitude of celestial herbs. Most importantly, the boy was not Douluo. In Crescent Moon City, at the Lin family estate, after dinner, Yili compared his food intake and realized it had increased by a quarter. It seemed he would need to prepare some dried meat for his future training. It was now past 8 in the evening, the onset of nightlife in Crescent Moon City, and the most anxious yet yearning time of day for someone. As Yili wrested his teacher from the hands of the matrons, the magic wolf gazed at him with a mix of pride and hesitation. Of course, the magic wolf was unaware that Yili had barely managed to retrieve his teacher using a potent version of a revitalizing tonic. Once the matrons and surrounding maidservants had departed, Yili led his teacher into a secret chamber. This was the magic wolf's training sanctum, a place of utmost safety and confidentiality. Upon entering, the magic wolf's demeanor grew solemn, abandoning any lingering pride or uncertainty. He understood his disciple well enough. Such gravity indicated the matter at hand was of great importance. With his martial spirit manifested, the magic wolf surged his soul power, concentrating all his senses to detect any potential eavesdroppers. After 10 seconds, he relaxed, albeit slightly fatigued, and declared, "The surroundings are secure." Yili nodded and retrieved the blue poison Toad King's pearl from his storage soul guide. A few days prior, he had fully absorbed the abundant life energy within it, leaving only an ordinary blue shell, which he intended to use to contain black crystal. The magic wolf was aware of this. So upon seeing Yi Li produce the blue Toad King's pearl, he realized his disciple's experiment had been successful. Successful? Yi Li nodded and drew forth a black crystal from the blue Toad King's pearl, placing it atop for easy access without rapid dissipation. "Teacher, please give a try." The magic wolf, having complete faith in his disciple, accepted the black crystal with his soul power and swallowed it whole. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes for meditation and, sensing his soul power level, was astonished to find it had increased by approximately 1/4. He was a soul king, and the energy required to elevate a level was far more than that needed for a great soul master to ascend 3 levels. Moreover, the magic wolf clenched his fist, feeling the surge of strength within him. As a sensitive attack-type soul master, his physical control surpassed that of peers at the same level. He distinctly sensed a slight increase in his power after consuming the black crystal, while other enhancements such as reflexes and agility would require further testing. Yet, based on his understanding of his disciple's experiment, If Yili asserted that it resulted in an overall enhancement of physical attributes, then indeed, it was a comprehensive improvement. However, the most crucial aspect was the black crystal's ability to enhance mental strength. While there were various methods to elevate soul power levels and physical attributes in the realm of soul masters, some of which were akin to drinking poison and courting death, there were, to the magic wolf's knowledge, no other means of enhancing mental strength. Such enhancements typically occurred only during the absorption of soul rings or bones. If the major forces were to learn of the black crystal, the consequences would be dire. Just contemplating it made the magic wolf feel breathless, as if he could not catch his breath. The pursuit by soul Douluos would be mild. Even titled Douluos might personally intervene. Thus, the magic wolf solemnly instructed Yili, "From now on, you should keep the black crystal for your own training and refrain from sharing it with anyone. Do not disclose its effects to others. Moreover, in future confrontations, leave it to your teacher to handle. You must not engage or reveal your soul ring. If circumstances force you to act, inform me, and I shall eradicate them and their entire family." As he concluded, the magic wolf's expression turned fierce, his eyes glinting with menace. The black crystal was of utmost importance and could not be divulged. Whoever leaked the information would bring harm upon his disciple, and whoever endangered his disciple would face the wrath of his entire family. Gazing at the magic wolf's fearsome visage, Yili felt a warmth spread through him. In the outer hall, with the magic wolf taken away by Yi Li to the secret chamber, the matrons were left to congregate in the courtyard, engaging in idle conversation to pass the time while awaiting their return. As for their previous pastime of chatting with friends or attending lantern festivals, the way they occasionally glanced towards the magic wolf's chamber, licking their lips unconsciously, made it clear that such activities were no longer an option. After 10 years, do you know how they have endured? Now that the magic wolf had finally returned, how could they let this opportunity slip by? However, mere conversations among the three of them grew dull, given their deep familiarity. Their topics circled around the same few subjects. Hence, Sia casually pulled the diligent Lianxi, who had been studying hard in the room, over to join them. Lianxi was still in a daze when she was pulled over, as she had been diligently studying at Yi Li's behest, immersing herself in her studies from dawn until dusk, never allowing herself to slack off. Yet, the material was exceedingly challenging. Ever since she completed her lessons on all the characters 3 days prior, Yi Li had hurried over from the laboratory, casting a few beginner's books like the Comprehensive Guide to Soul Masters and the Insights of the Soul Saint Hong lie in her hands, leaving her utterly overwhelmed, particularly with the former, which was a hefty tome 10 centimeters thick. As of now, she had barely managed to peruse a tenth of it, with even fewer details retained in her memory. Thus, when her Uncle Yi was pulling her along, her mind was still muddled. Even upon arriving in the living room, her thoughts were filled with notions of the cat's eye effects of the colorful cat and the immense potency of the bullwhip from the mighty Kuefeng bull. Yet, as time passed, Lianxi seemed to catch snippets of phrases like special preferences and eventually awakening, which led her to feel that something was amiss. As Lianxi pondered what might be off, Yi Li and the magic wolf unexpectedly emerged from the room, disrupting her train of thought. While her thoughts were interrupted, the ants waiting in the courtyard were brimming with excitement. The three women exchanged glances, and ultimately, Xia and Aunt Lin conspired to push Mingyue forward towards the magic wolf. Tian Mingyi, initially discussing points of caution regarding the use of the black crystal with his disciple, the magic wolf felt invigorated. Despite the severe consequences of exposing the black crystal, possessing it meant that his disciple truly had a chance to touch upon the realm of title de law. As a teacher, the magic wolf was immensely pleased. Had he not been mindful of his disciple's aversion to alcohol, he would have dragged Yi Li to a tavern for a drink or two. However, all of this was abruptly interrupted by Mingyue's shy, blushing exclamation of Tian Mingge, pulling the magic wolf's attention towards the gentle, spring-like waters of affection, alongside the memorable medicinal soup. When the ants appeared, Yi Li wisely smiled and retreated, gently leading the still, dazed Lianxi away. Furthermore, Yi Li thoughtfully closed the courtyard's main door and instructed the surrounding maidens not to disturb the teacher until morning. After fulfilling his responsibilities as a disciple, Yi Li guided Lianxi to his study. Although the magic wolf wished for the black crystal to be used solely by Yi Li, Lianxi was an essential part of his experiment on the evolution of martial souls, necessitating that she acquire at least one soul ring for the experiment to proceed. Thus, ultimately, Lianqi was granted the privilege to cultivate with the black crystal. As to others, she merely appeared as a decorative vase, her strength too feeble to garner much attention. Moreover, unless the soul master's soul power level was assessed with specialized instruments or disclosed by the individual, even a titled Douluo might not discern it. Hence, as long as they exercise caution, the existence of the black crystal would remain concealed from the world, even in the unfortunate event of its exposure. As long as they remained oblivious to its full effects, particularly the enhancement of mental prowess, the situation would not escalate severely. However, Yili believed that the most critical aspect to conceal was the black crystal's cost. Presently, a standard black crystal, excluding the initial research investments, would only require 500 gold soul coins in terms of cost price. Such an inexpensive price, contrasted with its formidable effects, would undoubtedly drive the major powers into a frenzy. Yili speculated that the soul beasts of Douluo continent would not last until Hui Yuhao's birth and would face extinction. Soul masters possessing black crystals would experience a significant acceleration in their cultivation speed, inevitably elevating their overall strength to a new tier. The number of tidal Douluos could potentially reach into the hundreds, leading to a scenario where Tian might find himself besieged by dozens of super Douluos upon his emergence. The so-called 10 great ferocious beasts, the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King, would pale in comparison to the hundreds of human tidal Douluos. The Sun-Moon continent would similarly falter before hundreds of tidal Douluos. Even the invincibility of soul-guided devices and the 10th level fixed soul-guided devices would not save the Sun-Moon Empire from ruin. The entire Douluo star might even unify 30,000 years earlier, conquering the Elven Star and launching a counteroffensive against the Divine Realm. After briefly fantasizing about the future where the black crystal was unleashed, Yili snapped out of his daydream. The extinction of soul beasts was still far off, for now. He needed to complete the experiment on martial soul evolution. Glancing at the still-dazed Lianqi, his eyes sparkled with the fervor of a collector who had found a rare treasure. While it typically took a normal individual about half a month to master all 4,500 characters, Lianqi had accomplished this feat in merely 10 days, truly internalizing every character and comprehending their meanings. Although Lianqi was now an adult, allowing her to memorize characters significantly faster than in childhood, she had still surpassed the average adult by about 5 days. Additionally, according to Aunt Shi, Lianqi diligently studied every morning at dawn until the night deepened, extinguishing her lamp only then. Such a brilliant and hard-working experimental assistant was certainly satisfying for Yili. Therefore, 3 days ago, he had entrusted Lianqi with his self-compiled The Comprehensive Guide to Soul Masters, hoping she could leverage her strengths to memorize its contents within 10 days. Standing behind Yili, Lianqi felt a shiver of unease deepening within her. Yet as she gazed around in confusion, she discovered nothing amiss. However, upon noticing Yi Li's gaze upon her, she immediately averted her eyes, feeling a surge of anxiety. Although she had been living here for over half a month and was no longer as tense when facing the others in the Lin household, standing before Yi Li made her heart race with trepidation. Even in facing the seemingly ominous Yi Li, she was not as anxious as she felt now. Each time she stood before him, she felt like a defenseless little rabbit, trembling without a hint of resistance. Yet, after a brief glance at the little rabbit, Yi Li continued towards the study, allowing her anxious heart to relax. In the study, Yi Li entered the secret chamber, instructing Lianqi to sit cross-legged. He then retrieved a black cloth to cover her eyes. The fewer people who knew about the black crystal, the better. Lianqi only needed to understand that it was something beneficial. Taking out the pearl of the blue poison frog king from the soul-guided device, he instructed Lianqi, "Open your mouth." With her mouth slightly ajar, it seemed challenging to fit the black crystal inside. Yi Li contemplated for a moment and said, "Wider, please." Once the size seemed adequate, he instructed Lianqi to prepare herself. "I will give you something to swallow. Do not close your mouth." After finishing, he guided his soul power to extract a black crystal and placed it into Lianqi's mouth. The sudden intrusion of a foreign object in her throat caused discomfort, prompting her body to instinctively reject it. However, recalling Yi Li's words, she suppressed the urge to expel it and swallowed the object instead. As soon as the black crystal entered her stomach, The vast amount of soul power contained within erupted, surging through her body in all directions. As the overwhelming surge of soul power surged through Lianxi, she found herself in a state of disarray. Observing her turmoil, Yili sternly commanded her to remain calm and focus her mind, urging her to meditate. The black crystal, having undergone multiple enhancements under his guidance, had become a gentle conduit for soul power. As long as Lianxi could stabilize her spirit, no complications would arise. In Chapter 49, Who Are You? Lianxi awoke from her stupor at Yi Li's firm voice, beginning to steady her mind. The gentle nature of the black crystal's soul power allowed for a smooth flow within her meridians once she focused her thoughts, bringing her chaotic energies into a harmonious alignment. In the dim chamber, Yili nodded in approval as he saw Lianxi regain her composure. Now, all that remained was to observe her condition upon awakening and determine the intervals for her consumption of the black crystal. Once Lianxi reached the 10th level of soul power and obtained her spirit ring, Yili's research into martial soul evolution would commence in earnest. Until then, Lianxi could still fulfill her role as an experimental assistant, drawing upon the soul guide, a crystalline purple vial, and a finely crafted needle manifested in Yi Li's hands. He had acquired these tools from an upscale shop, deeming them ideal for blood sampling, and had spent several hundred gold soul coins to procure a set. Yi Li already possessed a blood sample from Lianxi prior to her consumption of the black crystal. He intended to take another sample upon her awakening for comparative analysis. He aimed to observe how the enhancement of her soul power affected her body, particularly in relation to her mutated martial soul, and how these changes would manifest within her blood. Yili was acutely aware that Douluo continent was a world that valued bloodlines, where formidable martial souls could be inherited through lineage. Studying Lianxi's blood samples would greatly aid his research into the evolution of martial souls. Setting the purple vial aside, he extended his right hand to summon his martial soul, the fire of departure, then picked up the purple needle with his left hand to begin the sterilization process in preparation for the sampling. Outside Lianxi's room, Yili pondered thoughtfully. After consuming the black crystal and meditating smoothly, Lianxi awakened to find her soul power had increased by 3 levels, elevating her from a 3rd-level soul master to a 6th-level soul master. This rapid progression left her, who had always advanced at a snail's pace, grinning foolishly for quite some time, even oblivious to Yi Li taking her blood sample. It was only when Yi Li escorted Lianxi back to her room that she snapped out of her blissful reverie. Naturally, she remained unaware of the peculiar expression on Yi Li's face after taking her blood sample, for he had sensed an eerily familiar essence of soul power within her blood, one reminiscent of the soft-bone rabbit. Yi Li detected a striking similarity between the soul power in Lianxi's blood and that of the soft-bone rabbit. It was not unusual for a soul master's blood to contain soul power. Yi Li had previously experienced the potent essence of soul power in his teacher's blood. In fact, it was even stronger than that emitted by some 1,000-year-old soul beasts he had dissected. However, he had never encountered a soul master's blood that bore such a close resemblance to that of a soul beast. The soul power contained within a soul master's blood usually carried a distinct personal imprint. For instance, although his teacher's martial soul was the swift fire demon wolf, the essence of soul power in his blood exuded a chilling ferocity, entirely different from the cunning yet bloodthirsty aura of the swift fire demon wolf. Lianxi's martial soul, being a mutated soft-bone rabbit, sparked some speculations in Yi Li's mind, giving rise to intriguing ideas for future research into martial souls. This unexpected discovery lifted his spirits significantly, and as he made his way back to his room, a smile graced his face, radiating a sense of ease and joy. The maids and guards he encountered along the way were similarly uplifted by his cheerful demeanor. 5 minutes later, Yi Li returned to his own room. Thanks to the conveniences of the current era in Douluo continent, servants came to light candles in his room as night fell. As long as Yi Li did not extinguish them, the room remained bright as day throughout the night, perfect for late-night note-taking. Whenever he made intriguing discoveries during his experiments, Yi Li enjoyed sitting quietly under the flickering light at night, documenting his joys and findings in his notebook. However, tonight was not to be a solitary affair. The moon in New Moon City rose swiftly, and by the time Yi Li finished jotting down his notes, the radiant moon had reached its zenith, casting a beautiful glow over the world beneath its light. Putting away his notebook, Yi Li stood up, stretched lazily, and turned toward his bed, preparing to engage in his nightly meditation before resting. However, upon noticing an unfamiliar figure suddenly standing in his room, he realized that his long-held routine of 8 years was about to be disrupted. With a sigh, he inquired, "Who are you?" The stranger appeared to be a young man with white hair and a frigid expression, reminiscent of a cold-hearted protagonist from a drama. When he spoke, his voice was equally frigid, bypassing Yi Li's question and instead asking, "Are you the one who poisoned a Seoul Emperor's family member?" Though framed as a question, Yi Li felt as though he were being interrogated. Nevertheless, anyone capable of infiltrating the depths of the Lin family estate without alarming their guards must possess at least the power of a Seoul sage. Thus, he had the authority to speak as he pleased, disregarding the inquiries of others. Yi Li sighed in resignation, replying, "Before you pose questions to others, might you first answer the question that was asked of you?" The white-haired youth remained unfazed, his gaze growing even colder as he inquired, "Little poison master, what is your proficiency in medicine?" "Medicine? Quite proficient," Yi Li replied, having devoted himself to studying medical texts since his first exposure to pharmaceuticals, thus honing his skills admirably. "Very well, then come with me," the white-haired youth declared. In an instant, he unleashed a dazzling array of 8 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 encircling Yi Li and reaching out to seize him from the depths of the Lin family estate. The speed of a soul Douluo is indeed astonishing. As a great soul master, Yi Li could barely perceive the white-haired youth's movements. Yet, a second later, he found himself still standing there unscathed. The soul Douluo, however, was now crumpled on the ground, his face twisted in agony, cold sweat pouring from him, completely immobilized, let alone capable of abducting Yi Li. Yi Li shook his head in exasperation. "The poison is already creeping toward your heart, and yet you still dare to manipulate your soul power. You truly have a bold heart." While Yi Li's poison could not fell a soul Douluo, he had devised a means to incapacitate one who was on the brink of succumbing to the toxin within. In Chapter 50, A Fortuitous Acquisition of Assistance, it became evident that as soon as the white-haired youth had appeared around Yi Li, he had already detected the youth's presence through the special powder in the sachet at his waist. In the past, when pursued, Yi Li had painstakingly concocted this powder to counter the elusive assassins. The medicinal powder is generally of little use and is non-toxic. However, once someone lurks beside Yi Li for over 10 minutes, the fragrance of the medicinal powder, crafted into a sachet by Yi Li, will attach itself to the lurking individual. This scent, intertwined with the person's natural body odor, creates a unique aroma that is distinctly theirs. The fragrance is faint, making it difficult for those who have not applied any special elixirs to detect it. Moreover, an hour after the individual departs, this unique scent dissipates, remaining undetected. Although somewhat trivial, this is the best Yi Li could muster. Nevertheless, it occasionally proves tremendously effective, as it does now. Yi Li has the opportunity to prepare and administer the powder before the white-haired youth emerges. The powder is limited and merely serves to invigorate the Spirit Master's soul power, enhancing its vitality and making it easier to wield. It is a byproduct of the black crystal experiment. Yi Li initially intended to use it as a trump card to bolster his combat prowess, never envisioning it as a poison to be used against an adversary. After all, few individuals like the white-haired youth have their poison and soul power intricately intertwined. Activating soul power is akin to activating poison. The youth is on the brink of death, relying solely on his immense soul power to suppress the toxin within him, barely clinging to life. Thus, when both the poison and soul power are activated simultaneously, the existing balance within the youth is disrupted. Coupled with his exertion of soul power, the suppression falters, resulting in his current predicament. Yi Li retrieves several vials and jars, arranging them neatly beside the white-haired youth. He then extracts a fine purple crystal needle, preparing to take a sample. It is a rare opportunity to encounter a soul master of such caliber, particularly one so defenseless. It would be a lamentable loss not to collect a sample. Of course, he phrases it delicately. The poison within you has now infiltrated your heart and lungs. If not treated promptly, you shall not survive the night. Should you have any regrets you wish to fulfill, do not resist when I administer treatment. The youth's once excessively pale skin is now marred by serpentine green patterns, writhing unnaturally across his surface, reminiscent of a snake laying its eggs within him. An ominous sight indeed. After waiting for a moment, Yili notices that the youth remains silent, silently continuing to channel his soul power to suppress the toxin. However, does silence not imply consent? Thus, Yili promptly sterilizes the needle, brings the purple crystal close, and pierces the skin to draw forth a droplet of blood. As the skin breaks, a chilling aura erupts from the wound, and even after Yili mobilizes his soul power to resist, he feels as though he is traversing a frigid winter landscape. The candlelight in the room is snuffed out, and a layer of frost blankets the air. Yili's action of piercing the youth's skin seems to shatter the tenuous balance he had managed to maintain. The formerly diminishing green serpentine patterns surge back into prominence, even intensifying their grip. This exacerbates the youth's struggle to channel soul power against the toxin, and his gaze toward Yili grows increasingly frigid. Yili disregards the youth's now icy stare. After securing the vial containing the Soul Master's blood, he retrieves a set of luxurious purple crystal containers. Sensing valuable substances within the blood he extracted, he seizes the moment to gather more samples. This time, he skips sterilization, directly targeting different densities of the green serpentine patterns, piercing the skin to extract another droplet of blood into a purple crystal vial. Each time Yili punctures the skin, it feels akin to piercing a balloon, unleashing waves of chilling air that sweep through the room with a howling sound. He only halts when his supply of purple crystal vials runs low. At this point, due to Yili's incessant sampling, the youth's body, save for his forehead, is entirely engulfed by the serpentine green patterns. His breath has grown exceedingly faint, and he teeters on the brink of being fully claimed by the serpentine green, inching closer to death's embrace. It is evident that the serpentine green has taken dominance. Even a soul master of the highest caliber would find it futile to intervene, for the serpentine green has completely fused with the youth's soul power. As the toxin is neutralized, the entirety of the youth's soul power will also be dissipated. To eradicate such potent soul power, either celestial herbs must be procured, or a titled Douluo must personally intervene, else there is no hope. Yet, one might consider the white-haired youth fortunate, for Yili has fortuitously acquired means to treat him. However, this treatment may prove difficult for the recipient to accept, as the final bastion of purity on the youth's forehead is nearly overrun by the serpentine green. Yili suddenly gestures. The vials previously set aside are drawn forth by his soul power, the lids flying off with a pop. Subsequently, his soul power enters the containers, transforming the prepared elixirs into liquid spheres that soar above the youth and penetrate the multitude of needle holes. The elixirs, also byproducts of the black crystal experiment, are better described as failures. Their original intent was to extract black crystals from the corpses of ancient soul beasts more efficiently. However, the outcome was contrary. The newly concocted elixirs not only failed to enhance the extraction of black crystals, but also rendered the soul power contained within the ancient soul beast's body inert, akin to a lifeless stone deeply embedded within the flesh, completely devoid of vitality. Yili had accumulated many such failures during his experiments, as they are an inevitable result of the process. The batch he now employs on the white-haired youth is the one he deemed most worthless. Though it can silence soul power, rendering a soul master or soul beast unable to wield their own energy, it only takes effect upon the target's death. As long as the soul master or soul beast still draws breath, it is utterly useless. With such significant flaws, Yili presumed it would never serve a purpose. In truth, had he not encountered such an anomaly as the white-haired youth, he might have entirely forgotten about this failure. Even so, Yili must wait until the serpentine green is on the verge of overwhelming the youth's entire body, leaving him in a state of near death, before cunningly allowing it to take effect. Once the liquid spheres penetrate the youth's body, their medicinal properties rapidly activate. As they traverse through his veins, they obliterate the terrifying chill of his soul power and the menacing serpentine green patterns as if they were their natural nemesis, swiftly rendering them dormant. In mere minutes, the once ominous serpentine green patterns vanish entirely, restoring the youth's excessively pale skin to its original hue. Although still fair, it now exhibits a healthy complexion, in stark contrast to the state it was in moments ago, which would have led even a novice in medicine to conclude that he was on the precipice of death. The chilling winds that howled through the room dissipated after the vibrant green serpent markings on the white-haired youth faded away. However, at this moment, Yili's chamber bore no resemblance to its former state. The furniture lay in disarray, the sturdy wooden bed's frame completely collapsed, and the curtains on the walls were draped in a layer of frost, rendering the scene one of utter chaos. It was evident that this place was no longer suitable for habitation. As for the instigator of this turmoil, Yili cast a glance at the peacefully slumbering white-haired youth on the floor and shook his head slightly. Yili had anticipated the possibility of someone seeking him for healing, especially after he had decimated a significant portion of the Ansa family to demonstrate his prowess. However, he had assumed that the most formidable soul master to approach him would be at the soul sage level. Given the trinkets he had crafted during this period, along with the unexpected bonuses from the black crystal experiments, Yili felt sufficiently confident in his ability to handle such an encounter. With a little effort, he believed he could, like the protagonist Tang San, acquire a soul sage-level ally through 3 promises, ensuring he would be well-equipped whether he chose to remain there or embark on journeys across the continent. Yet, Yili had never imagined that a soul master of the soul Douluo level would come seeking his aid. Had it not been for his fortunate circumstances and the peculiar nature of the poison within the white-haired youth, he might have met with disaster. Reflecting on his recent conduct, Yili realized he had been somewhat reckless. After successfully aligning himself with Prince OSF, disclosing information about the celestial herb, and inciting the Silvis royal family to target Tang San, he had indulged in a lavish lifestyle, flaunting gold soul coins and purchasing seemingly useless items. Had he not possessed the prince's official decree as a shield, the so-called noble families would have pounced upon him, ravenously tearing him apart. Nevertheless, had they done so, Yili would have relished the opportunity to plunder their treasure troves, leaving no precious tome behind, before swiftly departing the Silvis kingdom to find a secluded place to conduct his experiments. This was a scenario with which he was well acquainted, and given that the Silvis kingdom was the weakest in the Tiando Empire, with an army totaling no more than 100,000, conducting a thorough investigation was beyond their capabilities. Currently, Yili found satisfaction in his life, engaging in experiments each morning, teasing little Lianqi, immersing himself in the ocean of knowledge by afternoon, and meditating with a black crystal in the evening. Such a life was fulfilling and brought him joy, all while his strength steadily increased. Thus, as he gazed down at the sleeping white-haired youth, a serene smile graced his face. He could not let such a capable ally slip away. Outside, the terrifying cold that had erupted from Yi Li's room startled the maidservants stationed in the courtyard. Being mere mortals, they quickly informed the patrolling guards of the alarming disturbance, as any news concerning Yi Li was deemed extremely significant and required immediate reporting. Moreover, with several soul masters residing within the Lin family estate, the unmistakable surge of soul power was sensed by any soul master above level 40. By the time Yili had tidied up the white-haired youth and concealed him in a hidden chamber, a number of individuals had gathered outside his room. Had it not been for Yili's teacher appearing promptly to quell the concerns of the Lin family soul masters, the room would have been breached. The magic wolf, too, was anxious about Yili's safety, having sensed the intensity of the soul power, which surpassed even that of the Lin family patriarch. Were it not for Yi Li's aura still resonating healthily in his perception, the magic wolf would have barged into the room without hesitation. When Yi Li finally opened the door to face the gathered crowd, the magic wolf felt a sense of relief wash over him, though he could not suppress a worried glance towards Yi Li. In response to his teacher's concerned gaze, Yi Li shook his head slightly, signaling that all was well and to put his teacher's mind at ease. However, the other Lin family soul masters present were not so easily dismissed. One stout man of modest height among them, who was the third elder Lin Yinshan, a formidable soul king of the attack system at level 52, stepped forward and cupped his fists in respect. Young Master Yi, a servant has just reported that your room erupted with terrifying coldness. Might you enlighten us about what transpired? The elder's inquiry was laden with authority, as the Lin family patriarch had been appointed as vice-captain of the Black Knights and dispatched to train troops in the Rift Spirit Valley 2 weeks prior. With the elder and the second elder accompanying the patriarch, the third elder had become the most powerful soul master in the Lin family estate. Upon hearing the elder's question, the other soul masters fell silent, their attention entirely directed toward Yi Li, awaiting his response. "It's nothing serious," Yi Li replied, shaking his head, though his words were insincere and lacked credibility. "I merely had a minor experiment go awry, resulting in an inadvertent release of cold air, which seems to have caused you concern. The third elder appeared to be anticipating this very answer. After Yili finished speaking, he nodded and remarked, "I see. However, this is the Lin family estate, surrounded by our kin. I kindly request that you exercise caution while conducting your experiments and try not to disturb others. Thank you." With that, the third elder gestured for the other Lin family soul masters to disperse, and the patrolling guards resumed their original routes to avoid disrupting Yi Li's work. In merely a minute, the once crowded space outside Yi Li's room was reduced to just him and his teacher, Lin Yi. In the courtyard, Yi Li, facing the lingering worry in his teacher's eyes, smiled reassuringly and said, "Do not fret, teacher. All will be clear in a few days." The magic wolf scrutinized Yi Li's expression, and upon sensing no deception, reluctantly nodded. "Very well, Li. I trust you, but should anything arise, remember to seek me out." "Of course, teacher." After the magic wolf cast one last glance in the direction of Yi Li's room, assured that all was well, he reiterated his instructions before departing to return to his own quarters. Once the teacher had left, Yi Li turned back to his room, which was now in utter disarray and uninhabitable. However, the Lin family had ample rooms available, so he could easily relocate. After a brief exploration of the room and leaving behind a few belongings, he settled into an adjacent vacant courtyard. He informed the summoned maidservants to refrain from entering his original room and to leave it as is until morning for cleaning. On the other side of the Lin family estate, the third elder waved away those who had gathered around him, puzzled by his leniency towards the outsider, despite the obvious falsehood of Yi Li's explanation. However, the matters involved are wholly unsuitable for public knowledge. Otherwise, it might provoke that individual, and the Lin family's burgeoning momentum would be abruptly halted. Thus, faced with the earnest pleas of numerous Lin family soul masters, the third elder of the Lin family could only maintain a stern demeanor and urge them to return and rest. The third elder holds a significant reputation among the Lin family soul masters, since he was unwilling to divulge any information. They could only depart with a sense of regret or indignation, returning to their quarters. Among the crowd, however, there remained a strikingly handsome youth, over 6 feet tall, who was not easily dissuaded. Observing the stubborn glint in his son's eyes, the third elder felt a twinge of exasperation. He was quite pleased with his son, who, at the tender age of 18, had already reached the threshold of level 30. His martial spirit, a mutated silver wolf, was far superior to the ordinary bronze wolf, and he exhibited commendable diligence in his training, steering clear of temptations that could lead to moral decay. If all goes well, he is destined to become a soul emperor, and with a touch of aspiration, he might even be the first soul saint of the Lin family. Yet, one particular flaw caused the third elder considerable concern: his son's obstinacy. When he fixated on understanding something, he would not relent until he had clarity, exhibiting a stubbornness that rivaled even the most unyielding of warriors. As expected, once the other soul masters had departed, Lin Yanjun approached his father, defiantly asking, "Father, why must our Lin family coddle that brat Yi Li? Even if he is the disciple of Lord Tianming, our Lin family boasts both soul kings and soul emperors. We need not yield to him." Lin Yanjun towered over his father, who barely stood at 5 feet, leading any casual observer to doubt their father-son relationship. However, the third elder had verified that Lin Yanjun was indeed his progeny, which made scolding him in front of others a difficult task. Faced with his son's obstinacy, he could only offer a heartfelt explanation to prevent Lin Yanjun from recklessly confronting Yi Li and risking his life. "His poison techniques are formidable. While I may be immune to his toxins, you are not. If we refuse to accommodate him, it is likely that our Lin family will no longer exist." After earnestly conveying this warning, the third elder sighed as he observed his son's still defiant expression. He felt compelled to recount the events of 2 months prior. Over 2 months ago, the Ansa family of the Balik Kingdom, led by a soul emperor, suffered a devastating blow when over half of their soul masters were slaughtered within half an hour, culminating in the death of their patriarch, all at the hands of Yi Li, the very person his son was challenging. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanjun stood frozen, as if struck by a lightning bolt, his expression one of utter disbelief. Witnessing his son's distress, the third elder felt a pang of regret, realizing he should not have indulged his son's desire to avoid complications, nor should he have shielded him from such critical information. He had not yet disclosed the dealings between Yi Li and Prince Osf. Yet Lin Yanjun was already in such a state of shock. The third elder was acutely aware of his son's admiration for Prince Osf, often sneaking away to listen to tales of the prince's valor. It was time for his son, now 18, to be introduced to the family's affairs and broaden his horizons. In the dead of night, at Yi Li's original quarters, a shadowy figure stealthily traversed the empty courtyard while the inhabitants were in slumber, gently prying open the door to Yi Li's room. The room remained in disarray, as Yi Li had not made any alterations. The shadow navigated carefully through the obstacles on the floor, meticulously inspecting every detail of the room, trying to discern the source of the chilling aura and the powerful fluctuations of soul power, even from 100 meters away. The presence of such potent energy had instilled fear in the onlooker, reminiscent of their encounter with the venerable elder. After a thorough search of Yi Li's room, the shadow found little of value, save for some enigmatic square patterns. These symbols had previously been submitted for analysis and deemed to belong to an ancient script from a long-lost civilization, the deciphering of which proved exceedingly difficult. Thus, they held no significant worth. Consequently, having collected the previously unseen square patterns, the shadow proceeded towards the location of the secret chamber. Aware of the formidable nature of the room's occupant, the shadow enveloped itself in soul power, ensuring no contact with the outside air. Approaching the secret chamber, the aura surrounding the shadow grew thicker as it remained vigilant. Standing at the entrance of the secret chamber, the shadow reached for the mechanism hidden within, activating it through the thick layer of soul power. The bookshelf, once stationary, began to rotate, revealing a passage leading into the chamber. Chapter 53. No worries, just walk normally. Upon witnessing this, the shadow did not rush inside, but instead calmly waited. As expected, when the secret chamber door opened, a fine powder rained down from above, enveloping the space where the bookshelf had been. Had the shadow hastily entered, it would have been caught by the descending powder. Once the powder had settled, the shadow cautiously stepped inside, continuously using soul power to scout ahead, ensuring the path was safe before proceeding further. The passage was short, and within moments, the shadow entered the actual secret chamber. Inside was a closed room of approximately 3 square meters, furnished with only a bed, and the decor was exceedingly sparse, allowing for a comprehensive view of the entire space. Thus, upon entering, the shadow immediately noticed a figure lying on the bed. The individual was covered entirely by a thick quilt, leaving only their head visible, a middle-aged man with yellowish skin. A mere glance revealed that the person was wearing a mask, concealing their true visage. After committing the details of the figure's exposed body to memory, the shadow prepared to leave. Not only did the bed's occupant likely harbor the source of the chilling aura, but if not for the knowledge of their deep slumber, the shadow would not have dared to enter the chamber. Even Yi Li's poison was enough to instill caution. No one knew what consequences might arise from taking rash action. Moreover, the shadow's mission was to gather intelligence, not to instigate conflict. Thus, after acquiring sufficient information, the shadow resolved to withdraw. With utmost care, it retraced its steps, eliminating any trace of its presence, and positioned itself beneath the window. The shadow parted its lips, extending its tongue to sense the surrounding air, ensuring no one was nearby before quietly opening the window and swiftly leaping out. Subsequently, it skillfully closed the window and prepared to report back. However, the shadow suddenly sensed something amiss and abruptly looked up, noticing something descending from above. As the shadow opened the window, a shard of amethyst trembled precariously, on the verge of falling. When the shadow closed the window, the vibrations generated in that fleeting moment became the final straw that broke the camel's back, causing the amethyst shard to plummet. However, the air current created by its descent was sensed by the shadow, who noticed the amethyst fragment falling above him. Although the shadow was unaware of what the shard contained, intuition compelled him to ensure it never made contact with his body. Channeling his soul power into his feet, the shadow leaped forcefully backward. Simultaneously, the intense mobilization of his soul power revealed the soul rings he had been concealing. 3 rings, white, yellow, and purple, each representing 10, 100, and 1,000 years, flourished upon him. As he leaped backward, the shadow's gaze remained calm. His experience assured him that he could vacate the area safely before the amethyst shard reached the ground. He concentrated, attuning his senses to detect any potential ambush nearby. while most of his attention remained fixated on the descending amethyst. Should any changes occur, he was prepared to resort to more extreme measures to extricate himself. Before he could vacate the spot, the shadow noticed a drop of blood adhering to the amethyst shard. Blood? The moment this thought surfaced in his mind, it felt as though a colossal hammer had struck him squarely on the head. In a daze, he seemed to envision a massive emerald serpent king exhaling toxic mist that obscured the sky, alongside a noble white dragon soaring through the heavens, breathing frost and encasing the earth in ice. The regal aura of the superior martial spirit directly suppressed his own, abruptly halting the flow of his soul power and arresting his retreat. As he regained his senses and seized control of his internal soul power, he felt a chill on his shoulder, followed by something dripping into his clothing. A tingling sensation swiftly spread from his shoulder throughout his body. The shadow's expression shifted as he realized he had indeed fallen into a trap. Hastily, he retrieved the finest antidote from his pocket and consumed it, directing all his internal soul power to encircle the toxin in his shoulder, while his body urgently fled towards the Lin family estate. He could not remain there, otherwise. Not only would his mission fail, but he might lose control of his body and become a specimen for Yi Li. Such a fate was unacceptable to him. Tearing away the fabric from his shoulder, the shadow gritted his teeth and produced a non-poisonous dagger, intending to excise the tainted flesh. However, the toxin that had infiltrated his body exceeded his expectations. Before he could cut away the flesh, now marked with emerald serpentine patterns, darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading. It was deep into the night, and the nearby maidens on watch were growing drowsy. Thus, as the shadow lay in Yi Li's courtyard, no one was aware of his presence, save for Yi Li himself, who had just finished training next door and had not yet retired for the night. As the shadow emitted a wave of soul power, Yi Li awoke. Donning gloves crafted from the hide of a 10,000-year-soul beast, he lifted the unconscious shadow, assessing his physique. Ah, quite sturdy, fine material. Yi Li mused with a satisfied smile. Though he anticipated spies would come to gather intelligence that night, and had set some traps, he had not expected such a weak spy to fall for them. Or perhaps the poison on the white-haired youth surpassed Yi Li's imagination, ensnaring even seasoned spies. Speculations swirled in Yi Li's mind, but upon glancing at the spy's body, nearly overtaken by emerald serpent patterns, he paused his conjectures. First, he needed to manage this valuable asset. Whether the white-haired youth, unexpectedly a soul Douluo, could become his ally depended on Yi Li's ability to neutralize the poison coursing through him. Carrying the spy, Yi Li returned to his concealed chamber. Securing the poisons and traps, he had prepared to avoid harming the awakening white-haired youth. He then retrieved a long-unused rope from his soul guide, binding the spy with a method that would make escape nearly impossible. After securing him, Yi Li tossed the spy aside and placed a note by the designated future ally's pillow. Completing his tasks, Yi Li exited through the front door, appearing as if nothing had happened. That night, the Lin family estate remained tranquil and serene, everything in order. Yi Li felt immensely fulfilled, his spirits lifted, and he deemed it appropriate to indulge in a fine cup of tea to celebrate his accomplishments. The following day, as the sun rose high in a splendid sky, the maidens of the Lin estate began to enter Yi Li's room, tidying up the disarray caused by the cold wind. On the other side of the estate, Elder Lin, after a long absence from active duty, rolled up his sleeves, urging his son to participate in family affairs. Meanwhile, Prince Osf of the royal residence gazed longingly toward the direction of the sunset forest, fixated solely on the figure of his uncle, dismissing reports of missing shadow guards with a mere glance. At the same time, Yi Li's most revered teacher lay exhausted in bed, utterly drained of strength and unable to rise. Only Yi Li persevered, diligently returning to his laboratory to continue his research. Within the secret chamber of Yi Li's room, the white-haired youth's eyelids snapped open as he awakened from his slumber. Unwrapping himself from the blanket that enveloped him, he swiftly turned and scanned his surroundings with vigilance. The last image etched in his mind before losing consciousness was Yi Li's terrifyingly pure smile, coupled with the overwhelming poison coursing through him. Upon awakening, the white-haired youth instinctively attempted to mobilize his soul power to suppress the toxin, only to be alarmed to discover he could not control it. Although he still sensed the immense soul power within him, entangled deeply with the poison, Every effort he made to activate his soul power proved futile. It was as if he had fallen in his silence, his soul power inert. Panic flickered across his face for the first time, but he quickly closed his eyes, regaining composure and suppressing his alarm. There was no benefit in panic. What was done was done. Once calm, the white-haired youth opened his eyes and concentrated on utilizing his mental faculties to scrutinize his internal condition. His soul power remained intact, the poison still lingered, and all his bodily components were present. A glimmer of joy crossed his expression as he observed that the toxin that had tormented him for over a decade had also succumbed to slumber. He relaxed his hands, pinched his thigh, and performed a backflip. Everything was fine. There was no pain. In the past, even the simplest movements would cause him excruciating agony, let alone flipping backward. He had not experienced such ease in a long time. Previously, every step and every training session had been a torment. Had it not been for his desire for vengeance against his clan's enemies, he would have long since succumbed. Yet, even so, several months prior, he had sensed that his body had reached its limits, able to endure only another 6 months at most. For half a year, he found himself utterly incapable of transcending to the rank of titled Douluo. Without achieving this status, he lacked even the qualifications to confront that individual. However, the poison coursing through his veins had long been examined by others, and there was no remedy in sight. Unless the poisoner himself administered the antidote, the toxin would only grow more formidable within him, leading to his demise. Hence, the silver-haired youth, upon hearing of Yi Li's reputation, was driven by desperation to forcibly abduct him for treatment. Yet, as he felt the poison within him growing dormant, he never truly believed that Yi Li could cure him. The intent to capture him was merely an expression of his unwillingness to succumb to death. If you have any regrets and wish to live to fulfill them, do not resist when the time comes. I shall provide you with treatment. Yi Li's words from the previous night echoed in his mind, reverberating as if still present. Regrets? The silver-haired youth scoffed at himself. If you could cure the poison afflicting me. No, if you could merely allow me to live long enough to avenge my kin, then I, Han Chi, would willingly dedicate my life to you. Time flowed gently by. In the blink of an eye, the sun had traversed the sky from west to east, revealing its blushing, fiery visage atop the eastern mountains. Outside the city of Heavendoe, after learning who had plucked the celestial herb, Odur and Cataralin hastened to the nearest major city, Heavendoe City. The individual who had boldly entered Douluo's secluded domain to obtain the celestial herb undoubtedly held a significant identity. Otherwise, they would never have been able to approach Douluo. Among the youths in the Heavendoe Empire who could access Douluo at this age, they possessed a clear recollection and recognized that the figure in question was not the same as the boy in the illusion. Moreover, Douluo had only one surviving family member, a granddaughter, as all his other relatives had perished. Therefore, the pool of potential candidates for that boy was significantly narrowed. Firstly, he must have interacted with Douluo within the past 6 months, having at least gained Douluo's recognition half a year prior. Otherwise, the celestial herb would have been harvested long ago. In the illusion, the boy displayed an adeptness in harvesting the celestial herb, as if he were well-versed in all the methods of collection and their medicinal properties. This indicated that the boy must have had prior knowledge of celestial herbs. Secondly, his martial soul was blue silvergrass. It is well known that blue silvergrass is deemed a useless martial soul, and it represents the standard form of such. Yet, the agility exhibited by the boy while harvesting the celestial herbs suggested that he possessed a physical quality akin to that of a soul master, requiring a minimum soul power level. Within 6 months of contact with Douluo, possessing a blue-silver grass martial soul, and being a 15 or 16-year-old youth. These 4 points may seem mundane when viewed separately, but when combined, they paint the portrait of a prodigy. To cultivate a blue-silver grass martial soul to the level of a soul master at such a young age, was it not monstrous? Thus, by venturing to Heavendoe City and leveraging the intelligence network of the Silvis royal family, they would undoubtedly uncover the identity of that boy. In an inconspicuous tea house within Heavendoe City, Odur and Cataralin occupied a window-side table on the second floor, perusing the intelligence gathered by the city's shadow guards. Contrary to their expectations, the boy, despite having a certain level of renown within Heavendoe City, was of humble origin, merely a commoner lacking any notable background. Who would have thought that this boy is just a commoner, born in the desolate Holy Soul village? Cataraladin scoffed, tossing the collected information onto the table. On the other hand, that Yili from Osf is also a commoner. Odor remained eerily composed whenever the Silvis royal family was mentioned. His demeanor far from that of a madman, undistracted by the boy's humble status. Cataraladin recalled the solemn expression that had crossed Odor's face when he mentioned the boy upon arriving at the Silvis palace. He nodded gravely, indeed. This boy named Tang San possesses knowledge of celestial herbs. We must remain vigilant, as he could very well be another Yili. We ought to treat this matter with utmost seriousness. With the capabilities of a grand soul master, he had eradicated an entire soul emperor family. Such an achievement left him utterly astounded upon hearing it. Chapter 55. To Kill or Not to Kill. Within Heavendoe City, a group of spirited young men and women, led by 3 middle-aged soul masters, made their way from the Shrek Academy gates toward the outskirts of the city. Among them, aside from a certain blue-haired youth, the others were strikingly handsome and beautiful, particularly a remarkable silver-haired youth whose enchanting peach blossom eyes drew many gazes. As they passed, several noble young women could not help but steal glances, their hearts racing, cheeks flushed. Thus, seated by the window, Cataraladin's attention was immediately captured by the dazzling group of youths walking along the road. Initially, his gaze lingered on a beautiful girl exuding the grace of a noble, yet hinting at a playful spirit, a daughter of Ning Fengji, the master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As a revered elder of the Silvis royal family, he was well aware of her significance. However, after a few moments, Cataraladin shifted his focus to an unremarkable blue-haired youth whose demeanor was reserved. The daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, master undoubtedly held a high status and would typically be the center of attention. Yet now, Cataraladin's eyes were solely fixed on that seemingly ordinary blue-haired youth. Odor, did you see that boy? Cataraladin whispered, his tone grave. I did, Odor replied calmly, concealed beneath a human disguise. Given their status, it was not appropriate for them to be present in Heavendoe City. Hence, prior to entering, they had employed a skilled disguise artist from their shadow guards to alter their appearances. Although their lack of expertise in disguise meant they could not mask themselves from high-level soul masters or acquaintances, the world was not teeming with high-level soul masters wandering about, and they had few acquaintances. Thus, as long as they exercised caution in their actions, it would suffice for their purpose. Observing the direction in which the group was headed, out of the city, Cataraladin inquired, "Shall we take action?" Under normal circumstances, upon encountering Tang San, they would seize the opportunity to strike without hesitation. As long as they were swift enough to prevent the guards from reacting, it would suffice. However, among the youths, aside from Tang San, there was also a distinguished figure, Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School master, which prompted Cataraladin's inquiry. Odor's gaze shifted to Ning Rongrong, then back to Tang San, as he calmly stated, "Let us follow them for now." Although the Silvis royal family ruled over a kingdom, it was the weakest within the Heavendoe Empire, unable to contend with the formidable 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, which possessed 2 titled Douluos. Therefore, Cataraladin held no objections to Odor's suggestion and nodded in agreement. Several hours later, outside Heavendoe City, Tang San and his companions found themselves traversing a sparsely populated area. This was one of the routes from Heavendoe City to the Sunset Forest. It was not a necessary path, but the most direct one. Thus, some soul masters eager to reach the Sunset Forest sooner would opt for this relatively desolate route. Of course, this area was the only one devoid of civilization. Other places were dotted with small villages and towns for supplies. Standing at a distance, on a towering tree, Cataraladin turned his gaze towards Odal, gesturing subtly, contemplating whether to seize this opportune moment. According to intelligence, the group led by Tang San possessed an average spirit power level exceeding 30. Even if they collectively advanced to 40 to hunt soul beasts in the Sunset Forest and obtain soul rings, they would still not pose a challenge to the 2 soul Douluos. The only concern lay with the 3 soul saints within the team. However, with sufficient speed and a decisive ambush, they could easily leave the group behind. Odal did not respond, but activated the chilling domain bestowed by his soul ring, his eyes transforming into a pure white as he surveyed the surroundings. As noon approached, the chilling aura in the atmosphere was suppressed, leaving only remnants of coldness around. Although this frigid essence could not aid Odal in combat, within his chilling domain, it would serve as his eyes, probing the environment. After several moments of maintaining his pure white gaze, Odal was compelled to close the chilling domain due to the significant drain of vitality from his body. Observing his friend's increasingly pallid complexion, Cataraladin furrowed his brow. At this rate, Odal would not last long. Yet, it was Odal's choice, and he held no authority to intervene. Upon closing his eyes and reopening them, Odal's irises returned to their original hue. No other soul masters were present in the vicinity. The towering tree under which they stood provided some concealment, but elsewhere, the area was entirely exposed. If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had dispatched high-ranking soul masters to secretly protect the daughter of their sect leader, Odal's chilling gaze would not be deceived. Thus, aside from the 3 soul saints among Tang San's group, no other protective forces were present. Cataraladin's expression hardened as he gestured with his hand, pondering an attack. Odal shook his head, stating that his martial soul was too unique, suggesting they wait until they reach the Sunset Forest to act. Despite confirming the number of high-ranking soul masters among Tang San's group, there were few with ice attribute martial souls in the Douluo continent. Acting recklessly here could risk revealing the Silvis royal family's chilling martial soul through the traces left from battle. The idea of intentionally sparing Ning Rongrong while eliminating the others never crossed their minds. "So, your martial soul is a chi dragon?" Yeli inquired as he stripped the probe secured to the experimental table, engaging in conversation with a white-haired youth beside him. The youth raised an eyebrow as Yeli produced a collection of bizarre experimental instruments from his soul guide after the probe was unclothed. "Why did Douluo capture you and poison you?" Yeli, with a decisive motion, began to insert the extravagant instruments into the probe's body. This equipment, meticulously crafted from components of soul beast corpses that were sensitive to temperature, toxins, and blood, was incredibly expensive, a single set costing 8,000 gold soul coins. And it was meant for single use. Had it not been for the chilling chi spirit power reaching 89, just one level shy of becoming a titled Douluo, Yeli would have hesitated to create such an extravagant device. After a moment of silence, the white-haired youth replied, "Because I possess a soul bone. The trunk bone of a 1,000-year-old avoid water poison cold flood dragon." Chapter 56, Annihilate Them All. Upon revealing his secret about the soul bone, the youth fell silent, fixing his gaze on Yeli, eager to gauge his reaction. Soul bones have always been among the most coveted treasures for soul masters. If news of his possession were to leak, he would be pursued by countless soul masters yearning for such power. Thus, after disclosing the existence of the trunk bone, the youth remained still, awaiting Yeli's response. Should Yeli harbor malicious intentions towards his trunk bone, he would accept his fate, even without revealing it, during future treatments. The soul bone would eventually be discovered, and given his current condition, he lacked the strength to resist. Moreover, had he not encountered Yeli, he would inevitably succumb within weeks. Conversely, if Yeli bore no ill will, it would indicate that he possessed greater confidence in curing the poison afflicting him. A soul master with 89 levels of spirit power, on the brink of becoming a titled Douluo, was undoubtedly more valuable than a mere 1,000-year-old trunk bone. Although he had received unexpected fortune just the previous morning, he craved more surprises. However, after Yeli acknowledged the revelation, he proceeded to enthusiastically extract blood samples from the probe, viewing the toxic material as a highly valuable asset. This caused a feeling of discomfort to rise within the white-haired youth, yet simultaneously, hope burgeoned within him. Perhaps he truly had a chance to avenge his kin. After collecting the blood samples, Yeli suddenly recalled something and turned to the white-haired youth, asking, "By the way, what is your name?" "Han Shi." Yeli jotted down Han Shi's name on the medical records he held. "How much of the soul bone's poison-evading ability remains within you?" The avoid water poison cold flood dragon was exceedingly rare due to its unique abilities, resulting in few souls masters being familiar with its name. Han Shi's cold voice carried a hint of surprise. "You know the abilities of the avoid water poison cold flood dragon soul bone?" Yeli nodded. "I know a bit about the avoid water poison cold flood dragon's capabilities. Avoidance of water, poison, and cold. Consequently, its offensive prowess is exceptionally weak, unable to contend with even ordinary century-old soul beasts, rendering it a disgrace among cold flood dragons. Thus, the abilities of its soul bone must pertain to one, two, or all three of those powers. However, Since you have managed to endure Douluo's poison for so long, deducing the soul bone's capabilities is not difficult. So, how much of its poison-evading ability remains? It has completely expired, Han Chi replied, glancing at Yeli's youthful visage, still puzzled by the inquiry. How do you know the abilities of the avoid water poison cold flood dragon? He recalled the astonished expression of his grandfather when he captured the dragon, along with the bewilderment of other clan members who were unfamiliar with it. His grandfather had been both a soul saint and the most knowledgeable member of the clan. Age 79. Yet, Yeli appeared to be only around 15 or 16. How could he know of the avoid water poison cold flood dragon? In response to Han Chi's question, Yeli looked at him quizzically. Isn't this common knowledge from reading? It's all written in books. With that, Yeli paid no heed to the suddenly silent Han Chi, taking the blood samples from the probe and proceeding to another laboratory to analyze the toxins. As he reached the door, he recalled a detail from the original narrative, noting that soul masters aspiring to advance should ideally break through to the titled Douluo level before the age of 60. Thus, Yeli paused and curiously inquired of Han Chi, "How old are you now?" 59, came the muffled response from Han Chi, who had regained his focus beside the experimental table. As night enveloped the sunset forest, Tang San and his companions, having found no suitable soul beasts, set up a camp to rest, planning to continue their search at dawn. Meanwhile, Oder and his companion, lurking in the shadows of a large tree, observed them with cold detachment. "Oder, shall we strike tonight?" Cataralian inquired, eyeing the group who had retreated into their tents, leaving only a minor soul master to stand guard. A sinister grin crept across his face as he cracked his knuckles. Oder, maintaining his composure, gazed toward the distant tents and uttered a chilling command. Wait for the opportunity. Eliminate them all. Inside the tent, the tension escalated as Master and Lu Erlong endured their own torment, while Tang San and Xiao Wu faced a critical juncture. The Earth King, destined to take center stage that night, erupted in a blaze of fire, announcing its presence. "Everyone be cautious," Dai Mubai shouted, alerting those inside the tent, just as he performed a swift leap to evade the fiery assault from the Earth King. His timely warning prompted Tang San to rush out immediately, followed by the other members of Shrek 7, ready to coordinate with Dai Mubai's attack. However, before they could engage, Lu Erlong, disheveled and frantic, burst from the tent, charging toward the Earth King with reckless abandon. "You dare to disrupt my plans? I shall confront you." With a furious roar, 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, radiated from Lu Erlong, culminating in the 7th black soul ring glowing intensely. Her garments vanished, replaced by scales, as a terrifying dragon's roar echoed through the air. A colossal fire dragon unfurled its immense wings, emanating an unparalleled ferocity as it surged toward the Earth King. From a distance, Oder and Cataralian observed Lu Erlong's fierce counter against the Earth King's magma attack, their eyes gleaming with excitement. "Oder, shall we proceed?" Cataralian whispered, his sharp claws scraping together, suppressing his exhilaration. It was the perfect moment for an ambush, as Tang San and his group were preoccupied with the Earth King. Oder, recognizing the opportunity, extended his hands from within his flowing robe, summoning a dazzling array of soul rings that emanated an icy aura. First, eliminate the cat eagle, then the support, and finally, eradicate them all. Chapter 57. The Sudden Outburst of Battle. Cataralian, who had been eagerly awaiting Oder's command, responded with enthusiasm. "All right," and immediately unleashed his soul rings, activating his 7th soul skill, the true body of the ghost tiger. A massive, sleek tiger, stretching 6 to 7 meters in length and towering over 3 meters at the shoulder, materialized beneath the tree. With a low growl, Cataralian activated his 2nd soul skill, the Shadow Phantom, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he charged rapidly toward Flender, who had just emerged from the tent. In the blink of an eye, while the others were captivated by Lu Erlong's ferocious display against the Earth King, Cataralian's ghostly tiger leaped above Flender. The powerful gust created by the tiger's descent alerted Flender just in time. Yet it was too late. The ghostly tiger, shrouded in dark energy, unleashed its maw, releasing a shadowy beam that hurtled toward Flender, who had just activated his martial spirit. 5th soul skill, Shadow Erosion. The shadowy beam swept over Flender with blinding speed. As the shadows dissipated, Flender, having fully endured the 10,000-year soul skill, struggled to support himself on the ground, gasping for breath. Had he not urgently activated his sixth soul skill, Cat Eagle Protection, he might have met his end. However, even the hastily summoned sixth soul skill could not fully counter Cataralian's shadow erosion. His vision blurred, the world around him flickering as he felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping his body. Cataralian chuckled darkly, the vibrant patterns on his ghostly form shimmering with a dark glow. As the purple brilliance of his fourth soul skill erupted, 35 identical ghost tiger forms sprang into action under Cataralian's command, leaping and pouncing toward Flender, who lay helpless on the ground. In a desperate bid to protect him, Zhao Wujin, transformed into a towering 6-meter golden bear, pounded his chest, summoning the power of his fifth soul skill, gravity compression. Except for Cataralian's true form, the remaining ghost tiger apparitions shattered like fragile bubbles under the sudden surge of gravitational force. Yet, fortified by his immense soul power, Cataralian resisted the intensified gravity, extending his razor-sharp claws to finish off the incapacitated Flender. Zhao Wujin roared, extending his massive paws toward Cataralian, demanding, "Come here." As Cataralian leaped into the air, Zhao Wujin activated the latter part of his fifth soul skill, gravity compression. Caught off guard, Cataralian was yanked toward Zhao Wujin by the sudden gravitational pull. However, despite Zhao Wujin's status as a soul sage, Cataralian was a soul Douluo. Mid-leap, Cataralian unleashed a surge of soul power, breaking free from Zhao Wujin's grip. At that moment, Zhao Wujin closed the distance, relying on his formidable defense, and lunged at Cataralian with a bear-like attack. Simultaneously, Lu Erlong, who had been mercilessly assaulting the Earth King, noticed Flender collapsed on the ground. Flender. Lu Erlong's eyes filled with rage as she beheld Flender, whom she regarded as an older brother, lying incapacitated. Her dragon wings flared open, abandoning the nearly defeated Earth King, as her fierce claws ignited with blazing dragon flames, surging toward Cataralian in a fit of wrath. Sixth soul skill, explosive fire dragon charge. The remaining Shrek 7, lacking sufficient soul power, finally registered the enemy's assault. Tang San swiftly summoned his blue-silver grass martial spirit, activating his purple extreme magic eyes. In his left hand, he conjured a small, dark needle, no larger than an inch, gripping it firmly with his jade-like fingers. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, who had been watching Lu Erlong dismantle the Earth King, felt a surge of rage when he saw his teacher felled. "Teacher," he roared, as the evil fire phoenix martial spirit enveloped him, propelling him recklessly toward Flender. Had Tang Sen not intervened in time to bring Ma Hongjun back to his senses, he would have been the first casualty among the Shrek 7. Relieved that Ma Hongjun had regained his composure, the remaining 5 members of the Shrek 7 released their martial spirits, forming a battle formation around Tang San as they prepared to disperse and combat the encroaching threat. The master, possessing merely 35 levels of soul power, had already unleashed his martial spirit, the 3-headed cannon, by the time Lu Erlong charged towards him. He rushed to Flender's side, eager to provide assistance. In mere moments, the members of Shrek Academy took their positions, ready to confront the unexpected appearance of the ghost tiger martial spirit soul Douluo. As long as they held their ground and united their efforts, they felt confident that they could contain even a soul Douluo. However, this battlefield was not occupied by a single soul Douluo. As the attention of Shrek Academy was captivated by the true form of Kedalielidin's martial spirit, Odile began to advance step by step. With each step, the 8th soul ring shimmered with dark light, and the frigid domain quietly enveloped the entire arena. Beneath Odile's feet, glacial energy responded to the Emperor's summons, coalescing into layers of ice that he gracefully traversed. Simultaneously, as he moved, his 3rd soul ring radiated purple light, and the chilling air under his command cascaded towards Shrek Academy like a great river. His 3rd soul skill, Ice Eruption, a series of ice crystals formed amidst Shrek Academy, and under Odile's clenched right hand. They erupted with a thunderous explosion. The biting cold, accompanied by the explosive ice shards, surged violently in all directions. The Shrek 7, situated near the large tent, were thrown off balance by the icy blast, scattering chaotically. Their battle formation shattered in an instant. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong, rushing from a distance, was forcibly brought down from the sky by Odil's precise control. Zhao Wujia's body was adorned with frost, rendering his already sluggish speed even more snail-like in Kedaliel-Eladin's eyes. With a single leap, Kedaliel-Eladin bypassed the seemingly indomitable Zhao Wujia, lunging towards the fallen Lu Erlong. If they could eliminate Lu Erlong, the Soul Sage with flight capabilities, the members of Shrek Academy would find no escape from their clutches. Chapter 58. My lord, times have changed. As Lu Erlong was unexpectedly knocked down, he spread his wings wide, letting out a furious roar towards the heavens before ascending once more, engulfed in surging flames, charging fiercely at Kedaliel-Eladin. Kedaliel-Eladin, undeterred, responded with a low growl, transforming into 15 shadowy figures that converged upon Lu Erlong from all directions. With sparks flying from the clash of fire and shadow, the ground within a 10-meter radius was instantly consumed by exploding dragon flames and encroaching darkness. Concurrently, having shaken off the frost, Zhao Wujia let out a mighty roar, activating his fifth soul ring once again, and directed a palm strike at Odile, who hovered atop the icy steps. A heavy gravitational force suddenly descended upon Odile, shattering the icy platform beneath him, causing him to falter and descend from the air. Yet, Odile's sixth soul skill had already manifested, a howling ice tornado, infused with piercing cold, materialized beside him and surged forward with a roar. Its target was none other than Flender, who lay incapacitated on the ground. This forced Zhao Wujia, who was poised to unleash his fifth soul skill, to leap in front of Flender, activating his first soul skill, the Unmovable King, to shield against the advancing ice tornado. In that moment, the two surviving soul sages from Shrek Academy were restrained, while Odile's side still had a soul Douluo unencumbered. As Odile landed upon the trunk of a great tree, he pointed with a flourish, his fifth soul ring glimmering ominously, targeting the struggling members of the Shrek 7. For Odile, their most crucial objective was Tang San, with the complete annihilation of the rest being secondary. Thanks to Yi Li's terrifying achievements, he had no intention of disregarding Tang San simply because of his lower soul power. Though Tang San could not perish, he must be rendered incapacitated. Thus, with the soul sages from Shrek Academy temporarily restrained, Odile turned his focus upon Tang San and the surrounding Shrek 7. Fifth soul skill, Ice Prison. 6 ice prisons abruptly formed around the Shrek 7, binding their bodies firmly within. Moreover, the piercing cold radiating from the prisons would incessantly erode their vitality, leaving them with no opportunity to muster their soul power to unleash soul skills. Half an hour later, if the Shrek 7 did not devise a means to escape the icy confines, they would be frozen solid by the prison's relentless chill, teetering on the brink of death. After resolving the issue of the Shrek 7, Odile redirected his efforts, continuously unleashing his third soul skill, Ice Eruption, like a meteor shower bombarding Lu Erlong's crimson dragon form. Simultaneously, he gathered the cold air towards the ice tornado, propelling it to charge towards Flender with a roar. This left Zhao Wujia no choice but to reluctantly activate his Unmovable King, positioning himself in front of Flender. Otherwise, without his protection, Flender would meet his demise under the overwhelming assault of the ice tornado. Meanwhile, spurred by Flender's unexpected downfall, Lu Erlong launched a frenzied assault on Kedaliel-Eladin, adopting a reckless, all-or-nothing approach. However, Kedaliel-Eladin, an 84-level agility-based Soldaw, surpassed Lu Erlong in every aspect aside from raw attack power, particularly in speed, which was utterly dominant. Consequently, despite Lu Erlong's desperate strikes, the injuries inflicted upon Kedaliel-Eladin, in his transformed ghost tiger form, were minimal, while Lu Erlong's crimson dragon form sustained increasing wounds from Kedaliel-Eladin's relentless assaults. Furthermore, with Odile joining the fray, the continuous ice eruptions struck Lu Erlong at the most opportune moments, disrupting her soul skills and leaving her in a state of frustration. Observing from above, the Shrek 7 were firmly ensnared within Odile's ice prison, preoccupied with their plight. Flender, weakened by Kedaliel-Eladin's shadowy assault, was utterly incapable of summoning his soul power. The Master, with only 35 levels of soul power and a mutated martial spirit, the three-headed cannon, exerted every effort to channel soul power to Flender, but could not alter the unfavorable tide of battle. They could not even drag Flender from the battlefield. Otherwise, without Zhao Wujia's protection, A single ice eruption from Douluo would suffice to eliminate them. In Shrek Academy, the two most formidable soul masters remaining were Lu Erlong and Zhao Wujia. One was ensnared by the ice tornado, unable to free herself, while the other was overwhelmed by the combined assaults of two soul Douluos, unable to escape. If this situation persisted, aside from Tang San, all others from Shrek Academy would perish that night. Meanwhile, Tang San, trapped within the ice prison, realized the vast chasm that separated him from higher-level soul masters after exhausting all his soul skills to no avail. Yet, glancing around, he saw his beloved sister Xiao Wu, his most esteemed teacher, and his friends, all that he cherished dearly, present at this moment. No matter what, he absolutely could not surrender. With soul skills proving ineffective, he turned to the hidden weapons of the Tang sect. His eyes shimmering with determination, Tang San's right hand transformed into a lustrous white jade, the Xianyu hand. As he reached toward the 24 bridge, bright moonlight at his waist, a slender, pitch-black needle, measuring slightly over an inch, appeared on his snow-white hand. It was the third-ranked hidden weapon of the Tang sect, the soul-pursuing deathly King S token. Tang San refrained from selecting the mechanism-based hidden weapons he was most proficient with, nor did he opt for the mother and child soul-pursuing deathly pearl he had crafted, which could envelop a vast area. Tang San understood that he had but a single chance. Should he falter, given the disparity in soul power between them, even if his opponent remained motionless, it would be his demise. Apart from the King S token, he could not conceive of any weapon that could breach his opponent's defenses and extricate them from their current predicament. He slightly angled his body to obscure the view of the elevated Odriel. Simultaneously, under the impetus of his Xiantian skill, his eyes transformed into a resplendent purple-gold hue. The technique of the Xiantian Baolu, the method of refining the eyes, activated the purple extreme demon eye. In this moment, Tang San employed all the means at his disposal from his past life. He merely needed to await the opportune moment, and everything would culminate. However, unbeknownst to him, within the cold domain, Odriel reigned as the emperor of the icy realm. All the frost in the domain was his gaze. Tang San's movements might deceive an ordinary soul Douluo, but to Odriel, every action of Tang San was as clear as day, utterly transparent. Chapter 59. The Radiance of Sun and Moon, the Golden Transformation. The example of Yi Li lay fresh in his mind. How could Odriel be oblivious to Tang San's subtle maneuvers? Therefore, upon the extraction of the King S token, with his eyes now purple gold, Odriel observed everything. To preclude any surprises, while Tang San could not yet face death, it was prudent to allow him a moment of respite. Odriel flicked his fingers, and the biting cold within the ice cage abruptly solidified, transforming into a barrage of sharp ice blades aimed at Tang San's right hand. The ice blades moved with astonishing speed. Although Tang San's purple extreme demon, I noted their trajectory, his body could not react in time. He could only watch helplessly as the icy blades, radiating a fierce chill, hurtled towards his right hand. The blades were razor-sharp, effortlessly slicing through Tang San's garments, landing squarely upon his arm. And then, nothing more ensued. Having consumed the 8-pointed profound ice grass and the fiery apricot flower, and after undergoing the alchemical transformation of ice and fire, his body had attained immunity to both fire and ice. Unless faced with the utmost extremes of cold or heat, he would not suffer any damage from ice or fire attributes. Thus, under the assault of the pure, cold-congealed ice blades, Tang San was largely unscathed, save for his torn clothing and a shallow wound on his arm. Nevertheless, his complexion immediately darkened. Hidden weapons were meant to be employed surreptitiously to maximize their efficacy. Now that his adversary had discerned the King S token in his hand, its effectiveness had diminished considerably. Perched upon the trunk of a great tree, Odriel was profoundly astonished to find that his ice blade had inflicted no harm upon Tang San whatsoever. Although it had been a casual strike, its power should not have been so feeble. This youth, with merely 3 soul rings, possessed soul power over 40 levels below his own. Based on his past experiences, this ice blade should have at least left a deep gash on Tang San's arm, if not severed it entirely. Yet, the frigid energy within the domain clearly indicated that this youth named Tang San had emerged largely unscathed, save for the minor abrasion. This revelation utterly shattered his previous understanding. Indeed, such youthful prodigies were destined to perish. Initially, Odriel had intended to spare Tang San, hoping to extract further information regarding the celestial herbs from him. However, Tang San's extraordinary resilience and Yi Li's terrifying achievements stoked the flames of his murderous intent to the peak. It mattered not if he could not uncover more about the celestial herbs. This mission could not falter, for the Silvis royal family would face utter ruin. Therefore, as long as the celestial herbs were secured, so be it. And as for Tang San, he might as well perish. Odriel gestured with a finger, and a portion of the icy explosion that should have targeted Lu Erlong was redirected towards Tang San. If the cold assault proved ineffective, then he would resort to pure explosive force to obliterate him. Trapped within the icy cage, Tang San's heart sank. While he was unafraid of the cold attacks due to the 8-pointed profound ice grass, he could not evade damage from soul power and explosive assaults. Even with his enhanced physique from the ice-fire alchemical transformation, he could not withstand the strike of a soul Douluo. Did this mean that Tang San was destined to perish here? Yet, Tang San's resolve quickly solidified. Even if he were to die here, he would never yield. His purple extreme demon eye reached its zenith, calculating Odriel's movements along the tree trunk in an instant. Suddenly, with a fierce twist of his right hand, a pitch-black beam, employing the Tang Sect's hidden weapon technique, was launched silently from his pristine hand, soaring towards Odriel. Finally, the 8-spider lance soul bone on Tang San's back burst forth, enveloping his body. At that moment, Tang San could exert no further effort, collapsing limply to the ground. The successful deployment of the 8-spider lance was nothing short of miraculous. From an aerial perspective, the Shrek 7 devils remained ensnared within the icy cage with Tang San, the sole one capable of counterattacking, now powerless and sprawled on the ground. On Lu Erlong's side, the massive Crimson Dragon form bore numerous wounds from the joint assault of Odriel and Cadrelian, and its breath grew labored, clearly unable to endure much longer. Zhao Wujia's transformation into a mighty Vajra bear found him ensnared within an icy tornado, with no ranged attack capabilities, forced to furiously defend against the tempest. As for Master, his 35th level soul power was utterly ineffective in this circumstance. Flinder, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up as Odriel's attention was diverted by Tang San's ice immunity. In that instant, 7 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 burst forth. Subsequently, Flinder's 7th soul ring illuminated, transforming him into a colossal cat eagle soaring in the air. Before Odriel could react, another soul ring glimmered to life, and the first soul skill, Winged Eagle Strike, was unleashed. With a powerful flap of its wings, Flinder's cat eagle form appeared near Lu Erlong. With a mighty grasp, he rescued the nearly exhausted Lu Erlong and soared towards Master. Cadrelian, as a sensitive attack type, Soul Douluo, naturally had the capacity to react, yet his assault, under the protection of Flinder's 6th soul skill, Cat Eagle Shield, merely sent him flying a few meters, failing to inflict the same level of damage as his initial strike. Moreover, Flinder's cat eagle form flew with incredible speed, and a few meters of deviation posed no challenge. With another powerful flap of its wings, Flinder circled around the icy tornado, ascending above Master's position. Xiaogang. The three had once ventured together for many years, sharing a bond of understanding. Upon Flinder's call of Xiaogang, both Master and Lu Erlong instantly comprehended his intent. After Flinder descended to the ground, the 3 individuals immediately positioned themselves in a triangular formation. The sun and moon shine, gold transforms. Flinder bellowed, and a brilliant golden light erupted from beneath his feet, manifesting as a towering pillar of gold. Likewise, similar pillars of golden light emerged around the Master and Lu Erlong, enveloping them in a radiant glow, instantly forming a golden triangle with the 3 as its apex. At the innermost part of the triangle lay a golden ring, adorned with intricate patterns all around. At this moment, Flinder and Lu Erlong were enveloped in a shimmering golden aura, while the Master's eyes gleamed with a piercing light, resembling 2 sharp swords aimed at Odriel and his companion. Zhao Wujia, meanwhile, laughed heartily, unleashing his 1st, 3rd, and 5th soul skills simultaneously, standing before Flinder and the others like an iron tower, shielding them from harm. The sudden appearance of the golden light on Flinder and his companions caused Odriel and his ally to change expressions. although one had rarely traversed the continent due to his martial spirit, and the other had joined the Silvis royal family early on as a high-ranking elder. Both had never heard of the legendary Golden Iron Triangle of Flanders. The intelligence gathered by the Dark Guards had been insufficient, leaving them unaware of the true significance of the golden light before them. However, sensing the oppressive aura it emanated, they understood that this was not a promising omen for them. Thus, as Flanders and his comrades initiated their martial spirit fusion technique, the duo promptly launched their assault. Catalyridon crouched slightly, growling softly as his eighth soul ring flickered ominously. A pair of sinister eyes, seemingly emerging from the depths of hell, manifested above him, accompanied by a chilling wind that howled ferociously. The area under the gaze of those eyes appeared as if sliced by the sharpest of blades. Eighth soul skill, direct death prison eyes. Faced with the lethal threat emanating from Flanders and his companions, Douluo momentarily abandoned his intent to strike down the unconscious Tang San. Raising his hands, his fifth soul ring glimmered, forming a 3-meter-long sharp-eye spear that radiated an oppressive chill. Fifth soul skill, frigid thousand-gene spear. Upon witnessing the soul skills unleashed by Douluo and his companion, Zhao Wujia's confidence faltered, his complexion shifting dramatically. The overwhelming power of their attack was not something he could withstand. Yet, Flanders and his allies' martial spirit fusion technique required a moment longer to perfect. So he had to intercept. Zhao Wujia thrust his feet against the ground, exclaiming mightily as his sixth soul ring emitted a dark light. A terrifying wave of energy coalesced within him, which he then propelled toward the incoming ice spear. Sixth soul skill, Mighty Diamond Roar. As Zhao Wujia executed his sixth soul skill, Douluo's frigid thousand-gene spear and Catalyridon's direct death prison eyes converge upon him. In an instant, the seemingly indomitable direct death prison eyes struck Zhao Wujia, shattering both his first soul skill, Immovable King Body, and his sixth soul skill, Mighty Diamond Roar. Subsequently, Zhao Wujia felt a searing pain as if his chest had been slashed by a blade, blood pouring forth. His formidable seventh soul skill, Mighty Diamond Bear True Form, could not stem the flow of blood. Then, under Douluo's control, the icy spear, exuding a frigid aura, precisely pierced Zhao Wujia's wound, causing it to explode and leaving a gaping hole in his chest. His massive frame was sent hurtling into the air by the blast. Watching Zhao Wujia being battered mercilessly by their foes, Flanders' eyes nearly split with rage. Despite often cutting Zhao Wujia's pay and being frugal during meals over the years, he had come to regard Zhao Wujia as a true friend, aside from the master and Lu Erlong. Thus, with gritted teeth, Flanders shouted at the master, Xiao Gang. The master slowly raised his right hand toward the center of the golden triangle, not responding to Flanders, but his subsequent actions clearly conveyed their intent for vengeance. Ro San Pao, accompanied by the master's dragon-like low growl, the plump Ro San Pao appeared, landing squarely within the circular patterns at the center of the golden triangle. In an instant, each of the three emanated their respective auras. Lu Erlong and Flanders radiated 7 rings, while the master bore 3. A total of 17 rings floated from them towards Ro San Pao at the center of the golden aura. From a distance, Douluo and his companions' expressions darkened as they realized their soul skills had been thwarted by the formidable Might Diamond Bear martial spirit, and that the golden triangle remained unimpeded. However, when the 17 rings converged upon the master's Ro San Pao, the overwhelming pressure that ensued rendered their faces grim. The martial spirit fusion technique, known for its sheer power, particularly when executed as a host fusion, was a harbinger of even greater devastation. Understanding that they could not halt Flanders and his allies, both unleashed their soul powers and swiftly attempted to flee. Catalyridon, the quickest, snatched Douluo up as he passed, placing him upon his back as he desperately dashed away. They were merely at the prelude of the martial spirit fusion technique, and the pressure it generated was already terrifying. Remaining any longer would likely spell their doom once the technique fully manifested, for it represented the power of a tidal Douluo to avoid impeding Catalyridon's escape. Douluo even disregarded the Shrek 7 monsters trapped within the icy prison, although he could expend soul power to freeze them all and take their lives. Facing the wrath of the three's martial spirit fusion technique would also cost them their own lives. Thus, Douluo and his companion fled without hesitation. Even if the sword Doa and bone Doa of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect mobilized to obliterate the Silvis royal family later. They could always escape to the Star Luo Empire or the Spirit Hall. As long as the two titled Douluos remained, the Silvis royal family would have a chance for resurgence. As Odril and his ally fled without a moment's pause, Rosan Pao, infused with 17 rings, unleashed a dragon's roar. Under the light of the golden triangle, Rosan Pao's body began to grow at an astonishing rate. Large diamond scales erupted from its pudgy form, solid muscles bulging as its massive body expanded. Twisted horns sprouted from its head, with blue and purple light swirling around it, gradually turning gold under the influence of the golden triangle. In the brief span of a few breaths, Luo Sanpao's form expanded to an impressive length of 20 meters. The scales on his back split open, revealing a pair of enormous dragon wings that unfurled majestically. With these wings spread wide, he floated effortlessly in midair without the need for any golden light to assist him. His once simple and honest eyes now radiated a fierce brilliance, mirroring the transformation of his body into a resplendent golden dragon. Chapter 61, Old Ka. With 4 powerful claws beneath him and his body encased in robust dragon scales, the golden eyes of the dragon brimmed with an aura of authority, sending ripples of unease through the soul beasts of the setting sun forest. The oppressive energy even unsettled Odell and his companion, who had retreated to a distance of 100 meters. Golden lightning crackled around Luo Sanpao's form as he glowed with an ethereal light, hovering like a golden sun. At that moment, he embodied the legendary dragon race, the Divine Dragon. The Divine Dragon, Luo Sanpao, released a resounding roar, spreading his wings wide. He opened his mouth suddenly, unleashing a bolt of golden lightning aimed directly at Odell and his companion, who were 100 meters away. Seated upon Cadreleden, Odell stretched out his hand, summoning a chilling aura that coalesced into a thick ice wall before him. Simultaneously, his 4th spirit ring glimmered to life, and a beautifully crafted ice armor enveloped him, standing firm against the oncoming golden lightning. With a thunderous crash, the golden lightning pierced through the dense ice wall Odell had conjured, traveling from his head down to Cadreleden beneath him. The galloping Cadreleden suddenly stiffened under the assault of the golden lightning, maintaining its form as inertia propelled it to tumble several times before crashing to the ground. After a cloud of dust settled, Odell and Cadreleden slowly emerged from their frozen state. However, by this time, the divine dragon Luo Sanpao had already spread his wings and, under the guidance of his master, soared above Odell and his companion. With a thunderous roar, the divine dragon Luo Sanpao's sacred golden light surged, and from each of his horns, a bolt of golden lightning shot forth, merging in midair before hurtling down towards Odell and his companion below. Boom! Odell and his companion, barely able to gather their spirit power to resist, were blasted from their position by the combined assault of the golden lightning, spitting blood as they fell to the ground. Coughing, Odell clutched his chest, expelling several mouthfuls of blood, and struggled to rise. He raised his left hand, ready to unleash his 8th spirit ring. However, the divine dragon Luo Sanpao had already begun to lowly rumble as Odell stood up, his claws poised to strike. As golden light surged, rings of golden electricity coalesced from all directions, gathering upon the enormous claw of the divine dragon Luo Sanpao, transforming into a colossal golden electric claw. Then, with a powerful flap of his wings, the divine dragon Luo Sanpao shot towards the sky above Odell, aiming to strike down upon him. The immense shadow eclipsed Odell's vision, and as he beheld the nearly overwhelming golden electric claw, he realized he no longer had the time to release his 8th spirit skill. Yet, even in the face of impending doom, Odell did not close his eyes in resignation. His left hand outstretched, calling forth a whirlwind of cold air that surged in response to the Emperor's summons, racing towards the divine dragon Luo Sanpao. Though this chill could not harm the divine dragon Luo Sanpao, and before it could arrive, the overwhelming golden electric claw had already pierced through him. The gathering of icy energy would be futile against his imminent demise. Yet, if it could merely obstruct his advance for a fleeting second, Old Ka might escape. If Old Ka could flee, the Silvis royal family would still have a chance to rise again. Exerting every ounce of his strength, Odell calmly observed the approach of the massive golden electric claw. Throughout his life, he had always been the pride of the Silvis royal family, the beacon of their future. This honor was both his driving force and the weight upon his shoulders. Thus, perhaps within the depths of his calm eyes, there lay a glimmer of relief. Bang! In that critical moment, a dark figure collided with Odell, propelling him away from the path of the golden electric claw. However, this also left Cadrolidin vulnerable to the onslaught. As the electric energy surged, a charred figure was ejected from the chaos, crashing heavily against a large tree after tumbling several times. Ulka! A heart-wrenching cry erupted from Odell's lips. His blood-red eyes fixated on the nearly unrecognizable, charred form, his voice a low wail, as if mourning a profound loss. Why would you take such a foolish risk, Ulka? Odell's heart ached as he beheld the fading aura of Cadrolidin, a pain unlike any he had felt before, the agony of wishing for a friend's survival, only to witness their demise. Overwhelmed with anguish, Odell raised his blood-red eyes to the divine dragon Luo Sampao hovering above. His gaze burned with the ferocity of a vengeful spirit. Yet, the divine dragon Luo Sampao remained unmoved by Odell's crimson stare, consumed only by the thought of annihilating them all in retribution for his fallen comrades. In this sudden battle, his disciples, his loved ones, and his brethren had all been grievously wounded, some even lost to the abyss. Thus, he had but one desire, to eradicate Odell and his companions in vengeance for his students. With a mighty roar, the divine dragon Luo Sampao summoned 6 orbs of blinding golden light, each radiating an aura of terror, coalescing in his maw. Then, with a powerful beat of his wings, the 6 orbs merged into one, transforming into a colossal pillar of golden light that surged towards Odell. This towering golden column, akin to a destructive deity, obliterated all that stood in its path, as if snow meeting the blazing sun, dissolving everything before it. Yet, as the lethal golden beam approached, Odell remained still. Raising his left hand towards the golden light, fingers splayed wide. The skill contained within his 8th spirit ring was finally unleashed. In that moment, the world seemed to dim, an unending chill enveloping Odell as a fierce, chilling wind coalesced around him, rushing towards the golden column. The cold wind howled fiercely, the once overpowering golden light. Upon colliding with the frigid gust, bizarrely cleaved through as if wax met a heated blade, easily dissecting and dissipating. Such an uncanny scene prompted the divine dragon Luo Sampao to halt his assault, cautiously withdrawing the golden column as 6 bolts of golden lightning manifested before the icy tempest. Simultaneously, he retreated to avoid the strange and piercing cold wind's attack. Chapter 62. I beg you, however, regarding the cautious actions of the sacred dragon Ro Sampao. A chill emanated from Odeli, and the 7th spirit ring, which had never flickered since its acquisition, suddenly glowed with brilliance. The 7th spirit ability, True Body of the Cold. The exquisite patterns of the cold garment illuminated abruptly, and Odeli felt as if his soul and body had transformed into pure chill, melding into the cold garment. On the Douluo continent, spirit masters with beast martial souls, upon reaching the 70th level and acquiring their 7th spirit ring, all share a common skill, the true body of the martial soul, transforming into the essence of their martial soul for combat. Conversely, spirit masters with weapon martial souls, upon attaining the rank of soul sage, experience a similar phenomenon, albeit with even greater power. However, a terrifying aspect of the weapon soul's true body is that it not only consumes soul power, but also merges the martial soul with the soul itself. Drawing on the spirit master's soul energy, Odeli's martial soul, the cold garment, inherently possesses a significant flaw. Once the true body of the weapon soul is unleashed, its insatiable demand will ceaselessly drain the spirit master's soul energy until death. Hence, Odeli had refrained from utilizing his 7th spirit ability since acquiring the 7th spirit ring. But now, the moment had arrived. In an instant, Odeli's body radiated an intense light, his skin becoming translucent. Upon closer inspection, apart from his left leg, the blood coursing within him was gradually replaced by the chilling aura. As he felt the life force and soul energy within him depleting, Odeli maintained a stoic expression, his eyes reflecting only an unfathomable coldness. As he raised his left hand, the 8th spirit ring shone brightly under the enhancement of the true body of the cold. An endless cold wind, summoned by Odeli, swirled fiercely after dissipating the golden lightning, coalescing above his left hand like fledglings returning to their nest. Moments later, the fierce cold wind that had rampaged through the camp vanished, entirely gathered in his palm. This evident calm before the storm made the sacred dragon, Ro Sanpao, exceedingly vigilant, its golden radiance intensifying. Its authoritative gaze fixated on Odalie, while golden lightning crackled between its claws, agitating the surrounding pebbles into suspension, reducing them to dust. Amidst the crackling, a potent wave of energy emanated from the sacred dragon, surpassing even the terrifying golden pillar witnessed earlier. Yet, as the final form of the eighth spirit ability took shape, the human emotions within Odalie were submerged by the overwhelming chill, and his soul energy was nearing depletion. When he lifted his gaze, only an endless indifference remained, mirroring the soul skill he was about to unleash. The eighth spirit ability, Frozen Earth and Sky. The wind ceased. The once fierce cold wind gathered in Odalie's palm transformed into a certain form of essence, quietly spreading toward the earth under the impetus of the eighth spirit ring. The sacred dragon Ro Sanpao, infused with terrifying golden lightning, roared as it unfurled its wings, its sharp claws poised to strike Odalie, who hovered ominously in the air, with a horrific golden lightning. However, as it approached within 100 meters of Odalie, a wave of chilling essence enveloped the dragon's golden surface. Frost formed, slowing the sacred dragon's advance. Unbeknownst to the dragon, the ground beneath it had become shrouded in ice and was steadily extending outward. The eighth spirit ability of Odalie, while not fearsome in power alone, proved devastating when combined with the domain of the cold, capable of freezing vast expanses. As long as the chilling aura controlled by the domain persisted, it could connect with the chill of the world and freeze everything in its path. Although the sacred dragon Ro Sanpao was shielded from the freezing essence by its golden glow, Tang San and his companions lacked such protection. They bore no golden light and were unable to resist the encroaching essence. Furthermore, they had long been eroded by the cold, and if Odalie's eighth spirit ability reached them, the unleashed chill would seal their fates. Thus, the sacred dragon Ro Sanpao had no choice but to roar in fury, its golden light surging as it dispelled the frost from its wings before soaring in front of Tang San and the others. Roar. With a dragon's roar, terrifying golden lightning coalesced around the sacred dragon, descending like a golden prison upon the frozen earth and sky. Odalie's soul power had only just reached the 81st level, and even though each activation of the cold domain absorbed his life force as a reserve, it allowed him to unleash a power comparable to that of a tidal Douluo. Yet within the golden triangle of wisdom, even as the Master's soul power surged, they found themselves locked in a stalemate. Ultimately, when Odalie's soul power was depleted, his life force drained, and his soul energy exhausted, defeat would be inevitable. However, for Odalie, this was sufficient, as his soul power gradually diminished. The reason that had been submerged by the chill returned. Odalie glanced at the unconscious Catalaladan on the ground and sighed softly. He then dug into his left leg, unearthing a bone radiating a gentle green light. This bone had been specially sought out by the Silvis royal family to prevent Odalie from being drained of life force each time he activated the cold domain. It possessed only one ability, to provide a substantial amount of life force to the spirit master. Otherwise, Odalie would have long been reduced to a desiccated corpse by the cold domain. Odalie gazed toward the direction of the Silvis kingdom, a fleeting look of nostalgia crossing his face before he solemnly instructed, "Old Ka, please take care of OSF and the others for me." With that, the bone in Odalie's hand transformed into a beam of green light, and he channeled his soul power to integrate it into Catalaladan's left leg. The abundant life force within the soul bone surged into Catalaladan's body, swiftly healing the charred tissue. In a mere moment, Catalaladan, whose breath had nearly faded, began to stabilize, and the blackened skin gradually regained vitality under the healing influence of the soul bone. Finally, with a wave of his right hand, Odalie directed a gust of cold air, under his mental guidance, to envelop Catalaladan and propel him toward a nearby wolf-shaped spirit beast that had been unable to flee. Chapter 63. The protagonist returns. The chill restored the consciousness of the wolf-shaped spirit beast, terrified by the presence of the sacred dragon. Odalie startled the beast, prompting it to flee in panic toward the edge of the forest. The lingering aura of the sacred dragon on Catalaladan ensured that the soul beasts in the sunset forest would not attack him for the time being. After accomplishing this, Odili turned to face the sacred dragon Ro Sanpao, which was desperately stalling the advance of the frozen earth and sky. Having sent Catalaladan away, Odili found himself devoid of energy to undertake any further actions. However, Odile gazed at the youths ensnared within the icy prison, with the plan having faltered. For the sake of the Silvis royal family's future, so that they might not be utterly annihilated by the relentless pursuit of the 7 titled Douluos, it would be best if all of you talented youth perished. The ethereal chill, unleashed by the manifestation of the frigid domain and the release of the true body of cold, rendered Odile's form ghostly and translucent, resembling a humanoid figure forged from pure frost. The essence of his soul power began to wither, signaling the impending demise of his corporeal vessel. Yet before succumbing to death, Odile summoned every ounce of his consciousness to connect with his 6 spirit ring and whispered, "Icy prison, shatter." In a dramatic flourish, the 6 towering icy prisons behind the sacred dragon Ro Sanpao erupted into fragments under Odile's final invocation, transforming into swirling gusts of pure chill that engulfed the Shrek 7. The sacred dragon Ro Sanpao, striving to hinder the frigid onslaught, found himself utterly powerless to prevent the surge of cold, helplessly watching as his students were enveloped by the frost. After executing his final strike, Odile's soul power was completely drained. His body, formed of condensed cold, gradually dissipated into the air as he closed his eyes, leaving behind a solitary, oversized robe drifting down, a remnant of his existence. The pristine frost scattered across the land, merging with the frigid expanse, continuing its advance until the very end of the chill. This incited a furious roar from the sacred dragon Ro Sanpao, yet he remained bound to his position. For to abandon it would mean certain death for Zhao Wuji and the other students behind him. Time elapsed slowly, even after Odile's demise. The chill lingered for a full 10 minutes. When the last wisp of cold finally dissipated, the frost-covered landscape revealed trees and grasses glistening with frost, while the ice beneath vanished, replaced by over a meter of frozen earth. The sacred dragon Ro Sanpao descended from the heavens, landing silently upon the ground, leaving no trace upon the hardened soil, a testament to its formidable density. Behind the sacred dragon Ro Sanpao lay the remnants of the sunset forest, still teeming with life despite the devastation wrought by battle. Yet before him lay a desolate expanse of frozen earth, stretching for hundreds of meters, where once vibrant flora had been transformed into brittle specimens, crumbling to dust upon contact. The sacred dragon Ro Sanpao swiftly turned to fan his wings at the engulfed Shrek 7, casting off the chill that imprisoned them. As the frost dissipated, the frozen forms of the Shrek 7 were revealed. Apart from Tang San and Ning Rongrong, the others were all encased within blocks of ice. In haste, the sacred dragon Ro Sanpao retracted his wings, transforming into a golden light that scattered into the air. Lu Erlong rushed forth from the golden triangle, unleashing flames to cautiously melt the ice encasing the Shrek 7. Master and Flinder exchanged grave glances, nodding in mutual understanding. Flinder, embodying his martial spirit, lifted the gravely injured Zhao Wuji and Ning Rongrong, extending his wings to soar towards the nearest human settlement for aid. At the same time, Flinder was tasked with finding someone to rescue Tang San and the others. With the limited tools at Master S's disposal, they could not hope to save them. As for the fleeing Soul Douluo, the paramount concern was to ensure Tang San's recovery. Vengeance could wait. Master approached the unconscious Tang San, assessing his condition with eyes ablaze with fury. Aside from the well-protected torso and head, all other bones bore fractures, revealing gaping wounds of flesh beneath. The chilling presence had stifled his blood, preventing it from flowing. However, Tang San's external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, had also shattered into several pieces scattered around him. The injuries of the other members of the Shrek 7 were no less severe. Even if timely assistance were rendered, it would be a miracle to save a single life. Half a month later, during the elite tournament of the Advanced Soul Master Academy, Tang San and his companions would be unable to participate, and there were no assurances that their injuries would not hinder their future training. This intensified Master S' wrath towards the Silvis royal family, whose iconic martial spirit, the garb of cold, he recognized all too well. having studied martial spirits for much of his life. Upon first encountering the Silvis royal family's martial spirit, he had been astounded by the arduousness of their cultivation. Yet now, a singular thought consumed Master S' mind. The Silvis royal family must pay a price. On the third morning, in the city of New Moon within the Silvis kingdom, Yili had devoted the preceding days to researching a remedy for the poison afflicting Han Chi. The situation mirrored that of the original character, Douluo, with soul power and poison intertwined, resulting in a toxic attribute to his soul power while simultaneously damaging his body. Initially, Yili had planned to seek a low-grade herb akin to the octagonal ice grass and the fire apricot blossom, combining it with his own spirit bones for healing. With the precedent established, Yili intended to replicate the method. However, after several days of research, he discovered the futility of this approach, not due to its ineffectiveness, but rather because he could not procure the low-grade versions of the required herbs. Han Chi, being a soul Douluo with the formidable Qi Long spirit and, at level 89, necessitated extraordinarily rare herbs to eliminate the poison. Despite searching throughout New Moon City and even commissioning inquiries at the New Moon auction house regarding other locations within the Silvis Kingdom, he found no suitable herbs. Thus, he was compelled to abandon this method. After discarding the ice-fire therapy, Yili shifted his focus to the byproducts of his black crystal experiments. Chapter 64. The Sky Changes. Although the poison had merged with the soul power, the events of that fateful night suggested a hierarchical relationship between them. Presently, the poison's potency had overwhelmed Han Chi's soul power, preventing him from suppressing the toxin as he had once done. However, if he could assist Han Chi in temporarily subduing the poison within, utilizing the spirit bone on Han Chi's person as a vessel to contain the toxin, it might form a sort of poison pill. This would not only resolve Han Chi's long-standing issue with the toxin, but also provide him with an additional offensive capability. Moreover, how could a dragon exist without an inner core? A dragon without a dragon pearl. Could it still be considered a dragon? Thus, after several days of research, on the third morning, Yili approached Han Chi with a plump, snow-white pill in hand. Uncle Han, the medicine is ready. Han Chi, seated in meditation within his chamber, arose upon hearing Yili's knock. Although his soul power lay dormant, and he could not enhance his cultivation during meditation, the daily practice had become habitual for him. Therefore, every morning, Han Chi would still engage in meditation as a matter of routine. With a creak, the door swung open, and Yili, holding the snow-white pill, stood at the threshold. As Han Chi opened the door, Yili extended the pill towards him. Yili, how should this medicine be taken? For the past few days, Han Chi had been closely following Yili. He was present when Yili concocted this snow-white pill and understood its purpose. However, as Han Chi gently squeezed the pill in his hand, which felt as hard as a stone, he couldn't help but inquire curiously, is it simply to be swallowed? Just ingest it directly, Yili responded. After Han Chi accepted the pill, Yili retrieved another pill from his soul guide device. This new pill was of a rather mundane hue, resembling a typical brownish-yellow medicinal tablet. Han Chi hesitated, gazing at the pill in his hand. Was it truly safe to swallow it whole? Yili was somewhat puzzled by Han Chi's fixation on the snow-white pill, but he dismissed it as a trivial matter. Handing over the brownish-yellow pill, Yili's expression turned serious as he cautioned. This pill can liberate the soul power within you, allowing you to regain your original strength. However, it will also release the toxins within your body, so you must use it with caution. Observing Yili's solemn demeanor, Han Chi accepted the brownish-yellow pill. This was the very remedy Han Chi had requested 2 days prior, as he found the uncontrolled soul power within him quite unsettling. He preferred to be in command of everything within his body. Yet, after making the request, Han Chi did not expect Yili to actually produce the pill. After all, the disparity in their powers was immense. Even with his soul power subdued, Han Chi, armed with years of combat experience and enhanced physical abilities, felt confident enough to contend evenly with the soul sovereign. Once he regained his strength, he could easily control Yili's life. Thus, it was only logical for Yili to wait until a sufficient foundation of trust was established before creating such a pill. However, as Han Chi reflected on the peculiar days spent by Yili's side, characterized by bizarre experiments and whimsical thoughts, he couldn't help but smirk. Yili was indeed an unconventional individual. Moreover, even if he regained his power, if he could not rid himself of the toxins within, he would merely be awaiting his demise. The contrast between his current diminished strength and the hope for a brighter future was stark. Therefore, Han Chi realized that even if he consumed the pill and restored his power, he would no longer threaten others for treatment as he had done previously. Since arriving here, he had lost the initiative. With a serious expression, Han Chi nodded coldly, affirming, "I will use it at the appropriate time." After receiving Han Chi's assurance, Yili prepared to take his leave, for today was the day to draw blood from the experimental assistant. Soon, Lin Shi would arrive, and he needed to prepare the experimental apparatus. However, just before turning away, Yili recalled something and addressed Han Chi. "By the way, after you take this pill, you will feel a cool sensation after a period. This indicates that the toxins within have reached a saturation point, and they must be expelled promptly. Otherwise, the pill will be rendered ineffective." In response to Yi Li's earnest caution, Han Chi remained silent for a moment before posing a crucial question. "How do I expel this pill?" Yi Li looked puzzled, as the answer seemed rather straightforward. It was akin to how one would expel anything ingested. This pill would exit in the same manner. After hearing Yi Li's response, Han Chi fell into a long silence, ultimately nodding as if some regret within him overshadowed the inconsequential details. With a decisive sound, Han Chi turned and shut the door, heading towards the bed. He required solitude to contemplate the use of the snow-white pill. Yi Li observed Han Chi's strange behavior with confusion, uncertain of the circumstances. However, with Lin Shi's arrival imminent, he quickly dismissed his curiosity from his mind. After several days of nurturing, Lin Shi's soul power steadily increased, and by today, it had reached level 8. With a few more sessions, he believed she would be ready to hunt soul beasts and acquire soul rings. At that point, Yi Li would finally understand how a mutated martial soul affects the body of a soul master, and how she would unleash her soul rings and abilities. Most importantly, the gradually intensifying aura of the soft-bone rabbit within Lin Shi's blood would undergo a transformation upon acquiring her soul ring, becoming what he had speculated. Such an accumulation of questions heightened Yi Li's intrigue about Lin Shi's future. Upon returning to the laboratory, he swiftly and methodically prepared all the experimental instruments, awaiting Lin Shi's arrival. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the laboratory, a tall girl in a pink gauzy dress timidly appeared in Yi Li's line of sight. "Brother Yi, I have arrived," she said. Yi Li smiled at Lin Shi's punctuality and, holding a set of amethyst instruments, gently beckoned her, "Come here. I shall conduct a health check on you." "Okay," Lin Shi replied timidly, taking small steps toward Yi Li. But at that moment, the previously serene day was suddenly overshadowed by ominous clouds, and an exceptionally powerful, sharp energy descended upon New Moon City, booming, "Osford, come out at once." Chapter Xiaomuilam, Swat Douluo, Sin. Above the prince's mansion in New Moon City, a white-haired, bearded Tidal stood atop an ancient sword, coldly surveying the mansion below. His presence, sharp as a blade, aimed at the entire prince's mansion, causing those within to panic and bow their heads in fear. The old man unleashed his soul power, scanning the mansion thoroughly, and his already frigid expression grew even colder. In the vast prince's mansion, aside from servants and some collateral branches, there was not a single direct descendant of the Silvis royal family present. This realization made the elder's gaze turn icy. Indeed, it was the hand of the Silvis royal family. Otherwise, how could they have evacuated all direct family members before his arrival? Recalling the once adorable Rong now lying unconscious in bed, potentially facing eternal slumber, the white-haired elder's aura surged sharply, coalescing into a massive phantom sword in the air, its tip pointing skyward as it soared upward, within a radius of 1,000 meters from the prince's mansion, regardless of their soul power rank. Every soul master felt a sharp energy hovering at their foreheads, as if their lives could be severed at any moment. This compelled those soul masters in New Moon City, who had feigned ignorance and were reluctant to confront the ominous shadow of the Douluo, to emerge from their hiding places with grim expressions. Otherwise, it would not merely be a matter of encountering misfortune, but rather a question of preserving their lives. Those residing near the prince's mansion were those who had typically maintained a close relationship with Prince Osford. Thus, once the white-haired elder had compelled these soul masters to emerge, he waved his hand, sending forth a document that floated in the air, unfurling before them. This document is personally inscribed by the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, the Snowy Night Emperor, and it essentially conveys that the royal family of Silvis has committed treason and is deserving of punishment. The matter is to be entirely handled by Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, with all relevant personnel from the Silvis Kingdom required to comply with his orders. The Soul Masters, coerced into this situation, exchange bewildered glances, utterly perplexed as to why the Snowy Night Emperor would endorse such a decree. Although it is termed a punishment, the authority to execute it is granted to a leader of a top-tier sect rather than a prince of the empire. Observing the icy demeanor of the Sword Douluo before them, they began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The Silvis royal family had been forsaken. While the precise transgressions of the Silvis royal family and the actions of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School remain unclear, the formidable presence of a title Douluo renders their confusion somewhat understandable. Thus, when the Sword Douluo coldly inquired about the whereabouts of Prince Osf, 5 of the 10 soul masters present immediately responded, 3 hesitated, and only 2 exhibited slight reactions. Regardless of their inner thoughts, none dared to provoke the wrath of a titled Douluo at that moment. Outside New Moon City, within Yi Li's laboratory, his gaze penetrated through the door towards the city. Even from outside, Yi Li could clearly hear the commanding voice that had just reverberated through the air. The ability to project one's voice over such a distance, retaining its clarity, could only be attributed to a titled Douluo or a soul master possessing a sound affinity martial spirit. However, the overwhelmingly sharp aura unmistakably indicated that the voice belonged to a powerful titled Douluo. In the Douluo continent, there exists only one titled Douluo renowned for such a piercing presence, the Sword de Qinshin, one of the 2 guardian Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, a super Douluo of the 96th rank. Yet, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is located in Seven Treasures City, quite distant from New Moon City of the Silvis Kingdom. It appears that the Silvis royal family had taken action against Tang San, inadvertently involving Ning Rongrong. Only under such circumstances would the Sword Douluo, known for his indulgent affection, personally intervene. With less than half a month remaining until the elite competition of the continent's senior soul master academies, and considering the efficiency of message transmission across the Douluo continent, it can be deduced that the Silvis royal family must have acted against Tang San 3 to 5 days prior. At that time, Tang San and his companions were likely in the Sunset Forest hunting soul beasts to acquire their 4th spirit ring, making them absent from the rigorous training at the Shrek Academy in Tiando City. The Silvis royal family would not dare to act against them within the city itself. Having resided in New Moon City for over half a month, Yi Li believed he had gathered sufficient intelligence. Yet, aside from the spies from that one night, he had not encountered any further attempts from Prince Osf to take action against him. Cautious as a rabbit, Osf had not put any of Yi Li's preparations to use. As Yi Li pondered the situation, he noticed that the sharp aura emanating from the royal mansion had suddenly dissipated, and it seemed to be retreating towards the direction of the Spear Hall. The Sword Douluo must have come to New Moon City in search of Prince Osf. Given the Sword Douluo's temperament, once he located Osf, he would either execute him on the spot or bring him back to Ning Rongrong for retribution. There would be no logical reason to head towards the Spirit Hall. This led Yi Li to suspect that Prince Osf had received advance warning and fled, indicating that the Silvis royal family had dealt a significant blow in the Sunset Forest. Otherwise, with the presence of the Golden Triangle, capable of contending with the title Douluo, an attack lacking severity would hardly have harmed Tang San and his companions. However, if Prince Osf had indeed fled, the repercussions would inevitably fall upon the Silvis royal family. The current crown prince, Xue Qinghe, would certainly seize the opportunity to undermine the Tiando Empire. It seems that Ning Rongrong must have sustained severe injuries. Otherwise, Osf would not have fled, likely accompanied by his direct kin. Moreover, if he chose to escape towards the Spirit Hall, it would necessitate Yi Li's preparations. The chrysanthemum Douluo, Yue Guan, is one of the few individuals on the Douluo continent knowledgeable about celestial herbs and possesses a profound love for flowers. Should he discover that Tang San possesses rare herbs like the Heartbreak Red and the Celestial Chrysanthemum, he would undoubtedly take action. Furthermore, if Yue Guan is aware, it implies that the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, is also informed. Given Yue Guan's loyalty to Bibi Dong, he might, as depicted in the original narrative, wish to take Dai Mubai as his disciple, vowing to protect Xiao Wu, who has been recognized for possessing the Heartbreak Red. However, upon reflection, Yili realized that these matters do not concern him directly. He remains merely a grand soul master. It is prudent to focus on his current endeavors and fend off the impending swarm of distractions before addressing the broader issues of the continent. Chapter 66. A silent action in the evening. Yili completed his laboratory tasks early and joined the teachers who had been summoned by Lianqi for dinner. Typically, after dinner, Yili reserves time for personal reflections and note-taking. However, with guests arriving from afar today, he needed to prepare adequately to host them, to avoid any unexpected incidents. He had also invited his teachers over from the Lin family estate in advance. Within the Lin residence, Yili only held concern for his teachers and Aunt Lin, while his teachers were primarily focused on their families. Thus, only 7 individuals remained in the laboratory. Given the weaker abilities of the teachers' families and the potential for undesirable occurrences, only 5 individuals awaited in the courtyard. As time danced with the moonlight, deep into the night, the distant New Moon City shone brightly, with aristocratic gatherings filled with laughter and revelry, exquisite wines, and enchanting companions. In stark contrast, the once bustling prince's mansion now lay silent and desolate, with a solitary lantern hanging beneath the eaves, devoid of any guards. Yet, from the shadows emerged a series of figures cloaked in black, their greedy gazes fixated upon the prince's residence. Although Prince Osf had undoubtedly taken the most precious items with him during his escape, he could not carry away all the valuable possessions, such as the abundant gold soul coins and rare materials. Osf also controlled the New Moon Auction House, one of the Sylvis Kingdom's prime sources of wealth, and the daily revenue from it was enough to incite envy among those lurking in the shadows. In reality, the prince's mansion was relatively less populated. The true battleground lay within the New Moon Auction House and the New Moon Arena, where treasures were plentiful, attracting numerous soul saints, with even the possibility of a soul Douluo appearing. Those of lesser strength could only scavenge for scraps at the prince's mansion. However, as these masked individuals stirred with anticipation, a robust figure suddenly emerged from the mansion, bellowing a command as 7 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, black, rose from beneath his feet. A rhinoceros-type martial spirit enveloped the man, enhancing his already formidable physique with an aura of ferocity. This man was a member of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, dispatched to safeguard the assets of the prince's residence. In the realm of jurisprudence, all assets of the Sylvis royal family presently belong to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, which holds the authority to manage them. Consequently, not only the princely residence, but also significant venues, such as the New Moon Auction House, have witnessed a succession of outer disciples from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, who have been tasked with expelling those lurking in the shadows. However, it is evident that merely the presence of these outer disciples is insufficient to extinguish the avarice that resides within the hearts of these individuals. Even when direct disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect appear, causing a momentary hesitation, the allure of immense profit propels them forward with insatiable greed. After all, their numbers are vast. Should the 7 Treasures Glazed sect seek retribution later, would they dare to apprehend them all? Moreover, their faces are concealed by cloth. Who could discern their identities under the cover of night? With such thoughts in mind, figures clad in black, some merely draped in fabric, have appeared at every significant location within the Sylvis royal family. This evening, due to geographical constraints, the disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect could not arrive promptly and had to rely on a few high-ranking soul masters to maintain order through the night. The Sylvis Kingdom's military, deeply entwined with local nobility, professed willingness to comply with imperial orders, yet their pace remained unhurried, ensuring they would not arrive until the following morning at the earliest. Thus, tonight marks a night of revelry for the nobility of the Sylvis Kingdom, a celebration of profit, akin to a gathering of bandits. Meanwhile, Yeli's recent extravagant acquisition of books has drawn the attention of numerous opportunists. Lacking the strength to contend for the more significant locations, they fear being relegated to mere cannon fodder and instead turn their gaze toward Yeli, who appears to be a mere great soul master. With a teacher of only Soul King rank, some are aware of Yeli's accomplishments, yet they pride themselves on their abilities, convinced they are not the same as the feckless Soul Emperor of the Ansa family. Others, oblivious to his true prowess, have merely heard tales of his extravagant spending on books and perceive him as a prime target, hastily approaching him. Had Yeli not been shielded by Prince Osfer's protection during his earlier exploits, he would have long since fallen victim to the predations of the great nobles. However, now that Osfer has been declared a fugitive by the Empire and the royal family has fled, it is only prudent for them to seize this opportunity to devour Yeli, lest they find themselves devoid of spoils once the great nobles have exhausted the vast inheritance left behind by the royal family. Thus, an unusual phenomenon unfolds outside Yeli's laboratory. On one side, a group of self-assured soul emperors is gathered, while on the other, a makeshift team comprised of lower-ranking great soul masters and higher-ranking soul kings has formed. Remarkably, these two factions collide at the same location simultaneously. The Soul Emperor team is astonished to find that even great soul masters dare to approach Yeli, while the makeshift team is equally taken aback by the unyielding assembly of soul emperors, united in their intent to claim the prize. After exchanging cautious glances and assessing their respective strengths, the initial thought that arises within both factions is to eliminate the other before feasting upon Yeli. However, after a prudent evaluation of each other's capabilities, they tacitly agree to first capture Yeli, the coveted prize, and then divide the spoils according to merit. As the Soul Emperor team prepares to engage the opposing makeshift group, a Soul Emperor possessing a dove martial spirit suddenly senses an ominous foreboding, a shadow of death looming over him. This heightened intuition, a result of his martial spirit and unique experiences, alerts him to potential dangers that others may overlook. Recognizing that the opposing group may possess soul techniques capable of threatening their lives, the Soul Emperor team wisely halts their advance, signaling a preference to first secure Yeli before contemplating further actions. Conversely, within the makeshift team, a Soul King possesses the ability to discern the ranks of opposing soul masters. Upon discovering that the least of the Soul Emperors stands at level 62, with the highest reaching 68, his pupils constrict slightly with apprehension. He promptly relays this critical information to his companions, prompting them to cease their advance. Under mutual wariness, both factions proceed towards Yeli's laboratory, each taking care to avoid conflict. The Soul Emperor team deliberately slows its pace, permitting the makeshift team to act as scouts, given Yeli's notorious reputation. The makeshift team, fully aware of the intentions of their Soul Emperor counterparts, maintains confidence in their abilities, believing that once they secure Yeli, it will be too late for the Soul Emperor team to intervene. Despite their resolute thoughts, the members of the makeshift team remain vigilant, enveloping themselves in soul power as they advance. Even those unfamiliar with Yeli's reputation are pulled back by their peers, who urge caution. Observing the warily advancing soul masters, Yeli finds himself bemused. They appear neither bold nor discreet, their faces obscured, yet their approach unmistakably brazen. Seated in his courtyard, Yeli watches as the cautious soul masters traverse the open space and arrive at the entrance of his laboratory. Having navigated this path without encountering any peril, the first two soul masters to reach the door suddenly feel a rush of excitement. They're now closest to Yeli. If they can seize him and make a swift escape, the vast wealth of gold soul coins will be theirs. The thought of claiming hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins sends their breaths quickening, their greed blinding their judgment. The two soul kings and 5 soul masters exchange knowing glances, promptly summoning their martial spirits and activating their soul rings, surging toward Yeli with reckless abandon. One of the Soul Kings even diverges from the group to confront the magical wolf, intending to stall it so his remaining teammates can swiftly capture Yeli and flee. Under normal circumstances, their sudden assault might have a chance of success. Although a Soul Emperor lurks behind them, if they act quickly, they could escape amidst the ensuing chaos. However, unbeknownst to them, among their former temporary allies stands a Soul King who activates his soul ring, his crimson eyes glowing with the power of a rare mental control technique, capable of influencing even Soul Emperors. And on Yeli's side, Uncle Han is present. "Uncle, I implore you," Yeli calls out, somewhat bored from his seated position. If not for the desire to spare any Soul Master, Yeli would have long ceased to waste time and turned back to take notes. Upon hearing Yi Li's words, Han Chi nodded, his throat convulsing as he swallowed the brown pill. In an instant, a familiar surge of power welled up within Han Chi, every cell in his body rejoicing at the return of strength, a formidable aura beginning to revive around him. 8 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 appeared one after another above Han Chi's head, slowly rotating around him. A powerful chill emanated from his being, instantly suppressing all the soul masters present. Chapter 67. Swatting flies. The sudden emergence of Han Chi's 8 soul rings stunned the assembled soul masters. They had never anticipated that such a seemingly youthful figure would be an 8-ring soul Douluo. This contradicted the rumors they had heard. Nevertheless, it was evident that they had kicked a hornet's nest. Apart from those who had already engaged, the first thought that crossed the minds of the remaining soul masters was to flee. While it was conceivable that if all 40 of them united, unafraid of sacrifice, they might have a glimmer of hope, who among them could dare to trust their backs to their comrades, save for the team of soul emperors that had come together? Thus, upon witnessing the manifestation of Han Chi's 8 soul rings, the Dove Soul Emperor from the Soul Emperor team promptly activated his soul rings, conjuring a pair of pristine white wings behind him, ready to flee with his teammates. However, the fully restored Han Chi would not permit their escape. Behind him, a white dragon, its body resembling pure ice crystals, roared skyward, extending its claws toward the fleeing Dove Soul Emperor, descending like a colossal iceberg to suppress him. Simultaneously, Han Chi extended his right hand toward the soul masters charging at Yi Li, raising his finger as if it were a sword. A wave of intense cold surged forth from beneath their feet, freezing them in place. The Soul King, who had released a mental control skill, felt a surge of panic upon seeing Han Chi's soul rings and contemplated fleeing. However, he understood that merely turning to run would not evade the soul Douluo suppression. Thus, he forcibly redirected his mental control skill toward Yi Li, hoping to subdue him and buy himself time to escape. In response, Han Chi merely snorted coldly, unleashing a soul Douluo-level mental force that shattered the Soul King's mental control. With his skill dismantled, the Soul King felt a piercing pain in his head, akin to being pricked by needles, while crimson tears streamed down from his bloodshot eyes. Upon witnessing his comrades being subdued in an instant, the Soul King charging toward the demon wolf was seized by terror and sought to flee. However, the demon wolf, now close at hand, grinned menacingly, activating its fiery martial spirit, and with a flurry of soul rings, it raised its sharp claws to pounce upon the fleeing Soul King, pinning him down and extinguishing any thoughts of escape. Standing atop the demon wolf, Aunt Lin raised her fair hand, casting a seductive smile at the remaining soul masters. The purple soul ring representing her 4th soul skill illuminated, and a pink heart emerged from her right hand, soaring toward the last soul master. The 4th soul skill, Pink Charm. Ensnared by Aunt Lin's charm, the soul master's eyes filled with pink hearts, drool unconsciously dripping from his mouth as he lunged to embrace those around him, exclaiming, "My beloved, I come. Do not run away, ha ha ha." The unfortunate recipient of the embrace was a middle-aged soul master who felt utterly repulsed upon being grasped. His 2nd soul ring flared to life, and his hedgehog martial spirit manifested numerous spikes that relentlessly attacked the soul master who had embraced him. As his 2nd soul skill was a wide-area attack, it inevitably affected others attempting to flee. "Who stabbed my backside? On my eyes. I'm blinded. Help! There's a pervert." In an instant, curses, screams, and cries filled the air. A chaos sparked merely by the conflict of 2 men rapidly escalated, ensnaring a significant portion of the soul masters and extinguishing their hopes of escape. After shattering the Soul King's mental control skill, Han Chi shifted his gaze toward the remaining soul masters who had come to attack that night. Those who caught Han Chi's attention felt a chill down their spines, sensing impending doom. Consequently, some powerful soul masters, disregarding everything, began to attack their fellow soul masters, blocking their path, desperate to carve out an avenue for escape. Yet, before they could create a path, a soul ring finally illuminated on Han Chi. A black soul ring, under Han Chi's command, emitted dark light and soared from his being, heading toward the dragon's maw of the Chi dragon. The soul ring expanded and enveloped the air before the dragon's mouth. Simultaneously, a potent, icy energy gathered at the dragon's maw, sending waves of energy that instilled fear in the soul emperors pinned beneath the dragon's claws. The 5th soul skill, Chi Dragon's Breath. A plume of white mist, imbued with an intense, icy aura, instantly enveloped all the soul masters. The mist thickened, and the soul masters struggled desperately. Yet as the Chi Dragon's breath enveloped them, they were sealed within blocks of ice, akin to amber. In that moment, apart from the Soul King still being assaulted by the demon wolf, the team of Soul Masters who had come to capture their prey had utterly failed. However, the remaining Soul King, under the combined assault of the demon wolf and Aunt Lin, soon found his limbs dislocated and was rendered unconscious on the ground. Once all the Soul Masters were subdued, the Chi Dragon's claws trembled slightly, causing all 47 Soul Masters on the ground to be knocked unconscious. Concurrently, streams of dragon-shaped soul power emanated from his hands, penetrating the bodies of each Soul Master and locking away their soul powers. Yet, the soul power of the Soul Emperor was still too formidable, and Han Chi's dragon-shaped soul power could not restrain it for long. Thus, Han Chi deliberately delivered another dragon claw strike, rendering them critically weakened, allowing Yi Li to apply the potion to silence their soul powers. Once all was complete, Han Chi could no longer suppress the toxins within him. With a muffled groan, the green serpent-like patterns coursed through his soul power, winding up his torso towards his neck. However, Yi Li had long been prepared, with jars of potion encircling Han Chi as the green serpent patterns reached his brow. A wave of his hand sent the soul power enveloped in potion seeping into the numerous acupuncture points, further silencing them. After securing the blood samples, Yi Li was ready to carry the unconscious Han Chi to a room when Aunt Lin, who had been standing by, leaned in with curiosity and asked, "Is this the dragon's drunken saliva your teacher spoke of? Truly marvelous." Yi Li, somewhat perplexed, thought, "I did not name it." But upon seeing the proud expression on his teacher's face under Aunt Lin's admiring gaze, he nodded seriously. "It is indeed the dragon's drunken saliva." Chapter 68. The Great Harvest. After relocating Han Chi to his room for a well-deserved rest, Yi Li turned his attention to the spoils of the evening. Indeed, those unconscious Soul Masters were not merely trophies. They represented substantial gains. Initially, Yi Li had prepared some trinkets to entertain them. But with an 89th level assault-type battle Soul Douluo at his side, such frivolities were unnecessary. A direct and forceful suppression was the order of the day. Extracting iron chains from his soul guide, Yi Li began to bind the fallen Soul Masters one by one, securing them in a designated area for confinement. Fortunately, the house Yi Li had procured was spacious enough to accommodate them all, albeit with some crowding. During this process, he handed the chains to Ling Shi, enlisting her assistance in restraining the captives. With her 8th level soul power, her strength rivaled that of even some 20th level Soul Masters, making the task of binding with chains a trivial endeavor for her seemingly delicate arms. Naturally, teacher M.O. Lang also came to assist, as this was a familiar routine for them. However, M.O. Lang was well aware of his disciples' methods and resolutely refused to allow his wife and the others to help, insisting they remain in the safety of the room. Engrossed in his tasks, Yi Li paid no heed to this minor skirmish. Once all the Soul Masters were securely bound, he began to categorize them based on their martial souls. First, those possessing serpentine martial souls were set aside, as they would serve as vital volunteers for researching the toxin afflicting Han Chi. Next, he separated those with fire attribute abilities, intending to refine his theories regarding his own martial souls. Finally, he designated a special area for those Soul Masters whose past misdeeds, by Yi Li's moral standards from a previous life, warranted execution. These individuals would never be released. They were to be used as experimental subjects. As for the remaining Soul Masters, after conducting his experiments, if their families were willing to pay a sufficient ransom, they would be freed without hesitation. After all, while the cultivation of black crystals was undeniably effective, it also drained resources at a rapid pace. Yi Li found himself in dire need of funds to replenish his dwindling purse. After an hour of diligent work, Yi Li completed all his tasks. He not only organized the Soul Masters into distinct categories, but also affixed specialized labels to them, clearly indicating their subsequent roles. With Han Chi still recuperating, teacher M.O. Lang needed to return to comfort the frightened women, and it was nearly time for Ling Shi to feed the little black crystal. Thus, the laboratory soon fell back into a serene silence. The moon, having hidden behind dark clouds, finally emerged, casting its cheerful light upon the earth, expressing its longing for the ground below. However, in the heart of New Moon City, where the significant industries of the Silvis royal family resided, tranquility was a distant dream. Cloaked figures clad in black, their faces obscured, silently advanced upon various treasure troves, their soul rings pulsating ominously. although they may have once been acquaintances or strangers. At this moment, such distinctions were irrelevant. They shared a singular objective: to plunder everything in sight. The cultivation of soul masters demanded a continual expenditure of golden soul coins, daily doses of healing potions, soul beast meat, essential soul rings for advancement, and the coveted soul bones, all requiring substantial financial investment. Thus, soul masters were never averse to accumulating wealth, for even when their own training was sufficient, they had loved ones, children, students, and even younger generations of their families who also required resources for their cultivation. Upon learning of the Silvis royal family's hasty retreat, leaving behind a treasure trove of resources, these once generous giants, cunning tricksters, delicate women, and amiable elders all donned unfamiliar black attire, masking their identities except for their sharp eyes. For their own reasons, at the same hour of the night, they launched coordinated assaults on key locations. This was not a matter of right or wrong, nor of justice. It was simply because they were soul masters who needed to grow stronger, to acquire golden soul coins. And fortuitously, they were aware of the vast fortune left behind by the fleeing Silvis royal family. That was more than sufficient. Thus, on this night, the new moon bore witness to a crimson rain of blood. 3 days later, with just 8 days remaining until the elite tournament of advanced soul master academies across the continent, the teams from various advanced soul master academies in the Silvis Kingdom, under the guidance of their respective instructors, began their journey to New Moon City. Indeed, the venue for the Silvis Kingdom segment of this prestigious tournament had been changed to New Moon City. The fierce battle that had erupted 3 days prior involved a battle soul Douluo and took place at the Silvis Grand Soul Arena. Although the soul masters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School ultimately triumphed over the attacking battle soul Douluo, inflicting significant injuries upon him, the arena itself lay in ruins and would require at least 8 days for repairs. Consequently, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, having stabilized the situation, promptly decided to host the tournament at the New Moon Grand Soul Arena, which, being the second largest city in the Silvis Kingdom, boasted a sufficiently spacious arena that could be readied with minimal adjustments. Thus, after nearly half a month in New Moon City, Yili found himself returning to his original intent, to witness the elite tournament of advanced soul master academies across the continent. Upon learning of this development, the first expression to grace Yili's face was one of delight. The elite tournament represented the arrival of numerous exceptionally talented young soul masters, all wielding formidable martial souls that would soon grace Yili's presence. Those who qualified to participate in their respective Advanced Soul Master Academy teams must possess powerful, rare, and highly valuable martial souls for research. Though the Silvis Kingdom stood as the weakest among the kingdoms of the Tiando Empire, it nonetheless boasted over 10 Advanced Soul Master Academies. Among the 70 or so young soul masters, it was certain that at least one would possess a martial soul capable of leaving Yili in awe. At this juncture, Yili had recently found his research experiments stagnant, requiring a plethora of materials to validate a hypothesis. Therefore, he found himself uncharacteristically seated in the courtyard, eschewing experiments and the training of little Ling Shi, instead brewing a pot of tea and quietly awaiting something. Moments later, as the tea steeped, a clear voice echoed from outside, announcing the arrival of Elder Ning Fengyuan of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Come to pay his respects to Lord Han Qi. Chapter 69. I'm a healer outside the courtyard. 3 days had elapsed since the battle, and the aftermath of the destruction had long since been cleared. To the casual observer, nothing seemed amiss. However, those standing outside, such as Ning Fengyuan and his companions, could still sense the lingering chill in the air, prompting somber expressions to appear upon their faces. As members of the esteemed Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, they were well aware of Han Qi's identity, and they also understood the gravity of his condition, burdened by a lethal poison and facing a limited lifespan. Several years prior, the formidable Cold Qi, a title de law with an impressive soul power level of 88, sought assistance from the esteemed sect leader Ning Fengji, hoping to find a remedy for the poison afflicting him. In exchange, Cold Qi pledged his unwavering loyalty to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for the remainder of his life. Regrettably, despite Ning Fengji being the foremost support-type soul master on the continent and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School standing as the premier institution of its kind, they were utterly powerless against the toxin plaguing Cold Qi. In truth, there was a potential solution. If sect leader Ning Fengji could transcend the limitations of his martial soul and evolve into a support-type title Douluo, he might have been able to alleviate cold Qi's affliction. Alas, only Rong Rong had managed to surpass the constraints of her martial soul within the sect, evolving her martial spirit into the 9-treasure glazed pagoda, allowing her to become a title Douluo without limitations. However, the mere thought of Rong Rong's current state ignited a surge of fury within Ning Fengji, as he lamented that if it were not for the cursed Silvis royal family, their beloved Rong Rong would not be languishing in bed, teetering between life and death. A towering figure, standing behind Ning Fengji, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, urging him to reclaim his composure. They were here to pay a visit to Lord Cold Qi and could not afford to let their emotions provoke him. After a moment of reflection, Ning Fengji managed to regain his poise, awaiting the summons of Lord Cold Qi before long. The graceful Lianqi, adorned in a fitting white dress, approached with delicate steps to invite Ning Fengji and his companions inside. Once inside, Yili and Cold Qi were already awaiting their arrival in the courtyard. After exchanging pleasantries and commending Cold Qi on his remarkable strength, they respectfully inquired about his intentions during the visit, offering the full support of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. This inquiry was particularly crucial, as the school's plans within the Silvis Kingdom were at a pivotal juncture. If they inadvertently angered Cold Qi without understanding his future plans, their endeavors could easily be thwarted. Thus, out of both decorum and self-interest, Ning Fengji, having stabilized the situation in the Silvis Kingdom, hurriedly brought his 2 friends to visit Lord Cold Qi upon hearing Ning Fengji's respectful inquiry. Cold Qi, through the reflection in the tea, noted Yili's innocent demeanor, appearing as merely a youth with rudimentary medical skills, oblivious to anything beyond that. After a moment of silence, he coldly explained, "I have come to detoxify." Ning Fengji was astonished by Cold Qi's declaration, fully aware of the formidable nature of the poison afflicting him. In fact, when Cold Qi sought medical assistance, sect leader Ning Fengji had specifically consulted Sword Douluo to inquire with Douluo, only to be informed that the toxin was beyond even his capabilities to absorb. Thus, upon hearing Cold Qi's intent to detoxify, Ning Fengji could not conceal his astonishment. After congratulating Cold Qi on the impending resolution of his long-standing affliction, he eagerly inquired about the identity of the healing soul master capable of treating him. After all, if this healer could cure Cold Qi's poison, it was highly likely they could also save their future asset, Rong Rong. Cold Qi, unfazed by Ning Fengji's urgency, remained silent for a moment before stating, "The healer is the young man standing behind me. Brother Yili." Yili, who had been quietly standing behind Cold Qi like a serene young man, responded to Ning Fengji's astonished gaze with an angelic smile. Ning Fengji was taken aback by the revelation of Yili's identity, as one of his primary purposes in visiting was to invite Yili to join the 7-treasure glazed tile school. During the organization of the New Moon Auction House's assets, his subordinates had presented him with a remarkable item capable of altering the course of warfare, the marching pill. In the realm of warfare, it has always been understood that logistics precede combat. The marching pill, which could sustain hunger for 48 hours and was easily transportable, represented a significant advantage in an era dominated by cold weapon warfare. Consequently, after meeting with Cold Qi, Ning Fengji's next objective was to extend an invitation to Yili to join the 7-treasure glazed tile school, offering him an exceptional status as an inner disciple. Typically, aspiring soul masters must undergo rigorous trials to join the school, and only direct descendants with the 7-treasure glazed tower martial soul are granted inner disciple status. However, the immense value of the marching pill made it likely that if he presented it to the Empire, Emperor Shui, you would be willing to offer a substantial noble title in exchange for Yili's allegiance. In the meritocratic society of Douluo continent, this would be the utmost honor afforded to a theoretical soul master. Nevertheless, Ning Fengji could hardly fathom that Yili could also detoxify Cold Qi. Although he had heard whispers of Yili's reputation as a minor poison master, the disparity between a soul emperor and a title Douluo was insurmountable, especially considering that the poison afflicting Cold Qi had stymied even title Douluos. Yet, Ning Fengji chose to believe in Cold Qi's sincerity and the potential of Yili's abilities, despite his disbelief. Thus, after reigning in his astonishment, Ning Fengji first complimented Yi Li on his remarkable medical prowess and youthful genius before tentatively probing Cold Qi regarding the possibility of seeking Yi Li's assistance. With a deft change of subject, he solemnly asked Yi Li, "Brother Yi Li, I must confess that my niece was recently attacked by nefarious individuals, sustaining severe injuries and falling into a coma. As her uncles, we have exhausted numerous methods to awaken her from this state. Therefore, I humbly request your assistance in saving my beloved niece." In response, Yi Li smiled and replied, "As a healer, it is my duty to treat the sick and save lives. Please, Elder Ning, elaborate on your niece's condition so that I may prepare accordingly." Chapter 70. A transaction of gold for life in the Douluo continent. The notion of treating the sick and saving lives being a healer's calling is virtually unheard of. Hence, upon hearing Yi Li's words, Ning Fengji felt a deep respect, perceiving Yi Li as a sage. Of course, this was merely a facade, as he was primarily concerned with the future of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and such emotions were appropriate for the moment. After carefully considering his words, Ning Fengji recounted the details of the night when Rong Rong was assaulted, deliberately focusing solely on her plight while glossing over the fates of others. As Yi Li listened, he marveled at the narrative. Although Ning Fengji had been vague about others, the details still painted a vivid picture of the events. To Yi Li's astonishment, he learned that the Silvis royal family possessed considerable strength, having severely injured Tang San and his companions. Moreover, it appeared that aside from Tang San, who could continue participating in the elite competition of the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies, the remaining 6 members of the Shrek 7 monsters would likely be unable to compete. If this were the case, Shrek Academy could very well face a disastrous defeat in the second match and subsequently be eliminated from the competition, forever severing their chances of claiming the championship. Moreover, Prince OSF and his entourage should be nearing the Spirit Hall by now. However, it remains uncertain what events shall unfold once the news of Tang San possessing the celestial herb is made public. Yi Li pondered the future developments of the Douluo continent's narrative, maintaining a facade of calmness, much like an individual contemplating a treatment plan. After a few moments, under the expectant gaze of Ning Fengyuan, Yi Li gently shook his head and remarked, "Elder Ning, judging by your description, it seems your niece is afflicted with a mental ailment, a domain in which I regret to admit my limitations." Ning Fengyuan's countenance fell in disappointment upon hearing Yi Li's response. They had already explored numerous remedies for his beloved Rongrong's condition. As possessors of the continent's premier support-type martial soul, they had swiftly addressed her physical ailments upon her return. Yet, mental afflictions have historically posed a formidable challenge, even for the seven-treasure glazed tile school, which lacked effective solutions. After all, at this juncture, even skills of mental control are exceedingly rare soul abilities. Thus, despite his disappointment, Ning Fengyuan composed himself and expressed gratitude to Yi Li, extending an invitation for him to visit the seven-treasure glazed tile school after he tended to Lord Han Shi, assuring that he would personally host him. Yi Li graciously declined the invitation. A month prior, he would have found the prospect of the seven-treasure glazed tile school enticing. However, at present he found himself well established, possessing both wealth and companionship, rendering the school's allure diminished aside from its extensive library and unique martial souls. Regarding the library, Yi Li had other aspirations. And as for the unique martial souls, the current elite competition among advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent seemed far more appealing. Consequently, Yi Li ultimately declined the offer, prompting another wave of disappointment to wash over Ning Fengyuan. After exchanging further pleasantries, Ning Fengyuan revealed the final objective of his visit, to negotiate the ransom for the Soul Masters captured by Lord Hanshi 3 nights prior. While there were some independent Soul Masters among those taken, most belonged to families of considerable standing. Once the seven-treasure glazed tile school stabilized the situation, the families of the lost Soul Masters quickly sought their assistance, pleading for the school to facilitate their ransom, offering monetary compensation in return. Particularly, those families that lost the Soul Emperor were distraught in their appeals. As for why they sought aid from the seven-treasure glazed tile school rather than approaching Yi Li directly, the answer was evident. The aura exuded by Lord Hanshi that night was overwhelmingly potent, and Yi Li's reputation was scarcely favorable among them, compounded by the risk of personal loss. They feared that approaching him might result in their demise. Conversely, Seeking help from the seven-treasure glazed tile school not only allowed them to align with a powerful ally, but also provided a safer avenue for recovering their family members. Thus, they stood to gain both the return of their kin and their own lives, preserving both dignity and pride. Ning Fengyuan was acutely aware of the motivations behind the families that sought refuge with them. But for the sake of stability and showcasing the strength of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, it was imperative to entertain this endeavor. Consequently, he mentioned that the school was willing to offer a substantial sum to secure the release of the captives. After all, the seven-treasure glazed tile school was not lacking in financial resources. Therefore, when Yili presented the list of captives along with their respective ransoms, Ning Fengyuan, without flinching, readily agreed to the terms. As long as Yili was amenable to the families redeeming their soul masters, the price was inconsequential. Moreover, his primary concern was the retrieval of the four soul emperors. Everything else was secondary. Following the negotiation, the two parties agreed to reconvene in 3 days for the exchange, money for captives. Once Ning Fengyuan and his company departed, Yili turned toward his laboratory. Aware that time was of the essence and diligent efforts were required with only 3 days remaining. 10 minutes later, as Ning Fengyuan's group boarded their carriage, a considerable distance from Yi Li's laboratory, Ning Fengyuan suddenly turned to the towering figure beside him and inquired, "Titan, what are your impressions of the young man named Yi Li?" Due to his considerable height, Titan had to remain seated outside the carriage. After a moment of contemplation, he replied in a deep voice, "He is both disingenuous and genuine." "Oh, in what ways is he disingenuous, and in what ways genuine?" Ning Fengyuan pressed. His refusal to join the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the matter of Rongrong's illness, and the negotiation for the soul masters are genuine. Everything else is a facade. Ning Fengyuan chuckled softly upon hearing Titan's assessment, recognizing its validity. "Indeed, those 3 matters are my primary concern. As long as they hold true, the rest is of little consequence." Ning Fengyuan did not mind Titan's somber demeanor. His inquiry into Titan's perspective on Yi Li was merely a habit of his own. He relished gathering diverse opinions about an individual to fill in any gaps in his understanding. After a brief chuckle, he instructed the driver to head toward the New Moon Grand Auction House, where he had arranged to meet with several prominent nobles of New Moon City to discuss matters pertaining to the elite competition among advanced soul master academies. The primary topics at hand were the judges and some healing soul masters, as the Silvis royal family had absconded, taking with them a portion of the judges and healing practitioners, resulting in a shortage of personnel. He needed to solicit assistance from the nobles and also report on the treatment of Lord Han Chi, along with his evaluation of Yi Li, to his sect. In summary, until the elite competition commenced, he would remain exceedingly busy. Chapter 71. The excited Lianxi in the blink of an eye. 3 days had swiftly passed. On this day, the soul masters who had been confined in Yi Li's laboratory for 6 days and nights finally received the joyous news they had longed for. They were free to leave. Over the course of these 6 days, their initial disdain for Yi Li had transformed into a profound aversion to his laboratory, which they deemed unfit for human habitation. This shift in perception occurred within a single day, for the experiments conducted there were utterly contrary to their values. To them, being captured as prisoners typically involved either paying for their lives, trading their bodies for freedom, relinquishing their liberty for survival, or facing immediate execution. Yet, who could have anticipated that the youthful figure with a charming smile could be so ruthless? Each day, they witnessed their comrades being taken away to endure various experiments under Yi Li's calm gaze, driving them to the brink of madness. Day and night, they yearned for liberation, longing to bask in the sunlight outside. Thus, when Yi Li declared that they could return home that day, their elation knew no bounds, and tears of joy filled their eyes. Even those who had previously harbored ill feelings toward one another found themselves leaning together in excitement, their expressions reflecting a newfound camaraderie forged in their shared ordeal. However, when Yi Li cast a tranquil gaze in their direction, their exuberance was doused like a bucket of cold water, rendering them as compliant as a duck with its neck grasped. For the exchange of captives, the terms had already been agreed upon regarding price and numbers. Consequently, Yi Li assigned Lianxi the task of handling the monetary transaction, with Han Chi standing guard nearby. The transaction site was conveniently situated within a short distance from the laboratory, ensuring that any unexpected developments could be swiftly addressed. Yeli presented the trading list to Lianxi, instructing her to execute the transactions according to the names inscribed upon it, before he turned and strode towards another experimental station. After several days of extensive experimentation, significant progress had been made in the study of the toxin derived from the coal dragon. Indeed, the essence of experimentation lies in the availability of funds. With sufficient resources, one can fabricate results even in the absence of genuine findings. After stretching his stiffened limbs from the prolonged hours of research, Yeli began to manipulate the experimental apparatus, preparing for the final trial with the probe before him. 3 hours later, having changed his attire, Yeli held in his hand a snow-white orb the size of a ping-pong ball. This orb represented the pinnacle of his 6 days of experimentation, a Dragon Ball. This Dragon Ball, however, bore no resemblance to the legendary orbs of a past life. Yet, its significance to the cold dragon was akin to that of its mythical counterparts. Through countless iterations of experimentation, Yeli had crafted an orb capable of absorbing the toxin from the cold dragon, coalescing it into a venomous pill. Furthermore, he had infused it with the results of his black crystal experiments, endowing it with remarkable affinity for soul power. Should it be nurtured with soul energy for an extended period, it could potentially evolve into something akin to the inner elixir of ancient beasts. Naturally, the creation of such a powerful Dragon Ball came at a steep price. The raw materials alone for its manufacture amounted to an astonishing 100,000 gold soul coins, not accounting for the expenses incurred in the preceding enhancements. Thus, it could be said that Yeli's finances have been entirely depleted in the pursuit of this creation. Once clad in fresh garments, Yeli carefully stored the Dragon Ball in a jade box and made his way to the courtyard. The hour was nearing noon, and after 3 hours of intensive experimentation, he felt a ravenous hunger for his teacher's culinary delights. In the courtyard, only Lianxi and the cold dragon remained, and curiously, Lianxi, typically of a gentle disposition, now exhibited signs of excitement. Yeli's gaze shifted to the cold dragon, pondering what had transpired. The cold dragon, embodying the demeanor of a stoic youth, leaned against the wall and spoke in a measured tone. This morning, during the transaction, a soul master caused a disturbance. Disturbance? Yeli's curiosity was piqued. It was rather audacious for a soul master to disrupt proceedings in the presence of the cold dragon, suggesting either a deliberate provocation or a lack of intelligence. Generally, soul masters were not of inferior intellect. Those who were had long since perished. Thus, it raised the question of whether this was a calculated disruption, particularly targeting the 7-treasure glazed tile school. In affirmation of Yeli's conjecture, the cold dragon nodded and proceeded to recount the events of the morning. At the onset of the transaction, with the cold dragon exerting his influence, and the towering figure from the 7-treasure glazed tile school maintaining order, everything proceeded smoothly. The excitement of the liberated soul masters brought tears of joy, and some even fainted from overwhelming emotion. However, as the transaction progressed and the participants relaxed, a pink-haired soul master suddenly activated his soul rings, unleashing a cloud of pink mist upon the assembly. Lianxi, being in close proximity, was immediately affected, but the soul master was quickly subdued by the anger of the cold dragon and the towering figure. The pink mist was dispersed under their combined efforts, yet, due to their distance and the fact that the Soul Master-S technique was aimed at those seeking redemption, a few Soul Masters remained impacted, including Yeli's aunt who, having stood beside Lianxi, inhaled some of the pink mist. 2 hours prior, Yeli's teacher, the Magic Wolf, had anxiously escorted her back to her quarters, and she had yet to emerge. The effects of excitement? Yeli surmised, considering that the Soul Master-S martial spirit was that of the Pink Lady. Coupled with the signature pink mist, he deduced the probable effects of the soul technique. Moreover, the excitement induced likely lacked the lethal potency of the original Pink Lady's ability to send soul masters a below 50th rank into euphoric delirium. The focus seemed directed elsewhere. Otherwise, his teacher would have hurried to find Yeli for treatment rather than remaining sequestered within her chamber. Casting a glance towards the door of his teacher's room, Yeli anticipated that once she emerged, he would request additional medicine to restore his vitality. He then turned his attention back to Lianxi, who now appeared markedly different from her usual delicate self. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement, her rabbit ears twitching animatedly, and her body restless, darting about with curiosity. She bore no resemblance to the gentle and endearing creature he was accustomed to. Rather, she resembled an exuberant kitten. What intrigued Yeli was why Lianxi, a soul master of mere ninth rank, exhibited only mild excitement after inhaling the pink mist, seemingly unaffected otherwise. Seizing Lianxi, who was wandering about the courtyard, he curiously examined her pupils, throat, and heartbeat, attempting to discern how they differed from her usual state. Struggling against Yeli's grasp, Lianxi found herself rather uncomfortable. Her body felt warm and restless, yearning to move. However, as a ninth-rank soul master, despite her enhanced physical capabilities due to her mutated martial spirit, she was unable to escape Yeli's hold. After a brief struggle, she ceased her attempts, though her body continued to squirm restlessly. Yeli was captivated by this behavior, as it represented the influence of the pink mist on Lianxi's physique. By meticulously cataloging the differences in her condition, he hoped to uncover the reason for her apparent immunity. With a newfound research objective in mind, and recognizing the time-sensitive nature of this inquiry, Yeli neglected his meal, resolutely grasping Lianxi's hand as he led her towards the laboratory. Yet, he recalled the Dragon Ball he needed to hand over to the cold dragon. Pausing, Yeli presented the jade box to the cold dragon, outlining the method of consumption and precautions before excitedly pulling Lianxi, who still wished to wander, towards the laboratory. Moments later, the courtyard was left desolate, with only the cold dragon remaining. The cold dragon hesitated as he regarded the box in his hand. Although the jade box was modest in size, the snow-white orb within, akin to a ping-pong ball, was the source of his uncertainty. How could he possibly ingest an orb of such size? His throat would not accommodate it. Nevertheless, recalling Yeli's past achievements, he acknowledged the efficacy of the Dragon Balls produced. Initially, upon releasing his dormant soul power, he could only sustain it for about 10 minutes before the toxins within his body overwhelmed him. However, after absorbing toxins with several previous Dragon Balls, he now found he could endure for several hours. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, the cold dragon's eyes gleamed with determination as he opened the jade box and retrieved the Dragon Ball. It felt remarkably soft. Han Chi held the Dragon Ball in his hands, savoring the gentle sensation it imparted. He lightly squeezed it, and the area where he gripped it easily yielded, causing the rest of the sphere to bulge outward, reminiscent of a gelatinous orb. Realizing this, Han Chi's heart felt a distinct sense of relief. He opened his mouth wide and inserted the Dragon Ball within. After a moment of throat contraction, he swallowed it whole. This Dragon Ball, crafted by Yi Li, was unlike its predecessors. It lacked the ability to autonomously absorb toxins from Han Chi's body as its forerunners had done. Instead, Han Chi was required to actively channel his soul power to transfer the toxins into the Dragon Ball. Moreover, for each toxin stored, a portion of his soul power had to be reserved to suppress it. In essence, the current Dragon Ball served merely as a vessel for toxin storage. While it exuded a certain aura within Han Chi's body that facilitated the suppression of toxins, its efficacy seemed inferior to that of its predecessors. However, as Han Chi gradually harnessed his soul power to transfer the toxins into the Dragon Ball, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. He extended a finger, and a pure white soul power, tinged with a hint of emerald green, danced whimsically under his control. Although in the past, when toxins prevailed, Han Chi could achieve a similar effect by relinquishing his suppression. It was a slow form of self-destruction. Now, he discovered that his soul power, after undergoing the purifying influence of the Dragon Ball, bore a semblance of toxic properties. Remarkably, it felt as though it had been cultivated by him, posing no harm to his body. Yet, the joy in Han Chi's eyes swiftly vanished. The toxins had tormented his body for over a decade, nearly extinguishing his hope for vengeance. He harbored no fondness for them, and, out of pride as a scion of the Han family, he scorned the notion of cultivating toxic soul power. Thus, with a frigid gaze, he spun his soul power and eradicated the vestige of emerald green toxins. In the laboratory, Yi Li remained oblivious to Han Chi's prideful decision to eliminate the toxin. Even if he were aware, it mattered little. It did not conflict with his initial goal. As long as Han Chi could ascend to the rank of title Douluo, Yi Li would reap substantial rewards. Currently, Yi Li's interest lay with Ling Shi. After equipping Ling Shi with a soul beast version of the detection instrument, he began conducting various tests and recording data. First, he documented Ling Shi's height, weight, and waste measurements under these conditions. In the Douluo continent, the evolution of one's martial soul would reflect upon the physical form of the soul master. Although not as dramatic as a mutated martial soul, physical data would still exhibit certain alterations. After a series of measurements, Yili examined the data and murmured, "Height and weight have increased slightly. Bone density remains unchanged, yet the smoothness of the skin has improved. Is this enhancement indicative of a focus on agility and attack?" Among soul masters with the soft-bone rabbit martial soul, those destined for the greatest strength typically pursued an agile combat style. Coupled with Ling Shi's previous enhancements in physical attributes during soul power increases, Yili initially presumed that Ling Shi's martial soul mutation would lean towards agility. However, it became apparent that evaluating a soul master solely based on their martial soul was insufficient to determine their future path. The degree of physical enhancement did not consistently follow a uniform pattern across different body parts. After summarizing the extent of Ling Shi's physical enhancement beneath the recorded data, Yili commenced a more crucial experiment. What was the reason behind the pink mist emitted by the pink lady enhancing Ling Shi's physical attributes? Yili understood that the mental stimulation was a natural effect of the pink mist secreted by the pink lady. Even though this particular pink mist was produced by a soul skill of a soul master with a pink lady martial soul, the response of Aunt Shi, who inhaled the mist alongside Ling Shi, was markedly different. Both were females, both were 9th-level soul masters, and the only significant difference was age. Their martial souls did not establish a predatory relationship, as the pink lady was not a particularly formidable martial soul, devoid of any aura of dominance. Could it be due to virginity? After noting the potential reasons for the starkly different reactions, Yili instructed Ling Shi to channel her soul power and observe the differences compared to before. Ling Shi obediently nodded and began to circulate her internal soul power. A red radiance emanated from her, dispersing a gentle aura around her. As Ling Shi activated her soul power, Yili began to record the data through the instruments attached to her. The intensity of her soul power had increased slightly, and the speed at which she gathered her soul power had accelerated. Notably, as she activated her internal soul power, the characteristics of her soft-bone rabbit martial soul became more pronounced. The most prominent features were her ears becoming softer and her irises taking on a slight reddish hue. This indicated that the pink mist was, for Ling Shi, a catalyst for the further fusion of her martial soul and physical form. No, it was not merely evolution, but rather a deepening integration of the martial soul with the soul master's essence, or a positive feedback from the martial soul to the master. The martial soul derived some benefit and, through certain means, enhanced the physical form accordingly. It could also be said that as the martial soul and physical body began to merge, the soul master's physique absorbed energy to grow, adapting to the strength of the martial soul. This could partially explain why certain strength-based soul masters possessed astonishing physical power. Yet, this theory had its flaws. For instance, the case of Douluo, whose toxic martial soul backfired on him, demonstrated that the reinforcement of the body by the martial soul was not always beneficial and could become detrimental if excessive. The enhancement of the body by the martial soul must adhere to certain principles. If these principles could be identified, Yili might uncover the reason behind his fire martial soul's ability to sense the power of faith. Regrettably, he soon shook his head. After days of research, Yili discerned that the study of martial souls could be approached from two angles: bloodline and soul. Presently, he could only explore the bloodline aspect. He was still at a loss regarding the soul. This would have to wait until his spiritual power reached a sufficient level, or until he acquired a soul skill capable of observing souls. The former he had some plans for, while the latter seemed nearly impossible. The fire martial soul was purely fire attribute. Regardless of the type of soul beast hunted, the absorbed soul ring skills would invariably transform into fire-related abilities. Thus, Yili only had plans for the first approach, while he had largely given up on matters concerning soul skills. After documenting all of this in his experimental notes, Yili instructed Ling Shi to continue with the experiments. Thanks to the guidance over the past few days, Ling Shi had become capable of assisting Yili in various experiments. Indeed, she was able to conduct some experiments on herself, in areas beyond the reach of the instruments. Ling Shi could utilize her own bodily control to gather relevant data. It can be said that the experiment conducted alongside Lingxi was the most pleasurable endeavor for Yeli in these recent days of experimentation. In the blink of an hour had passed in the timeless realm of experimentation. Yeli began the final phase of this experiment, utilizing the black crystal to test Lingxi's blood. After gathering all pertinent data from Lingxi, Yeli eliminated a significant portion of possibilities that could account for the stark contrast in behavior between Lingxi and Aunt Shi. Ultimately, the likelihood of the black crystal emerged as the most probable cause. Currently, within the Douluo continent, only I, my teacher, and Lingxi have ingested the black crystal. Thus, the possibility concerning the black crystal stands paramount. Having determined a direction, Yeli drew a sample of Lingxi's blood and placed it meticulously on the experimental table. Subsequently, he retrieved the blue poison toad king's jewel from the soul guide and carefully introduced a piece of black crystal into Lingxi's blood. The moment the black crystal was exposed to the air, it began to evaporate rapidly. Consequently, as soon as Yeli placed it into Lingxi's blood, it swiftly dissipated, merging with the fluid. A few moments later, the black crystal had completely vanished, yet Lingxi's blood exhibited no discernible changes. After documenting this observation in the experimental log, Yeli turned his gaze toward the laboratory door. If the pure black crystal did not induce any alterations in Lingxi's blood, what would occur upon the introduction of the pink mist? After sealing Lingxi's blood sample, Yeli instructed her to return and have a meal while he ventured outside the laboratory. In the courtyard, an hour had elapsed, rendering it desolate and devoid of any presence. However, upon the table lay a large block of ice, intricately carved into the shape of a lotus flower, which covered the entire surface. Wisps of cold smoke danced above, adorned with layers of tender meat from soul beasts. Upon closer inspection, Yeli recognized it as the meat of the white-hoofed flower deer, a delicacy known for its exquisite tenderness. Just this table of white-hoofed flower deer meat would cost over 100 gold soul coins, an expense beyond the reach of ordinary households. This feast must have been intentionally left by Han Shi, as his teacher preferred to create high-end appearances using ordinary materials, and he would not have been able to produce such a substantial block of ice. Hence, the absence of his teacher suggested that Han Shi had deliberately prepared this lavish meal. With his stomach growling in hunger, yet feeling shy about eating in front of Yeli, Lingxi quickly devoured the spread before Yeli made his way to Han Shi's room. If no one was present in the courtyard, then Han Shi must be inside. As for dining, the experiment was not yet complete, so what was there to eat? Yeli sought Han Shi for the soul skill that released pink mist, needing Han Shi's presence to deter the soul master from harboring any false hopes of escape. Thus, after a short while, Yeli, Han Shi, and the soul master, who had been frozen in a critical position by Han Shi and was unable to flee, convened in a cluttered room. The soul master, appearing to be a middle-aged man in his 40s with slightly reddened skin, likely influenced by his martial soul, possessed deep-set eyes. His calm demeanor upon release and the hidden injuries within suggested he had a captivating story of his own. Yeli produced a bottle-shaped container, requesting that he release the pink mist to fill it. The bottle was small, and the soul master adeptly filled it, even inquiring if Yeli desired more. Yeli cast a glance at the unusually calm soul master, shaking his head in refusal to the offer. The quantity of pink mist collected sufficed for the experiment. After resealing the soul master, Yeli, brimming with excitement, dashed back to the laboratory, determined to yield results from this endeavor. Chapter 74. Martial Soul Testing. Inside the laboratory, after donning a mask, ensuring proper ventilation, and equipping himself with all necessary protective gear, Yeli commenced the experiment. On the experimental table rested a bottle brimming with pink mist, several purple crystal vessels containing droplets of blood, and the blue poison toad king's jewel clutched in Yeli's hand. The interplay of pink and blue hues created a dazzling spectacle. As he channeled his soul power, Yeli cautiously extracted a wisp of pink mist from the bottle, merging it with Lingxi's blood, designating it as Sample 1. Sample 2 involved the combination of pink mist and black crystal, while Sample 3 featured a doubled amount of pink mist without black crystal. Sample 4 maintained an equal amount of pink mist as Sample 3, but with double the black crystal. Sample 5 followed suit. After establishing several control groups, Yeli eagerly held his experimental log, gazing at the setup before him. If the amalgamation of black crystal and pink mist indeed possessed the potential to promote the evolution of martial souls, countless possibilities would unfold. At the very least, with this knowledge, Yeli could confidently treat Han Chi's poison. Poison is deemed toxic because it inflicts harm upon living organisms. In other words, as long as it does not cause harm, it cannot be classified as poison. For instance, arsenic is lethal to ordinary individuals. A single bowl could spell doom for anyone. Yet, for an immortal, this substance would pose no threat, as even the ingestion of a ton of arsenic would leave them unscathed. Thus, if the fusion of black crystal and pink mist truly facilitated the evolution of martial souls, a multitude of avenues would become accessible. With an air of anticipation, Yeli meticulously documented the phenomena and data from this experiment. Sample 1. Observation time 30 minutes, no phenomenon. 1 hour, none. 1 hour and a half, none. Sample 2. Observation time 30 minutes, no phenomenon. 1 hour, none. 1 hour and a half, slight soul power fluctuation detected. 2 hours, none. Sample 3. Observation time 30 minutes. No phenomenon. 1 hour, none. 1 hour and a half, none. Sample 4. Observation time 30 minutes, no phenomenon. 1 hour, none. 1 hour and a half. Slight soul power fluctuation detected. Aura of the soft-boned rabbit appeared. 2 hours, none. Sample 5. Observation time 30 minutes, no phenomenon. 1 hour, soul power fluctuation detected. Aura of the soft-boned rabbit appeared, with a fleeting illusion of the soft-boned rabbit materializing. 2 hours, none. Sample 6. Observation time 30 minutes, soul power fluctuation detected. Aura of the soft-boned rabbit persisted for over 10 seconds, and the illusion of the soft-boned rabbit was notably solid. 1 hour, none. 3 hours later, Yeli closed the experimental log with a contemplative expression. The experiment had concluded, yielding results that could be deemed both successful and unsuccessful. The combination of pink mist and black crystal indeed elicited a reaction in the blood of soul masters, yet it was not the evolution Yeli had envisioned. Rather, it resembled a stimulation of the martial soul's power within the blood. In subsequent trials, Yeli had even employed his own blood, discovering that when the pink mist and black crystal reached a certain threshold, a manifestation of the fiery martial soul emerged directly from the purple crystal vessel. Conversely, Lingxi's blood produced a brief illusion of the soft-boned rabbit, which appeared remarkably tangible. This led Yeli to sense that, should the energy be sufficient, it could potentially incite an attack. Of course, Yeli would never pursue such an endeavor. He simply lacked the financial means. The cost of a black crystal is approximately 3,000 gold soul coins, while the pink mist can only be produced by that particular soul master. Yeli remains uncertain whether the pink mist released by the pink lady soul beast possesses such effects to enable the martial spirit's phantom to exhibit offensive capabilities. A minimum of 10 black crystals is required, equating to a base cost of at least 30,000 gold soul coins. Moreover, Yeli has tested this and found that it only delivers a single strike, with the method of attack being the soul technique possessed by the soul master. In the absence of a soul technique, the martial spirit would attack directly. Thus, unless the martial spirit is exceptionally rare, or the soul master possesses an extraordinarily unique soul technique, Yeli harbors no such notions. However, while the primary effect of the combination of pink mist and black crystal is significant, Yeli would refrain from utilizing it unless absolutely necessary. That said, this experiment has not been without merit. Firstly, the combination of pink mist and black crystal undoubtedly enhances the strength of the soul master. Future experiments will determine whether it inflicts irreversible harm on the body or future of the soul master, thereby providing an additional means of strengthening. Furthermore, upon examining Lianxi's physical data, the enhancement effects are quite evident. Then there is the experimental byproduct that pleases Yeli greatly. This experiment has resolved the storage issue of the black crystal. When the pink mist and black crystal merge, they react vigorously, intertwining in shades of pink and black, reminiscent of the yin-yang symbol. Ultimately, it transforms into a vial filled with black mist, with pink streaks swirling within, akin to a pink fish gliding through a black river. The vial in Yeli's hand is a product of this intense reaction between a strand of pink mist and a black crystal. Previously, Yeli had sought alternative methods to address the containment issue of black crystals. For instance, he experimented with the firestone shell pearl, which enhanced the fire attribute energy within the pearl, but still resulted in the swift dissipation of the black crystal. Various other inner elixirs were also tried, but unless they were inner elixirs cultivated within soul beasts over 10,000 years old, the black crystal would stubbornly dissipate rapidly. Therefore, if it is confirmed that the fusion of pink mist and black crystal does not cause irreparable damage to the soul master's body, the container issue for black crystals would be largely resolved. However, Yili is currently contemplating whether this vial of black crystal reagent possesses any other applications. During the experiment, the martial spirit phantoms it evoked were those that Yi Li and Lian she had already awakened. This led Yi Li to hypothesize that the activation target of the black crystal reagent must be the martial spirits awakened in the soul master's bloodline, or those on the verge of awakening. Could it be used for martial spirit appraisal? To ascertain the identity of the martial spirit awakened at the age of 6? Yet, the cost of a vial of black crystal reagent is at least 3,000 gold soul coins, a price beyond the means of ordinary nobles. Thus, after fleetingly considering this notion, Yili dismissed it as impractical. Moreover, his stomach is growling for food, lacking sufficient nourishment to fuel his thoughts. Therefore, it is best to prioritize a meal. Time flows swiftly, and before one realizes, the opening ceremony of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament has arrived. Just days prior, Yili, leveraging the residual influence of the cold qi and his exceptional medical skills, secured a position as a physician for the tournament. The primary reason for this is that Ning Fengyuan and others were in dire need of healing soul masters to serve in the healing capacity for the tournament. The soul master's cultivation must be at least that of a soul sovereign. Otherwise, their utility would be limited. However, healing soul masters are inherently scarce, and high-level healing soul masters are even more so. Upon the arrival of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, many of the aristocrats provided merely symbolic support in terms of healing soul masters, while others excused themselves due to their low soul power. The Feng family was an exception. The healing soul masters from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School are few and far between, and the distance is considerable. Consequently, a few gaps remained just before the tournament commenced. Thus, when Yili expressed his desire to serve as a physician for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament and showcased his remarkable medical skills, Ning Fengyuan promptly agreed to hire Yi Li at a lavish rate of 3,000 gold soul coins per day to serve as the physician for the Sylvis Kingdom's division of the tournament. They may lack in other resources, but they possess ample wealth. Moreover, Ning Fengyuan and his colleagues discovered that after Yi Li's treatment, the healing speed of injuries administered by other healing soul masters increased by at least 50%. Consequently, the healing gaps for the tournament were entirely filled. Thus, Yili became the sole physician in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament without possessing a healing martial spirit. In the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena, during the opening ceremony, the arena follows the commonly seen oval gladiatorial format, akin to the Roman Colosseum of the past. Yili stands in the designated area for healing soul masters in the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena, surveying his surroundings. Each time the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament commences, it becomes a nationwide celebration. Therefore, even though the territory of the Sylvis Kingdom is small and its population limited, the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena is filled to capacity today, with an exceptionally fervent atmosphere. The excitement reached a crescendo with the appearances of Ning Fengyuan from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Feng Haoquang, the head of the Feng family who is about to become the new royal family of Sylvis, and the red-clad Bishop Xianyuan, the representative of the Spirit Hall in the Sylvis Kingdom. One is a sect that is most amicable towards common soul masters among the top 3 sects, while the other is the premier force in the Douluo continent that offers the best treatment to common soul masters. Thus, it is no surprise that their joint appearance ignited cheers and exuberance from the audience. Upon comparing the fervor of the two factions supporting the audience, Yili shook his head. He truly could not fathom how the Spirit Hall, which boasts the largest soul master community in the Douluo continent, could falter so easily. In the original narrative, the number of soul masters affiliated with the Spirit Hall surpassed half of the total soul masters in the continent. With such a vast number of soul masters, the inability to secure victory in that war suggests that Bibi Dong genuinely sought to obliterate the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, after proposing the establishment of an empire to unify the continent, she could have dedicated herself to refining her proposal and conducting a campaign to unify the soul masters of the continent on a spiritual level. In such a scenario, Even if Tang San later mechanized the descent of the gods and swept away the spirit hall, those who admired the spirit hall and took pride in her proposal would continue to fight until they overturned the two empires and achieved unification of the continent. At that time, although the old spirit hall would have perished, the radiance of the reborn spirit hall would ultimately illuminate the entire Douluo star. After casually pondering the potential paths of this scenario, Yili ceased his deliberation, for the effort was taxing on his mind, rubbing his temples to ease his mental fatigue. He found that the opening ceremony was nearing its conclusion. The host on the VIP stage declared loudly, "Next, let us welcome Mr. Ning Fengyuan, the ninth elder of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, to deliver a speech for this tournament." As Ning Fengyuan rose, the applause that erupted was even more fervent than when the head of the Feng family announced the commencement of the opening ceremony. Ning Fengyuan gently pressed his hands together, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the audience. His official address flowed from his mouth in a slow and graceful manner, devoid of any lethargy. However, what truly electrified the assembled soul masters was his final declaration. "In the name of the ninth elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I hereby pledge that any participant from the Soul Master Academies present here who advances to the final competition shall be granted exceptional permission to directly join the inner circle of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." If the ordinary civilian soul masters of Douluo continent yearned to join the Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School stood as their second most coveted institution. It was widely known that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was wealthier than nations, offering inner disciples conditions superior to those of certain royal offspring. With formidable titled Douluos, such as the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, safeguarding its ranks. As Ning Fengyuan's promise echoed through the hall, the atmosphere among the soul masters ignited with fervor, with the participating academy students' eyes shimmering with excitement. In stark contrast, the expression of the esteemed Bishop Xian Yuan in the VIP section darkened instantaneously. Although he too could extend a similar promise for those entering the final competition to join the Spirit Hall, as dictated by the Edict of the Pope's Hall, it was not merely this that troubled him. The audacity of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to open its inner circle, previously reserved solely for the direct descendants of the Ning family, raised alarming questions. What were their intentions? Not only had they aggressively entered the Silva's kingdom and installed a puppet ruler, but now they sought to recruit broadly. Was this a prelude to establishing a nation? How could the Snow family, a group of inept individuals, permit such actions by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, disregarding the authority of the imperial family? With a face as dark as thunder, Bishop Xian Yuan completed the drawing process and hoarsely announced the Pope's decree. Predictably, it was met with a round of enthusiastic applause. However, a palpable tension lingered among the soul masters present. The applause was fervent, yet their glances exchanged hinted at an underlying anxiety regarding the future. The rivalry between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall was a harbinger of looming storms. How would these small fish survive amidst the clash of titans? In an instant, the audience, oblivious to the deeper implications, buzzed with excitement, while the soul masters exchanged worried looks, the atmosphere thick with apprehension. Miide, Yili, stationed at the treatment area, savored the official tea prepared for the event, remarking with a gentle smile, "This tea is delightful. I shall procure some to gift to my teacher." Chapter 76. The competition begins. With only one match scheduled for the day, Yili found himself in a state of leisure, one hand cradling a book while the other enjoyed his tea, occasionally pausing to turn the pages. His life was remarkably tranquil. Yili had chosen to serve as a physician for the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent, primarily to obtain the blood of young participants. As he delved deeper into the study of the black crystal reagent, he discovered another fascinating application: fusion. When utilizing 10 black crystal-grade reagents and simultaneously infusing the blood of other soul masters into a volunteer, the original martial soul underwent transformation. A martial soul that was originally a willow leaf cat exhibited significant changes after incorporating blood from the roaring dog and armored pig martial souls. Its once soft, leaf-like fur hardened and thickened, resembling armor, while features of the roaring dog manifested in its mouth. The size increased, with its tail splitting into a pig-like appendage. Sadly, due to this being the inaugural experiment, the volunteer's martial soul ultimately collapsed, had it not been for the teacher's watchful presence. Li might not have been able to rise from bed that day. Regrettably, Li's attempts at various blood and martial soul combinations revealed considerable conflicts, with the most successful lasting merely a day. Thus, he found himself in urgent need of soul master blood, ample quantities of it. Moreover, he required materials. To conduct the fusion experiments with the black crystal reagent and enhance its efficacy, Li had exhausted his entire stock of black crystals. Furthermore, he had already acquired all the remains of the 10,000-year soul beasts available in Crescent Moon City, leaving him in a precarious predicament. Though Li possessed funds, thanks to recent acquisitions from various families, and had the support of the formidable title Douluo Hanshi, he faced the challenge of a lack of materials. Despite the possibility of obtaining more from the vaults of the wealthy aristocrats, the notion of strong-arming them could lead to entanglements he wished to avoid. Given the current political climate of the Sylvis Kingdom, any such dealings could ensnare him further unless he wielded title Douluo's strength, rendering his current tranquil existence unattainable. Hence, Li had implored Hanshi to venture beyond Crescent Moon City to hunt for 10,000-year soul beasts in the nearby forests. With no experimental materials at hand, Li could only occupy himself with reading, drawing blood, and nurturing the growth of his assistant, the young Lin Shi, in his experimental endeavors. After finishing yet another book, Li sipped his tea, savoring its rich and delightful flavor. As the first match of the Sylvis Kingdom competition unfolded before him, he was keenly aware of the dynamics at play. As the weakest kingdom of the Tiando Empire, neither of the two competing teams boasted a single soul sect master. They were solely comprised of soul kings. Their lineup was predictably conventional: 2 attack types, 2 agility types, 1 defender, 1 controller, and 1 support. Their strategy was straightforward: aggressive assaults, agile disruptions, defensive positioning, controlling maneuvers, and enhancing states. While this may have seemed monotonous, the dazzling soul ring's spectacular skills and the visceral thrill of combat captivated the audience. Even the usually demure Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement as the soul masters on the arena unleashed their 1,000-year soul skills. This unexpected enthusiasm from Lin Shi surprised Li. Had his recent experiments begun to yield unforeseen results? Yet, as Lin Shi caught his gaze, her demeanor shifted, retreating with the shyness of a rabbit caught concealing a carrot, confirming to Li that his experiments were indeed on the right track. It appeared that her true nature had merely been suppressed. At 16, she should be blooming like a flower, unrestrained by inhibitions. Thus, Li resolved to encourage his teacher to adopt a gentler approach towards Lin Shi, alleviating any undue pressure on her. As Li allowed his thoughts to wander, time flew by on the arena, and within mere minutes, the first match concluded. The promises made by the 9th elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and Bishop Xin Yuan of the Spear Hall during the opening ceremony ignited a fierce rivalry on the stage, as the 14 soul masters clashed with the intensity of sworn enemies. After the conclusion of the competition, the battlefield was left in disarray, with only a single support type soul master managing to rise, barely sustaining herself to claim victory for her team, while the rest lay gravely injured. The healing soul masters, who had been poised for action beneath the arena, swiftly ascended to the platform, unleashing their soul rings to administer healing. Those young soul masters who had sustained severe injuries, which could not be completely mended by soul techniques alone, were brought before Li. This had been a predetermined division of labor, as the healing soul masters possessed limited soul power and could not exhaust themselves entirely in one go. Consequently, those who had been treated but still required weeks of recovery were sent to Li for further care, ensuring that sufficient soul power remained for the next competition. In the resting area, Li, with a calm demeanor, retrieved her medical toolkit and meticulously examined the young soul masters who had been sent to her. The first, a red-haired youth with an iron armor martial soul, had been ensnared by the opposing control-type soul master while attempting to shield against a fierce attack from a powerful opponent, nearly leading to his elimination. Despite receiving treatment, his appearance was still rather grim. Several bones within him had been fractured, and there were signs of internal damage, exacerbated by significant blood loss that rendered him pale. Fortunately, the treatment had alleviated the issues with his bones and internal organs. Though the newly formed bone was somewhat fragile and unable to withstand stress, while his internal organs could not endure intense combat in the near term. All that was required was to prescribe some stimulants to enhance his body's self-healing abilities, allowing for expedited recovery of his bones and organs. along with some tonics to restore his vitality, which he could take home to consume. Addressing the blood loss was straightforward. The quickest method was a blood transfusion. After inquiring if he had any relatives present, upon learning of his sister's presence, she drew several vials of blood from the red-haired youth, reserving one to test for compatibility for the transfusion. With 8 years of rich experience, Yili was adept at verifying blood compatibility and executing transfusions. Following her treatment, the red-haired youth will be able to regain at least half of his strength by the next day. This was primarily due to the robust physical constitution of soul masters on Douluo continent, which allowed Yili to conduct her treatments in such a manner. Having concluded the treatment for the red-haired youth and collected some blood, Yili's mind instinctively wandered to the applications of the iron armor martial soul. Since it could generate a layer of iron armor on the surface of the body, could one perhaps explore the possibility of integrating iron armor within oneself to bolster bodily defenses? Perhaps in time, this could lead to an entire body composed of iron bones and skin, transforming into a soul master akin to an Iron Man. However, after allowing her thoughts to drift for a moment, she forcibly curtailed them. Her current focus was already stretched thin with experiments. Such musings were unnecessary. Moreover, biotechnology was the future. Machinery was merely an aberration. Chapter 77. Crafting a manuscript. The elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy would span 3 months in total. The process began with preliminary rounds held in various regional divisions, followed by a unified advancement tournament organized by the Empire, culminating in the final championship. Typically, the most intense battles occurred during the later stages of the preliminaries, while the most spectacular moments unfolded in the final showdown. However, due to the successive commitments from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall, the participating Soul Masters seemed invigorated, pouring their utmost effort into each match without any intention of holding back. As a result, almost every battle became exceedingly explosive. If not for the arrival of the Healing Soul Emperor from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School 5 days into the competition, the situation would have escalated further, demonstrating the ethos of as long as you draw breath, I shall not let you perish. Ironically, after he showcased the capabilities of a Soul Emperor-level healer, the subsequent battles grew even more fervent. Since death was no longer a concern, why not seize the opportunity to fight with reckless abandon? Securing a position among the top 2 would grant one the choice between entering the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School or the Spirit Hall, embracing a life of wealth and privilege, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of existence. Consequently, the number of grievously injured participants surged. Yili found herself collecting an abundance of blood after nearly every match, having drawn from nearly every contestant. The red-haired youth, being a defensive soul master, always positioned himself in the thick of battle to shield his teammates from harm. His most severe injury occurred when an opponent's claw violently severed his right hand. Fortunately, Yili was present and promptly performed a reattachment surgery. Given the nature of the traumatic amputation, the complexity of the procedure was immense. With the assistance of a Soul Emperor and 5 Soul Kings, and considering the brief time elapsed since the injury, she managed to successfully reattach his hand, as the cellular vitality was still intact. However, this incident meant that the red-haired youth would be unable to participate in future competitions. Although his hand had been reattached, he would require over 3 months of recuperation to avoid irreparable damage. Yili's remarkable success in the reattachment surgery astonished all present, including the esteemed Elder Ning Feng-Yuan of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Cardinal Xian-Yuan of the Spirit Hall. In their understanding, apart from a few exceptionally rare healing martial souls, no one else possessed the capability to perform such a feat otherwise. There would be no need for every iteration of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition to strive to avoid leaving opponents maimed. Following this procedure, not only did the mentor of the red-haired youth express profound gratitude and a desire to share a meal with Yili, but even Elder Ning and Cardinal Xian-Yuan approached her, broaching the subject of joining either the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School or the Spirit Hall. Yili discerned the underlying motives behind these offers of alliance with keen clarity. It was merely a matter of possession. They aimed to secure valuable talents for themselves while minimizing access for others. Once she accepted, she would undoubtedly receive favorable treatment, albeit at the cost of her personal freedom, likely culminating in an arranged marriage to ensure her permanent allegiance. However, At present, Yili was flourishing in her experiments, with ample resources and a stable living situation, devoid of any desire to rely on others. Thus, she graciously declined all these overtures. However, in her polite refusals, Yili proposed the idea of compiling her techniques into a manuscript to sell to them, even enlisting Han Chi to endorse her work. This revelation extinguished the flicker of ambition in the eyes of those who had been turned away. After deftly navigating these interactions, Yili left the New Moon Great Soul arena, fatigued, and returned to her laboratory to rest. The exertion of performing limb reattachment surgery was exceedingly draining, particularly under such rudimentary conditions. Had it not been for the potent healing techniques of the Soul Emperor, which mitigated bacterial infection and significantly reduced the risk of secondary injuries caused by the inadequacies of the environment, the surgery would have been far from successful. Nevertheless, Yili felt as if she had labored tirelessly for an entire day and night, her mind foggy and yearning for a deep slumber. Now on the 10th day of the competition, the promised manuscript had been completed. However, to successfully conduct limb reattachment surgeries, the requisite tools were equally as crucial as the skills. Presently, she was the sole possessor of such tools in this world. Thus, Yili contemplated raising the original price of 3,000 gold soul coins. The price has been set at 10,000 gold soul coins. After all, it is a remarkably advanced technology, and Yili has deliberately reduced the difficulty of the procedure significantly, taking into account the circumstances of the Douluo continent. As long as they possess a healing-type Soul Master at the Soul Emperor level and undergo approximately 15 or 16 practice sessions, they will become proficient. Therefore, 10,000 gold soul coins is not an exorbitant price. Regarding the losses incurred during the training period and the potential failure to reconnect severed limbs due to prolonged time without intervention, Yili, of course, cannot be held accountable. After carefully putting away the book in his hands, Yili made his way to the yard, reclining on the chaise he had crafted, allowing the cool night breeze to envelop him as he closed his eyes and drifted into a light slumber. Merely copying text does not induce mental fatigue. However, the Douluo continent is a realm infused with supernatural powers, necessitating numerous modifications tailored to local conditions. This consumes a considerable amount of Yi Li's energy. Moreover, he awaits an urgent report, the latest updates from the elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy in the Tiando City Division. Yili is quite curious about how far Tang San and his companions will progress after their baptism by the Silvus royal family. Furthermore, he estimates that if Prince Osfer and his entourage had not been intercepted by the sword Douluo, they would have reached the Spirit Hall by now to report on the celestial herbs possessed by Tang San for greater benefits. Yili is also intrigued to see how the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, will react upon learning about Tang San's celestial herbs. Before long, while Yili was in a light sleep, a figure clad in a black and white dress entered gracefully. Lianxi, adorned with a pink accessory on her bunny ears, appeared adorably charming with every movement. "Brother Yi," she called softly. Yili opened his eyes slightly to see Lianxi standing a short distance away, noting her attire for the evening. After receiving the urgent report from her hands, he silently urged her to return and rest. If Yili's assumptions are correct, it was Aunt Lin who chose such an outfit for Lianxi. Aunt Shi, with her bold demeanor, would not have done so, and the gentle nature of the teacher's wife would not compel Lianxi to wear such clothing. Only Aunt Lin would take such measures. It seems that the teacher has too much leisure time on his hands. Otherwise, Aunt Lin would not have the energy to playfully tease Lianxi. As he unfurled the urgent report, Yili pondered over some matters regarding Dodge and Xia, planning to find a suitable time to provide his teacher with a comprehensive update. With the report opened, he meticulously absorbed the contents. Each Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition attracts merchants who gather local match information to sell in distant regions. Given the considerable distance between the Silvus Kingdom and Tiando City, it is only now that the report has arrived. After scanning through the report, Yili closed it, noting that Shrek Academy's opponent was still the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy, marking their first match. The outcome remained a victory for Shrek Academy, albeit with many changes in the process. Notably, among the participating Soul Masters from Shrek Academy, aside from Tang San, none of the Shrek 7 appeared. Additionally, their attire resembled that of the former Blue Tyrant Academy, rather than the unappealing green attire. Most captivating to Yi Li was the transformation of Tang San's soul skills. His fourth soul ring remained a 10,000-year soul ring, but the skill had shifted from blue-silver prison to blue-silver spike. Blue-silver prison served as a crowd control skill, summoning numerous blue-silver grasses from the ground to form rigid cages. While the altered blue-silver spike became an area attack skill, with sharp blue-silver grasses thrusting upward from below to pierce the enemy's torso with lethal precision. According to the report, the control type and support type soul masters from the second team of the Tiendo Royal Academy were instantly annihilated, with sharp blue-silver grasses penetrating their bodies, causing blood to spurt forth and leaving them on the brink of death. The remaining 5 assault-type soul masters, while physically robust, could not evade the silent onslaught of the blue-silver spike, sustaining severe injuries with blood gushing from their chests and abdomens. Ultimately, these 5 severely wounded assault-type soul masters succumbed to the relentless assault from Tai Lei Jing and his companions, leading to their defeat at the hands of the Tiendo Royal Academy's Mentor's Concession. Yili was not surprised by the defeat of the Tiendo Royal Academy's second team. After all, their incompetence was evident from the original narrative. Additionally, Tang San's 10,000-year soul skill, compared to the previous crowd control skill Blue-Silver Prison, possessed significantly greater destructive power. The suppression of soul power levels, the limitation of soul ring ages, coupled with Tang San's cultivation of the Xian Tiangong, made the loss of the Tiendo Royal Academy's second team inevitable. What intrigued Yi Li was the fact that the uniform of the Blue Tyrant Academy was quite appealing, evidently avoiding any derision from the Tiendo Royal Academy's second team. Yet, Tang San still executed a thunderous assault, incapacitating the control and support-type soul masters opposite him. Such a display of ferocity was entirely unlike the Tang San depicted in the original narrative. The only influences capable of altering Tang San's temperament within such a short span would be Master or Xiao Wu. This leads one to wonder if Xiao Wu suffered grave injuries, thus transforming Tang San's demeanor into something so savage. Putting away the urgent report, Yi Li reclined on the chaise, allowing his eyes to remain slightly closed as he pondered. Xiao Wu is currently the only one among the 10,000-year soul beasts who is transformed into human form, making her exceedingly precious. Yi Li is unwilling to see her perish at this juncture. Thus, it seems imperative that their expedition to Tiendo City occurs swiftly. The following morning, Yi Li awakened to the fresh morning air after a session of meditation. After a refreshing wash and breakfast, he ventured into the yard, retrieving a book from the verdant study to read while awaiting his teacher's breakfast. Since the day Yi Li showcased the limb reattachment procedure, those noble families who had previously hesitated to lend their precious texts began to arrive with beaming smiles, delivering a considerable number of books. Although they were merely handwritten copies, Yi Li cared little for the authenticity of the manuscripts. He was primarily concerned with the knowledge contained within. Moreover, upon hearing of Yi Li's acquisition of the remains of 10,000-year soul beasts, these nobles promptly unearthed materials from their family storages that had long been forgotten. They dispatched some family soul masters, masquerading as distant merchants or hunting teams, to sell the remains of 10,000-year soul beasts at Yi Li's collection point. The most amusing aspect was that, despite pretending to be outsiders, they inadvertently showcased their connections with certain noble families. Yi Li could not help but marvel as he received the materials from Lianxi, reflecting on how advantageous profit can be. After waiting in the yard for a while, Yi Li grew puzzled as to why his teacher had not yet emerged. Typically, at this hour, his teacher would already be preparing breakfast. Just as he contemplated sending Lianxi to cook or stepping out to buy breakfast, an astonishing aura rapidly approached from the distance toward Yi Li's laboratory. Instantly, numerous spies hiding several hundred meters away from Yi Li's laboratory were startled into revealing themselves, hastily fleeing under the oppressive weight of such a formidable presence. Yi Li counted at least 10, noting that most possessed 4 soul rings, while 3 bore 5. This sight intrigued Yi Li. Even soul kings were willing to become spies, lurking near his laboratory. Indeed, the moral fabric of society is deteriorating. Slowly closing the book in hand, Yi Li stood up and gazed towards the direction of the approaching formidable aura. This was the presence of Han Qi, whom Yi Li had become familiar with over the course of half a month, and he immediately recognized it. However, Han Qi was not one to seek the limelight, which piqued Yi Li's curiosity as to why he would so recklessly unleash his astonishing aura. Moments later, a colossal white dragon, as pure as jade and exuding an icy chill, parted the surrounding dense foliage, and majestically appeared before Yili. On the dragon's head, Han Chi stood with one hand resting behind him, his flowing moon-white robe billowing in the wind, emanating an air of coldness and grace, reminiscent of a legendary celestial being from ancient tales. With a casual glance at the scouts who had fled in terror from his overwhelming presence, Han Chi paid them no further heed. With a gentle leap, he ascended from the dragon's head, his robes fluttering elegantly as he descended slowly before Yili. Yet, at that moment, Yili's attention was not on Han Chi. Beneath the dragon's claws lay a trembling pink scorpion, over 2 meters tall, curled up in a pitiful manner. Its 6 dark red eyes tightly shut, evoking a sense of vulnerability. The Pink Empress, an exceedingly rare variant among the pink ladies, required a minimum cultivation of 3,000 years and the consumption of at least 100 of its kin to manifest. When Yili recognized the harmonious resonance between the soul skill of the soul master and the black crystal, he contemplated whether the pink gas secreted by the pink ladies could yield similar effects. After all, while there were numerous soul masters with the pink lady spirit, few possessed soul skills identical to that of the soul master. If the gas secreted by the pink ladies could indeed replicate such effects, the black crystal reagent could endure over time. Otherwise, it would merely be a fleeting phenomenon. However, after experimentation, Yili discovered that the pink gas produced by the pink ladies failed to achieve the same effect as the pink mist released by the soul master. Thus, he turned his attention to the Pink Empress, the strongest among the pink ladies, believing it must possess distinct properties. Retracting his gaze from the Pink Empress, Yili excitedly expressed his gratitude to Han Chi. "Thank you, Uncle Han." While Yili desired the Pink Empress for his research, he was acutely aware of its rarity. Typically, a group of pink ladies consisted of dozens to hundreds, and their powerful leader would eliminate those who evolved too quickly to safeguard their position. Consequently, while pink ladies were common, the Millennium-level Pink Empress was extraordinarily scarce. Han Chi's ability to capture this Pink Empress suggested he had traversed multiple soul beast forests to do so, which made Yili's gratitude all the more fervent. Han Chi, clad in white, shook his head slightly, stating that acquiring the Pink Empress was merely a trivial matter, not deserving of thanks. In comparison to the hope Yili had given him for vengeance by rescuing him from despair, the Pink Empress was a minor issue. Han Chi then reached into his robe and produced a badge radiating an ancient metallic sheen, saying, "The corpses of 10,000-year soul beasts are contained within. I have categorized them by age." Yili's eyes sparkled with excitement as he received the badge-like soul guide from Han Chi. Peering inside, he discovered 3 neatly arranged piles of soul beast corpses categorized by age: 10,000 years, 20,000 years, and 30,000 years. Among them, there were 10 from the 10,000-year category, 5 from the 20,000-year, and only 1 from the 30,000-year. This discovery ignited a brilliance in Yili's eyes. Previously, he could only procure 10,000-year soul beast corpses for crafting black crystals, with 20,000-year specimens being virtually unattainable. The soul beast corpses that the powerful aristocrats had been willing to part with were mostly 10,000-year specimens, exceedingly few being 20,000-year, and all of those were incomplete. As for 30,000-year soul beast corpses, they were virtually non-existent. Thus, Yili expressed his profound gratitude to Han Chi once again. Acknowledging the assistance one receives is vital, regardless of the motivations behind it, and this was a principle Yili adhered to. Without allowing Han Chi a moment to decline, Yili turned his attention back to the trembling, helpless Pink Empress. Observing its translucent, pink body, Yili's expression brimmed with excitement. Now that the materials for crafting black crystals were secured and the Pink Empress was present, it was time to resume the experiment. Just as Yili was about to ask Han Chi for assistance with the Pink Empress, his mentor emerged from the room, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Noticing his mentor's unsteady legs and pale complexion, Yili understood why the mentor had just now risen. Yet, considering his mentor was a soul king, it seemed rather unusual. The magic wolf dashed out from the room, greeted Yili and Han Chi, and hurried towards the kitchen, moving as if pursued by some ravenous creature. The kitchen had been constructed shortly after relocating from the Lin family estate, and with the presence of his mentor and Han Chi, it had been completed in a single night. Shortly after his mentor's departure, Aunt Lin emerged from her room, her complexion radiant and skin glowing. "Good morning, Lord Han Chi." Little Yili, little Lien Shi, She greeted them warmly before gracefully heading towards the kitchen, her smile blossoming like a flower. Watching Aunt Lin's departing figure, Yi Li's confusion was instantaneously resolved. No wonder his mentor struggled. The potent concoction he had created theoretically could be taken by females if their physical constitution permitted it. Shaking his head slightly, Yi Li dismissed the matter from his mind, deciding to focus on his experiments rather than involve himself in his mentor's affairs. Extracting a container from the soul guide, Yi Li excitedly addressed Han Shi. "Uncle Han, please thaw the ice from the Pink Empress's mouth." Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these days, Yi Li had successfully collected enough blood from the participating soul masters, supplemented by the healing soul masters from the 7 treasures glazed tile school, thus alleviating his obligations to remain on site. Consequently, Yi Li spent these 5 days solely in the laboratory conducting experiments, remaining oblivious to the increasingly turbulent undercurrents within New Moon City. Since Yi Li had sold the technical books on reattaching severed limbs for 10,000 gold soul coins, each to various factions 5 days prior, chaos erupted that night across New Moon City as if all parties had coordinated their actions. However, Yi Li's side remained peaceful due to the presence of Han Chi, a level 89 soul Douluo, ensuring their safety amid the turmoil. The sheer magnitude of Han Chi's soul power and his exquisite control over it had likely deterred those factions from attempting to draw him into their conflicts, fearing that they would be single-handedly overwhelmed if they did. Thus, aside from daily procurement of supplies and gathering essential external information, Yi Li had scarcely stepped beyond the laboratory's threshold. As night fell, Yi Li's complexion was pale, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality as he gazed at a vial of reagent in his hand. After 5 days and nights of experimental research, Yi Li successfully discovered the first safe and practical use of the black crystal reagent. Although the previously discovered ability to fuse martial souls was immensely powerful, its failure rate was alarmingly high, with the consequences of failure often resulting in death. Thus, Yi Li sought to reduce the dosage and incorporate milder, harmonizing herbs to diminish the exorbitant failure rate. While this approach would strip the formula of its martial soul fusion capabilities, reducing it to a conventional enhancement potion. After numerous experiments, alterations to the formulation, and the contributions of volunteers, a vial of the black crystal reagent was ultimately produced, boasting practical value and an exceptionally low failure rate. Furthermore, its enhancement was not focused on the conventional aspects of physical attributes or soul power totals, but rather on martial souls themselves. Through a specially crafted formula, it could enhance the quality and abilities of martial souls. Chapter 79. Enhancement Potion. After safely storing the vial of black crystal reagent, a profound drowsiness overwhelmed Yi Li, and despite a brief struggle, he succumbed to slumber on the experimental table. Throughout the 5 days and nights of experiments, Yi Li had not closed his eyes even for a moment, merely nibbling on the meals brought by Lian Shi when hungry, and consuming invigorating beverages to sustain his energy for continued research. Thus, after the success of his experiments, he could no longer hold on and fell into a deep sleep that lasted 2 full days and nights. In the morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the mountains and illuminated the earth, Yi Li's eyelids fluttered, and he awakened from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, the first things he beheld were the white bed curtains and the sight of little Lian Shi, who had fallen asleep at the bedside. Recognizing the familiar surroundings, Yi Li inferred that after he had fainted at the experimental table, his teachers must have found him and carried him back to his room to rest. Observing Lian Shi's weary appearance, he realized that she had likely been caring for him during these past days. Carefully lifting the covers, Yi Li descended quietly from the bed. Glancing at Lian Shi's adorable sleeping form, he smiled. He gently brushed his fingers across her little nose, wishing her sweet dreams, before tenderly lifting her into his arms and placing her back on the bed, covering her with a blanket. He then left, allowing her to rest undisturbed. In the courtyard, it was the time when his teacher was preparing breakfast, and thus, others had not yet gathered outside. As Yi Li stepped out of his room, the magic wolf, having just finished cooking breakfast, noticed Yi Li's awakening and his seemingly good spirits, erupting into a hearty laugh. However, the magic wolf quickly adopted a serious demeanor, approaching Yi Li to deliver scolding. "You reckless youth, when engrossed in research, you seem to disregard your own life. How many times have I said that you must cherish your body? It is the foundation of everything. yet you refuse to listen, despite the magic wolf's incessant reprimands. Concern shone in his eyes, and his tone softened as he continued, resembling a parental admonition. In response to his teacher's worries, Yili earnestly nodded, assuring him that he would never again neglect his health, exhibiting no signs of impatience. After a lengthy admonition, the magic wolf abruptly paused upon hearing the sound of the door opening. Nonetheless, he concluded with a stern reminder for Yili to take care of himself. Acknowledging that while he understood the impact of his words might be minimal, he felt compelled to express them. Afterward, the magic wolf recalled that Lien she had been tending to Yili in the room. How was it that he emerged while she was nowhere to be found? I let her rest, Yili replied. Oh, very well then. Let's hurry to breakfast. I prepared some goji berry and red date porridge, which is nourishing. Be sure to have several bowls. Understood. Once Yili took his seat, Han Chi and the others gradually emerged from their rooms, joining him for the breakfast prepared by their teacher. Naturally, Yili's awakening and apparent good health brought them a moment of joy. Thus, the entire breakfast was filled with laughter, concern, and Yili's earnest assurances. Having recently awakened and not feeling particularly well, Yili did not rush to test the potion he had created. Instead, he spent the morning strolling about, breathing in fresh air, and seeking a shaded spot to lie down and peruse some books to relax his mind. Under the shade of the trees, Yili took out the collection of newsletters he had accumulated over the days and began to read through them, starting with the second match of Tang San and his companions. Although Tang San's first match showcased his formidable martial soul technique, which swiftly eliminated the subsequent two soul masters, the competition rules dictated that such direct incapacitation would lead to disqualification. However, from the original text, it was evident that Tang San and his team had faced even more severe repercussions. The Tianshou Royal Academy's second team had been left bloodied and broken without facing disqualification. Yet, Yili was curious if the outcome would differ given that the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters were now unable to participate due to their injuries, leaving only Tang San to shoulder the burden. The merchants who produced these newsletters, in pursuit of greater profit, had not included the results of that controversial match in the first issue. Coupled with his immersion in experiments and subsequent 2-day slumber, it was only now that Yili had the chance to learn the match's outcome. As he finished reading the newsletter, Yili fell into contemplation. Unsurprisingly, Tang San and his companions had not faced disqualification. The newsletter detailed the referee's conclusions and various rumors, providing Yili, though absent from the scene, with a general understanding of the events. It aligned closely with the original narrative, though Tang San had added an excuse, claiming that the effects of his martial technique were as such and that he had only recently acquired a soul ring, thus lacking proficiency in its control. Ultimately, since no one from the Tianshou Royal Academy's second team had perished, and with the support of Ning Zhongzhu from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School on the VIP platform, as well as the inexplicable lack of inquiry from the Platinum Bishop Salas, Tang San and his team were permitted to continue in the competition. In the subsequent matches, due to Salas not having deliberately arranged the encounters, Tang San and his companions faced relatively ordinary academy teams, avoiding formidable opponents like the Armored Academy and the Five Elements Academy. Additionally, the return of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai in the fourth match allowed Shrek Academy to navigate the contests with minimal peril. What intrigue, Yili, was that? According to the newsletter, Tang San appeared to have remained unharmed during these days. Aside from his slightly heavy-handedness in the arena, nothing seemed amiss. Logically, Bibi Dong should have learned of Tang San's connection to the divine herb before the competition commenced. Previously, the Spirit Hall had released news that Prince Oswald had safely arrived at the Spirit Hall in an effort to gain an advantage over the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Only the news of Prince Oswald's safe arrival was announced. No other information regarding the Silvis royal family was disclosed. Given the efficiency of the Spirit Hall, if Bibi Dong had dispatched the title Doju Law and Ghost de Law to Tianshou City, Yili should not have seen any mention of Tang San in the latest newsletter. Tianshou City lacked the means to thwart the abduction efforts of two titled Douluos. Yet, the absence of such news left Yili puzzled. Could it be that the two parties encountered the Sword Daw and Bone Daw along the way, resulting in a confrontation that ended without resolution? Or was it possible that the master had set out early to meet with Bibi Dong at the Spirit Hall, pleading with her to refrain from pursuing Tang San? Several possibilities flitted through Yili's mind yet in the absence of concrete evidence to substantiate them, they remained mere flights of fancy. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to disregard them. As long as Tang San had not succumbed to madness, it indicated that Xiao Wu was still alive. As long as she lived, all would be well. After a morning of rest, Yili completed his breakfast and made his way to the laboratory. He was eager to experiment with the vial of reagent he had successfully created, but he had forced himself to rest that morning to ensure he was in optimal condition for the task. Along the way, he encountered Lianxi, who appeared to be in good spirits. To cultivate her abilities, he invited her to join him, along with Han Qi, whose presence was essential for ensuring the safety of the experiment. Once everything was prepared, Yili retrieved the vial containing the reagent. The fluid was a deep blackish red, swirling like heavy mist within the test tube. Even when Yili removed the stopper, the black-red vapor remained contained. This reagent was a product of extensive experimentation, refined from the original black crystal reagent. Unlike its predecessor, Yili had incorporated a stabilizer of his own invention to mitigate the conflict between the martial soul and the reagent. Moreover, while the black crystal reagent could facilitate the fusion of martial souls through the blood of various soul masters, this new concoction required the blood of soul beasts, specifically those stronger than the user's martial soul, to enhance its quality. Ideally, the blood should be sourced from a soul beast with a certain affinity to the user's martial soul, such as the Songling Armor Dragon and the Sacred Dragon, both of which belong to the dragon attribute. A soul master wielding the Songling Armor Dragon martial soul could utilize the blood of the Sacred Dragon to fortify their own martial soul. With the trembling soul master secured, Yili extracted a sample of blood from the Pink Lady, freshly drawn from its source. Previous experiments indicated that using blood closely related to the martial soul would yield superior enhancement effects. Fortunately, he possessed the blood of the Pink Lady's variant, the Pink Maiden, both derived from the same lineage. Yili was eager to ascertain the reagent's maximum and minimum enhancement capabilities. As he concentrated, he placed a drop of the Pink Maiden's blood at the top of the test tube and allowed it to trickle down. The moment the blood mingled with the swirling black-red vapor, it seemed as though the vapor recognized its master, rushing eagerly toward the blood. In the blink of an eye, the black-red mist vanished, merging seamlessly with the drop, resembling a piece of dark amber. Shortly thereafter, the amber shattered, and a spectral figure of the Pink Maiden emerged, howling and thrashing. The remnants of the shattered amber transformed back into black-red vapor, encircling the Pink Maiden's apparition, which stood at the center of the test tube, akin to a celestial body surrounded by its stars. Once the first step was complete, Yili peeled back the clothing over the Soul Master's chest, channeling his soul power as he made a small incision. A trickle of blood began to seep from the wound. Rather than waiting for it to flow freely, he swiftly captured a drop of blood and placed it into the test tube. The Soul Master's blood appeared to be the most delectable of sustenance. For the Pink Maiden's specter surged forward, propelled by the black-red mist, and consumed the drop eagerly. As if one drop was insufficient, the specter sought to pursue the source of the blood, yearning for a more substantial feast. At that moment, Yili directed the test tube towards the Soul Master's chest. Chapter 80. The Master of the Soul Master was named Liang Wei, possessing innate soul power at level 3, with the martial soul of the Pink Lady. Born in a humble village, his innate talent was recognized by the village chief, who recommended him for admission to the nearest Junior Soul Master Academy. After 6 years, with the aid of the Academy's principal, he obtained his first soul ring from the Pink Lady Soul Beast, thus becoming a distinguished soul master. However, due to his soul ring's ability to secrete an aphrodisiac pink gas, he caught the attention of the local lord and became a soul master in the lord's household, tasked daily with producing the pink gas for the lord's amusement. Unfortunately, the lord soon drew the ire of a formidable soul master and met his demise. Liang Wei, owing to his soul ring's ability, was subsequently captured and compelled to continue producing pink gas for his captor's entertainment. Yet, fortune seemed to favor Liang Wei. After some time, those who had enslaved him also attracted the wrath of more powerful adversaries and were annihilated. Thus, Liang Wei found himself once more in the role of a gas-producing machine. Over the ensuing decades, he faced near-death experiences from enraged clients, as well as moments of fleeting joy when aided by benevolent patrons. He experienced the bliss of finding a soulmate, only to be engulfed by the despair of witnessing his wife's suicide. Through the tumult of life, he transitioned from solitude to a family, only to find himself alone again, as if life had reset itself, extinguishing his hope. Therefore, when a former benefactor asked him to demonstrate his soul skills before a soul Douluo, he accepted without hesitation, believing death at the hands of a soul Douluo could be a fitting end. Thus, when captured, he remained eerily calm, resigned to the notion that death was the worst that could befall him. However, after 3 days in captivity, he realized his error. Death was not the worst fate. At least here, it could sometimes be the greatest form of release. He recognized the names of powerful soul masters like Li Hui, Hao Li, and Qin Fengsha, all of whom were notorious figures in Crescent City. Each time they ventured out, they were accompanied by servants, while commoners scurried to avoid them, their imposing presence evoking deep admiration in him. Yet, the white chamber housing the youth before him was akin to a primordial beast, swallowing these once mighty figures whole. Disregarding their wills, he observed them daily, akin to piglets being herded into the white chamber, only to return, visibly shaken, to their confinement. This was not merely a matter of observation. Liang Wei was acutely aware that his pink gas was essential for Yi Li's experiments. Each time Yi Li conducted an experiment, he was summoned to facilitate the extraction of the pink gas. Thus, he witnessed familiar figures, once defiant, devolve into cries of desperation and ultimately succumb to madness under the white demon's hand. So, when Yi Li brought him to the experimental table, premonition gripped him. He knew his turn had come. Yet, despite his struggles and pleas for mercy, the white demon remained indifferent, as if he were invisible. Especially upon seeing the vial in Yi Li's hand, Liang Wei felt his pupils constrict, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if faced with the most terrifying entity in existence. The tragic plight of familiar faces vividly materialized in his mind, prompting a visceral rejection from both his body and soul towards its approach. Yet, under the oppressive influence of the soul power, he could only watch helplessly as the vial of the death reagent neared his heart. As the vial approached the small wound on Liang Wei's chest, a spectral pink figure erupted from within, leaping forth and piercing into his heart as a radiant pink light. An intense heat enveloped him the moment the pink apparition entered, reminiscent of the fervor he once experienced while unleashing his soul abilities for amusement. An overwhelming surge of primal desire consuming his reason. This tidal wave of impulse clouded his judgment, turning his eyes a fiery red, compelling him to instinctively release his martial soul. A 3-foot-tall pink scorpion manifested, flickering in and out of existence as a guttural roar erupted from Liang Wei's throat, which bore no resemblance to human sound. The restraints that had once held him were obliterated under his frantic struggle, and in his newfound freedom. Thoughts of escape were utterly eclipsed by the feverish heat that overwhelmed his reason. In a frenzy, he began to tear at his clothing, poised to engage in the most indecent acts upon the ground. This spectacle prompted Yi Li, who had retreated with Lian Shi to a safe distance, to shake his head in disbelief. Before Liang Wei could further undress, Yi Li quickly shielded Lian Shi's eyes with a blindfold and turned his gaze back to Liang Wei, sprawled on the ground. From previous experiments, it was evident that soul masters, upon utilizing such reagents, would invariably experience the repercussions of their martial soul abilities. For instance, those adept in flames would have fire erupt from their bodies, scorching their souls. Martial souls lacking unique abilities but enhancing physical prowess would manifest chaotic apparitions within, violently impacting their bodies. However, both great soul masters and soul ancestors could withstand the onslaught of their martial soul capabilities while maintaining a semblance of rationality. The collapse of one's mental state stemmed from entirely different causes. Yet, before him, Liang Wei had undeniably lost all reason, transformed into a vessel of primal urges. Was this due to the peculiarity of his soul abilities, or was there some other underlying reason? As Yi Li pondered the cause of Liang Wei's irrationality, he diligently recorded the current situation in his notebook. Meanwhile, Han Qi, stationed in front to protect Yi Li, was engulfed in a tempest of turmoil. In the past, Yi Li's experiments had been safeguarded by the presence of the magic wolf, alongside various potions, ensuring safety throughout the proceedings. Thus, this marked Han Qi's inaugural encounter with Yi Li's black crystal reagent experiment. He had anticipated merely needing to suppress Liang Wei, akin to previous endeavors of aiding juniors in hunting soul beasts, ensuring Yi Li's safety in the process. However, when Yi Li introduced a peculiar vial of reagent into Liang Wei's body, the situation began to shift dramatically. The martial soul Liang Wei unleashed began to surge in power. The originally 3-foot-tall pink figure expanding in size, its hue deepening as a layer of fine scales formed upon its surface. In a mere moment, Liang Wei's pink martial soul underwent a transformation, a form that Han Chi recognized all too well. It was reminiscent of the pink figure he had traveled great distances to capture from the soul beast forests of other kingdoms. This alteration stirred a tumultuous wave within Han Chi. His family, known within the Star Luo Empire, had produced many soul saints across generations, resulting in the accumulation of numerous texts detailing powerful martial souls that once thrived on the Douluo continent but had since declined for various reasons. Yet, none of these texts had ever documented a scenario where a martial soul would undergo a second mutation post-awakening. No, this was not merely a mutation. It was an evolution. The awakening of a martial soul could lead to further evolution. This notion completely shattered Han Chi's understanding. As Liang Wei regained consciousness, ecstatic at the prospect of escape, Han Chi remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Yi Li called out in confusion as Liang Wei neared his escape. Prompted by Yi Li's words, Han Chi forcefully suppressed his astonishment, extending his fourth soul ring as he raised his right hand toward the fleeing Liang Wei. The fourth soul technique, Frost Surge. A pillar of ice composed of frosty energy erupted from beneath Liang Wei's feet, reaching heights of over 3 meters. The expression of joy on Liang Wei's face, just moments away from freedom, was vividly encapsulated within the ice. However, as Yi Li glanced towards his laboratory, he noted the frosty chaos strewn about. The laboratory had not sustained significant damage from Liang Wei's loss of control. Rather, it was his own companions who had left the place in disarray. Once the ice had encased Liang Wei, Han Chi realized he had overexerted his soul power. With a downward motion of his right hand, the frost quickly dissipated, transforming into a chilling mist that dispersed into the air. Yi Li then stepped over the debris and approached the encased Liang Wei, tapping the icy column before turning to the somewhat dazed Han Chi, saying, "Uncle Han, release Liang Wei. I have some questions to ask him." Understood. Han Chi again forced himself to suppress the tumult within, sweeping his hand across the ice pillar, which melted away as if snow meeting the sun. Yet, before Liang Wei could revel in his newfound freedom, Han Chi appeared at his side, delivering a heavy pat on his shoulder. A surge of draconic soul power emanated from his hand, binding Liang Wei's soul power. As a wave of icy energy surged from his head downward, Liang Wei found his entire body imprisoned in frost, rendering him immobile. Faced with such a predicament, the joy on Liang Wei's face evaporated, replaced by a pallid expression akin to a soul on the brink of perdition. Yi Li, however, had grown adept at navigating such situations. After a series of maneuvers, Liang Wei once again felt a flicker of hope for survival, divulging everything Yi Li sought to uncover. 10 minutes later, Yi Li secured Liang Wei in a holding area. Contemplating the sensations Liang Wei described during his martial soul enhancement evolution, Liang Wei believed that the changes he experienced following the infusion of the pink apparition signified an evolution of his martial soul, though he had lost his grasp on reason. Upon regaining his clarity post-evolution, the name of his martial soul resonated within his mind, Pink Lady. Thus, he concluded that this was, indeed, an evolution. Therefore, was the ultimate effect of the black crystal reagent to enhance the quality of the martial soul through evolution? In his state of irrationality, Liang Wei perceived it as a trial of the martial soul's evolution. Enduring it would lead to success, while failing would result in failure. Previous experiments had shown that enhancing a martial soul indeed posed challenges from the martial soul itself. Moreover, it appeared to intertwine with the testing of willpower. Given that Liang Wei's martial soul shared a lineage with the Pink Lady, did this amplify the intensity of the willpower test to the point of inducing a loss of rationality? As Yi Li made his way back to the laboratory, he mulled over the day's experimental outcomes, seeking to distill the principles of martial soul enhancement, with Han Chi trailing silently behind him. As Yi Li was about to arrive at the laboratory, Han Chi, who had followed him in silence all the way, could no longer suppress the curiosity brewing within him. He stepped in front of Yi Li, his expression a tangle of emotions, and uttered a single phrase. "Yi Li, you are the most formidable master." Yi Li puzzled. Gaze a Han Chi master? In the realm of Douluo continent. This title is a form of respect bestowed upon individuals who excel in a particular field. However, for the true elite, particularly the powerful soul masters, such titles hold little significance. To them, the honorifics of your majesty or title are far more esteemed. Han Chi himself was one of those powerful soul masters. Under Yi Li's questioning gaze, Han Chi's demeanor grew increasingly awkward. He had heard from Yi Li's mentor that Yi Li harbored an unwavering desire for mastery, which compelled him to express such reverence in a moment of disarray. The way Yi Li had evolved his martial soul had completely upended Han Chi's previous understanding, leaving his mind in turmoil. He was both astonished and filled with awe at Yi Li's ability to transform his martial soul. In the Douluo continent, martial souls are of paramount importance. They form the very foundation upon which all epic legends have been built and represent the most vital capability of a soul master. Prior to encountering Yi Li, Han Chi had never heard of any method to alter a martial soul beyond inheritance from one's parents or through awakening variations. For the inhabitants of Douluo continent, should someone possess the ability to change a martial soul post-awakening, they would be akin to a deity. And now, that deity stood before him. After a brief moment of mental disarray, Han Chi, with over 50 years of experience, managed to rein in his emotions and, suppressing the chaos within, posed the question that had been burning in his mind. Is this martial soul evolution? Under Han Chi's eager gaze, Yi Li shook his head, explaining that it was merely a form of enhancement. The transformation of Liang Wei's martial soul into that of Pink Lady was solely because both souls shared the same origin, making him a unique case. Although a special instance, it offered a glimpse into the potential for martial soul evolution, suggesting that should one find bloodlines from even more potent soul beasts of the same origin, further experimentation with martial soul evolution could be feasible. However, the aspect of willpower testing required thorough investigation, particularly to comprehend the consequences of failure. Upon seeing Yi Li shake his head, Han Chi inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Yet as he absorbed Yi Li's words, an overwhelming silence enveloped him. Just an enhancement, a special case, martial soul evolution. Yi Li's words echoed in Han Chi's mind, sending ripples through his already tumultuous thoughts, creating a storm within his heart, with thunder and lightning flashing in turmoil. His once steadfast understanding, shaped over 59 years, was now in disarray. In the realm of soul masters, the higher one ascends, the more one realizes the significance of a powerful martial soul. A weak martial soul translates to diminished strength, leading to limitations and exclusions from superior soul rings and bones, as well as esteem power. Yet, the innate nature of martial souls makes it exceedingly difficult to alter them after awakening. In his extensive experience, he had never witnessed anyone succeed in such an endeavor. Thus, when Yi Li acknowledged his ability to alter and even evolve martial souls, Han Chi's mental state faltered. Standing before Han Chi, Yi Li observed him as if he were a wax figure, frozen in place, seemingly trapped in a self-imposed isolation. Yi Li foresaw the profound impact his martial soul experiments would have on the indigenous inhabitants of Douluo continent. Consequently, he had spent nearly a month studying Han Chi's temperament and his capacity for accepting new concepts, as well as the critical aspect of whether he would resonate with Yi Li's principles. If, after some time together, Han Chi found no aversion to Yi Li's philosophies, then presenting his martial soul experiments would likely encounter fewer obstacles. The primary impetus for Yi Li's decision to showcase his martial soul evolution experiment today was Han Chi's successful capture of the Pink Lady, which had expedited Yi Li's work by at least 6 months. Yi Li was acutely aware of the challenges in capturing a Pink Lady. The strongest among the Pink Lady tribe would relentlessly eliminate gifted individuals to safeguard their own status. Furthermore, the inherent weakness of the Pink Ladies, often unable to withstand even ordinary 10-year soul beasts, relegated them to the lowest tier of the soul beast food chain, preyed upon by 1,000 and 10,000-year beasts. These dynamics rendered the birth of a Pink Lady exceedingly rare. As for the Pink Lady in the Sunset Forest, Yi Li was uncertain whether the Silvis royal family had acted before Oscar absorbed his soul ring. Consequently, Yi Li's initial plan was to wait at least 6 months before making a move to capture the Pink Lady, allowing him to free himself to pursue the endeavor. The matter of the Pink Lady had only been mentioned once during a gathering, without any request for Han Chi's assistance in capturing it. Thus, when Yili had seen the pink lady beneath Han Chi's dragon claw, his excitement had been palpable, prompting his decision to reveal his martial soul experiment to Han Chi. However, witnessing Han Chi's dazed and entranced expression, Yili began to doubt his judgment. The impact of his martial soul experiment on the indigenous people of Douluo continent was far greater than he had anticipated. Shaking his head, Yili retrieved a vial containing a turquoise ointment from his soul guide, uncorking it and directing the opening toward Han Chi's nose. This was a cooling ointment Yili had concocted to help maintain a calm mindset. The fragrance exuded a refreshing quality, invigorating the senses and promoting tranquility. However, the ingredients were rare, and this was the only vial he possessed. Minutes passed, and after the teacher, the magic wolf, had circled the area several times, Han Chi finally emerged from his stupor. Upon regaining his senses, Han Chi regarded Yi Li with complex emotions, an awe for Yi Li's talents, a lament for his own aging, a flicker of hope for avenging familial grievances, and even a tinge of fear. Yet, despite the myriad of thoughts swirling within him, the first words that coalesced on his lips, as most soul masters would inquire upon learning of Yi Li's prowess in enhancing martial souls, were, "Yi Li, can my martial soul evolve?" As he posed his question, the complexity in Han Chi's gaze dissipated, replaced by a singular plea, the hope that he would not be given false hope, only to be met with despair. The enemy that had obliterated his family had already attained the rank of title de law over a decade ago. Even if he managed to break through to the level of title de law within 5 years, he knew he would not stand a chance against his adversary. At most, it provided a glimmer of hope that he might survive long enough to confront her in her twilight years when her strength waned. Yet, Yi Li's ability to evolve martial souls opened a new door of possibility. If his martial soul could evolve into something mightier, he might possess the strength to challenge even those at a higher level after becoming a title de law. Coupled with the dragon pearl Yi Li had tailored for him, he felt confident that within a decade, he could exact vengeance for his family. Thus, at this moment, he could not fathom how much Yi Li's ability to strengthen his martial soul would alter the situation in the Douluo continent. Nor could he predict the terrifying war that would ensue. In his eyes, there existed only a plea, a desperate request for Yi Li not to plunge him into despair. Confronted by Han Chi's beseeching gaze, Yi Li nodded and replied, "Very well." Tears welled uncontrollably in Han Chi's eyes upon hearing those words. His lips trembled as he expressed his gratitude, his voice tinged with a huskiness that suggested he was suppressing a torrent of emotions. "Thank you," he repeated, a mantra of gratitude echoing through his heart as if he sought to express every ounce of thanks owed in this lifetime. After 13 long years, hope had finally surfaced, offering him a chance for vengeance for his grandfather, mother, sister, brother, and all his deceased kin. Never had hope felt so tantalizingly close. Later that evening, in a small grove located over 1,000 meters west of the laboratory, Yi Li, the magic wolf, Lian Shi, and Han Chi gathered. From previous experiments, it was evident that soul masters, after consuming a strengthening potion, would exuberantly unleash their soul power and summon their martial souls, often resulting in destruction. A typical soul master could obliterate one of Yi Li's experimental platforms with the power released from such a potion. Given that Han Chi possessed a soul power level of 89, Yi Li opted to relocate the experiment site to avoid the potential devastation of his laboratory. Once everything was prepared, Yi Li retrieved the strengthening potion, uncorked the vial, and turned his gaze to Han Chi, who stood before the trio. On this occasion, Han Chi's attire differed from his usual light blue robe, though still clad in a similar hue. It shimmered under the moonlight with faint golden patterns that formed an imposing dragon motif. At his waist hung a dragon-shaped ornament, lending him an air of nobility and elegance. After Yi Li removed the cork, Han Chi nodded and produced a piece of exquisite jade from his bosom. This jade, a cherished heirloom of the Han family, enhanced the meditation speed of soul masters wielding water and ice martial souls, nearly doubling their efficiency. Traditionally, it had been safeguarded by the direct lineage of the family. As the most gifted descendant of the Han clan in a millennium, possessing innate soul power at level 9 and a powerful beast martial soul in the form of a dragon, Han Chi had carried this jade since the age of 6 to accelerate his meditation. However, as he held the jade, a flicker of reluctance crossed his eyes. for it bore the weight of his fond memories of family. Yet, in pursuit of vengeance, he steeled himself, banishing the trace of sentiment. With a decisive snap, he shattered the jade. At that moment, as the jade cracked, Yi Li, standing opposite Han Chi, beheld a vision of an ocean rising from within, where a majestic water elemental dragon soared. Its aura radiated even greater power than Han Chi's own dragon martial soul. After a brief moment, the illusion dissipated, and a droplet of pristine blood, akin to liquid jade, floated in Han Chi's palm. This single droplet, upon the jade's fracture and the subsequent loss of its shielding properties, induced a collective vision among all present. Although this illusion could be easily dismissed, it vividly illustrated the formidable might of the blood's former owner. In fact, the instant the jade shattered and the pure blood emerged, Han Chi felt an overwhelming chill threatening to erupt from his hand. Had it not been for its feeble intensity, he might have been unable to swiftly envelop it with his soul power to prevent it from escaping. Yet, the stronger the chill emanating from the blood, the greater Han Chi's aspirations soared, igniting his hopes. However, such a potent cold could not be contained by an ordinary test tube. Therefore, after receiving the potion from Yi Li, Han Chi unleashed a surge of soul power, shattering the test tube. As the crimson-black mist dispersed, his soul power ensnared and coalesced the particles into a swirling sphere of dark red vapor. Subsequently, Han Chi brought his right hand closer to the sphere, merging the pure blood within. The mist swirled violently as the chilling essence erupted forth, gradually permeating the entire sphere. In mere moments, the dark red mist transformed into a delicate ice sphere glimmering with hues of crimson and black. Yet, the frozen mist, momentarily stilled, soon reveled in the cold emitted by the pure blood, eagerly coursing along the icy pathways, intertwining with the essence of the blood. Like water blending seamlessly, the crimson-black mist swiftly integrated into the pure blood, leaving behind a pristine ice sphere. In a breath, layers of black-red crystals enveloped the blood, forming an amber-like substance. Then, with a cracking sound, the amber shattered, and a divine white jade dragon soared forth. Majestically, it flew, entwined in black and white mists, exuding an intense elemental water aura, embodying the very essence of the aquatic sovereign. As the pure jade dragon danced amidst the dark red mist, Han Chi resolutely tore open his garment at the chest, allowing a drop of his blood to appear at his fingertip. With a deft flick, the vibrant red blood soared into the body of the soaring jade dragon. Upon entering, the jade dragon reacted as if struck by an unseen force, thrashing its claws and unleashing a thunderous roar, releasing a wave of chilling energy that corroded the surrounding crimson-black mist. It seemed to resist the medicinal properties within, but as Han Chi pressed the drop of blood against the minute wound on his chest, the mist joyously enveloped the jade dragon, forcibly merging it into a radiant light, which then penetrated Han Chi's being. As the light entered, even the prepared Han Chi found himself momentarily stunned by the jade dragon's roar, his body freezing in place. However, shortly after, his martial soul manifested, unveiling a 20-meter-long white dragon that coiled around him. With a fierce roar, it lunged toward Han Chi's head, consuming the jade dragon's ethereal form. Unprepared for such defiance, the jade dragon found itself engulfed. Yet, bolstered by the energy within the crimson-black mist, it began to radiate a brilliant white light, forming a colossal jade dragon apparition that gazed imperiously down at the smaller dragon beneath. Despite the Chij dragon's considerable size, the grand apparition dwarfed it, rendering the latter a mere wisp in comparison. Even from over 100 meters away, Yi Li could discern the intricate scales of the massive jade dragon, feeling its immense presence. As the white light coalesced, the jade dragon apparition slightly parted its maw, ensnaring the spiraling Chij dragon within its luminescent grasp, transforming it into a statue of purest white. Yet, the energy contained within the crimson-black mist was finite, and after the jade dragon unleashed its assault, its form grew increasingly insubstantial, its aura wavering. In stark contrast, the Chij dragon's martial soul thrived, continuously fueled by Han Chi's abundant soul power. Thus, the Qilong martial soul soon broke free from the confines of white light, roaring once more as it charged at the Yulong, engaging in a life-and-death struggle. The intensity of the battle sent chills through Yi Li, who stood over 100 meters away, as though a cold wind swept him back to winter. However, with Yi Li's martial soul being the Li Hua and his teachers being the Ji Hua Mo Lang, once their martial souls were activated, warmth enveloped them, rendering the cold insignificant. Therefore, aside from Xiao Lianxi, who was momentarily chilled by the sudden gust of wind and sought warmth behind Yi Li, the two were otherwise unperturbed. Before Lianxi, Yi Li gazed thoughtfully at the ethereal image of the Yu Long hovering above the grove. Originally, the enhancement of the Han Shi martial soul was not meant to commence so soon. Yi Li's initial plan was to wait until Han Shi advanced to the title Douluo rank before seizing the opportunity to take Xiao Wu, retrieving her personal belongings and heading to the core region of the Stardo Forest, thereby coercing the Tianqing Niumang into relinquishing its blood. In the original narrative, the Tianqing Niumang was referred to as a soul beast on the brink of transforming into a dragon, its strength unmatched in the Stardo Forest. Aside from the 10 fearsome beasts that existed in a state of uncertainty, its blood quality could undoubtedly serve as a catalyst for enhancing the Han Chi martial soul. Even if Han Chi reached title Douluo status, Xiao would have already returned to the Stardo Forest, staying with the Ming and Air Ming. Yet among the Shrek 7 monsters, a few were without the protection of a title Douluo level soul master. At that time, they could leverage the safety of the Shrek 7 monsters to negotiate for the Tianqing Niumang's blood. The blood of the Tianqing Niumang and the Titan Great Ape would not significantly weaken to Ming and Air Ming's prowess. Given Xiao Wu's character and her affection for the Shrek 7 monsters, such a trade would undoubtedly be feasible. However, Yi Li did not anticipate that despite his meticulous planning, the cold Han Shi would directly produce a piece of exquisite jade enveloping the blood of a top-tier soul beast. Inquiring whether it could serve as a catalyst for enhancing his martial soul, the aura emanating from it resonated with the surrounding water elements, invigorating them and significantly enhancing the meditation efficiency for water attribute soul masters. Thus, it could indeed function as a catalyst for improving the quality of his martial soul. Hence, the current scene unfolded. Yet as Yi Li observed the distant clash between the Qi Long and the Yu Long, he pondered, when enhancing a martial soul, one must inevitably endure the impact test of their martial soul's abilities, as evidenced by the frost continuously spreading from Han Qi regarding the aspect of willpower testing. Throughout the process, Han Qi's body remained stationary, while only his Qi Long martial soul and the Yu Long phantom engaged in a fierce battle. The martial soul, being the most vital ability of a soul master, is not only related to one's bloodline, but also intertwined with their very soul. This is not merely Yi Li's speculation, but a verification acknowledged by the denizens of this world regarding martial souls. Over millennia, some soul masters in Douluo continent have developed an interest in the origins of martial souls. Though few in number, they are not absent. To satiate their thirst for knowledge or to meet the demands of powerful factions, they began explorative experiments into the origins of martial souls. They attempted to transfer the blood of powerful martial soul masters into those with weaker martial souls, observing if their offspring's martial souls would become stronger. They also experimented with breaking the spirit of weaker soul masters, rendering them imbeciles, and subjected them to various stimuli to ascertain if they could once again release their martial souls. These accounts were gleaned from an ancient tome authored by a member of a long-extinct family of the soul-splitting blade martial soul, which once boasted a super Douluo among its ranks. The experimental methods described therein were cruel, and Yi Li found them abhorrent. He vowed that his research would not embody such brutality. Yet, within the fantastical realm of Douluo continent, such crude methods yielded some insights. The relationship between martial souls, bloodlines, and souls is one of their research's conclusions, a consensus echoed across numerous ancient texts Yi Li has perused. However, compared to the elusive nature of the soul, the influence of bloodlines on the martial souls of offspring is more apparent, rendering the theory easier to comprehend. Additionally, the soul is difficult to measure, leading to the prevailing notion that martial souls correlate with bloodlines. Yet Yi Li has not encountered a single book that denies the connection between the soul and martial soul. The events unfolding with Han Qi instigated a new hypothesis within Yi Li. The so-called test of will may very well be the residual sentience within the soul beast's blood. exerting an impact on the martial soul of the soul master. Withstanding this pressure could enhance or even evolve the martial soul. Failing to do so would result in its self-destruction, rendering the soul master an imbecile, or worse, extinguishing their soul. From this perspective, a soul master wielding an ordinary martial soul, when using the blood of a top-tier soul beast as a catalyst for enhancement, may risk having their martial soul shattered by the residual sentience, leading to their demise. The likelihood of failure appears quite considerable. Realizing this, Yili lowered his eyelids and murmured, "The experiment has yet to yield success." After observing Han Chi's enhancement process for a while, noting its lack of peril and the Qi Long martial soul beginning to radiate a pure white glow, Yili calmly addressed Lianxi behind him. "Lianxi, retrieve the book on martial soul rankings that I gave you, and illustrate both the Qi Long and the Yu Long, noting their comparative strengths and characteristics. Understood?" Lianxi, sheltered behind Yili, nodded obediently upon hearing his instructions. She produced a book with a dark cover from her soul guide device, opened it, and began sketching the form of the Yu Long phantom on the blank pages. From the other pages she turned, it was evident that she had already inscribed some content. Beneath the title Martial Soul rankings on the cover, a singular character was inscribed. Chapter 83. Refreshing clarity. The process of enhancing Han Chi's martial soul lasted for over 10 minutes, during which the residual sentience within the pristine blood dissipated under the assault of the Qi Long martial soul, merging into its essence. After the Yu Long phantom vanished, Han Chi abruptly opened his eyes, an immense surge of soul power erupting from within him, conjuring a chilling wind. This caused Lianxi, who was engrossed in documenting the martial soul rankings, to shiver, only warming slightly upon drawing closer to Yili, amidst the pervasive cold. Han Chi once again deeply closed his eyes, carefully attuning to the transformations within his enhanced martial soul. Above, a dragon, resembling ancient ice sculpted over millennia, coiled gracefully, its thick aura of chill cloaking much of its form, rendering it partially obscured. The scales upon the Qi Long's body shimmered with a pearlescent glow, imbuing the originally majestic and austere Qi Long martial soul with an added sense of sanctity, perfecting its already immaculate form after absorbing the Yu Long phantom, moving with a divine grace. After a while, Han Chi, with his eyes still shut, finally opened them, tears welling in his azure gaze, his expression brimming with excitement as a smile spread across his face. He gazed upward at the sky, the smile widening as elation reverberated within his chest. After 13 long years, he had finally glimpsed a tangible hope for vengeance. Ha ha ha! Han Chi's jubilant laughter crescendoed, shaking the frost-laden leaves around him, which fell in a cascade. And in their descent, clusters of ice flowers erupted forth. The chill surged around him, and he had never felt so invigorated. Han Chi seemed to glimpse a new beginning. For from this moment forth, he would exact vengeance upon his enemies and seek retribution for his clan. The dragon, spiraling above him, unfurled its form under his command, soaring into the sky amidst Han Chi's hearty laughter, breaking through the treetops and circling beneath the full moon. Gazing down upon the vast expanse of earth, he roared with unrestrained joy, expressing the boundless exhilaration within his heart. This night, Han Chi's spirit soared high as he spiraled continuously in the air, releasing the pent-up emotions he had long suppressed. In New Moon City, within the former prince's estate, Ning Fengyuan was diligently reviewing documents submitted by his subordinates. Ever since the commencement of the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent, he had not enjoyed a moment of respite. Instead, he found himself busier than ever. Following the start of the competition, nobles and city lords throughout the Sylvis Kingdom suddenly inundated him with letters, lamenting their plight. Today, some soul masters disregarded the prohibitions and openly battled in the streets, disrupting the order, while tomorrow, ruffians would invade noble estates, plundering their wealth. In short, the previously passive lower-tier noble lords, who had awaited the unfolding events, now flocked to him for assistance, eager to express their dire circumstances. They were impoverished to the point of being unable to hire soul masters or military forces to restore order. They desperately needed financial support. If it were merely a request for funds, it would be manageable. After all, the seven-treasure glazed tile sect possessed ample resources. For those petitioning for aid, Ning Fengyuan, with an eye towards stability, was inclined to grant their requests, as long as they were not excessively unreasonable. However, the lingering presence of the high-ranking nobles in the Silvis kingdom posed a greater headache. Some had existed even before the kingdom's founding, and although their accumulated wealth paled in comparison to that of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, it was not easily bought with ordinary riches. Particularly, some of the high nobles, during the time when the Silvis royal family was branded as traitors by the Tiendo Empire, had harbored thoughts that should not have arisen, especially since the seven-treasure glazed tile sect had not directly declared itself as the royal family of the kingdom. Recently, the arrival of high-ranking soul masters within the sect and the emergence of powerful individuals from the Spirit Hall had forcibly suppressed these misguided thoughts. Otherwise, the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy could face significant disruptions. Yet, the sect's plans became increasingly complicated as the experts from the Spirit Hall continued to arrive. Many areas that needed to be controlled were thrown into chaos by the Spirit Hall's assaults, resulting in some even being compromised. Among the documents submitted today was a report regarding an attack on a mining site in Tongtai City, which led to numerous casualties among the workers, making it impossible to continue operations. These circumstances contributed to Ning Fengyuan's recent poor sleep quality. Rubbing his temples, he prepared to annotate the documents, adhering to established regulations regarding compensation and necessary breaks. However, just as he was about to write, he paused and turned his gaze towards the direction of Yi Li's laboratory. This aura, could it be a title Douluo? Ning Fengyuan's expression grew grave. The plans of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect were at a critical juncture, and the appearance of a title Douluo at this moment would undoubtedly disrupt their endeavors. Could it be that the Spirit Hall was no longer willing to exercise caution, even at the risk of igniting a war across the continent, to sabotage the plans of their sect? Summoning the guard station outside, Ning Fengyuan's demeanor was serious as he instructed that the news of the title Douluo's appearance be conveyed to the sect and arranged for the soul masters of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect in the city to withdraw. If it were only one title Douluo, New Moon City might still stand a chance. However, with the presence of the Spirit Hall's soul masters within the city, the seven-treasure glazed tile sect would surely face defeat. Thus, within moments, Ning Fengyuan resolved to abandon the sect's plans in the Silvis Kingdom and return to the sect immediately, prioritizing the safety of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect's soul masters. They should not be sacrificed here. Yet, just as Ning Fengyuan was about to speak, the guard outside, Haida, raised a hand to stop him, shaking his head. That is not the aura of a title Douluo from the Spirit Hall. It is the presence of Lord Han Chi. Lord Han Chi? Ning Fengyuan naturally trusted Haida's words. He paused to sense the aura carefully and indeed found it akin to that of Lord Han Chi he had encountered previously. However, the current aura was significantly stronger than before, infused with other energies. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Ning Fengyuan regarded Yi Li's laboratory with a complex expression. What a remarkable young healer. Indeed, his medical skills were extraordinary. The only one capable of bringing about such a transformation in Han Chi, aside from the recently renowned Yi Li, was hard to imagine. If such an exceptional young man could join the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, it would be splendid. With a sigh, Ning Fengyuan swiftly set aside his tumultuous emotions, restoring his previously elegant demeanor, and began to ponder whether the seven-treasure glazed tile sect could seize this opportunity to obtain something they desired. This was his duty as the ninth elder of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. After some deliberation, Ning Fengyuan began issuing orders to the guard at the door, instructing him to inform Ning Quanhai to prepare generous gifts to visit Master Yi Li in the morning, congratulating Lord Han Chi on his remarkable advancement. Regardless of how Yi Li had been addressed in the past or his age, from this night onward, he would be recognized as a master. If he could not discern that their group was centered around Yi Li, then he would truly be blind. Then, taking a scroll from his pocket, he began to inscribe a message detailing Han Chi's sudden surge in power tonight and the events concerning Yi Li, instructing the guard to deliver it at the fastest speed to the sect master in Tiendo City. After the guard departed, Ning Fengyuan meticulously contemplated once more, summoning several attendants to retrieve the books from beneath his study, along with the gifts he had previously prepared to be sent along with Ning Quanhai the following morning. Once the attendants had left, Ning Fengyuan squinted slightly, aware that Han Chi's abrupt surge in power would undoubtedly disrupt many plans, especially those of the Spirit Hall. The enmity between Han Shi and the Spirit Hall was well known among major factions. Although it remained unclear why Han Shi, once fervently pursuing the Spirit Hall, had suddenly ceased his attacks several years ago, as long as no one provoked him intentionally, even those from the Spirit Hall could survive under his reign. Regardless, the animosity between Han Shi and the Spirit Hall was undeniable. Ning Fengyuan was now curious about how that old fool Xian Yuan would react. In the Spirit Hall's main temple in New Moon City, Cardinal Xian Yuan wore a grim expression as he dismissed the attendant by his bedside. As a cardinal of the Spirit Hall, he had noticed Han Shi's appearance in New Moon City the moment he arrived. However, with one side being weak and the other powerful, he would be foolish to seek trouble with Han Shi nevertheless. He had reported Han Shi's presence in New Moon City to the Pope's Hall. Yet before he could wait for Han Shi to depart, or for someone from the Pope's Hall to arrive, the Silvis royal family was abruptly denounced as rebels by the Tiando Empire, with Sword Daw confronting Osfer with a blade in midair, demanding answers. Subsequently, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect made its entrance, and he received a command from His Holiness the Pope to impede the sect as much as possible. In truth, he had been quite comfortable residing in the Kingdom of Silvis, visiting the royal palace every few weeks to engage in casual conversations with King Silvis about life and indulge in the pleasures of beauty. Life had been exceedingly pleasant. However, upon the emergence of the Sword Daw, he dared not show his face, and when the Seven Treasures Glazed sect arrived, he was grievously wounded, spitting blood. Now, with Han Shi's evident power surge, he might very well ascend to the rank of title Douluo. Meanwhile, the title Douluo from the Spirit Hall had yet to make an appearance. For the first time, he felt the unsettling notion that he might meet his demise within the confines of the Kingdom of Silvis. After casting a venomous glare toward Yi Li's laboratory, Xian Yuan waved his hand, drawing back the beauty he had previously dismissed, resuming their unfinished activities for the night. Ultimately, what else could he do? The multitude of soul masters from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect were demanding justice throughout Crescent City, and Han Shi's soul power was poised to break through to level 90, potentially becoming a title Douluo if he dared to entertain any other thoughts, pushing Han Shi toward the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, thus inciting him against the Spirit Hall. It would spell his doom. The Pope's side was also sluggish in dispatching a title Douluo without appropriate opposition. Next year on this day could very well be his day of sacrifice. Hence, aside from venting his frustrations in bed, what other recourse did he have? Thus, that night, the princely residence remained tranquil, as always, while the sounds emanating from the Spirit Hall in Crescent City grew increasingly boisterous. Chapter 84. A day of idleness the following morning. Yi Li stretched his limbs and ambled into the courtyard, preparing to enjoy the breakfast prepared by his teacher. The previous night's soul enhancement had been remarkably successful, although it had not reached the level of evolution. Given Han Shi's current soul quality, no soul could rival it, save for the angel spirit. Furthermore, it had acquired the abilities of ice immunity and an additional domain as a result of the enhancement. Such remarkable effects were solely attributable to the power of that drop of blood. Sitting at the courtyard table, Yi Li savored a bowl of porridge prepared by his teacher, relishing the comfort it provided each morning upon waking. After a brief wait, Aunt Lin and the others gradually emerged from their rooms to partake of the breakfast. Yet, after Yi Li finished his meal, he realized that Han Shi, who should have been the second to appear in the courtyard, had yet to make an appearance. Over 1,000 meters to the west of the laboratory, in a small grove, Han Shi, clad in a moon-white robe, sat cross-legged in the very spot he occupied the previous night. Before him lay a row of spirit tablets, the first character inscribed upon them being Han. Since the soul enhancement the night prior, he had been meditating here, spending the night in solitude. Several bottles, exuding the scent of alcohol, were neatly arranged before him. And Han Shi held a rare wine cup, softly recounting his recent experiences. He felt that the days had been long and filled with stories. Thus, he spoke for quite a while, until the sun rose, and the sounds of insects and birds filled the air, at which point he realized an entire night had passed. Looking toward the direction of the laboratory, a faint smile graced Han Shi's lips as he murmured, "Grandfather, it is time. We shall converse again next time." Rising to his feet, he bent down and meticulously cleaned each spirit tablet, placing them into a specialized soul guide device with utmost seriousness. Once completed, the sun, now half visible, had fully risen, revealing its countenance to the world. Han Chi gazed eastward, his eyes sparkling, and after caressing another jade bottle nestled in his bosom, he smiled and whispered, "I apologize, Bai. We shall speak again next time." He then strode purposefully toward Yi Li's laboratory. Minutes later, in the courtyard, the magic wolf was engaged in a debate with his disciple over the efficacy of Yi Li's energy-replenishing potion when he suddenly noticed Han Chi standing at the door. "Lord Han Chi, you have returned," exclaimed the magic wolf, breaking free from the increasingly convoluted pharmacological discourse with his disciple. He lifted a bowl of medicinal soup from the table and offered it to Han Chi. Han Chi nodded in gratitude as he accepted the steaming bowl. The fragrant steam wafted upward, and upon inhaling the aromatic essence, Han Chi felt a warm surge flow through his body. After consuming the soup, waves of warmth radiated from his abdomen to his limbs, enveloping him in a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring, exceedingly pleasant. The lingering scent of alcohol dissipated, and the fatigue from a sleepless night vanished, leaving him invigorated and full of vitality. Astonished, Han Chi turned his gaze toward Yi Li, who smiled and waved, "Good morning, Uncle Han." Han Chi paused before returning the smile, replying, "Good morning." In the courtyard, Yi Li sat on a stool, a look of helplessness adorning his face as the magic wolf passionately articulated a lengthy discourse, imploring Yi Li to abandon his research on enhanced versions of potent elixirs. With limited time for cultivation and the necessity of conducting experiments, how could Yi Li afford to squander his energy on such trifles? In truth, Yi Li had realized that both the soul enhancement and fusion experiments inflicted a degree of harm on the body. Indeed, those who persisted longer in the soul fusion experiments exhibited such symptoms. Hence, Yi Li sought to develop restorative potions to heal the hidden injuries sustained from soul enhancements and replenish energy, maximizing the effectiveness of the enhancements. As for the teacher's mention of enhanced versions of potent elixirs, they were merely incidental outcomes arising during experimentation, side products of the research process. However, the teacher clearly did not believe this, so when Yi Li emerged from the laboratory to rest in the courtyard while awaiting potential visitors, the magic wolf sat beside him, earnestly advising him to pursue the righteous path, cautioning against becoming enmeshed in the development of other potions, asserting that the soul was the true avenue, the future of the Douluo continent. Thus, in the courtyard, Yi Li listened with a face of resignation to the teacher's incessant admonishments, while the magic wolf earnestly expounded upon grand principles. Meanwhile, Han Chi sat quietly on the other side, writing with a feather quill on white paper. The books collected by the Han family that still existed had been transcribed for Yi Li to read, while Han Chi retained the originals as mementos. Now, he was chronicling the marvelous herbs, rare soul beasts, and peculiar recipes he had encountered over the past 50 years in order to compile a book as a gift for Yi Li. The experiences of an 89th level soul Douluo spanning more than 50 years would undoubtedly be a priceless treasure for Yi Li. Thus, Han Chi chose this method to gradually repay Yi Li's kindness. After filling another sheet of paper on the table, Han Chi suddenly spoke, "Someone is approaching." The magic wolf, who had been rambling on, immediately ceased his discourse, while Yi Li regained his composure, pouring a cup of tea for his teacher to moisten his throat. Subsequently, Yi Li instructed the earnest and studious Xiao Lianxi, who sat at another table, to step out and greet the guests. Shortly thereafter, a robust and striking young man, accompanied by two beautiful guards, arrived outside Yi Li's laboratory, presenting a formal invitation. Under Lianxi's guidance, he approached Yi Li and Han Chi, respectfully stating, "I am Ning Quanhai from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, sent by Elder Ning Fengyuan to pay my respects to Master Han Chi and Master Yi Li." Yi Li and Han Chi nodded in acknowledgement, returning the courtesy. Given Han Chi's formidable strength and vast experience, he adeptly handled the ensuing formalities, while Yi Li observed curiously, wondering what favorable terms the 9 elders of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect would propose to secure Han Chi's and his own allegiance. Living so close to the tumultuous conflicts in New Moon City, Yi Li was well aware of the ongoing strife, and the subtle hints revealed during the power struggles between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Spirit Hall indicated that the Sylvis Kingdom had not engaged a titled Douluo in battle. It seemed they had tacitly agreed to keep the conflict within certain bounds, with the titled Douluo representing the line they dared not cross. Although Yi Li remained uncertain as to why the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Spirit Hall had suddenly clashed within the Silvis kingdom. He understood the significant impact that a sole Douluo, nearly on par with a title Douluo, could have on the kingdom's affairs. After some discourse, the burly Ning Quanhai conveyed the congratulations of Elder Ning Fengyuan to Han Qi and Yi Li, then respectfully presented a generous gift. Once Han Qi accepted the offering, Ning Quanhai began to articulate the tasks assigned by Elder Ning Fengyuan with impeccable timing and an appropriate tone, eliciting no discomfort, but rather instilling a sense of reason and contemplation. Yi Li, who had been listening intently, found himself utterly captivated, as this was the first time he had witnessed someone elevate conversation into an art form. Even the seasoned Han Qi and the Magic Wolf were moved by the eloquence of this direct disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect. The essence of Ning Quanhai's message was straightforward. He was inviting Yi Li and his companions to leave the Silvis kingdom and relocate to Heavendo City. He framed the request as an opportunity for Yi Li to become a physician for the upcoming competition in Heavendo City, detailing the alluring benefits that awaited him, including unrestricted access to the extensive library of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the prestigious Heavendo Royal Academy. Additionally, the promise of rare medicinal materials valued at 5 million and the remains of 10,000-year-old soul beasts awaited him, should he agree to depart. Naturally, Yi Li acquiesced. Having already acquired all available 10,000-year-old soul beast materials in the Silvis Kingdom, Yi Li recognized that experiments could be conducted elsewhere. And with the Silvis Kingdom being the epicenter of the ongoing conflict between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Spirit Hall, fewer high-level soul master teams were willing to sell their materials there. In contrast, other commodities like healing potions, food, and weapons were in high demand. Thus, even without the invitation from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Yi Li intended to journey to Heavendo City to seek the continent's most coveted heroine. However, he was curious about the sect's motives in the Silvis Kingdom. Initially, Yi Li had anticipated visitors persuading Han Qi to remain in the Silvis Kingdom to bolster their side against the opposition. After all, a soul Douluo with nearly title Douluo abilities would typically be sought after by any faction wishing to retain such power. Instead, he was surprised that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect aimed to persuade them to leave, neglecting any mention of keeping them to assist in their struggles. This deviation from expected logic piqued his interest, hinting at astonishing undercurrents at play. Regardless, the specifics of these intrigues were irrelevant to Yi Li's plans, as his focus would soon shift to Heavendo City, where he believed he would find significant aid for his future endeavors. Moreover, he was intrigued by the mention of Ning Rongrong, pondering the nature of her ailment that remained untreatable by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. After Ning Quanhai departed, Yi Li sifted through the array of gifts, selecting the books intended for him and placing them in his verdant study. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect's offerings were plentiful. The books catered to Yi Li, while exquisite garments were bestowed upon the Magic Wolf and Lin Yi. A charming pair of rabbit ear accessories was gifted to Lianqi, designed to convincingly mask her own rabbit ears. As for Han Qi, he received a pristine jade tablet inscribed with enigmatic characters. Upon seeing the tablet, Han Qi fell silent for a moment before murmuring his appreciation and tucking it away. The gifts from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect were not only valuable, but also resonated with Yi Li and his companions, evoking a genuine sense of goodwill and admiration for the sect as sincerity. Once the gifts were arranged, Yi Li awaited further visitors in the courtyard before deciding to return to the laboratory, as his experiments had yet to reach completion. The Magic Wolf, having secured the gifts for Xie and the others to present upon their return, followed closely behind Yi Li, shaking his head. Yi Li's recent experiments had grown increasingly perilous, and the Magic Wolf felt compelled to oversee him, ensuring he did not produce anything peculiar. Before long, only Han Qi and Lianqi remained in the courtyard. After storing the jade tablet, Han Qi resumed his work, spreading fresh parchment and once again wielding his quill to document the remarkable medicinal herbs and rare soul beasts he had encountered. Meanwhile, Lianqi joyfully donned the rabbit ear accessory, adjusting it in front of a small mirror, her delight akin to that of a girl who had just acquired a beautiful dress. However, her happiness soon waned as she glanced at the substantial tome titled Ordinary Soul Beasts, a decade's compendium resting on the table. Yi Li had tasked her with memorizing it within half a month, and having only mastered a mere tenth, she could not afford to slacken her efforts. Resuming her seat, Lianqi propped her chin on her hands, her ears twitching as she began to flip through the pages, diligently studying. On the morning of the fourth day, following the visit from the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, the prominent nobles of the Silvis Kingdom sent envoys to negotiate with Han Chi, hoping to secure his allegiance against the pressures from the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect and the Spirit Hall. In their attempts, they offered a reward that even the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect found astonishing: 2 soul bones, one of which was the highly coveted trunk bone, aged 7,000 years. Were it not for Han Chi's recent restraint in violence and bloodshed, he would have likely considered binding these nobles and coercing them into relinquishing the soul bones. In the eyes of any rational individual, it would seem far simpler to capture these nobles than to withstand the pressures exerted by the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect and the Spirit Hall. The great aristocrats are well aware of the situation, yet under the oppressive alliance of the Seven Treasures glazed sect and the Spirit Hall, they find themselves nearly gasping for breath. Moreover, having prepared some contingencies, they realize that merely kidnapping their targets would yield no soul bones, prompting them to take this perilous gamble. If they do not act, their families will inevitably be devoured piece by those 2 giants. The only difference would be who consumes them and the speed of their demise. This realization, coupled with the potential for failure, sealed their fates. Thus, upon sensing the formidable presence of Han Chi, which was nearly on par with the title Douluo, the high-ranking nobles decided to send envoys to persuade him. In addition to soul bones, they prepared numerous precious medicinal herbs and the bodies of 10,000-year soul beasts to win over Yi Li and increase their chances of swaying Han Chi. However, Yi Li merely cast a glance at their so-called precious herbs and ancient soul beast remains, offering a few non-committal responses before returning to his experiments. The combined worth of those offerings barely exceeded 200,000, and more importantly, the Seven Treasures glazed sect had already provided a substantial quantity of such herbs. The bodies of the 10,000-year soul beasts were no more than 20,000 years old at best, lacking the grandeur of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, which possessed materials from soul beasts aged up to 50,000 years, albeit only a severed head. Clearly, the miserly demeanor of these great nobles paled in comparison. The precious herbs and ancient soul beast remains were delivered shortly after Yi Li agreed to depart for Tiando City in 3 days. Truly extravagant. After securing the laboratory door, Yi Li and a few companions prepared to venture into the soul-hunting forest of Crescent Moon City. Long before, Lianxi had reached the 10th level of soul power. But at that time, Han Chi was not present. In that chaotic situation, hunting soul beasts would have posed numerous challenges. Once Han Chi returned, Yi Li had immersed himself in the laboratory for 5 days and nights without rest, later assisting Han Chi in strengthening his martial soul. Only now did they find time to help Lianxi hunt suitable soul beasts. The soldiers guarding the soul-hunting forest had long been informed of the esteemed guests arriving to hunt soul beasts today. Thus, Yi Li and his companions were granted direct access to the forest and provided with a map detailing the distribution of soul beast species within. Lianxi's martial soul is the soft-boned rabbit, so ideally, her first soul ring should come from a century-old soft-boned rabbit. However, upon entering the soul-hunting forest, Yi Li did not head straight for the marked location of the soft-boned rabbit. Instead, he ventured several hundred meters into the forest depths before halting. The soul beasts encountered here were primarily ordinary 10-year soul beasts, posing no threat to Yi Li and his companions. After confirming that no one was nearby, Yi Li retrieved a vial of black-red potion from his soul guide. This was a basic enhancement potion, containing only a single black crystal. Removing the stopper, he pulled aside the clothing of one of the 3 individuals clad in black behind him, revealing their heart. A purple crystal needle pierced through, drawing a drop of bright red blood to its tip. At that moment, his teacher, the demon wolf, manifested his martial soul and captured an adorable little white pig soul beast nearby. This was the 3-winged pig, known for its excellent meat quality and favored by soul masters for outdoor camping. A purple crystal vessel appeared in Lianxi's hands, still bearing a thin layer of an unknown solution. She brought it to Yi Li. As he condensed his soul power, a wisp of the black-red mist from the enhancement potion was directed into the purple crystal vessel. With a gentle shake of the purple crystal needle in his hand, he allowed the blood to drip into the wisp of black-red mist. Once the blood mingled with the mist, the martial soul's phantom contained within was activated, manifesting as a raccoon-like spirit adorned with willow leaves and a forked tail, which let out a fierce roar amidst the black-red mist. Subsequently, the demon wolf, with a grave expression, made a cut on the forehead of the three-winged pig, allowing a drop of its blood to fall into the black-red mist. The moment the pig's blood entered the mist, it caused a riot within as the mist surged, eager to escape the confines of the martial soul's phantom and rush toward the pig's blood. However, the raccoon-like martial soul phantom was unwilling to relinquish the black-red mist that had just begun to take shape. It bared its teeth and let out a growl, raising a paw to strike at the drop of the three-winged pig's blood. With a resounding slap, the pig's blood offered no resistance and was effortlessly shattered, vanishing completely in the maw of the raccoon-like martial soul phantom. After consuming the blood, the phantom instinctively sought to lick its paws. Yet before it could act, the black-red mist fused with the pig's blood, erupting with energy in an attempt to burst the phantom apart. Nevertheless, the phantom merely let out a low growl, causing the pig's blood within to disperse, becoming sustenance for the phantom. Yili was not surprised by this outcome. He had already established through recent experiments that the blood of 10-year soul beasts was utterly inferior when faced with the blood of soul masters. The acquisition of the three-winged pig was solely for the forthcoming experiments. After performing similar operations with the blood of the three individuals in black, Yili's group discarded the terrified, squealing three-winged pig and continued onward. The soul-hunting forest of Crescent Moon City is peculiar. Its original sovereign was a mandala snake, a creature with 2,000 years of cultivation. However, 5 years ago, its dominance was altered by a jest from Prince OSF. It is said that a snake swallowing an elephant symbolizes human greed and overreach. But what of a pig swallowing a snake? This was a remark made by Prince OSF to a noble whose martial soul was the armored boar. Consequently, hundreds of three-winged pigs were introduced to the forest, alongside a 4,000-year-old three-winged pig king specifically captured to engage in battle with the reigning mandala snake. In the end, the pig triumphed, but also faced its downfall. The 4,000-year-old three-winged pig claimed the title of sovereign of the soul-hunting forest, while the noble with the armored boar martial soul was annihilated by the golden feather snake martial soul family. Thus, the soul-hunting forest is now home to three-winged pigs ranging from 10 to 1,000 years in age, proving to be an excellent venue for experimentation. As Yili ventured toward the core of this forest, he captured three-winged pig soul beasts in ascending order of age to validate his hypotheses. Upon witnessing how the black crystal reagent could stimulate the spiritual essence contained within the blood of both soul masters and soul beasts, Yili had been harboring a suspicion. The blood of soul masters is intricately linked to their martial souls, a fact confirmed in previous experiments. The spiritual essence within the blood of soul beasts is closely tied to their power in life, a conclusion Yili reached after successfully enhancing Han Chi's martial soul. If a soul master sustains severe bodily injuries, even if they would have otherwise endured the enhancement, they might find themselves unable to do so. After establishing these 2 points, Yili initiated his experiments, which were quite simple, merely inverting the order of blood drops and observing the resulting phenomena. The result was a bewildered martial soul phantom, which, when confronted with the phantom formed from soul beast blood, was utterly overwhelmed. Even experiments involving Han Chi's blood and that of a 10-year soft-boned rabbit yielded the same outcome.